in the history of cinema, I'm the only Academy Award-winning actor who's ever been fucked in the neck by a tarantula.
Was that what it was doing?
Apparently.
It just decided that was a good spot?
Just decided I was moist and juicy and it was going to have its way with me.
Oh, yeah, I know about those fibers. Those fibers are nasty. They cause a real problem with people. I was hoping you weren't going to say you were allergic to tarantulas.
No, but I did find out I was allergic to one of the things that they tried to fix it with. It comes up quite a bit every time I've had major injuries and stuff. I can't even remember the name of it now, but there's the go-to thing that they inject into you to take away the initial pain.
Cortisone?
Yeah, cortisone. I'm allergic to cortisone.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, odd, isn't it?
Yeah, that is odd. That could be a real problem, especially if you don't know.
Yeah, well, that's when it was roundabout then I found out.
God damn, man. So is that like the most uncomfortable you've ever been in a scene?
Oh, hell no.
Really?
Oh, no. I had to go into the water on the southwest coast of Iceland, shirtless, for a Darren Aronofsky movie. You know how cold that water is, man?
Oh, yeah.
15 minutes, you're dead.
Yeah.
Just walking in there, and I had to drop into it chest first, right? Noah collapses into the water or whatever it was. But it was weird. I hit that water, and I'm, splayed out like that. But every muscle in my body contracted. It was like I hovered back out of the water. It's like I hit the water, and I came straight back out, back onto my feet. I don't know how I did it, but it was so cold. Yeah. But temperature's one thing, and you tend to, in the film business, if the script says that it's bright and sunny and you're in the Bahamas, you're probably going to end up shooting that somewhere far away from the Bahamas, and it's going to be freezing. It's always like that. It's like a given that whatever it says is going to be the opposite for you. Whatever the most comfortable way of shooting that scene might be, there'll be something that makes it uncomfortable. But in terms of comfort on film sets, physical discomfort when you're doing fight sequences or things like that, because they can sometimes take a long time. I shredded both my hamstrings while I was doing Noah. I flew back to Australia to watch a football game, actually. My football team that I bought in 2006 had finally made a preliminary final after many years of trying, and I wanted to be there to witness it. We ended up losing the game, so it was a waste of money, but I flew back to Australia, and it was also coincided with my youngest athletic day at school, right? And I was doing Noah. I was fit as a bull, strong as an ox, absolutely. So I rock up to the little athletics day, and they asked me if I would step in and do this, little running race, thing. So I said, yeah, cool, So one of my son's friends was in the race and he was coming last. So I ran up behind him and I was talking to him about, about going fast or whatever, but I had to really sprint to catch up to him because I was a long way back. And I hadn't really noticed that all the kids, because I was up behind them, they got really excited and they jumped up and they're all standing on the finishing line, right? And so I sort of, got up behind him and I let him just pass me then so he could win. They all go crazy and stuff like that. But then I have to put the brakes on. I put the brakes on and my hamstrings went boom, boom. I'm lying on the ground, like vibrating. And my little boy's there and he's only 7 or something at the time. He's like, "Hi, Dad, that was fun. Dad." And I couldn't talk. It's like, oh, God. It was unbelievable, man. And there was a teacher who'd seen what happened and he went, "Hamstrings?" And I said, "I think so, man." And he had some tape. So I just taped my legs up under my shorts and then he helped me stand up. Now I had to get on a plane that night and go back to the film set on Long Island and run to the Ark with 5,000 extras, 50 times with, I think, we had a rain tower set up that's the biggest in the history of cinema for that, So I'm getting rained on with these gigantic drops. I got 5,000 extras around me. Actually, no, not 5,000, maybe about 1,000 extras around me. And I've got no hamstrings and the scene requires me to run. And because I've taken time off the set, everything, I can't tell anybody that I've injured myself. I just have to get on with it. You know what I mean? I didn't want any insurance problems or anything else, you know. So that was crazy. And that sequence went on for days. So it was like, you know, and I literally, man, was just getting like KT tape and just taping them up.
Jesus Christ, both hamstrings blown, having to run. That's insane.
Yeah, but at your skids, your cool, you know, your kids' athletics thing, it was like, that's just such a cliche. It's like ridiculous. Yeah, but I think it was to do with the fact that, you know, even though I warmed up that morning and I went to the gym and I went on a bike ride and everything, and I got there, you know, in good shape. It was like, must have just been the hour sitting around watching the races and everything, just cooled me down too much, and then having to stop so suddenly just to make sure I didn't barrel into those kids. But yeah, that was definitely uncomfortable.
What are the rain towers? How do they do that?
Well, they basically get big cranes and they hoist up grids that are laid with hose pipe, and the pipe comes down the tower to a water tank. And at a certain point, you know, they turn on the pump and they operate like sprinklers, basically. But if you imagine like a metal grid in the air where every joining point of pipes is another sprinkler head. And I think we had 2.5 football fields worth of, you know, where we could soak at the push of a button. All the rain starts, and you know,
holy shit!
Yeah, because you see I don't know if you've ever seen the movie, but there's these big wide shots of all these people running towards the ark, and there's rain falling. So we had that whole area had to have rain.
So here it is.
Yeah, right.
That's incredible. That's all done with towers.
Yeah. Well, that's after I've already run in at that point.
It was such an intense movie because the story is so crazy.
Yeah.
It's the time-old story of the savior of the human race after God's wrath.
Yeah.
There's a lot of weight playing a role like that.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. What I thought was that the funniest thing with that stuff is when that movie came out, all of this sort of pushback press about how, you know, oh, look at this, Darren Aronofsky, this New York elite, has made Noah into a story about the environment. It's always been a story about the environment. What are you talking about? This is about a flood, mate.
Literally.
It's like, what? It was just so weird. And it was like article after article pushing back as if he had done something, you know, against Christianity or whatever by
connecting,
by acknowledging that this is a story about our environment and how we treat our environment and blah blah blah. You know, I quite enjoy the film, but it's harsh. It's a harsh, you know, telling. You know, but he did promise me, Darren, at the beginning of that experience, he said never at any stage, which I thought was funny because he was riffing off a thing that Ridley Scott did. Ridley Scott said, I promise you don't have to wear sandals, and I promise you never have to lie on a couch and have somebody feed you a grape. So let's do a Roman movie. So Darren's version was that never at any stage will I have you at the prow of an ark flanked by a giraffe and a lion. The funny thing with Noah, man, is most people think they know what's in the Bible, but in reality, what most people know is what they read in the Golden Circle children's book of Noah. Mm-hmm. You know, they've never read the very few mentions that there are in the Bible or the other religious writings which cover his story, because there are other writings from, you know, pre-biblical that, you know, never made it into the Bible. You know,
the Epic of Gilgamesh. It's a very similar story.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. There seems to be some sort of a historical tale that is repeated through many cultures of a great flood.
I don't think there is an ancient religion that doesn't have a flood story.
Right. Yeah.
You know, and we can see it. We can see and date it and everything with how we can, you know, view our world now with the science that's come along. Mm-hmm. So there's no doubt that there was a flood, or has been many floods probably.
Well, the real hardcore people think they've located Noah's Ark. They've located the remains of it on Mount Ararat.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's this bizarre feature in the rocks that they believe is where and apparently it matches the Bible's description of the actual size of the ark.
Yeah, it's odd, isn't it? Well, because if that's there, we should be able to have definitive proof. Then
it seems like somebody should have gone there and figured that out. Yeah,
right.
It's probably been discredited. You ever familiar at all with the work of Randall Carlson? Do you know who he is?
A little bit more context.
Randall Carlson is an expert in asteroid impacts, and he kind of specializes in this theory about the Younger Dryas impact. Right. And the Younger Dryas impact is somewhere around, they think there's multiple times this happened, somewhere around 11,800 years ago, and again, somewhere in the 10,000s.
Right.
That this is what happened that caused the end of the Ice Age. This is what caused the great flooding across North America.
Right, and doesn't that date coincides with what would be the end of Göbekli Tepe, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Coincides with that, and it also, there's a lot of physical evidence of it with core samples, and they used to be kind of a fringe theory, but they started doing core samples, and they found a high level of iridium, which is very common in space, very rare on Earth during that same time period. But what's really interesting about this guy is he got this idea when he was overlooking this enormous canyon while he was on acid. And it occurred to him that this is because of not just a river that ran through this for thousands and thousands of years. He felt like it was one immense event that took place. He just had this bizarre vision of this immense event that took place.
And now they're talking about those cataclysmic events not being something that is a build and through a period of time, right? It's talking about it being immediate, right?
Yeah, immediate.
Yeah. So
they think the Ice Age
in a day this happens.
Exactly. Yeah, his work is absolutely fascinating. Very controversial, of course, because it goes kind of against the conventional idea of what happened with the Ice Age. But he thinks the Ice Age ended almost immediately, that something slammed into the ice caps, which were at that point in time between 1 and 2 miles high in a gigantic chunk of North America. Mm-hmm. And that these asteroids slammed into it. And that's where these features that you see where it looks like, I don't know if you've ever seen some of the overhead features, but it literally looks like over massive amounts of space, huge water had risen. You know how water, when it goes over the sand, it leaves these kind of humps and ridges where the water had washed over? Well, there's physical evidence of this all throughout, like the Pacific Northwest. You can find these things. And he thinks that's what ended the Ice Age, killed off 65% of the megafauna in North America, and that it happened like that. It happened very quickly.
Right.
And that's the Noah's Ark story. I mean, that is it. That is the story, which is why it's so it's so interesting that people want to dismiss biblical stories. You know, they say, oh, well, it was an oral tradition for 1,000 years before it was ever written down. Like, right. But what was it based on?
Right.
What the fuck happened? Mm-hmm. Something happened. Every culture has a story of something like that happening.
Yeah.
Very likely something happened.
When I was doing the research building up to it, I was quite surprised because in my naivety, I actually, had considered it was only like a Christian thing, and I didn't realize it was touched on everywhere, until I was doing that film. Yeah. So was there any hesitancy in taking on a religious character like that with such significance to it? No, that was the exciting bit. Yeah. It was a very busy year. It was 2012. In that year, I played Superman's dad the year before and been on, I was the fittest I'd ever been. I worked with a guy called Mark Twight. You ever heard of him? No. There was this company for a while called Jim Jones, and they were considered to be the hardest asses in the physical training business, It was very, very difficult to become a Jim Jones trainer and stuff. And Mark was the guy that trained the trainers. And he got assigned to me. Oh, my God. The things that he put me through. But it was all great. And we remain strong friends now because we did some shit together. You know, what I mean? You know, I like that kind of mateship. You know, what I mean, you've been in the trenches or whatever. You know, and so the following year, I played the mayor of New York in a thing called Broken City with Mark Wahlberg, which is it's funny. That's one of those performances that people just haven't seen, but I quite rate that performance. And then I did Les Mis with you know, all that beautiful cast, and sort of spent 3 or 4 months on that, and then straight into Noah. So I was exhausted before I started. You know, I had 3 really big jobs in a row, and then to drop into that, which was there was a lot of physical stuff on that movie, and Darren shoots a lot, so those big wide shots, you're still doing the same action as you're doing when you're close in, so you're sort of working, you know, pretty hard. But I think if anything, you know, I was really excited by the fact of of being able to delve into that. I would have preferred, what I'm getting at is a little more time, you know what I mean? Because it's the quiet contemplation that really fills you up for the thing that you're about to do. And when you're coming straight off one film set pretty much onto another, I think I had a gap of about 2 or 3 weeks. It's not quite enough, you know.
What would you do if you had all the time that you wanted?
Go and talk to people, you know. Go and talk to people who've got a perspective. I would have probably wanted to spend a little bit more time with some Jewish scholars, because there's a lot of, you know, writings adjunct to the Torah about Noah, and get to the bottom of that. But I really didn't have the time, so I just had to sort of plow into it with what I had, which is, you know, a beautiful 2-volume Old Testament and New Testament that Darren got me. So that was the beginning of the research. But, you know, there's not really much else you can do, because you can't go and look up, you know, old photos or anything.
Right,
you know,
right.
So you're pretty much stepping into that world, trying to understand Darren's perspective on it and what he was trying to show, that, you know, there had been a big civilization already. So there's a civilization prior to Noah. So you're already talking about, you know, a post-apocalyptic world that they're living in, and another apocalypse is coming, you know, and it's all based on, you know, human behavior and what have you. There's a sequence in the film that some people miss where, like, Noah is looking into these people who are all, you know, sort of the ones who've allowed themselves to give in to their base desires or what have you. And within the group of people, he sees a man who looks like a rat, you know, gnawing away at the body of something, possibly another human. And it's him. So he sees himself on the other side of that. So Darren had a lot of cool things going in the movie, a lot of great ideas. And, you know, outside of America, it was a huge hit, a massive hit in places like Russia or Brazil or whatever. But I don't think it's really considered to be a hit because it didn't hit the box office in the United States. But I don't know, it's 300 or 400 million or something.
It's bizarre that there's controversy attached to it being that it is about the climate. It's bizarre that that's become a weird political point, and that it's so ideologically connected that people either oppose it or go with it with no information other than the fact that my team believes this.
Yeah, it's a bit odd.
The fucking environment, the very thing we live in, that's a political angle is so strange.
It is so strange because it's, you know, there's a whole lot of different things that I think not necessarily on the money, but the bottom line that the burning of fossil fuels is having an effect on our air quality and, you know, how we receive sunshine, etc. That's irrefutable fact.
Yeah,
you know, you can't sort of make up your own opinion on that because there's just too much stuff to prove that that's going on, and it has been going on in our entire lives, and it's just been getting worse. The same things were being talked about in the early 70s when I was in primary school that are now actually physically happening, you know. But it's, you know, some people just want to see it as, you know, yet another game or whatever, and it's really much more important than that.
It's strange because it also, the problem with having this ideology attached to it is it stops the real research to actually be able to objectively understand what has the most effect. Like what is the thing that's driving us the most, and what is the thing that we can do to mitigate that?
Yeah. See, I think things like, the cows farting, I think that's misinformation that just gets thrown out there, so to sort of spread the blame or whatever. Because, we are told over and over again that there are so many more animals on this planet at a certain point. Okay, so if we've killed off, 80% or whatever of the animals that existed, what about their farts?
Yeah.
How is a dinosaur fart compared to a cow fart,
Well, the thing is, what we're doing is very unnatural, right? So we're serving them grain, and we're keeping them in pens, and then they're all the pig shit and the all that stuff gets into the water. It's very different than a regenerative farm, an actual real farm where cows are grazing, and then their manure fertilizes the land, and it actually sequesters carbon. A real regenerative farm is carbon neutral. Yeah, that's not the issue.
I run 220 Angus on my place in the bush, and over time, I sort of learned that all of those factory farming processes are just the absolute wrong thing to do. When I first had land and cattle, I used to love getting up in the dawn, in the darkness, cowdy hat on, stock whip, and getting out and, herding them and all that sort of stuff. And then over time, started to realize that that's not good for them. That sort of stuff's not good for them. So we developed this system at my place where we have a single laneway, and all of the other paddocks go on, where the cattle will be, go onto that laneway. So, and the paddock can be, 100 acres or whatever, but you can muster one man, soft voice, handful of grain. Just open the gate, you call out a couple of times, they come towards you. You can get every cow in that laneway, and you get up behind them, walk behind them, and you walk them straight to the yards. Now, we've taken all the fun out of it, but it's just a lot more, it's, safer, easier, sensible. And we don't use, hose pipes. We don't use stock whips anymore. We don't muster on ATVs, it's either on foot or horseback. And we still use working dogs, but the cows don't get upset by the working dogs. They don't get freaked out by them the same way as they get freaked out by an engine roaring up behind them, So, and the reason for that kind of pastoral care is because at the end of the day, 100% true, the steak tastes better. If you don't adrenalize the cattle, if you don't abuse them, it's just better. It's like more tasteful. It doesn't have, really adrenalized meat gets a very gamey quality, and the steak that we serve on the farm, because, I only do all this. I didn't operate it as a business. I started to operate it as a business for a while there, but kind of found out that everybody in the butchery game is similar to working with people that sell used cars, and they're only looking for the story. They don't really care about the animal. And, I do. I was like, and I was, laughed at for many years in the valley that I live in because of the way I care for the cattle. But I can't do it any other way. It's got to be for, they've got to have a great life.
But it makes sense. It's smarter. It's less karma. It's a better situation for them.
Yeah. And they just feel healthier. So I went fully organic at one point, right? Took us like 5 or 7 years to get the certification. But then I would walk amongst the cattle, and because we couldn't, douse them because they were organic cattle now, things like, buffalo fly and other little things were just all over them. And I thought, man, that can't be good either. It's like having a kid, and never giving the kid Panadol if it gets a fever.
Right.
By the time that kid's 14, it hasn't overcome it, and it's not the biggest, best, strongest. It's this weedy little bloke in the corner. He spent most of his life sick because he never got the medicine to make it easier for his body to recover. And that kind of was happening to the cows. They lost a lot of weight and they just looked in distress. So I keep my pastures organic, but I do topical treatments for the cattle, so they don't have to deal with ticks and buffalo fly and things like that. Where my place is, it's still considered coastal, so we get all of the bitey things that can affect them negatively. So, and now I have that balance. I can't, sell the meat as organic meat, but they're hand-raised, organic pasture, and as I say, they don't get adrenalized through their life. So when we do cull them, the meat is a profound experience.
Yeah. Do you sell it online? How does someone get it?
No, I don't sell it.
You don't sell it at all?
Well,
give it away?
Occasionally there's one butcher near me that I trust. He's really into what he does, and he will ask if he can have a couple of beasts, and I'll let him have it. We do sell to some neighbors that we know are, needing a little bit of assistance. I don't want to sort of put it in any other terms, but we sell it to them, but we sell it to them for less than it costs to produce. So, and way less than they would be spending if they went to the supermarket, But basically, I have the cows to feed my family. So my kids are very snobby about steak because they've grown up with,
the best,
the best you can. Well, anyway, the most humane way to produce it, yeah, for sure.
How did you get started doing this? Like, what was? It seems like you're a very busy person to be starting a regenerative farm.
Well, it comes from when I was getting a little bit of success. I could see things coming along, and I sort of had a choice. I only had enough money to either buy a small apartment in the city, right, or some land. And my mum and dad weren't in a great place, and I hadn't really spent a lot of time with them in the previous decade because I'd been out trying to establish who I was, and I didn't really go home very much. And so what I did is I decided instead of buying an apartment in the city, I'd buy 100 acres in the bush, and my mum and dad could go and live there, and basically they could start fresh and have a sort of a new experience. But I bought 100 acres initially, but I think I've got like 1,700 acres or something now. But once I had the land, then I started feeling like, well, you got to do something with it. It can't just be 100 acres of a garden,
Right.
And there's also that thing too of like, you're walking into farmland. You want to see a horse, you want to see a cow, you want to have something. So over time, I experimented by holding some cattle for a friend, and I got used to what you had to do and stuff like that. And they were big longhorn beasts, and they were quite difficult to deal with. So that made me decide to go with Angus. But here's another story. I had 20 little calves down in the yards that were being picked up the next day, right? And at this stage, I was living in a caravan because I hadn't started building or anything on the property. And so I go to bed, and at about 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm woken up because it's raining, right? And I'm trying to get back to sleep. But all I can think of is these 20 little calves down in the yards and how the floor of the yards will turn into muck. And these guys are being picked up the next day, and they'll spend the whole night slipping over and sort of covering each other with shit, and they'll be in great distress and blah, blah. So about 2:30, got up, got dressed, went down to the yards, trying to figure out how to get them out of the rain. I had a shed down there, but it was about 30 meters away from the edge of the yards. And I looked around in the shed and I had enough bits and pieces to make a fence for one side, right? So I could make one side of this alley. So then it's just me on the other side. So I got these big, long pieces of wood. And then what I had to do is I had to get them running towards me. Then I had to redirect them along that fence line so they would go inside the shed. Now, while this is happening, it's pissing down rain, absolutely like tropical rain, And it took me about, 40 minutes, something like that. So it's deep in the middle of the night now to fix the fence. And then I got them running, and they're coming towards me. I could see one was about to jink away, so I had to sort of dance along with but it was amazing. I stopped that one little bloke, and he rejoined the rest of them, and then they just went like clockwork, just so smooth straight into the shed, right? So then in the shed, I'd laid out some hay and stuff, and I left a little light on. Yeah. You tell stories like that to farmers, and they think you're an absolute idiot.
Well,
what are you doing, mate?
You had to learn how to do it some way, but I think
But just for me, the next day when the truck came to pick them up, they were all happy and healthy, and not covered in brown shit. So but so I'm not really a farmer. So, but I've got land.
You kind of are. So, I mean, that sounds like at least a practicing farmer. I mean, you actually did it.
Yeah, well, we still do, and we still, turn the meat out. But when I looked into it in terms of a business, you have to really have about 25,000 head to make it a business. That covers you for when sometimes the price of meat goes down or whatever, or the costs around culling go up. And I just didn't want to do it that way. Didn't want to have to be responsible in my heart for 25,000 living creatures when I couldn't be absolutely certain they're all being treated well.
Right.
So, and I think that's one of the big mistakes that we've made going into this thing of farms getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, because at the end of the day, the thing that drops off is the duty of care.
Right. And it's also the humanity of it all just gets so distorted when you have these factory farming operations that you're not even allowed. We have ag-gag laws in America. So you're not even allowed to film there because the conditions are sometimes so horrific that it damages the business.
We give grain to our cattle because there is, a nice texture and stuff that comes to the meat beyond being grass-fed. But we never put them into a feeding pen situation. And I think that's also part of the best part of the balance, because, they're still walking around on their home range. This is where they're used to being. And then here's a pile of grain over here. So they supplement their grass with the grain, as opposed to just being fed grain purely to put on size. So what we turn off, man, and I think it's partly to do with the fact that they stay active and everything, we get a natural 7 to 10% fat ratio, which is the bottom end of the scale, but therefore, to me, you're getting more protein. And therefore, what we're giving you when we give you a steak is like an absolute protein pill. It's a hit,
It's better for you too, physically.
I think so.
It is.
Yeah.
It's been proven that the nutritional balance of grass-fed animals is just much better.
Right.
They're not supposed to live entirely on grain.
No.
It's just like humans are not.
But I think again that balance thing of their life on grass, and then just before you cull them, you give them a little bit of grain. It finishes them off, and gets them sort of, ready to be consumed. But you still have the same benefits of the grass fed because you never stop that,
right?
But you have the thing of them being fit because you've never made them like stand still in a pen,
right? It's got to be a cool feeling too to consume only the animals at your place that you've actually raised, like every step of the way.
We used to, when we occasionally will have a fresh guest that's never been there before, and we'll do things like, oh, you're going to love Buttercup. She was such just an Australian sense of humor. We just, put somebody off their meal just as they're about to eat.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I did used to name them, but I stopped naming them because that was an extra level of pain.
Yeah.
Yeah. And plus, when you've got 20, they can all have a name. But when you have 220, it's a bit difficult.
Well, you don't want to be naming something you're going to eat. It's just too weird. It's weird enough people are so disconnected from where their food comes from already. Just the concept of killing it themselves seems abhorrent, but the concept of living without meat seems terrible too. Just we're completely disconnected from the act
of how it gets to you.
Yeah, we just go and see it wrapped up nicely at the butcher shop, and we pick it up and 16 ounces, thank you, bye, and that's your entire involvement in the death of a living creature.
Yeah. I definitely think people need to, have an awareness of it,
Yeah.
Because, we're sharing the planet, and they're helping us survive. So the very least, a little due respect is in order.
Yeah, and that's what we don't get from factory farming. We get the opposite. We get the worst elements of human nature that kind of put into this very bizarre food supply system that we have, where, you know, at every corner in almost every city, there's a place where you can get a quick piece of meat.
Mm.
You know, quick cooked piece of meat of unknown origin. Right. Who knows how they raised it? Who knows where they got it?
And we just trust in the fact that it's still consumable.
And it's just bizarre that you can get a cheeseburger for $1.39. You know, like, how much work was involved in this?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that, you know, that's what I mean. It's like, I know the dollar it cost me to produce the steak at that level. And there's just no way on the normal chain of how the business works that it's acceptable to have spent that much to produce it.
Right.
You know.
Do you cook yourself?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, my mum was a caterer.
Oh, right.
So I love cooking. Absolutely.
How do you prepare a steak?
With farm steak, I use black pepper and I use Lowry's garlic salt. Oh. There's lots of garlic salts around, but that one's good. And it used to be available when I was a kid, and then they stopped selling it in Australia for years. So we'd have to, you know, every a friend was coming over, we'd say, "Oh, grab some garlic salt," but you can buy it again there now. But yeah, that's it's really simple, just salt and pepper. You know, I don't do anything.
What kind of grill?
Extreme. I open flame and I make it as hot as possible, and I've actually put oil onto the flame to make it go crazy for a while, because I like to have color on the steak. You know? I like this to be a little.
Someone teach you this method, or is there something that you devised over time?
Over time, yeah. I did for a while there. I was a short order cook, and I cooked steaks. That's what I did every Monday night. This was like when I was working in clubs, and my name was in the paper every week, and my photograph was in the paper and stuff. But my mother said, you still have to make a contribution to the family. So if you're in town on a Monday night, you have to cook in the restaurant. So I'd do cook 150 steaks on a Monday night if I was in town. And, you know, it just over time, I cook it to my own taste, obviously. You know, so.
You use charcoal, hardwood? What do you use?
I use gas most of the time.
And you throw oil over the gas?
Yeah.
What kind of oil?
Olive oil. Because I just want that absolute heat, so it sears the steak. Mm-hmm. You know, particularly when you first put it on the grill. So it hits the grill and it's actually surrounded in flame. You know.
That's your method.
Yeah. Well, that's, you know, that only lasts for a few seconds, but that's going to give you the color that you want. Because when I put it down on the grill, I want the color on that side, because generally I'm only going to turn it once. So I want that first hit to sear the outside of the steak, and that's the side that gets presented to the person that's going to eat. Are you
cooking a thin steak, a thick steak?
Doesn't matter. But normally we only cook, you know, sort of restaurant cuts. So our eye fillet, I think, is your tenderloin. Mm-hmm. Our porterhouse is your New York cut.
We have porterhouse too. It's like one side of the porterhouse is the tenderloin, one side of the the filet mignon, and the other side is the New York strip.
See, that's a Scotch fillet.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Funny, we had different names for the same bits of meat, but so New York strip is porterhouse where I come from.
Yeah. Oh, really? A porterhouse on this side of the pond always has a bone in it. Right. Pretty much.
Yeah.
You guys don't?
No, that's a T-bone.
What's your ribeye?
What you call ribeye, I believe, is tenderloin, right?
No.
So that's our eye fillet.
It's a rib steak.
Okay.
Yeah. The tenderloin, it's like filet mignon, and then there's beef tenderloin. It's like the stuff that along the back and then underneath. And then the rib meat, like right where the rib hits that portion, the very fatty rib steak, that's the ribeye. And, you know, or a tomahawk. You get it with the rib bone on it. Right. It's a tomahawk.
Right. Yeah. Well, our sort of T-bone is half New York steak and half eye fillet.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, we have that too.
Right.
Yeah.
So Yeah, I'm not 100% sure over the top of all the different names for the meat in America, but yeah, they tend to be quite thick cuts. We don't really do any of our steak in a thin cut.
The first time I ever ate a steak in Australia, this was like a long time ago, but before I really understood the difference between grass-fed meat and grain-fed meat, I was like, this is different. It tastes weird. It tasted weird. It tastes like richer. Like
right.
At the time, I don't even think I liked it. At the time, I was expecting like an American style steak,
right.
And I got this rich red grass-fed steak. I was like, wow, a weird steak.
Right.
It doesn't taste like American meat.
Right.
But
when was the first time you went to Australia?
It was for a UFC. It was quite a few years ago, at least a decade ago.
Right.
Yeah.
What do you think of this one championship thing?
It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I like all of these organizations. I'm happy that there's more options for fighters. But one championship is huge.
I started watching a doco about that guy the other day. I didn't finish it though.
Chatri.
I like the idea that he's creating heroes. That's a line he said. That's pretty cool. I got a project that we're going to do at the end of this year. It's called The Beast in Me. And it's about that sort of mixed martial arts fighting.
Really?
And he's come forward as a potential sort of partner and what have you. And he would, hooking up with him will give the film great production values because we'll be able to shoot at one of his fights and stuff. So you'll have a crowd of 15,000 or whatever, that you haven't paid for.
Right.
Which is good for a film. And I did a rewrite on the script last year, and it's really full of heart now, So many times when people approach fighters, particularly in that sort of, mixed martial arts, whatever, everybody's insane. You know what I mean? And that's just not really the truth. You know what I mean? There certainly are insane people, but in their hearts, they have their own, reasons for doing things and their own morality. And so they would never think of themselves as insane because they're on a journey, they're on a pursuit,
Right.
And that's why I think the script now has a real beating heart. So I think it's going to be a good project. Daniel McPherson, young Australian actor, he's going to be the lead in that.
Well, this is a good time for a real good MMA film. There's been some real good boxing films. The one that you did.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite experiences, actually. Cinderella Man.
Yeah, and the story of Braddock, that's an amazing story.
Great story.
Incredible story.
Yeah. We had met like funny resistance here with the release that the people couldn't get their heads around the fact that a movie called Cinderella Man was about a boxer.
Fucking America.
it was like, really?
That's funny.
It's that hard to get. Yeah. And
it was like classic thing. Cinderella story is a thing that is always used in sports.
Supposed to be a chick, right?
But it's used for men in sports all the time.
Well, it was some famous American writer, Damon Runyon or whatever, who coined the phrase. He wrote that the story of James J. Braddock is a Cinderella story.
Yeah,
that's where he got the nickname. But I just sometimes you're playing characters that you don't really rate as a person or whatever, or sometimes playing very negative characters. Earlier this year I did Nuremberg, where I played Hermann Goering, so that's going to be coming out soon. Looking forward to people seeing that. But Braddock was such an experience, man, because everything that I read about him, the stories I heard about him, I just liked him more and more, which can be a bit of a dangerous thing. As an actor, I try not to fall in love with the character. What I say is I'm in love with the job, So if my job is to show you who that person is, whether it's positive or negative, because it's kind of weird, you can't fall in love with Hitler, you know what I mean? Sort of like, if you're playing that role, you know what I mean? So
yeah.
It's sort of like, so that's how I sort of keep the objectivity. But, I met Braddock's family and stuff like that, and they kept telling me stories that just made me like him more and more, So it was, it was an honor to be able to play that role, really, and bring him back to a consciousness because people had forgotten about it.
Yeah. What was the physical training like?
It was Angela, man. It was Angela coming in. Okay, kid,
Angela Dundee.
Yeah, there's one rule around here, and that is you listen to me. That's how we do it, right? I talk and you listen. And then I'm going to teach you to open anybody up like a can of tomatoes. That's what we're going to do, kid. Open them up like a can of tomatoes. Let's go.
Wow.
He was a great guy, man. I mean, what an incredible privilege to be given that beautiful man in my life, you know, with all his experience and his stories and, you know, and his attitude to things, man. He was like, you know, I mean, occasionally, if you ask about somebody that he had a negative experience with,
I don't come to your Discord and insult you. Fuck yeah, I'm awake. I'm firing on all cylinders, 24/7, 365. Bia. How are you? Did you watch my documentaries yet? Looks like you got some homework, son. All right, I can believe that.
But you did mention that there's new, or that they claim, or maybe they don't claim, but actual other element from like non-earthly elements.
Fuck yeah, dog. They have tons of them.
One of the persons. Where's that?
It's in that documentary, dog. That's where you get into. That's where you get into the highest levels of the periodic table. Like my favorite is element 115. It's known as Moscovium, but I know so much about it that I call it Lazarium because I think Bob Lazar should get credit for it. Do you even know who Bob Lazar is? No, I mean not. I mean he's from like. Oh, he kind of, sort of. I guess he did him. He did our Bell's Coast to Coast AM in like the late 1980s. So yeah, if that's what you mean, or if that's what you mean, yeah, you're 100% right. He worked at Area 51. He's the biggest Area 51 whistleblower in global history. He's been on Joe Rogan. It's amazing. If he were here right now, I might consider sucking his dick. That's how much I appreciate what this man has done for society. I wouldn't, but I'd consider it if he wanted me to. Why? Because this guy risked his whole fucking life to bring to light the secrets that are going on in Area 51. And I salute him for that. Well, he's been shot at, and they ruined his life. Why hasn't he been killed? So he was threatened. So why hasn't he been killed? I don't. This was his theory. He was really. I mean, like you have to know his story, but basically, he was working at Area 51. This has all been verified, so don't be like, well, how do you know he worked there, dude? I can show you his fucking badge. I know what his pay rate was there. I know how he got the job there from Edward Teller. If you want to go into all that, we can. But basically, to answer your question, he was going to blow the whistle on what was going on, and he was afraid that they were going to kill him because they had shot at his car and they had threatened him and threatened his job and stuff. So he went on the news, the local Las Vegas news, with a guy named George Knapp, who's still on the air, still one of the most credible UFO sources there is. And Bob Lazar went on and said that
people on the news.
Yeah, dude. As they say, truth is stranger than fiction, man. That's exactly what happened. This is all documented on television. It's on K KLAS TV in Las Vegas.
He actually named
Well, yeah, his boss. I know his boss's name. Let me think of it. I used to. I mean, like I remember. Just give me a second. His boss's name was. He named his boss's name on the air. Um, what was his name? He has like an Italian name. Bruce or something. That's not an Italian name, but anyway, yeah. So he named his boss's name, and then what happened was immediately when this aired, well, Bob Lazar actually had second thoughts and didn't want it to air, and actually fought with George Knapp in the production room like a movie. They fought over the tape, and George beat him and was able to have the tape air. Anyway, once the tape aired, they called Bob immediately and said, "Do you know what you've done and how badly you have fucked up?" And he said, I figure. And as I recall, they told him to come to Indian Wells, which is like a military area in Nevada, where they dismissed him of everything. So then what happened? And like, why didn't they straight up kill him then? Well, the reason why he went on TV was he said, the reason why I'm going on TV is if it shows that if I die, everything that I was saying is true. And I don't have anywhere else to go. So now that you know who I am, and you like, this was a time, Riser, when no one in the United States knew Area 51 was a thing. No one had ever heard of it, except for like a few engineers and stunt pilots in basically the Southwest. No one, I mean, no one in New York City knew what Area 51 was in 1988. No one in Chicago knew what Area 51 was. No one in Miami knew. Really, people that in Los Angeles didn't know. And I mean, you could have had somebody who was working in Burbank at Northrop or at Lockheed, and they wouldn't necessarily know what's going on. They know that they're working on a plane but they wouldn't necessarily know where it's being designed. Or I'm sorry, they may be designing it in Burbank, but they don't know where it's being flown or where they're testing it. So all of this happened in Area 51, which is located just north of Rachel, Nevada. It's located about an hour north of Las Vegas. And the reason why Las Vegas was even created, the reason why Las Vegas is even a thing was to be one giant fucking distraction from Area 51 so that people wouldn't pay attention to what's going on at the Nevada test site. So whenever anybody got really excited to do anything in that area of the world, they would be more tempted to go to Las Vegas than they would anything going on in the Nevada test site or Area 51. So Bob Lazar goes on TV and he says that his life is in danger. First, he goes under like a shadow, but they basically, you can kind of tell who he is. And they try to like distort him, but they still knew who he was. And his boss immediately called him and told him, "Do you know how?" I believe the exact quote was, "Do you know how fucked you are?" And he said that they called right after this thing aired. And so then what happened? He got, well, the story, I mean, it's a long story, but basically here's the breakdown. Bob Lazar allegedly went to MIT and Caltech. He's a very, very gifted physicist. He got a job working at Los Alamos Labs in New Mexico. Although the government went back and like erased his entire background, so that's why I said I say allegedly because it's really hard to find out anything about his background. However, this stuff is verified, and I'll say how. So he's working at Los Alamos, and and he actually built his own jet propulsion car. He had a Honda Civic that he put a jet engine in the middle of the desert. And I mean, like this, there's just like a weird physicist, but this car could go like 200 miles an hour, and it's just like a Honda Civic. And they wrote an article about his car in the um, Los Alamos newspaper, and it just so happened, and like if you don't know what Los Alamos is, and I'll cut you some slack because it's kind of a secret thing, but also you're not American, so I don't think they talk about this stuff, but it's essentially where the Manhattan Project was based out of. So when the United States developed nuclear weapons, and so it has a lot of still to this day um, nuclear physicists who work there, and Bob Lazar was hired as a physicist. Okay, so it just so happened that on the front page of the newspaper of the Los Alamos um, laboratory, they had written an article about Bob and his jet car, and who just so happened to be giving a lecture the same day is a man named Edward Teller. Do you know who Edward Teller is? Edward Teller, one of the chief architects of the Manhattan Project, aside in addition to J. Robert Oppenheimer. So this is basically like a huge individual in American history and in physics. And so Edward Teller is just by chance reading this article on Bob Lazar. And Bob goes up to him and he's like, "Hey, how you doing, Dr. Teller?" And they start to talk about the car because he's like, there's an article about me on the front page of the paper. And Edward Teller says, "Oh, wow, that's really interesting." And Edward says, if you're, actually, I think Bob said, I'd be really interested someday to work for a different project, perhaps, if you have anything in mind. And he said something like, "Well, you could work at Lawrence Livermore with me, or you could work at Area 51. And Bob had only kind of like heard rumors about this place. And now this isn't like Bob being a normal person. This is Bob being like a high level United States physicist. Still, no one knows about Area 51. So Bob ends up interviewing with a company called EG&G, which is still a very serious, very, very high level contractor for the government, very secretive, and he has his background pass and everything, and they tell him that he's going to be working on classified information at the Nevada test site, also known as Area 51. Or I think they just said at Nevada test site. They didn't really go into Area 51 or where he would be, because there are secret areas of Area 51, and he'd be at one of them. So he goes to work, and like without going into my knowledge of Area 51, there are different ways to get there. There's a tunnel system. There's an airplane known as a Janet flight, just another non-existent terminal. And if you want to know, like, what the hell is a Janet flight? The way that the United States government, like, it has some planes that don't have tail numbers, and some of them are known as the Janet flights. The reason why they're called the Janet flights is because basically the head of the Nevada test site a long time ago, his wife was named Janet, I think, and they had to name the planes after something, and somehow they got that name, and they're still referred to as that. And you can see them whenever I'm in Las Vegas. I look for them because the airport's like very close to the strip, and you can see them. They have one long red line. You can see they have a Wikipedia page, and anyway, so you can fly there, and then you can also take a bus there, and I believe Bob took a bus there. And the way that you work at Area 51 is not like a normal schedule. It's not like, hey, you come in at 8 o'clock and you leave at 5. It's not that way at all. It's like you work there for a week and they have like quarters to stay there. They have like dormitories, and then you'll be off for like 2 weeks. And then you'll work for a week and then you're off for like 2 weeks. It's like a strange schedule. So the way the schedule would work is they would call Bob in whenever they needed him, and they would call him at weird hours. And they'd call him in like in the middle of the night, and they'd be like, you have 1 hour to get to the Nevada test site. And that was a thing. If I recall in some of his interviews he's given, he has said that you couldn't go very far because you had to be available with the phone. This is the days before cell phones, and you had to be near a phone because if they needed you, you had to. This was your job. And he was making very good money, working for technically like Navy intelligence, but he was working on secret stuff for the government. Okay, so he gets to Area 51, and they do this debriefing on him. And the first thing he reads is like this long, like it's like 60 pages on the history of their program. And this is what he says. I mean, you can listen to his exact words. He goes into it in the journal experience. But I can tell you this. I've listened to this man's story for 30 years straight, and my story's changed more than this motherfucker's story. What do I mean? Like, this guy has just been so fucking consistent. I would say that 30 years ago, if you asked me what I wanted to be, perhaps I wanted to be a stockbroker or something like that. The crypto billionaires before of yesteryear. Even my story has changed. Bob Lazar's has not changed at all. It's remained consistent since 1989. So they have to do this. They do this briefing on him the first day that he's there, and he starts reading in this briefing that he's going to be working on reverse engineered alien technology that had crashed at Roswell and other sites, and that they didn't know that much about how it was its propulsion system, and that they were going to be reverse engineering it. And he read this other stuff, and as he reads this stuff, he's like, this is a fucking fake. I don't believe in aliens. I'm a high-level physicist. And like, what in the hell is this? This doesn't make any sense to me. I don't believe in aliens. Why are they telling me that like we have alien crafts from Rothschild and all this other stuff? So he also reads that humans have been seeded here on Earth, which is a common theory, which I go with as well. And I do use the Bob Lazar testimony as a source that this is most likely the way that the Earth has developed life. But and then they also say in the briefing that humanity has gone through at least 64 major DNA changes to it performed by some higher level intelligence. So Bob reads this stuff and he's like, this is the most fucked up story I've ever read. And they also do some tests on him. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen somebody with an allergen test. They'll do like an allergy test on your back, and like they'll put like 40 different things down, and they'll see. So he has an allergy test done, and some weird stuff happened to him. They were doing the allergy test, and then they did something where they would give him, they would like either do an injection or something on him, but it would mess with his memory. Meaning, he remembered some of this stuff, but then he would say, then it just got really, really blurry. Like my memory, I don't know. They gave me some kind of drug, so I didn't remember stuff, and that's common. I've heard of that before, and that's been documented. Okay, so then what does Bob do? Um, Basically, yeah. And so he goes back home, and he doesn't get called for like a couple weeks, and then finally he gets called to come up. Oh, the guy's name was not Bruce. The guy's name, I knew I'd remember it. See, this is the kind of shit, like, there are little details about shit that I just don't remember, and I'll get caught up on it. The guy's name is Dennis Mariano. And so he goes and meets Dennis, and Dennis was allegedly like his boss there. And the way that things work at Area 51, it's not like working in a normal setting. And Bob would talk about this a lot. Like normally when you're working in physics at a university level or even for a contractor, there's a problem that you have to solve and you brainstorm and you work in teams to try to figure out this stuff. That's not the way it works at Area 51. You're able to talk to one other person, your partner. That's it. And then if anything is gleaned from that, you like mark it down and you tell your boss, and that's it. There's no discussion at the cafeteria about all the cool shit you saw. There's none of that. If you do, that's your last day that you work there. They're very, very serious about this. I could talk to you about all the shit that they, like how you have to walk there, like, and when you're like, you have security detail, and it's called walking the line. I don't know if you've ever been like, I've seen this at hospitals. There'll be like lines on the floor, and like you follow the lines on the floor, and you're not allowed. Well, in a hospital, you can go wherever you want, but at Area 51, you follow the line, and you're not allowed to go off of the line, or the security has permission to take lethal force. But there's some other stories about that. Anyway, back to Bob. So Bob is working with Dennis, and basically where they work was not normal Area 51. They work in a subsection of Area 51 called S4. So you'll get like old time pilots and old time test pilots and stuff who would be like, oh, I worked at Area 51, and they don't have anything more there than a bunch of planes and stuff sitting in the desert. And that may be all that person saw, but they were really just at Area 51. They weren't at some of the other sections that they have that are very secretive, and S4 is the most secretive of these. And I can tell you like all about this S4 facility. I can tell you more about the S4 facility than I can tell you about the White House. And like, I'm a very patriotic American, and I don't have a very good blueprint of the White House in my head, but I have a better blueprint of this facility, S4. It has like 6 different levels. There are all kinds of crazy shit going on. There's all kinds of crazy shit going there. But Bob never saw any of that. But just so you know, Bob talked about this S4, and only years later did other people find out about it, and then were they able to fill in the gaps of like where, like how this place was arranged. All right, so what happens is Bob gets called to go to work. They take him in this bus, and the way that the bus is all of the windows of the bus are like blacked out, so you can't really tell where you're going. And I think it's a 15-minute bus ride south from. I mean, like I could drive you there. That's how fucking well I think I know this place. But it's 15 miles south from Groom Lake is what it's called, from Area 51, and Area 51 has a lot of fucking names. Just like Vitamin B17 has amygdala and lateral to confuse people. Area 51 has a bunch of names. It's known as Watertown, Dreamland, Area 51, Groom Lake, Nevada Test Site. All of these are just different names for the same place, and they've just used different names for it to cause confusion since it was started after World War II as a generally like a high security facility, generally for the testing of aircraft, but lots of other things happen there too. Oh, and artillery and stuff. Okay, and if you don't know, like 90% of the state of Nevada is federal land, and a lot of it was just used as like bombing like areas. So a lot of it can't be used. All right, so Area 51, S4. Bob's taking a bus to S4. They get out of the bus, and um, all of a sudden they're like in front of this like wall. This that looks like just like a wall of a like a rock wall, like of a mountain, and you couldn't tell, but as you got closer and closer, it actually turned out that these were bays of like garage bays that had a textured um, that looked like sands on the front, and when the bays opened, at least within one of them, Bob says that he saw what was called the sport model of UFOs. So the sport model is very well documented by Tesla uh, models. You can see what it looks like. It's your classic craft. It's about like 40 feet across. It's not very tall. Um, and um, Bob said that the first time he saw this, there was like a little American flag on it, and he thought, "Oh, well, that's what this is." Like this whole time, all these Area 51 UFO things have been just like advanced fighters of the U.S. government. But as he came to learn, that's not what it was. He put his hand on the craft, and it was cool to the touch, but they yelled at him for doing that. He wasn't allowed to touch anything, and their goal, everybody at like this everybody at this site had a different part. So basically, like Bob's job was to reverse engineer the propulsion. They wanted to know how this craft was able to travel at extreme distances extremely quickly without like a major power source. And somebody else was working on like the skin of it and how it was like impervious to any type of um, ammunition. Basically, like they could shoot shit at it, and the like everything would just bounce off of it. Um, and so Bob's job was to. Pardon me? No, but probably there would be like um, four teams of two people, but the two people each team of two people weren't allowed to talk to the other people. So right, it's a military technique known, well, just sociologically as compartmentalization. It's the idea that the more compartmentalized or secretive and you can make a subject, the less likelihood that the information will eventually be disclosed or publicized. So basically, there's that whole exactly. They don't know anything about them. They don't know their names. They don't know where they're from. They're not allowed to talk to them. So, like, basically, you can have, let's say, like 8 people studying the same thing, but they're not allowed to talk about it with each other. They only get to talk about it with their partner. And Bob said,
they could funnily enough still accomplish that if they all wore like disguises and got early waivers, all of them, if one of them uttered their name and up their voices a little bit.
Okay.
I get it for security.
Yeah. I mean, generally they just want to make sure that not a lot of people are talking about this stuff. And the way that you can limit that is by saying you're only allowed to talk with your partner, and anything that you glean from this, you just put it in a report, and that way there's not a lot of discussion. There's another issue that arises where you don't want one person knowing too much about this stuff either. So you don't want one person knowing, oh, well, this is how a propulsion system works, and this is how the external skin works, and then this is how the navigation system works. You don't want one person knowing all of that stuff. That's too.
So they can go build their own.
Or they could go tell a foreign government how this stuff works. So the less that the people know, the better. And this compartmentalized system is how they choose to work there. Now, Bob complains about this at length, that this is really bad for scientific research. This isn't how scientists generally act in society. They don't try to keep things secret. They try to collaborate and they try to learn from other people's discoveries, but that's not how things go there. So Bob said that over the course of this was over the course of 8 months, he was called up there like half dozen times maybe. So he wasn't up there like all day every day for months, but he was up there like half dozen times over maybe once a month for a week or so. And so he was there for a while, but it's not like he was there every single day. So well, he doesn't really get an opportunity to interact with it too much because they have all the security there. So basically, they run some tests, and perhaps after this, we'll listen to what he says. So at the time, the periodic table of elements wasn't the way that it was designed the same way, but it ended. It ended at around element number 99 or so. And so some of these more advanced elements weren't even discussed, they were just theorized. But they were able to somehow glean that this spacecraft was utilizing an element 115, known as Moscovium. And Bob Lazar started talking about this element 20 years before it was ever discovered. Now, theoretically, people would know that it exists. I could say, oh, there's some kind of molecular shape with 140 different atoms on it. And that exists. Does it have a name? It would be quadrillium or something like that. Quadrillium or something. Quadrillium, something like that. I mean, and what happens is these things get temporary names, and then when they're officially discovered, wherever they're discovered, the person or the team sometimes gets credit. Why is it called Moscovium? Because the first time it was formally found, it was in Moscow, at the University of Moscow. Okay, so Bob, they run through these tests, these really fucking interesting tests. So they somehow they got out the engine of the thing, the propulsion part, and they were able to see what powered it. And it was this little dome that they could remove, and inside there was a little bit of element 115. And 115 is normally on Earth has a half-life of less than a second. It just doesn't exist. It's not something that's normally stable, but somehow this craft was able to create a stable version of it and use it to travel interstellarly, essentially. so there were some other weird things about it, that this was actually producing its own gravitational pull. And he describes what it's like. It's almost like when a magnet, like when a magnet is pulling, and you can feel that feeling when a magnet is pulling and you're pulling against it, except it was the opposite of that. It's like when you have two repelling magnets, and the closer you go to push on one, the more the other will um uh not reflect, but will repel each other. And it was the same with this gravitational machine. And so basically, this was a new type of machine that no one on in the United States, but really no one had ever talked about. We had talked about like ways to produce energy, but we never talked about ways to produce gravity. And so this was like an entirely new type of discovery. And um, there were some other stories that Bob tells where they had this, that the sport model is what it's called. The reason why he calls it that is just it looked like a sport model, like a sporty car. It was like very aerodynamic. And he said, well, they do have those apparently, like ones that are bigger and perhaps clunkier, but this one was just really smooth and not too big, and it's gotten this nickname, the sport model. Okay, so there was another instance when Bob was there where they actually took the sport model out of one of the bays and had it fly around, and they said that, like he said when he was there, it it produced like a very low hum, and that there would be like a little bit of, I don't know if you've ever seen like St. Elmo's fire. It's it's like this, like a phenomenon where like it's like a ball of lightning that can occur over things. But basically, like there was like a little bit of an energy disturbance from the bottom of the craft, where it would almost be like you could tell that there was like an electrical current going through it, but it wasn't making a lot of noise. And this thing just floated off the ground. And allegedly, there was somebody, like a human perhaps, inside, because they were trying to communicate to the person via radio. Under normal conditions, though, the way that this thing would fly, it would create um, a gravitational field around it that wouldn't allow radio to penetrate. But somehow they were able to get through that. So basically, they were talking to the pilot inside the craft, like, all right, is it working correctly? Yep. All right, take it 10 feet off the ground, do a little circle, and then land it. And that's what they did. It would just like get off the ground, do a little circle, and come right back, and it would do it very smoothly. And it was their job to figure out like how this thing was propulsive. Okay, so Bob at the time was kind of like, he was married, and he was having to spend a lot of time at the Nevada test site, like randomly. Like I said, they'd call him in the middle of the night, and he'd have to just tell his wife, honey, I gotta go. I'll be back in a week. And that's not good for a marriage. It turned out his wife was taking flying aviation classes, and was having an affair with her flight instructor. And the people at Area 51 were tapping Bob's phone calls, and he knew they were tapping their phone calls. This is something that he agreed to work there. But what he didn't know is that his wife was having an affair. So what ended up happening is the people at Area 51 had to break the news to Bob, hey, you're not going to be coming up here for a while, because in order to come up here and work, you have to pass the psychological stability test. And we're about to tell you that your wife is having an affair, and you're not going to be able to pass it. We're not going to let you pass it. So basically, they call him and they say, Bob, we don't want you coming in. We don't want you coming into work. Your wife's having an affair. And he's like, how did you know this? And they're like, we've heard them on the phone, and your wife doesn't necessarily know that all these calls are being taped, but we just want you to know, we want you to take care of yourself, and when you're in a better mental spot, we'll call you. So Bob was already wanted to tell his friends about this stuff. What I didn't tell you is that Bob had some friends, one of whom is named John Lear. John Lear just recently died. But John Lear's dad was Bill Lear, who invented the Learjet. So, and John Lear was a pilot for this. Pardon me? No, not John Deere, John Lear. So, if you've ever heard of exactly. He's the son of the Learjet guy. So, Bob and John Lear were friends. And John Lear was really into aliens and stuff. And John would tell Bob, hey, if you're going to go work at Area 51, see if you can find anything about aliens. And this was before Bob had ever worked at Area 51. Bob was like, John, you're nuts. Look, I work in all this secret stuff. If anybody's going to know about aliens, I'm going to know. And we don't have any of that kind of stuff. Well, it turned out we did. And Bob really wanted to tell John that John was right this whole time. And now that Bob had found out his wife was cheating on him and he wasn't going to be able to go up and work there as regularly, they didn't fire him. They just said, you need to take a little bit of time off while this all happens. Bob got John Lear and some friends, another guy named Gene Huff. And I should say, Riser, my memory of the timeline is a little off here. Before Bob found out his wife was cheating on him, he was still very interested in taking his friends, including his wife, to Area 51 to show them what it is that he had been seeing. And so he did. One day they took they made arrangements and they took John Lear's RV and they took Bob Lazar's wife and this guy named Gene Huff. He's a mutual friend of all of theirs. And they drove to Area 51 and they knew when the test schedule to fly the UFOs was. It was on Wednesday nights. And the reason why they chose Wednesday nights is because that's when the traffic in the area was the least. So when you know it, like just like clockwork, they go out there and they actually have this on camera. They have it on camera where they filmed the UFOs flying. Yeah, I mean, I've seen the video. It just looks like lights in the distance, but yeah, I mean, I've seen it. They knew when these things were going to be flying. So as no. You're not allowed to do any of that stuff. This was all done secretively. But they took an RV there, which is kind of a big vehicle to take. So once they were done videotaping I think they went up twice. The first time they went, I don't know if they took a video camera, but the second time they definitely did. They definitely got it on video. This becomes classic UFO footage, like in the annals of ufology. This was a big one because it was like, we know that these weren't real UFO. We knew these weren't alien crafts, but they were perhaps reverse engineered, which was definitely important evidence to have. So as they're leaving this area, something happens. I mean, like you'll hear it from Bob exactly, but like one of them drops no. They hear something drop, and like all of a sudden this thing like rolls up to one of them, and it turns out it was a night vision goggle. The Area 51 security force had been watching them the whole time, and they just accidentally dropped one of their night vision goggles. All of a sudden, all these lights turn on, and they're like, "Put your hands up. What are you doing?" So they get caught. Okay, so remember I said Bob's wife had an affair, and that's why they said don't come to the Nevada test site. I had mistaken the timeline. Um, they they got caught at Area 51, and it was around the same time that they also that he found out that his wife was cheating on him. It might have been in the same month. It was so if I said one happened before the other, it was the reverse. Basically, they went up in the RV um, because I know Bob's wife was there, so they were on good terms at that time, and they saw what was being videotaped. And then at the same time, when they told him, so what ended up happening? They catch him up there. They say, "Do you know how much trouble you are in?" And they say, "Come to Indian Wells the next day," or something like that. At around the same time, they is when he found out his wife was cheating on him, and all of this was a lot of pressure on Bob, and that's when he decided he was going to go to KLAS, the local television affiliate, and tell his story to basically protect himself because there's a story where right after all this happened, he was getting onto the freeway, and while it could have been a car backfiring, he says it could have been a car backfiring, but it could have been somebody taking shots at him. Um, but they basically ruined his life. And if you ever hear from Bob, he is a physicist. At the end of the day, this is like a geeky dude. He is not into aliens. And I'm going to tell you this, as someone who is into aliens, one of the people who talks about this shit less than any person ever is Bob Lazar. He does an interview maybe once a year, maybe once every 3 or 4 years, depending. And the interview is always very, very consistent. And but it's not like suspiciously consistent. It's like he's telling the same fucking story. And it's like it just maintains consistency. So anyway, then what happens? He goes on television. He tells his story. He goes. They tell him, "Do you know how much trouble you're in?" They fire him, and you would think like, wait, they didn't fire him after he took his friends out in an RV, or after they found out his wife was cheating on him. They fired him finally after um, going on TV. I'm saying all this happened within a month, and it was like he got caught with the RV, so he was on um, he was on on leave or whatever. Then with his wife, they had to tell him that as well to make sure he knows that he's not going to be able to come up there anymore until he passes the psychological part. And after all of that happened, he just kind of broke. And so he goes, he tells this on TV. They tell him like he's done basically. And from there, he just went on like, I don't want to say he went on a media tour. He didn't. He just went on a few other media places and reported his story like on radio. But this is never a guy who sold a book. He sold the movie credits, but that's just because it's a really good story. But he didn't make a lot of money on the movie. Um, he's just maintained a very, very consistent, extremely consistent story. And I'm not the only person who says that. Joe Rogan, who has been studying this story for as long as I have, probably longer, has made the world aware, just as I have. Bob Lazar's story is as consistent as the day is long, and it's one of the most fascinating stories in ufology. Anyway, with that, I'm going to turn on his episode. He's only been on the Joe Rogan Experience once, but he was on with Jeremy Corbell. They made a documentary together on the subject, and one of the things that, like, there are questions about Bob Lazar, and like, how could he have known all the stuff that he knew when he knew it? And it's like, there's like, he knew about some kind of technology that is like really fascinating technology that never really became mainstream, but yet was still used to identify people. Like what? So in order to get your key card privileges at Area 51, like 30 years ago, before they had like key card readers and shit, and like fingerprint scanners and retinal scanners, what you would do is put your hand on this box, and they'd shine a light behind it, and the light could detect how many bones were in your hand. Basically, if you shine a light through your hand, the bones of your hand are arranged in a certain way that they're very unique, like a fingerprint. And when your hand would match up with this light, it would give you your key card so that you'd be able to work to do what you needed to do. But that type of technology never really made it mainstream. And Bob would talk about this, and they never could find it. But Jeremy in this documentary was able to find it. So you see it briefly. I've seen it before, though. Basically, it's like something you put your hand on, like you put your palm on. It does not read your palm, though. It reads the bones in your hand, and then gives you access. So I know this is like a really long story. It's one of my favorite stories of ufology. It's absolutely fascinating. This guy is as rock solid of a witness as you'd ever want. And with that, I'm about to put him on. This is episode 1315 of the Joe Rogan Experience, starring the one, the only, Bob Lazar and Jeremy Corbell. All right, I don't know if when I play it on the watch thing, sometimes it gets delayed, but at least you'll be able to hear it. I hope. Just one moment. 3. Hell yeah, man.
At that time, it was 1982. I put a jet engine in my Honda, and Los Alamos put it on the front page of the paper. Said, Los Alamos man, physicist at the lab, built this 200 mile an hour, Honda jet car that I drove to work every day. So I was known in Los Alamos, the guy with the weird car, and you could hear it from a mile away. Anyway, the day that came out on the front page of the paper was the day Edward Teller, the father of the hydrogen bomb, was giving a lecture down there at the lab. And we didn't have much going on that day in our group, and I asked if I could go down there. And I went down there early, and Ed Teller was outside leaning on a brick wall there and reading the front page of the paper. Now, this is a guy out of history, so I introduced myself. Hey, I'm the guy you're reading about there. And we talked for a little while, and it was cool. Fast forward to years later, I had moved out to Las Vegas and had, left Los Alamos and, went on to other things. And I wanted to get back into the scientific community. I left to start other businesses and that sort of thing. So I sent resumes out, and one of them went out to Ed Teller and referenced our meeting, back in the day. And anyway, he remembered me and gave me a reference, somebody to contact at EG&G. And that's pretty much how it started.
So you get a phone call or a letter? Like, what do you get?
Well, I got what did I get? I got a letter initially, and went down for an interview probably a couple times. And it was down at EG&G Special Projects, which was at McCarran Airport at that time out in Las Vegas.
And did they give you any sort of job description, what you were applying for?
they said it was for, I can't remember exactly what they did. This was a long time ago, but I think it was advanced propulsion or something like that. Something relatively generic. And they said it's in a remote area. It's going to be some days on, some days off. And, it was kind of not exactly a full-time job, but you might have to be out there for 2 weeks at a time and take 2 weeks off. So it was kind of the work schedule would be kind of broken up.
And did it seem attractive to you, or did it seem weird?
No, it really wasn't weird, because people that work at the test site, anybody that's familiar with the area up there, working at the nuclear test site or at the Tonopah test range north of there, that's typically how things go.
So you had known about it from the scientific community? Because Area 51 at that time was
no, they didn't say anything about Area 51.
Okay, so they
just said it was in a remote location, and you just know it was up at the test site.
Right.
So, but there was no mention of Area 51 at that time.
So they've done hundreds of nuclear tests in Nevada. That whole area there's giant chunks of Nevada that people.
Yeah, there's a big piece of Nevada, and it's split up into different areas. There's a nuclear test site. There's Area 51. There's the Tonopah test range north of that. There's little sub areas. There's areas where they test chemical weapons and things like that. So it's all broken up as a gigantic test area.
So take me back to first day on the job. You accept a job. They take you out there.
Yeah, it's the first day, really, I didn't really get to see a whole lot. The first day was essentially just paperwork. That's when I flew into Area 51 proper. And I left McCarran Airport and flew what they call the Janet flights. Just, a passenger plane from Las Vegas to Area 51. And it was really just going through a mountain of paperwork that day. From security clearances to... it was like 2 or 3 hours of just solid paperwork. And that was really an uneventful first day.
When did things get weird? When did you realize, at what point in time did you say, hey, this is not normal work? Like, this doesn't even seem like it's from this planet.
That, I can't tell you what day that occurred on, because so much time has gone by. The days have kind of fused into one, and I can't separate the days.
Was it a slow burn, or was there a moment of recognition?
Well, the first inkling I had was when I came in. There's this facility that is at S4. It's in the side of a mountain. And normally we had pulled in with the bus and gone around the front through a normal double door. This time that I went in, there were hangar doors open. I went in through the hangar door, and in the hangar door was the disc, the flying saucer that I worked on. I saw it sitting there, and we walked by it. It had a little American flag stuck on the side, and I thought, oh my God, this finally explains all the flying saucer stories. This is just an advanced fighter, and this is fucking hilarious.
Right.
So I went by, I slid my hand alongside it. I got reprimanded immediately for touching the thing. And there was a guy, an armed guard, that followed us in and just said, keep your eyes forward and your hands at your side and just walk in the door. So that was the first time I had seen anything that was weird. It was sometime later that I was introduced to my my lab partner, Barry. And we had some of the subcomponents of the craft in the lab. And Barry was very anxious to get a new lab partner. So he was very talkative and couldn't wait to show me different things. And it was in the demonstration of the reactor working where it caught my attention to where this is technology that doesn't even exist. So, I mean, that was the first time I knew that this is really something different.
What was it? What was it? What was it about this reactor that made you think that it didn't exist technologically?
Well, it was I actually have to back up because there were some briefings that I read before that certainly gave me the impression that this was going to be a weird job, but this was the first hands-on thing. This was a small reactor about the size of a hemisphere, about the size of a basketball on a metal plate. And when it was running, it produced a gravitational field of its own. Now, this is something that we can't do. We can't produce any gravity. The only way we get gravity is from large quantities of mass. But there's no machine we can have that turns on that makes gravity. Like, you can turn on an electromagnet and it makes a magnetic field. We can't make a gravitational field. Anyway, this device was producing that. And Barry said, almost like he was bragging, go ahead, try and touch the sphere. And I couldn't. It pushed my hands away, just like two like poles of a magnet. So that was
so like when you take two magnets and try to press them together and then
you
push
have
against
that,
each other.
Yeah, kind of cushion feeling, but you can't get them together. The closer you put them, the more they push. But
and you felt that physically
with my hand. Yeah. Now there's nothing that does that, and that immediately caught my attention. Going, wow, this is something else.
What was your thought? Like when you felt that and you knew that there was nothing that you were aware of that could produce
then
this?
that connected me to the briefings that I read on the first day at S4 was that, everything that I had read was apparently accurate.
What were you reading?
It was kind of an overview. This project was to back engineer the alien craft. And specifically, it was to try and back engineer and see if we can duplicate the technology with available materials. Now, to do this, they split the project into many different pieces for several reasons. They do this on all classified projects, so nobody has the complete story, but they compartmentalize everything. And we had the power and propulsion system. So what the briefings they gave me were like a 1 or 2 page overview of some of the other projects that were going on, on the craft. The only reason they do that is just in case what you're working on is connected intimately in some way that we don't know of to one of the other projects. You have to know their, their existence. So, again, they have everything from metallurgy to, weapon potential of the craft. And these were all, essentially very short briefings, but mine was just power and propulsion. And it made it very clear that what I read was accurate.
So when you're reading that, before you actually saw the reactor, what were your thoughts on what they were describing? If you knew that something like that didn't exist, and they're describing it in the briefings, what did you think you were going to see?
I didn't know at the time. I mean, I was reading, I thought, is this some kind of test?
See if you're crazy?
Well, not to see if I'm crazy, to... a lot of times they'll take in real high security jobs. I mean, they'll intentionally insert nonsense into them, whether it's to confuse the fact or if for someone was to leak it out, they would carry that information along and know where it came from. So I read through the documents, but, I didn't know if this was, part of some kind of test or, or what, or was it potentially realistic? I mean, I really didn't consider it being all that possible as far as being the actual thing that I was going to work on at the time.
How did they turn it on?
The reactor?
Yeah.
The reactor can be turned on or turned off in a lot of different ways. The way Barry showed me, the hemisphere is removed. There's a small tower in the middle. When you put the hemisphere on, the reactor activates. The reactor shuts down. It's load sensing. So if there's no load on the reactor at all, it shuts down. When there's a load present on it, it starts up again.
Load meaning?
You can consider it an electrical load. So although it doesn't necessarily operate electrically, there's no wiring that connects any of the subcomponents together whatsoever. They just have to be in the immediate vicinity. The stuff is borderline magic. And that's essentially where we left it, when I left the project.
So there was no progress made?
There was some progress. I mean, we did identify, at least we think, some processes and had a rough idea, we think, of what was going on. But I think this is a problem that they've had for a long time. And, I was replacing somebody that Barry worked with prior to me. And I think there was some horrific accident that I didn't have a whole lot of information on, but, Barry alluded to that.
A horrific accident, like
where someone died, or
Yeah, where somebody died.
because they were trying to tamper with things or figure out how something worked?
Yeah, the reactor in particular.
But yet he let you touch it.
Yeah, I think what they were trying to do was cut into one.
Oh,
Now
Jesus.
they had more than one there, and that was supposedly there was an unannounced nuclear test, and that's what it was. At the time, remember, they were still doing underground nuclear tests at the test site. But from what I understand, according to Barry, there was an attempt made. Now, this must have been a pretty desperate attempt because it's not a very scientific process to analyze something that way. But it looked like they used a plasma cutter or something like that to cut into an operating reactor.
How many of these things did they have?
They had nine craft altogether. I only got hands-on with one of them, so I can't really say what how the others operated.
Did you see the other ones?
Yeah, at one time and only one time, the bay doors that between the hangars were all open, and I could see all the way through.
And were they all exactly the same?
No, they were all different.
Different shapes?
Yeah.
But they were all from somewhere else.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, did anyone make any attempt to explain or to tell you where they came from?
No one is the least bit interested in letting everybody know all the facts. They want to give you the minimum information that's necessary to complete your task. So you're not getting the story of where they came from. You're not getting the story of how much progress other people are making. You just focus on the small component.
But they gave you some indication that they've been working on these for a while.
Yeah.
When do you think they acquired these?
I really couldn't say. I think they've been around for a while.
So they bring you into this room. You see this reactor working. You realize this is nothing that, as far as like the scientific community at current time, has the ability to create.
We still don't.
What is your life like from that moment on? Is that where everything changes? Because I would imagine the moment you actually make contact with something that's extraterrestrial, whether it's an object or a being, something where you can actually absolutely be certain it's not from here, your whole paradigm, the whole world you live in, is now a different place.
Well, this is the only time it became exciting. The rest of the time, it was really an ominous feeling being at work. But at that time, it was exciting. I mean, now I knew we were on the absolute beyond the cutting edge of science. And I was so absolutely excited to be there every single time I was. This was a fantastic opportunity. And however, in short order, it began to concern me. We really have no idea what we're talking about. And the excitement kind of turned to dread at some point, because the amount of power we're dealing with is astronomical. I mean, to affect gravity, to produce the effects like this equipment does, takes huge amounts of power. And I've given the example before of, taking a small portable nuclear reactor and, putting it back into Victorian times, with the scientists of the time, and just dropping it in a room. And they come and look at it and see that it's producing power and wonder how it works. So they start taking it apart. And as soon as they get some of the shielding off, the people are going to drop dead because of the radiation inside. Now, the people have no idea that radiation even exists back then. But anybody that comes in to check on them will also drop dead. And, there's no reason that exact scenario couldn't happen with what we're dealing with. We have no idea how the physics operate within this thing. The power levels are, like I said, astronomical. Like, it's incredibly dangerous to tinker with something like that. And, in some respects, we were guinea pigs. Just try to find out how to make this thing.
So they had a series, as far as you're surmised, they had a series of different scientists try to back engineer this thing, try to figure out what this thing was, and they would bring in new people and let's throw Bob at it.
Yeah.
And
I don't know how many, but I knew there was certainly one before me, and I knew he died during the analysis of the reactor itself.
And you don't know how many have worked on it, and no one gave.
This
any
could have been there
indication.
for 50 years. It could have been there for 5 years.
When they're
I
giving
really
you
don't
instructions, what are they saying? Like when they're giving you direction, they're showing you all this stuff. Like what are they saying? What specifically? What are they asking of you?
Well, essentially what they ask is what I said. We are just to gather as much information as possible, find out how it operates, and see if we can duplicate it. So,
But they never told you where it was from. They never let you ask questions about where it's from.
Well, if the information I read in the briefings was accurate, now what I do have to say is the information that pertained directly to the reactor was accurate. What I read did jive with reality.
In terms of how?
In terms of how it was made, what we saw, how it operated, the materials, how it, turned on, and what was discovered about it. I'm sorry, the migraine is really making it hard for me to think here.
Sorry, no, we talked that before the podcast. You tell everybody Bob was getting a migraine. I know you're very stressed out by this, which is one of the reasons why I appreciate you doing this.
Where was I already?
We were talking about
right,
the way you explained it.
And so there was some paperwork that indicated that this was from the Zeta Reticuli star system. Now, how they obtained that, I haven't the slightest idea. But it wasn't just from the Zeta Reticuli star system. It was what they called ZR3. So it was a third planet in that star system. So there was no other information about it other than that's supposedly where the craft came from. Now, is that true? I don't know. I have no way of verifying that. But that was printed in the same materials that referenced the reactor. Now, I looked that stuff up when I went home. And Zeta Reticuli is a binary star, two stars that orbit one another. And it's only visible in the southern hemisphere, and it's about 30 some odd light years away. So that's literally all the information I have about that. I don't know how they found out it came from there.
And you also probably have some suspicions that they give you some disinformation like you were talking about before. Where they would, if you ever decided to talk about this, they added a bunch of nonsense to make whatever is factual look ridiculous.
Right. Or be able to trace it down. Like, okay, this fax came out and, this Lazar guy said it had, came from Zeta Reticuli, so they knew it would
when
be
you
me.
read Zeta Reticuli, you're like, what in the fuck is this?
Well, reading all of the stuff, it was, what
Right.
in the fuck is this?
You're like, why did I sign up for this? So, like, what?
No, to me, this was cool. This
Right.
was interesting. I said, I was just excited to be out in a secure area, in the middle of the desert. I said,
Right.
this is awesome.
How old were you at the time?
I was in my 20s.
Yeah, so you're probably like totally geeked out.
Oh yeah, this was great. I mean, I was excited. So I didn't care. I'm reading through everything, and
So you read through all the Zeta Reticuli thing, but then when you see the actual starship with the little American flag sticker on it,
well, was
that later or before?
That was before.
So before. So you see the thing before, and you say, "Oh, this is American."
Wait, what's that before?
Hard. So many years.
Yeah, I can't.
Either way, it doesn't matter.
The days have fused together. It's so hard to separate what happened in each visit to the
Do you remember
place.
the thought process when you read that it's from Zeta Reticuli?
Yeah, it didn't hit me like a ton of bricks or anything. It was just like, yeah, okay. And
You think it was bullshit?
I don't know.
You just were
I
like,
don't. Now I don't. I mean, because when I
Right.
read it, I hadn't verified anything, and this was just a bunch of stuff I was reading, and I thought maybe after this they're just going to give me a test and see what I can remember in
Right.
crazy information, and
Right.
then it would. But like I said, when I finally went in with Barry and had hands-on experience with what they were talking about, it took on a completely different meaning.
So there's a plate, there's this thing that looks like a half a basketball, and when it's on, you can't come anywhere near it. You can't touch it.
Right.
How is what is gravity about that? Like the concept of gravity to most people is gravity is bringing something towards it.
Right. Well, I guess you would say it's anti-gravity. It's gravity shifted 180 degrees. It's anti-gravity.
And did they have any understanding about what could possibly create this effect? Did they have any areas where they'd like you to look into?
No, they knew there was a fuel source in it. and they were proficient at making it work. And again, my analogy to something like this is you can drop a motorcycle off in the wagon train days and just leave it with the keys parked outside, somebody's place. Everybody will come around it and they'll poke and prod, and eventually they'll turn the key, get it to start, and become proficient at riding it.
Yeah.
But they won't be able to understand what the hell's going on. They won't be able to make the plastic fender, much less anything else. And I think that's exactly the state we were at. We played around with the parts long enough before I got there where they could make the reactor operate, take the fuel out and know that it makes it work. How exactly what was going on in the reactor remained a mystery at the time. I think we made some progress on what was going on inside, but I don't think anybody really knew anything. They could just watch what was going on and make note of it.
How long were you there?
I'd say about 6 months or so.
And what progress was made while you were there?
Well, we came up with a bunch of reasonably good ideas about how the reactor worked. And one of them was the square base of it was essentially like a cyclotron, which is a small particle accelerator, a circular one. Particle accelerators, linear particle accelerators are just a, long tube essentially, and they accelerate particles with high voltage and, radio frequencies till they reach high speeds. But a cyclotron does that in a small circular area. And there's this very heavy element fuel, element 115, something that wasn't on our periodic charts at the time.
But it is now.
It is now, yeah.
When did it become on the periodic table now, the way the charts now?
I don't remember. Do you remember when they...
2004, Darmstadt, Germany, I think is where they first fabricated 4 atoms. They lasted 220 milliseconds with the atoms. It's nothing, right? And then it later was discovered a couple more times they could fabricate it. Then they gave it a place then on the periodic chart after that, called it Moscovium.
So they told you about this stuff in 1982?
Yeah, well,
No,
we
not
kind of...
1982.
What year was this?
It was 88 and 89 when I was there.
Oh, okay.
82 is when
82 was when you
in
were in Los Alamos. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So 88, 89, they told you about this stuff. So this was not like...
No, they didn't tell me about it. That's one of the things that this group came up with. The God, I keep losing my train of thought with this thing.
So this one area, this element 115 was the fuel.
Yeah, it was the fuel.
The world will forgive you for having a migraine.
It's really hard to think through this. Just give me a
We'll
minute.
just give you more
I just want to
booze.
say yeah, definitely. I was going to say one thing. Bob, for the last 30 years, people have just been on the attack on Bob. Getting to know him, the personal effects on his life. It's really hard to understand unless you meet his family and his wife. I mean, this is the last thing he wanted to fucking do, was have to talk.
Yeah, we should explain that, Jeremy, that you and I had this conversation. I
For a
watched
long
your
time.
documentary. We had this conversation, and I said, I have to talk to him.
Yeah.
The document, there's been detractors. There's been a bunch of people that called bullshit on many of the things that you've said. But over time, many of the things that you talked about, even in the 80s, have proven to be true. Things that people said were not true were proven to be true. Element 115 was one of them. Right?
Right. Element 115, the fuel they had, was stable. In other words, it didn't decay. It wasn't emitting radioactivity. When they synthesized the 2 or 3 atoms of the 115, it did decay, and it was not a stable element. So they're kind of 2 different things. But this is kind of typical. Elements always have, or pretty much always have, stable isotopes and unstable isotopes. Like I think cesium has like 30 unstable isotopes to it. So, hydrogen, for example, you're familiar with hydrogen gas. It's stable. It's not radioactive. But there's also 2 other types of hydrogen, deuterium and tritium. And deuterium isn't radioactive. It's another stable isotope of hydrogen. But tritium is radioactive. Now, they're all hydrogen, but they just have different amounts of neutrons. So it's the same thing with other elements and element 115. Depending on the amount of neutrons it has, designates the isotope. but it's 115. They will continue to take or experiment and try and make 115 at different isotopes, and I'm sure eventually they'll come up with a stable version, but it's the stable version that has the properties that we're talking about.
So they somehow or another had acquired a stable version. Did they say that the stable version had come with this craft?
Yeah, it absolutely came with the craft, yeah.
So at the time, you having a firm knowledge of the periodic chart and knowing what was real and what wasn't real, what was your reaction to having this stable element 115 that wasn't even supposed to exist?
Well, everything was impossible.
Right.
I mean, down to the metal. I did get a chance to look inside the craft on only one occasion, and this was important because where the reactors sat might have been critical to how it operated, since everything operates without any interconnection, so the placement of components might be critical. So they allowed me to go inside and look at it. Again, I forgot where the hell I am.
So you're going into this craft, and what are you thinking when you're inside of it? Like, what are you seeing?
It's a very ominous feeling, because there are no, first of all, everything is one color. It's like a dark pewter color, and there are no right angles anywhere. It's as if somebody took, I've said this before, somebody took a model and fashioned it out of wax and then heated it just for a short time so everything melted. Everything looks like it's fused together. Everything has a radius of curvature where two items meet. It's a really weird looking thing, but there was almost nothing other than a small foldable hatchway that looked recognizable. Everything was really unworldly, to pick on it, a way to describe it.
So you get inside this thing, and it's designed for something that's much smaller than a human being.
Yeah, you can't really stand up till you get to the very center of it.
And how tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
And what do you think this was designed for?
I'd say something close to half my height.
Wow. So these little 3 foot tallish creatures.
Yeah, and the seats were small too. I mean, obviously it was made, for something small. But there is no, there's nothing else in there. There's just seats, the reactor, and some of the subcomponents. There's no control panels. There's no bathroom. There's no decorative components or artwork or anything that you would recognize or trim. I mean, it's just a very bare bones thing.
You're not seeing any screens.
Well, there are archways around it that are part of the superstructure, and one of the archways can become transparent. When I was in there was another group working on one of the archways, and you could call that a screen, more or less.
So through that archway, it would maintain the solidity, the solid, whatever metal it was.
Yeah.
But you could see
it just
through
became transparent. Yeah. I saw that happen once or twice before I left.
Did you ask any questions about what the fuck?
No, there's no asking
questions.
questions.
No asking questions.
No.
But when you watch something become transparent and you realize it's still there, but you can now see through it.
Yeah, I mean, now that's not that impressive. We do have some liquid crystal materials that are like that. They have smart glass. Yeah, they call it smart glass. So this is just, and I don't know if the craft is made of, an advanced metal or a ceramic. It was cold to the touch. So, I would lean more towards a metal.
You're not allowed to ask questions.
No, they work on the buddy system. So I can only exchange ideas and talk to Barry. Now, this really interferes with science, because science is based on free discussion. And ideally, you get a bunch of guys together, exchange ideas, work on problems, and that's how things move forward. But they're so over the top concerned about security, they split everything off, and everybody becomes stagnant. It just destroys any of the progress you can make, or at least makes it go so slow. I think they wind up shooting themselves in the foot.
Which is probably why they arrived at this bottleneck, that they need to get this madman with a jet-powered Honda come in and see what he could do.
I think that was an act of desperation. I think they wanted someone that thinks out of the box, and let's just give this guy a try here, because they weren't, and they might have done this 4 more times since up to the point in time today, assuming they're still working on this thing.
And when you see this craft and you're inside, was there any indication that there was an area that they would use to control it, to pilot it? Was there a pilot seat?
There were 3 seats. They sat around, the reactor was in the dead center of it. And then equidistant around there were 3 seats. And that's all. There was a large, they're not consoles, they're large rectangular objects, also spaced equidistant around the center. There's nothing on them. There's no buttons. There's no lights. There's no control.
The same color, the same.
Everything
thing.
is the same
It's
color.
just a different shape.
Right. And directly underneath them, there's 3 levels in the craft. The main level is what we're talking about. Directly under that, those are the gravity amplifiers, the big rectangular objects. Underneath them are the gravity emitters that look like, for lack of a better word, a trash can hanging on a pipe. 3 of those. And then the top layer, this is just my personal belief, I think that has to do with a navigation or their version of a computer with some planar panels, sensor panels around the craft that we would call portholes, but they're not portholes. They're just black areas. And I think that just determines its, position in space. But I physically was in the center section, and I stuck my torso in the bottom section and hung upside down so I could see how the gravity amplifiers were positioned.
What is the roughly the size of this thing?
I don't remember from being there, but after all this stuff was over, I had John Andrews, a guy from the Testers Model Corporation, and we sat down and tried to figure out from what I saw and known sizes of things, and we came up with 52 feet in diameter. And
So
I think that's
fairly small.
Yeah, so I think that's a reasonable guess.
Now you said there's 9 of them, and you got a brief glimpse at the other ones. How were they different?
Oh, they looked completely different. One looked like I called it Jello mold, and it looked like a classic Jello mold with the rippled sides to it. One was a very flat disc, like like a straw hat or something like that. That was sitting up on its edge, and the thin part of it looked like a projectile had been fired through the edge of it. So I don't know if they were attempting to see if the metal could be penetrated, or if that's where the thing came from. Maybe it was shot down. But that was the only one where I saw there was, actual physical damage to it.
And that one was roughly the same size? They're all...
They were kind of too far away to tell.
And there was several teams that were working on the propulsion system, so there was different teams that were working on these different aircrafts?
I don't know. I could only assume.
Right. Now, when you're sitting in this thing and you're looking at this otherworldly craft, your goal is to try to figure out how this thing functions. Your goal is to try to figure out how this reactor, you would imagine they would give you more time than just one day to check that out.
Oh, it wasn't one day.
Right.
Yeah, Barry was there. I think Barry was sleeping there. I'm sure they had, that isn't weird. Up at the Tonopah test range where they work on stealth fighters, you go, I think, 3 weeks on, 1 week off, and you stay up there too. So it's not weird to stay up at the test site.
Right.
So, I think he pretty much, and he acted like he's been up there for a long time.
Yeah.
But
he's still there.
Yeah. Who knows?
Do you have contact with this guy?
No. Oh no. I wish I did. I kind of thought he was going to come out after I did.
Right.
And I think I took so much flack and it's so much shit for what went on. I think I wound up helping security there, and everybody became afraid of, doing or saying anything after that.
So what kind of reports did you have to give? So you're not making much progress, right? You're just trying to figure out what this thing is, and it seems impossible.
Well, we didn't personally make them. We were always, there was never a lot of information that we gained. The guy, you would call him our supervisor, his name was Dennis Mariani, and kind of a military looking guy. And he would routinely pop in, during the day and, hey, what's going on, guys? And he would essentially relay any information, anything new we came up with. I mean, he was our go-between, where we presented him the information, and then he took it to wherever they were, assembling all the data from everybody.
Now, I assume you're working normal days, like an 8-hour day?
No,
No.
it was really weird that I would be only called in on certain times and certain days, and they would be weird hours too. Most of the time was later in the evening. I mean, I can get a call at 11 o'clock at night, and they'll say, it's now 11 o'clock. By 11:45, you need to be at the McCarran terminal, and we'll let you know when we have more information.
But what did you do while you were there? If you're looking at this object, this reactor, and you can't figure out what it is or how it works, other than the fact that it works on this element that we don't even know about.
Sure. I mean, the thing was what you do with anything. If you're trying to analyze it, all you can do is perform tests. And all we did is try and come up with every kind of test we possibly could. I mean, we tested, it violated a lot of what we thought was impossible to violate. I mean, one of the first laws of thermodynamics, I mean, essentially any machine, any device that operates always makes extra heat. Nothing works at 100% efficient. Even the headphones you're wearing, anything that takes power, some of that power is going to be converted to heat, and it's just wasted. This didn't. I mean, we looked at, back then we had infrared cameras. They're different today, but back then you had to pour liquid nitrogen into the camera to cool the sensor down and get these infrared images you've seen. But it never got, no matter what the load was on the reactor, it never got above the ambient temperature, which is impossible. I mean, you're, pulling out huge amounts of power and nothing ever gets warm. We tried measuring magnetic fields and there was nothing there. So we started playing around with the emission from the emitters, the gravity wave itself, and saw what we could do with it and how it was focused. So we really spent all our time just trying to see what the stuff can do and what we can control.
So you were seeing what it could do, but you couldn't ever figure out how it was doing it.
No, not really. I mean, we really could only use or come up with a best guess. Now, I can't say that I could absolutely state for certainty how anything actually worked.
Now, how did you know at all how they were piloting it? Because they were doing some tests where they were having these things fly around in the sky, and this is what gets us deeper into your story.
Right. I was out there for one test. Right. In fact, I was with Barry in the lab, and Dennis came in and said, we're about to run a test. Why don't you guys come out? Or I think he said, Barry, why don't you come out here and bring Bob with you? We went out there, and the craft was already outside the hangar and was just preparing to lift off. Now, they were in communication with somebody in the craft.
So there's a person in the craft?
Yeah, there was certainly a person in there. Now, it's not a comfortable place to be in because it's small. So the guy has to be sitting on the floor in the middle, my best guess.
And this is the same specific craft that you worked on? Because that was the only craft that you were in.
The only one that I touched and worked on. And it quietly lifted off the ground, which was incredibly impressive to see.
Quietly or silently?
Well, quietly, because it
produced
some sort of a noise? It produced a little corona discharge from the bottom. A corona discharge is kind of a high voltage brush, little bluish glow discharge. As it was lifting off the ground, you can hear a slight hiss sound. Now, as soon as it cleared the ground by about 5 or 10 feet, maybe even less than that, the hissing stopped and the blue glow disappeared. So it lifted off quietly and then it hovered silently, if you want to be specific.
Wow. So then what kind of maneuvers was it doing?
It took off, for that particular time, it took off, moved a little around to the left and right, and then sat back down. The craft itself they communicated with it with because I saw the guy talking in a regular VHF radio to the person in the craft. And I even saw the frequency that was on the frequency counter of the communication, the transceiver there. But what's weird is he shouldn't be able to communicate with the craft with a radio. The radio wave should bend around the craft. I mean, it shouldn't be possible. Every single thing about the craft and the way they operated didn't make any sense to us. I mean, that's something we talked about for a while after.
Why should the frequency bend around the craft?
Well, you really have to look at the way the gravity wave comes out of the craft. There's the reactor's in the center, and there's a waveguide that goes up to the top. There's actually a small appendage that sticks out of the top of the craft, and it produces a heart-shaped gravitational distortion around the craft. Now, if the craft is sitting in the air and you walk underneath it and look up, you actually cannot see the craft. The light bends around it. You're bending gravity, bends light. It bends radio waves. It shouldn't be possible to communicate with a craft that has an envelope around it that's distorting all forms of energy. But they were apparently in contact with it.
Somehow or another, through some unexplained way that they didn't bother explaining to you.
Mm-hmm.
So this thing gets up, it just does some very simple maneuvers, left, right, goes down. And did they discuss this with you? I mean, they said they wanted you to see it.
No, they just wanted, they didn't discuss anything with me. It sat down, we looked around for a bit, and Barry said, let's go back. We went back in the lab. All we got to do was see it. Fast forward to some months later, I did have the test flight schedule of the craft. Now, they had times they had designated high performance tests. This obviously wasn't one that was a high performance test. The high performance test goes above the mountain range, and they do much more radical moves with the thing. Look, this is a prized item, and they're not doing anything like taking it out of the atmosphere or flying around to other countries or anything like that. They just play with this thing right over the test site. But they were doing some radical moves with it. And since I had the test flight schedule, statistically, the amount of traffic in the surrounding areas on the highway was lowest on Wednesdays. And that's why Dennis told us that all the test flights occurred only on Wednesdays, because it'd be the least chance that anyone would see what's going on.
And this was before the government had expanded the forbidden territory around Area 51 and Papoose Lake and all that stuff, right?
Yeah, I think that occurred after my story came out. Then people started going up on the mountaintops and trying to look down into there, and they kind of freaked out and then did the land grab and pushed everybody back. But yeah, I think all that occurred long after that I came out.
So you're working there, and while you're working there, you're under this crazy schedule. Forgive me for explaining your story, but you would get these phone calls. You would have to go to the airport at 11 p.m., and your wife started thinking that you were having an affair.
Yeah, apparently so. Now, I did give my permission to have, as part of the, security clearance process. I gave written permission to have the phones monitored and things of that sort. So they weren't doing any covert stuff. They, with any Q clearance, which is civilian top secret clearance or military top secret clearance, they go talk to friends and, places you've been, make sure you're not connected to foreign countries. But, monitoring your phone is nothing unusual. However, they insisted that, you don't even talk to your loved one, to your partner, to your wife, whatever, about what's going on. So she was essentially in the dark and didn't know the phone was being monitored. Well, part of the security clearance is that not only do you not have any connections to foreign countries and aren't a maniac, but you have to have a stable home life too. Well, she started having an affair with a flight instructor. Now, they were monitoring this on the phone, and they knew it and I didn't. So they stopped me coming in, and their attitude at the time was, we need to see how this is going to play out, and if Lazar is going to get a little weird or anything. So let's just, hold him off from coming in and, see what happens.
And they explained this to you, what was happening?
Well, after the fact, yeah, because time kind of went on, and there were guys that were following me around, and I started getting a little concerned, going, well, shit, are they booting me out of the project? And if so, they're not just going to let me hang out at home and go get a new job knowing what I know. So as time went on, I started getting a little concerned, and I took my closest friends and just kind of got together and I said, hey, remember that job I told you about? This is what's going on. And you don't need to take my word for it. On Wednesday night, we need to all go out here. I want to show you what's going on. So I took everybody and we went out to, remember, since I had the test flight schedule, and went outside the base, out into the desert, and so everybody could see, one of the high performance tests. And, it left quite an imprint on everybody. So they knew I wasn't.
And there's videos of these tests, right?
Yeah, but remember, this is it's in the dark in the 80s with a big monster sized camcorder, and you got, a bright light jumping around. But yeah, I mean, we did video of it, but there's no, by today's standards, it's.
But is your video specifically available? The video that you took?
Yeah, well, George Knapp has it.
Is it online?
Do you know? I have no idea.
Jeremy?
Yeah, I show clips of it in my film. It's online, and someone did a deep analysis of it. It was interesting to just take a look at how.
Pull this microphone up to your face. Get about a fist from your face.
All right. To see how his video looks now, but as far as video evidence, I mean, we are talking 80s camcorders. The most important thing is the human story here. Everybody that he took up there on 3 separate occasions, they don't all like each other. They don't all talk. They all agree on one thing. They saw something that night at the exact point in time and space that Bob Lazar said. And remember, this is 17 miles south of Area 51. No one even knew really about Area 51. We're talking Papoose Lake, and they all agree. They saw something that night they had never seen before, and they've never seen since, right when he said it. So that's one of the 6 things where I'm like, how did he know? You can dismiss him. I tried to dismiss it. But some things we can't get around. And there's about 5 or 6 of them. How did he know about those?
If Jamie wants to find that video right now, what would he look under?
Bob Lazar, UFO, S4, Area 51, just kind of like that. So it's like the S4 UFO video, Bob Lazar, and a guy does an analysis, but you're analyzing these 80s videos.
Right.
He from the very beginning, Bob never said, I have proof of my story and I'm going to tell the world. He said at the very beginning, I cannot prove my story. That's not why I'm telling this. George Knapp convinced him to tell people, and he lived through it. And I didn't believe it either until I talked with George.
Okay, so you filmed this test flight, one test flight, and then you get caught.
Actually, it was, I think, the 3rd time, because we went out there the first time. Everybody saw it. Everybody was amazed because it did some radical maneuvers, and everybody had a lot to say about it.
Maneuvers that I've seen the video. It doesn't. I don't think there's something we have now that does that.
No,
in terms of a human piloted craft. I mean, I don't know, obviously, what the government.
No, it's impossible. Nothing can move like that. And remember, we didn't start filming from the very beginning. We were waiting for something, to happen. The craft took off, and it came flying at us, stopped, turned at a right angle, flew back, and then, after it did some, amazing stuff, to get the camera, and then we started filming. So it doesn't have all of it on there; it just has some.
The way I describe it to my friends, and they said, "What does this look like?" I said, "Take a laser pointer, and then have a wall, and then move it around the wall. How it moves around the wall? It doesn't seem like it has anything to do with inertia or physics, or it's not impeded in any way by the atmosphere."
Yeah,
that's what it looks like.
You're essentially separated from reality, as crazy as that sounds, with being encased its own gravitational envelope. Inertia is not going to affect it, and this is how some of those recent sightings with Commander David Fravor. I'm sure you've heard of the Tic Tac UFO. I mean, he describes exactly the thing operates exactly the way I was describing. That's why he was interested to talk to me. But we saw this. And on the way home, it's like, hey, we got away with it. We should try it again the next test flight day. So this became a thing to do. And I think it was on the third time that we got caught. I mean, we started becoming a little careless. I think we took a motorhome out there. And, I mean, it was like the stupidest thing you could possibly imagine.
Started tailgating.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. And
again, you're in your 20s.
Yeah. And, what was funny was we went out there, and my friend Gene Huff and I were leaning on the front of a vehicle. And just for some reason, we just started talking shit. Like, well, I hope they realize that I don't remember what we were saying, but, that something about attacking the base or something along those lines and stealing the craft or something like that.
So crazy.
And then about 20 feet in front of us, we see a little green light fall on the ground and roll to us. And unbeknownst to us, now it's pitch black. You can't see your hand in front of your face. There were a bunch of guards standing right out there, and they had a night vision scope where they were like from here to the wall looking at us, listening to us. And the guy dropped it, and the scope rolled over to us, and you could see the green screen. We turned the lights on, and all these guys are there. So it was,
whoa.
Yeah. So we did incredibly stupid stuff and got caught, as we should have.
So when they catch you and they bring you in, then what happens?
Well, I went in for debriefing. The following day, I went to Indian Springs Air Force Base, which is kind of a defunct base that they used to use at the nuclear test site. And this is when they brought out the transcript of the phone call with my wife. And, they sat me down and we said, when we meant to keep the secret, we meant you can't tell your friends, right? And it just being sarcastic and trying to.
Mm-hmm.
And then they got real serious. But this is where they, took the transcript out and were reading me what my wife and, our friend were talking about. And it was a hard time.
So what happens from there? What do they do with you? Why don't they arrest you?
I don't know. I don't know why. I'm not sure they knew what to do, but they did let me go that night, and I went home. And this is kind of when the most stressful part started,
because you're realizing you're being monitored.
Yeah, now I know. Not only am I being monitored, but now I know I'm in trouble. And it wasn't a short time after that I contacted. At that time, the only investigative reporter I had heard of in Las Vegas was George Knapp. And, told him some of the story because I had no idea what the hell was going to happen at that point.
So George Knapp tries to dissect your story, tries to find holes in it, tells it, puts it online, and makes everybody aware of it. And that's how I found out about it.
Yeah, to make a long story short.
What happens? Yeah, to really make a long story short. What happens from there on? I mean, do they contact you and say, "Hey, Bob, it's probably a good idea if you shut up"? Did they try to label you as crazy? Was there?
There were a lot of things that happened at, between that point. I'm leaving out a lot of stuff to fill in the story. We'd have to go back to Los Alamos and well, I really don't want to talk about that. The
top secret weapons stuff that you were working on.
No, I'm talking about the 115.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know. I have to think about how I'd.
What is the problem with this?
I don't want to get myself into more trouble by admitting something. So I just have to dance around a couple.
He was rated just during the filming of the movie. People thought it was
the movie's great, by the way.
Thanks, Joe.
And it's on Netflix right now if anybody wants to check it out. And if you're one of those people like me who, I've always loved the idea of UFOs. I became extremely weary talking to people who are UFO believers and UFO fanatics because there's so many of them that are full of shit. And not just full of shit, they're childishly delirious. Like the way they talk about things. I mean, there's so many people that I'm in contact. They reach me in the night and they explain to me what we're doing to the ocean is wrong. And you're like, okay,
This is one of the reasons I didn't want to do the show.
I'm sure.
Well, no,
One of them.
It's no joke. We've had people literally camp out on our front lawn, and in some ways I can relate to some of these people. Maybe some of them did really have some kind of experience or saw something, and all their friends think they're crazy. But hey, now there's this guy I heard on the radio, and at least he knows I'm not full of shit, so I gotta talk to him.
Right.
And so most of the correspondence I get are people trying to get a hold of me, going, "Bob, you gotta listen to me. I'm coming to talk to you. I'm driving from Oklahoma or whatever." But some of them are just fucking batshit crazy, and they're frightening.
There's a lot of schizophrenics that are involved in the conspiracy world. So there's a lot of people that have real issues.
Joe, it would be a disservice to your audience to not say that we have to look at what's going on now and understand. I've heard on your show a bunch of stuff about what's going on now, and to not really understand what's going on now, you can't see Bob's story in the correct light after 30 years. And at some point we should just touch upon that. The biggest being that things like the Tic Tac UFO case that came out, I've heard people even on the show say, "Oh, there's a glitch in the radar." That's a data poor perspective. You just don't know yet what's really going on. Commander Fravor, I was able to get the interview with him, to talk with him way before it became public. I got that from him. He saw it. Other pilots saw it. This is a big thing that's going on right now. They had more sightings on the East Coast recently, cubes with spherical ores. These are not aerodynamic, and these are the people we trust to defend us on 9/11. Commander Fravor protected Los Angeles on 9/11. So we trust them, but they're not trained observers. Radar, individuals see these things, and the big one, just to throw down so we can consider a story a little differently, there's more depth to it. The big one is the United States government has admitted that they have been continuously studying the UFO phenomenon. That program was called ATIP, was called OSAP. That's the mother program. George Knapp got that out. They announced through the New York Times about ATIP, but OSAP, these acronyms, OSAP, Advanced Aerospace Weapons Systems Applications Program. Who cares? That was the mother program. So they've admitted we didn't stop studying UFOs in 1969 with Project Blue Book. We don't think it's crazy. We actually want to reverse engineer the technology. That's why on your other show, you said, "What's this AAV thing?" It's like they're making up another UFO name. Well, hold on. There's a reason. Because in the documents, the DIA documents that George Knapp released, that everybody said was fake till now they know is real, they call them AAVs, which is Advanced Aerospace Vehicles. People are getting the acronyms wrong. So the reason for the terminology change is so that we can mimic what we're reading in the DIA documents. People can look for that now. So they changed the names to get people away from UFO or UAP, even like Hillary Clinton said on air, right? So
What are you talking about? Hillary Clinton.
Hillary Clinton informed the public on Jimmy Kimmel, "Oh, Jimmy, we don't call them UFOs anymore. We call them UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomenon." Right? So she kind of was giving, the Clintons are very into the UFO topic. Senator Reid, he's done a lot for the subject, the study of it, right? So she informed the public so they could look for the right term. So these terms are important because the DIA in those documents, they've been calling them AAVs for quite some time now.
And they changed the name to anomalous.
No, that's kind of a misnomer.
No?
So they always mess around with things, but it's actually advanced.
Right, but when they're describing it in the news, they were calling it anomalous aerospace vehicles.
Totally, and that's cool. They were also saying anomalous aerospace threats, AAT, right? Because they want the sense of a threat.
Right.
So my point is, if people don't know this now and they think this stuff is fantasy, this part of it, that we're studying it, that we take it seriously, we're spending money on it, and that we're getting great data from visual pilots to radar. That's why we know it's aerospace. They dropped from 80,000 feet. But guess what? That's the top scope of the Spy 1 radar is 80,000 feet. So the radar system they were using, it was coming from above that. So my point is this. If you don't understand that this is happening, you're just behind the curve because you don't have the information because of the stigma that you're talking about. I saw you get totally upset with the UFO topic. I met you first when you get totally upset with the UFO topic. It's the people.
When
you're doing your, I'm sorry, man. When you're doing your show, the Joe Rogan Questions Everything, I could see how how frustrating is, trust me, I have been frustrated to hell. Luckily, my mentor is George Knapp, and he's taught me the pitfalls as I went through it. My whole point in this rant right here is just that we have to now look at Bob's story, but knowing the facts, not someone saying it's a bird, it's a plane, it's a glitch. They're not. And so if you don't know that, you just don't have the information yet.
Well, not just that, knowing the facts as we know them in 2019, not in 1988.
Absolutely.
Right.
And so what has he said that has come true? He's totally unimpressed with it, right? What has he said that's come true? So I was like, Bob, they've announced gravity as a wave. You were right, man. You're vindicated. And he looks at me and he's like, well, if you think about it, Jeremy, I had like a 50-50 chance. He was not very impressed, right?
When did they announce gravity as a wave?
So they detected, in a sense, they detected gravity waves. And that
Who is they?
You might know more. There's two black holes that were colliding, and that's how they were able to detect.
Yeah, somebody built, I don't know which group it was or what part of the government.
That's what Google's for.
Yeah. But they, built a gigantic gravity wave detector and pretty much detected
that there are such things as gravity waves.
First observation of gravitational waves. It says it was in 2016. Okay, the first observation of gravitational waves was made on 14th of September 2015, as announced by the LIGO and Virgo collaborators on the 11th of February 2016. Previously, gravitational waves had only been inferred indirectly via their effect on the timing of pulsars in binary star systems. Dun, dun, dun. The waveform connected by both LIGO observatories matched the predictions of general relativity for a gravitational wave emanating from the inward spiral and merger of a pair of black holes around 36 and 29 solar masses and the subsequent ring down of the single resulting black hole.
Well,
yes,
no.
He was
in the 80s. The predominant theory was gravity is produced by gravitons.
Okay,
theoretical particles, but they're not. They're waves. They're not particles. And that's
the thought is that the way we experience gravity, it's based on mass, which is why the moon, which is roughly 1/4 the size of the Earth, has 1/6 of the Earth's gravity. So there's some sort of a computation you can make based on mass.
Right. And remember, we can observe the effects of gravity, but we have no idea what it is. All we can do is observe it, and we can't make it. The only way you can make gravity is just put more mass together, and it's just a product of gravity. But if you have a machine that makes gravity, you can pretty much do anything. You can affect time. You can have force fields. All of that stuff that's in science fiction becomes reality if you have a machine that can make gravity. And what we worked on in the desert was a machine that makes gravity.
I love your analogy of dropping off a small nuclear reactor to the Victorian era. I love that analogy, because back then that was impossible. That was magic. What you're talking about here, the fact that they just discovered this 4 years ago, that this is a wave. And we're, as much as we know and as impressed as we are, as we should be, with how much more technologically advanced we are than every other creature on this planet, we're still in many ways in the adolescence of technological innovation.
Absolutely. If even adolescence.
And when you're talking about this binary star system and Zeta Reticuli, and who knows how much longer these things have been around than us, who knows what their evolutionary cycle's been, who knows what, we might be talking about something that's 1 million years more advanced than us.
Yeah, it could easily be. Now, believe it or not, I'm not into UFOs. I don't follow stories or,
Even after your experiences?
No, I'm fascinated with the technology, and it irks me, like every night I go to sleep, that, that it was my own doing, essentially, that prevented me from continuing on in the project. I mean, it's that to be on that cutting edge of technology is so alluring to me.
Right.
But by the same token, I don't really care that there's aliens or where they come from. I mean, the prize is the technology, and that's what I'm fascinated by. But so I don't listen to UFO stories and that sort of thing. But George Knapp is I mean, he's the guy that has the contacts and tries to thread everything together. And what he recently told me is he found, I don't know, it was either documentation or people that he spoke to. It's that the existence of this project, the project that I was on, it's something that they seem to take out every 8 or 10 years.
So that's a very specific memo, and this is actually this is the first time I'll be very clear with people about it. It's a big topic of conversation right now. It's called the Wilson Memo. You can look it up. Admiral Wilson met with a scientist who's actually was featured in one of my films. Everybody has been debating whether or not this document of a conversation with a sitting admiral at the time is a real document. It's an actual conversation that happened, and this document is real. Everybody wants to know. The world is going crazy right now in the UFO world. I'll tell you straight up right now, I'm in the position to know, and it is a real document, that it is real. So the conversation you read in that conversation was had. I can't attest to every.
You're not being very clear.
Sure.
Please.
No problem. So there was a document that is circulating right now that is really big. It's going around everywhere. People are asking. And
What is this document?
It's called the Wilson Memo. Is how you can find it online. Or the Wilson leak.
There it is. Jimmy's got it. The Wilson Memorandum. Use of human volunteers.
No.
That was it, yeah.
No, that's not it.
Okay.
Yeah. So Admiral Wilson meets with this scientist, and they have this discussion, oddly enough, at special projects at EG&G. And if I remember, the document is from 2001. I'm telling everybody right now, it's real. And we'll see. My history is pretty good with like saying if something's real or not, right? So here we go. The document comes out. They meet at EG&G special projects. In 1989, they stumble into a problem. This happens. They put the technology away, and then they bring it back out and see if material science has caught up and if they can make any progress. So this document kind of talks about this process. The big thing I get from it, and a lot of it's vindicating to Bob, and one of the things it's vindicating besides the EG&G thing, is that private industry, so this guy's an admiral, and he says, I found out about your SAP, your Special Access Program. I need to know about it. And he's going to a private part of industry, and he is denied access. And he says, I should be running this program. And they were able to deny him access. So I think the takeaway here is, check it out. I'm telling you that is an actual correct, that is a leak. Now, everything said in that document, I don't know.
What are you talking about? What is said in that document specifically?
It's between a scientist and an admiral that are sitting, and they're having a meeting, and they're talking about the search for the UFO subject, the search to get special access program access to all of these different things like reverse engineering programs. So in this document, they talk about it. I believe that this document, the person that went was employed by Robert Bigelow, one of the guys that has a couple of orbiting satellites and all that stuff.
He's the guy who owns Skinwalker Ranch.
No, he's not. He was the guy that owns Skinwalker.
Okay.
Yeah, he used to own it. There's a new owner, and I interviewed him for my other film, but there's a new owner, and you'll be hearing a lot more about that soon. But there's stuff that you'll be hearing about Skinwalker Ranch soon because there's a new owner. Anyway, the whole point of this, insertion here is just that document kind of validates a lot of this idea Bob just said, that they make a little progress, then they can't go anywhere. They tuck it away, and then they bring it back out, 10 years later and start working on it. What is the limiting factor? I think Bob should speak on this, but it's the material science.
Yeah, it's really where physics is. So I can see them doing that. I mean, I didn't have any information on that, but I think what George uncovered is probably accurate, that we try and do what we can, and once we reach a roadblock going, we really can't figure it out, it's just friggin' put the thing away, wait for science to catch up, and a decade later, let's take the project out again and see, all right, now where can we go?
But there's got to be someone who remains informed, right?
Oh, yeah.
So you've got your scientists like you and Barry. You got your people that you compartmentalize. You got these people working on this
there
project.
has to be some people
Right.
that know everything.
You've got security, and then someone's going to be on the outside saying, hey, we need people to guard this building. Don't let anybody in for 10 years.
I think a lot of that is private industry, and I think that's how they keep it. Yeah, I think that's how they litter, because the government is just so leaky I think that's kind of what they're doing.
That's what the document kind of proves. You just articulated that it is in control of private industry.
What private industry? Some aerospace company, something?
I don't know.
Yeah, the admiral wouldn't name it in the car in the conversation.
Right.
Yeah.
So they still have these things supposedly.
I would guess. I mean, I don't have any information on.
Have
it
you
at all.
ever asked anyone that has any inkling of any idea of where they got them or how they got them?
No, but something must have been said to me from Barry, but I it was just too long ago, and I can't quite remember what was said, but it just left a seed in my mind. I think at least one of them was part of an archaeological dig, so it's old. At least one of them is old. I don't know if it was the one I worked on, but I remember something to do with an archaeological dig.
Whoa.
So that's that means it's not just old, it's ancient.
That'd be a great Steven Spielberg movie.
Yeah.
Right?
As all of it would. Yeah.
Yeah, that tripped me
that's
out when he said that for the first time.
Yeah. That's a freak out right
Yeah.
there. Just a couple of dudes with some brushes looking for a Tyrannosaurus Rex bone. They
And-
hit metal.
And when did they find it? You know, that they have 9 of them.
Yeah.
Well, and how could we have not heard about that? What about the guys with the brushes? How could
Yeah.
you uncover something like that? And
Well, Joe's newspaper at home does. I mean, they said it on that first day.
Oh, you mean the Roswell?
Yeah,
Billy
yeah, the
record?
one you told me. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a cover. What is this here, Jamie?
This is the document, but I had to do some digging to find it.
Yes, it's just kind of, yeah, so this is where they meet at EG&G, and this is Admiral Wilson, and there's a lot more coming out. Now, I want to be clear, George didn't put this out. He didn't leak this out to anybody. This is, I can tell you how
Who
I,
recorded this conversation?
so this was an employee of, at the time, Robert Bigelow.
And this is in 2002?
Right. Do you remember when he had that government contract called OSAP, the world all knows about now, and he had NIDS that studied the ranch? That $22 million, everybody is saying it was for ATIP, Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program. The $22 million was for OSAP that was pushed through Congress, 3 congressmen, right? An astronaut. It was pushed through. And that's what that $22 million, by the way, they spend more money on Viagra every year than they do studying UFOs. If it was just this program, which I think is funny.
They probably
In the
make a lot
military?
more money from Viagra.
They probably
than
do.
From UFOs, too.
Well, you never know how it seeds into population. But anyway, this program, this is what was the mother program. So it got the $22 million. And really, it was to study Skinwalker Ranch. Oddly enough, that $22 million all was inspired by the phenomenon they were seeing at Skinwalker Ranch, because the scientists, they're seeing vehicles come through like a space in the sky.
Yeah, we went there. I went there
Right,
with Duncan.
yeah,
We interviewed a bunch of people that seemed full of shit, but a couple that didn't.
But
It was very, very interesting.
Totally. And if you look, I spent a lot of time in the area. I'm not talking about those stories. I'm saying there were scientists hired by the government, right, through Bigelow to study the ranch because they thought it was important. And, you know, whatever. The point is that $22 million was to study that. Then we have ATIP, which is like an auxiliary kind of program of military sightings, like Commander Fravers and that sort of thing. This document is just one of those things that has now come forward that through the Bigelow studies, it was government funded, and then it was personally funded and then government funded. It's just one of those things that kind of shakes you, because you got this military guy who can't get access because of the private industry that's holding these non-terrestrial materials, that they can't study it. So that's the claim right now. Give it some time, let people dig more into this. It's fascinating, man.
So you are essentially you're kicked out, right? You're out of this program. You can't work with these crafts anymore. And do they give you any threats? Do they tell you what you have to do from here on out?
yeah, well, I mean, the way it ended was I told George Knapp all this stuff, and he said, well, let's just get it on tape. Should something happen, at least we have a record of it. And I don't remember what the impetus was, but at some point George wanted to air it, and he said, you make the call on it, and look, if at any point you change your mind, we won't air it. And it came down to the day where George wants to put it on the 5 o'clock news. He said, this is important stuff. People have to know about it. And I thought it was too. I thought it's kind of a crime. I know you got to keep the technology secret, but you can't not tell everybody that this stuff is going on, that we have, you know, actual hardware from another civilization. It's a big fucking deal, you know, probably the biggest one there ever was. And George said, you know, today's the day, we got to put it on the news or something to that effect. And when it came right down to the time to air it, I changed my mind and I said, we're not doing it. And that's what turned into the famous wrestling match between me and George trying to get the tape, but he won because he was a bigger guy.
So you actually physically wrestled?
Well, I think it was more of a pulling match. I don't think we ever hit the ground, but he got the tape, he put it in the player, and boom, 5 o'clock news was on. And then I got a call after that, and they said, it was from Dennis. He said, do you have any idea what we're going to do to you now? And he hung up the phone. That was the last communication I had with him.
And what has happened to you since then?
After that, a lot of people I've known either were audited by the IRS. Anybody I know that had clearances that worked in secure programs had the clearances pulled. One of them, one of mine that Jeremy knows.
He's going on camera with me soon. He'll tell the story now that he's out of work up there.
He was working up at the Tonopah Test Range, waiting for his clearance to come through, and you know they pulled that. It became. It's like if they can't get the person that's involved, they just create a problem for everybody that surrounds them. And so, I mean, the way it turns out, it hurt a lot of people's lives that I was connected to. And that's an effective way of shutting someone up. So
did you feel that by coming forward and going public, they couldn't just snuff you out?
That's what I was told, and George and everybody, you know, said that it's public. There's, you know, no one will touch you. And I fell for it. And I
just wish you didn't.
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes when it's just overstressed and people are camping on your lawn.
Yeah, but this is going to make things worse doing this.
No, this is going to make things better.
Oh, that's what I was trying to tell him.
How is this going to make things better?
Well, because you're getting a real chance to explain yourself in a way that's going to make people who not only work in the government, people that are police officers and firefighters and first responders and doctors and scientists, they're going to empathize and empathize with what it must be like to be a person like you in your 20s who gets thrust into this world unknowingly and confronted with one of the most, if not the most important discovery in the history of human beings. The big question, are we alone? It's the number one question. There's two questions, right? What happens when we die, and are we alone? Those are the two big questions.
Right.
And if we're not alone, and someone knows we're not alone, and these some people who know we're not alone are these bungling sort of,
even if they weren't,
folks.
It's a crime that they're not telling the rest of us.
But I mean, I don't mean bungling in terms of they're incompetent. I mean, they can't be competent. It seems to me, to what you're describing, that no one can be competent with this technology. Like the Victorian era scholars analyzing some sort of a nuclear reactor. There's no way.
Why do you think they're not telling us? Let's just make an assumption that this is true right now. Why do you think that they're not telling us, that our government doesn't tell us? What's your best?
Well, let me put it into what you do. If I'm the president, okay, and I get this information, what do I do with this? There's something that we don't know. There's something we don't understand. There's something that came from another world. We got it tucked away in the mountains. And just wanted you guys to know about it. Hey, sleep tight. Hey, American Idol's on tonight. Who do you think's going to win?
Yeah.
Who's going to win America's Got Talent?
That's not going to happen.
So one is uncertainty, and the other one is what Bob and I have talked about a lot. Absolutely not knowing what to tell people because you don't really understand it yourself. Even though you've got
what do you say? You want to run a government? You want to get people to pay their taxes?
But there's something else.
Yeah. What do you say?
So you have these objects flying with impunity, right? And you have something else.
Well, not only that, what can you say? Like, how much do you really know?
I think it's mainly the technology. They just want to keep the technology secret because
military.
If there's,
whoever gets this wins, dude.
Yeah,
they win.
You control the where you literally become invincible once you master the technology. You cannot penetrate a field like that. So imagine I know it's all science fiction, but science fiction turns into science fact. If you have real force fields around aircraft and battleships, you win. You win. You can force your will upon anybody. And like I said, there's so much more to the story. When I was first there were Russian scientists at S4. This was early on in the project.
So this was before Operation Paperclip became public as well, right? So
I would imagine.
that was
I don't know what the dates
Yeah,
were.
when was that?
when did that was that
98, I think.
98.
Yeah, I don't know the dates on it.
So it's roughly 10 years later, Operation Paperclip becomes Freedom of Information Act.
We talk about Russia, not Germany. We talk about Russian scientists.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I mean, Russian scientists, a lot of them came from Germany. A lot of those rocket scientists that work with NASA, they all came from Nazi scientists.
Got it.
So some Russians got some of them.
I
we
just
got
know
some of them
at some point there was intense
collaboration
cooperation
with
I
Russia.
mean, even exchanging some ideas on nuclear weapons and EMP tests and stuff like things we would never have discussed with them. But at the same time, it was in the late 80s. They were involved and actually in the area at S4 with us.
So
And
you got to communicate with these guys, or you saw them?
no, I knew they were there. Barry would talk about the commies that were there.
The commies.
Yeah, the commies. And
That was back when they were the commies. Right?
yeah,
It was the
yeah,
Cold
they
War.
were real commies.
That
And at some point, it wasn't our group, but at some point, there was a big discovery made. And this did not happen when I was there. It happened in between my trips to there. And after that, apparently, they decided it was just too cool to share with anybody. And the Russians were never allowed back on the base after that.
But you don't know what that discovery was?
No, like I said, it wasn't my group. So one of the other groups really found out something. But in typical American fashion, it was, all right, this is ours. You guys get the hell out of here.
Was there any inkling that any other government had something similar?
No, nothing that I had heard.
See, that was the thing that always freaked me out, was why, if something was so superior to human beings, it's almost like visiting an ant colony. Like, why would you go to the queen? I don't give a fuck who the queen is. I'm a human. I'm so superior to you ants. I don't care who you have running your hive. I'm just going to study it.
I think it's who got it.
Who got it?
Look at the, rocket technology in Germany.
But they got 9 of them?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me either. So they were either in the same area or, one had clues to where others were. I mean, I don't know. You have to fill that in there, but you're right. I mean, 9 of them, that's a big dig if it was archaeological.
Well, one of the more recent sightings and these discussions that have been coming out recently from Air Force pilots and Navy pilots, they've been talking about things happening in the ocean. And that something literally goes into the water, or something maybe below the surface.
You're thinking
of the
about
water.
the 2004 Tic Tac Nimitz
Yeah.
case. So that's when George Knapp and I broke on the radio twice before the New York Times. So I know this one really well. Commander Fravor and those pilots. There was a disturbance on the surface of the water. Commander Fravor visually saw what looked like similar to a cross, some object. So it's like as if you have some coil under the water and it's breaking over.
Right.
The Tic Tac is doing this crazy maneuver that defies. It's a gravity propelled system.
They saw it in the sky before they saw it in the water, right?
Yeah, so there were radar that was picking these things coming down from 80,000 feet, dropping to 50 feet in less than a second.
This is it, Jamie? What is it?
Yeah, this is actually on the news today. There was a briefing.
So a lot of people get this confused.
Not this one then either?
No, so
Or-
that is called the gimbal. So there's 3 videos released by the Pentagon that are all
Just
actual.
play and keep the volume up.
I would really just pay attention to the source videos. So you've got the Tic Tac, which is this object that Commander Fravor saw. Another pilot filmed it with a FLIR pod, and it goes. But this one you see is really important to Bob's story. The gimbal craft. It's been recently analyzed. It's FLIR. Not only does it's definitive that it's not conventional anything by its movements, but there's a pocket of cold air around a propulsion source. So this object, by the way, sat stationary for days, if not weeks. It sat stationary.
Yeah, they found it 11 hours later, and they were saying there's no way this thing, using that kind of energy to go that fast, could just
Right.
hover
The
for
amount of
11
time.
hours.
And by the way, you're seeing a very small part of what happened that day. This object was not alone. And so hopefully that information comes out and we can, I wish we had video of it. I'm sure we'd all want to see it. But that's called the gimbal. That was East Coast. right? 2015. West Coast 2004 is the Tic Tac. The disturbance on the water, Commander Fravor believes there was something under that water that was causing that disturbance when the Tic Tac was coming around and doing it. With inside the people that are studying this, they're thinking maybe the Tic Tac system was causing the disturbance, but the USO, unidentified submerged object that he visually saw, the whole interesting thing about that is, I would love Bob to describe it, is why it doesn't matter if these craft are in space, air, or water. Why doesn't it matter? I love when he talks about this shit.
Well, first of all, Commander Fravor was the F-18 pilot off the Nimitz that was sent out to find out what this stuff is. But and it wasn't just, I got a chance to talk to him recently, and it wasn't just a radar image. I mean, Commander Fravor had eyes on it for over 5 minutes watching this thing, as 4 other pilots did. So this wasn't a radar blip or anything. I mean, these guys were watching this thing. But, you know, one of the things I think in the gimbal video, the way the craft that we worked on flies is it doesn't fly like a conventional aircraft does, and it doesn't fly like a flying saucer would in a 1950s movie. It flies belly first. I mean, it may set down conventionally, but it always rotates. It does a roll maneuver, puts its belly towards the target, and then moves away
So
at
it'd
high
be like
speed.
a car flying with the wheels forward.
Right, right. I mean, it may land on the wheels, but at some point when it wants to leave, flips up, points the wheels where it wants to go, and takes off. And the gimbal video, you can see the craft do the roll maneuver. And it's really interesting. It behaves exactly like the crafts that I worked on.
So much like we have different shaped aircrafts and fighter jets and cars, they probably have different shapes of these objects that operate under similar principles.
Right,
Perhaps.
but they all have the same power source.
They all have the same power source. And we're also dealing with, if you think about the laws of technological progression, you know, you think of Moore's law and you think of how things accelerate, you've got to think that if this civilization is who knows how many years more advanced than we are, if not even years. I mean, we're thinking about it in terms of conventional terms, right? The way we look at the world. I mean, they might be just superior in terms of their intellect. They've got to be. Maybe. We don't know, right?
Well, the only reason I say that is because, look, everyone doesn't necessarily start at a steam engine and go to an internal combustion engine and then, you know, electric power, nuclear power, and go up the ladder that we come on. You know, the binary, if the stuff is true about the origin and the binary star system, and they have heavier elements that we don't have, and this stable element 115 is a naturally occurring material, maybe that's the first thing they started experimenting with. And the version of their steam engine, their first product, was something that operated like this. And actually, when they came to Earth to look around, or, you know, whatever, they were amazed at the stuff we were doing. These guys burned stuff and squirted out the back to go forward. So, you know, who says they follow any kind of normal progression like that?
My thought was, if you went back to the 1400s and then you went from 1400 to 1500, you're not going to see that much of a difference technologically.
Right.
If you go from 2000 to 3000, I assume there's going to be a radical change.
Right. Well, the delta, the rate of change is magnificently higher than it used to be.
Right. So if you think about what they had in 1988 and you think about what they probably have in 2019, just logically, it seems like they would advance.
I would think so.
The only question is, like, are they living? Is that a living thing in terms of like a biological thing? Or are they some sort of an artificially created creation like we are working on right now? I mean, we're in the middle of working on artificial reality, artificial beings, sentient beings, artificial intelligence. There's silicon-based life forms that they're essentially trying to create. Boston Dynamics, or was it Boston Dynamics that the company
you can make
robots? Yeah.
You can make machines out of flesh, right? So a cyborg or a cybernetic organism is just that, you know, that's what a lot of people think those like gray things are, you know, that people call the grays.
Yeah.
Is like, they're machines printed from flesh. So what you're saying is like, not
they could just be synthetic life. They don't even need to be.
Right.
machines.
Right.
Well, they seem to have no sex organs. The way they're described by people that have had interactions with them, assume these people aren't liars
Right.
or crazy or whatever.
Right.
That they have no sex organs and that they don't seem to have any muscle. That is almost like a frame,
Right.
and they have enormous heads. I mean, if you look at Australopithecus or depictions of ancient hominids, and then you go to human beings, one of the things you see is bigger heads and weaker bodies.
Well, you see
It's
a
almost
clear
like-
progression
yeah.
of evolution too,
Yes.
where something like that, I would lean towards a synthetic organism because it
Yes.
looks like it was made for a specific task. There's
Right.
no reproductive organs, so I mean that almost kind of leaves out any kind of physical evolution.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
that's also our bottleneck, right? Our bottleneck is our biological imperative. The need to breed, emotions, fear, anxiety, all these different things that exist in order to force us into making sure we reproduce. I mean, that's essentially what it is. They're human reward systems that aren't necessary once they can figure out a way to make some sort of sentient artificial life. Some sort of thing that doesn't have these biological limitations that we have.
By the way, these craft, all these different kinds have been reported because it was confusing. I always thought of flying saucer is what I heard Bob Lazar talk about, flying saucer, right? But if you look back in history, people have always reported the weirdest shapes. Like none of them are alike. There are the saucers, but you got cigar shaped, you got the top hat shaped, you have orbs. Why? Maybe they're serving different purposes. They're doing different things like we'd use different tools. And I want to be clear, the reason I know that memo is real is because I spent a lot of time with Dr. Edgar Mitchell, Sixth Man to Walk on the Moon. Last guy to film him before he died, right? That's how I know. I don't want any journalists thinking I got it from anywhere else. I know because of Dr. Mitchell. And he said the same thing. Maybe these things are performing different tasks, and that's why
they seem, if you think about what an alien is in terms of the sort of iconic image of an alien, like the Steven Spielberg Close Encounters of the Third Kind alien, they seem like what we'd assume a human being would eventually become.
right.
And if these things are tiny, human beings are smaller than they've ever been before. They're weaker than they've ever been before. And there seems to be a trend in that direction. And this trend seems to be amplified by our technological progression. There are a lack of need for muscle strength and our lack of need for violence. And we're moving in a society to try to get away from all the things that we think are abhorrent about human beings and the terrible behaviors that we have. If we one day do give birth to some sort of an artificial being, like Marshall McLuhan's quote, "We are the sex organs of the machine world." That one day we...
Okay, I'll buy that.
Yeah, McLuhan was brilliant. And that quote has always been one of my favorites because, okay, what are we doing when we're constantly technologically innovating? We're constantly looking for faster cars, better computers, bigger screens, faster, more resolution, more pixels, more this, more that, higher bandwidth, 5G, 10G.
Right.
What are we doing? We're moving into this, if you just follow it, objectively stand back, don't attach yourself or your civilization, your culture to it, and look at what it is. We're moving 100% towards technological innovation. If you looked at this species from afar, and if you weren't a part of it, you would say, well, what does this species do? Oh, they make things. They make things better every year. Beehives are the same fucking thing that you see 10 years ago. You go by, you see a beehive, it's amazing, it's cool, but they're the same fucking thing. They figured out how to do it, they make a beehive.
Right.
We don't do that. We make better things.
What would you do?
Constantly.
And at some point, I think that technology is going to fuse with us.
Yes.
And we're going to become...
It's already happening.
Yeah.
I mean, Elon Musk talked about it on my podcast, that we are cyborgs. You just carry it in your pocket. It's a phone. It answers any question you want. You can talk to it. It'll give you the answers instantaneously. It navigates you. It has all your phone numbers in it. It has all your contacts. You can get a hold of people. People are listening to you through it. It's connecting us in ways even involuntarily.
Haptics, that kind of thing.
Yeah. It's also getting on your wrist. How many people have iWatches, Apple Watches? That put them on their wrist?
Right. And that's only because we can't integrate them yet. But
Yeah.
you know that point is coming.
100%. Yeah. I didn't joke about it last night, but I have a bit about it that I do, about the integration between humans and technology.
What would you do if you were a hyper intelligence, right? Would you do the work yourself, or would you create some cool things called like humans to do it for you? Would you create things that are cybernetic organisms to come in with machines and do it for you? If you were a hyper intelligence that has kind of changed like you've described, you'd probably create workers, right?
Well, that's a vast conspiracy theory.
I'm not talking about conspiracy.
But it is a kind of a conspiracy,
I'm
right?
asking you.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's necessarily that. I mean, you could look at it that way, but that is the way a conspiracy theorist would look at it. The way I would look at it is like there's obviously a progression going on, a biological progression. There's some sort of an integration with technology. There's some sort of imperative, this need for technological innovation. It's inescapable. Everyone has it. And I think it's attached to materialism in some sort of a strange way, because so many people work so hard to get new things. And like, God, that seems so illogical and preposterous, and it makes people unhappy, and depression's on the rise, but nobody seems to be able to stop it. Like, why is that? Well, maybe it's because we are the electronic caterpillars that give birth to the butterfly. Maybe that's what we're doing.
That
Maybe
could very well be.
what our job is to do is to make some sort of a cocoon. And we don't even know we're doing it while we're doing it. Do you think a caterpillar is aware? Like, hey, caterpillar, what are you doing? Man, I'm doing my thing. It's my job. I have to make a cocoon. Then I'm going to become like a butterfly.
This could be a natural part of evolution.
It could be.
That we're just supposed to do this.
Exactly.
And make the jump to some sort of mechanized.
Right.
Yeah,
Have you ever
non-biological.
seen an orangutan that is fishing with a spear?
No.
They've figured out how to fish with spears. There's primatologists.
Wait, without somebody showing them how to fish?
No, they've imitated human beings doing it. And now they do it, but they do it independently. They're not trained orangutans. They're wild orangutans. Look at that. There's a wild orangutan.
Okay, that's impressive.
That's
Very
very
impressive.
Well, there's these primatologists. I guess you would call them primatologists. That's the term.
That's a great
Biologists that believe that monkeys and chimps and some of the great apes are moving into the Stone Age, that they've currently entered the Stone Age. Like, they're not staying what they were 100,000 years ago or 500,000 years ago, but they're actively using tools, and they're experimenting with different ways to use those tools. And then they're making tools out of stone. They're making tools out of sticks, and they're using them. Well, this might just be what happens. Happens. I mean, why else? Why the fuck would we work so hard? I mean, I was driving to LA this morning. I had a doctor's appointment, so I was on the 405 at 8 in the morning. But Jesus Christ, like, this is so crazy. When you're on the 405 in LA at 8 o'clock in the morning, you see literally a million cars.
Yeah, red light.
And it's just everywhere you go, it's people. And also, I'm in a Tesla, so I have it on autopilot. So I'm there sitting, I'm listening to a podcast. I barely have my hand on the wheel. I'm not touching shit. This car's driving me along. I'm not even doing anything. I'm just hanging out. It's so much less stress, by the way, to do it that way.
Right.
So it encourages you to innovate. It encourages you to embrace this new technology. I got this giant screen. It's showing me the navigation in front of me. Oh, I'll be there 5 minutes early. Excellent. And I'm listening to a podcast wirelessly. It's Bluetooth streaming from my phone, and I pulled that podcast, which came out today out of the fucking sky, and I'm listening to it, and I'm all comfortable in my nice little car, just driving on my way to the doctor's office.
This is irresistible stuff.
Yeah. It's different than your Walkman.
Yeah,
Back in the day.
It is irresistible. It is irresistible.
It's frighteningly irresistible.
But is it frightening? I mean, if you were a monkey, right? If you were an Australopithecus, would you go, man, I don't want to fucking be a person and live in a house? That's bullshit. I like just swinging around on trees. I like running from jaguars. This is life. Guys, life is running from crocodiles. It's not living in a fucking suburban community.
There's probably some that are like that.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think when it comes, we're going to embrace it. We're going to embrace it the same way you embrace cell phones, the same way you embrace television. There's going to be a few holdouts. I don't even have an email address, man. Those there's a few and far between. Good luck with that, fuckface. Go move to the woods, Ted Kaczynski.
Yeah, I was just going to throw Ted Kaczynski
in there. Ted Kaczynski was right. This is something that I think about sometimes when I get really high. That Ted Kaczynski was a part of the Harvard LSD studies. This has been proven. Ted Kaczynski, they cooked his fucking brain when he was at Harvard. And then when he went over to Berkeley and became a professor, his goal was to make enough money so that he could implement this program and live in the woods and then write his manifesto and start killing people that were involved in propagating technology.
He was expunged from the Harvard logs, by the way. This is something my friend just called me about. So there's like this private library, and they used to print people's names whenever they were part of a university. And he was one of a handful of people that were expunged from it. I want to jump back to the one thing, Joe. I want to be very careful with that word, conspiracy theorist. What I was saying to you was, we terraform our Earth, right? We terraform, we change the environment, we do all this innovation. What is stopping us from thinking that that's not being done? I'm not saying it is. I'm saying what's stopping us from thinking that that's being done on a much bigger level, on a cosmic level.
You mean like aliens coming down doing that to humans?
Well, I'm telling you that there is something here. There's a fact. There's something. They're a craft. They're here. They're not ours. They're here. So the question is, what is that about? And I'm just looking at what we do with what you're describing with technology.
Well,
and
I think it's much more likely that the same way we observe chimps and we observe that they are now in the Stone Age, that they're observing us, and that they're recognizing that there is a pattern, that there's steps that happen. I mean, Carl Sagan talked about the different levels of civilization, and that that if we don't get past certain levels, we're never going to reach this.
Right.
I mean, we're
a
in
type
this,
1 civilization.
Yeah.
We're going to stay type 0.
Well,
yeah.
we're in this warring, polluting, pillaging,
we're awesome.
civilization.
Humans are awesome.
It's I mean, we're awesome in a lot of ways,
But in that way, we're not.
Well, yeah, we're children that have immense power that we didn't really. The other thing is you're using the immense power that other people have created, right? I mean, even when you're driving a car and you're stomping on the gas, like, woo, you didn't invent the fucking engine. You didn't invent tires. There's all these things that were involved in the creation of this thing that is really outside of your grasp of understanding, but yet you have the ability to use it. Like a person with a gun. I'm just gonna bang, bang, bang people. You didn't invent a gun. So like you've without the intellect to craft and engineer and manifest these creations, you just have access to them because you have paper or you have Bitcoin or you have whatever the fuck you're using a credit card. Now you have almost no responsibility. You could just flippantly use these things, which is why we were very childlike in our actions. We haven't had to earn the responsibility. We haven't had to earn these things that we've been able to have, and you've only been able to have them because other people have innovated and spent ungodly amounts of time and effort and focus in the lab to create these things. And then they've all put them together. And then what's the reason to put them together? To profit. Well, what's the reason to profit? Well, why are you doing this? So you can buy more things. Well, what are we doing? What are we doing? We're making better things. That's what we do. That's all we do.
That's all we do is make better things.
Yeah. Why the fuck do we need oil? Why do we need oil? Why can't we just burn wood and stay home? Why can't we grow chickens and food in the backyard? Why can't we do it? Well, we fucking can. We certainly can. People do it. But we decide to make that almost impossible. Our preferred way of living is to stuff everyone into a very small area where no one grows anything other than weed. And this is what LA is. LA is 20 million people with hard surfaces, as many hard surfaces as you can. Boy, if you got an acre backyard in LA, holy shit, look at all that green. This is amazing. Well, no, that's the fucking earth coming through this weird sort of creation that we've put on top of the earth. But the goal is that, like New York City, there's none of it, right? You've got Central Park and they just got human shit, human stacked up. No one's growing anything. And then constant work. Everyone's up early. Go, go, go. Innovate, progress, make that money so you can buy more things. And every year, hey, Apple, where's this fucking new phone? As if your phone isn't good enough. Like your phone's taking pictures and videos and people are calling you and you got applications that tell you which way the wind's blowing. It's not good enough.
A blink of an eye, it's all gone though. That, like 10,000 years and the Hoover Dam goes or whatever, Mount Rushmore disintegrates. So it's amazing because we have created that and everything's trying to spring up through that. We keep it maintenance down, but we're a blink, man. Something hits.
But we don't think that way. Well, you think in terms of your own life, right? You think in terms of what you want and what you need right now. We are in many ways this combination of this weird, primitive, ape-like thing with the ability to calculate and manipulate our world and our environment that makes us wholly unique. On top of that, with existential angst and fear. So what do you do with that? We fucking water it down with antidepressants. Give these fucking people some shit that keeps them moving. Well, they're worried about the future. They're trying to figure out what reality is. You're on a goddamn convertible spaceship spinning 1,000 miles an hour, hurling through infinity. There's no meaning to this thing. Just keep making shit. Keep making stuff. And then one day they're going to be able to hit that switch and this life will be born out of innovation and thinking and progress and technology. And more than likely, it's probably going to be what we're seeing that these things are that you're observing.
I'm not observing them, but yeah.
Well, someone's observing.
Are you implying that they're us?
I don't think they are us, but I think they are what happens when things keep going. It's not us, just like we're not monkeys, right? I'm not a chimp.
Oh, that'd
Chimp
be cool.
like.
They're from here. Is your idea?
No,
No.
that this is what happens
Yes.
all over the universe.
Yes, right. Yeah,
That
totally.
this is what happened. Look, here's the thing. I went to see Brian Cox's. He has this amazing live show with Robin Ince, where they have these LED screens, these huge screens with high resolution depictions of the cosmos. And one of the most mind blowing things was he has this large scale image of the universe, and it shows all the individual galaxies of the universe, and it just keeps moving through all these galaxies in 3 dimensions. And it's fucking incredible. But what's stunning is the relative uniformity of it, even at you're obviously looking at an incredibly small depiction of something that's immensely large, like a galaxy of hundreds of billions of stars. You're seeing it as this little dot, but this little dot that's flying through space, surrounded by other little darts with very similarly spaced distances.
Yeah, homogeneous
between
all
them.
through. Yeah.
So, Mike, if we see uniformity in that form, in terms of like the distance between galaxies, so many galaxies it's so similar. They might vary slightly, and that slightly might be hundreds of millions of light years, right? But there's so much uniformity. Why would we not assume that uniformity exists pretty much everywhere, and that all these things that you're seeing that are so similar, you do see binary star systems, you do see single star systems like star, but there's also some speculation that Earth and that our solar system was one time was a binary star system. Right, I mean that's one of the speculations about that object that they find outside the Kuiper Belt that they think is 10 times larger than Earth. They think it might have been at one point in time a star. But this uniformity that you see, why wouldn't we think that has its same implications biologically? That there's some sort of a biological uniformity, and that this happens given the right sets of circumstances.
Yeah, it could be.
You should tell them some of the stuff that you read that you don't know is true. I mean, if the stuff was true about the propulsion stuff. I mean, anyway,
Well, what have you read? What
you saw too. I mean,
What are you talking about? Spill the beans, Bob.
I got to poke the bear here.
Get some more liquor in you.
The only thing I could verify was what I had my hands on. There was talk of weapon systems, that there were different projects. Project Galileo, Project Sidekick was supposed to be weapon applications of the craft. Project Looking Glass had to do with time, any effects of time in the craft. Now, I don't think we're not talking about making a time machine like in science fiction, but we're talking about, small distortions, intentional distortions of time, and how that can be used, as a, it was part of a weapon program.
How are you informed in this?
These again were just the small briefings that I read, but again, I don't really like to talk about those because I don't have any information on them, and it was just small briefings.
But you told Commander Fravor that what he saw might have been a time dilation, and not
it could be because gravity affects time. Space time. I'm sure you've heard of that, and what Commander Fravor saw as he was in the F-18 approaching it, he said he described it as a ping pong ball in a cup and shaking it back and forth. It was moving that fast. Now, obviously, if there's anything inside there, it's going to be battered to hell. But, my point was that, one of two things. Either there's a gravitational envelope in there which negates any inertia effects, or you are seeing through a gravity distortion field. So, just like you're looking at a hot highway and you see, an optical distortion going through there. Well, the same thing happens in gravity, and the craft may not actually be moving like that. It may just look like it because you can only see it through the field. So it may be making much more gentle moves. I'm not saying that's it, but it has to be one of the two.
And the thing shows up 60 miles away. They noticed it on radar 60 seconds after it left Commander Fravor, but it was at his cap point, which is the next point he was destined to go to, 60 miles away. And in 60 seconds on radar, the same object ends up there.
So it's going a mile a second.
No, I think the radar just picked it up in 60 seconds.
Yeah, it could have been there instantly, but
we don't know.
The cycle time.
Nobody knows. That's the whole thing.
So it cycles, like radar cycles?
Like
yeah, it
sends out a
doesn't
beam
it doesn't sweep, but
Right,
I mean
it's like
it
it turns, like-
scans.
yeah,
it's
like
a
that
planar
antenna.
array, so
Okay.
it just it scans around at random
That's
places.
the spy one does a really cool. Yeah, it
Right.
doesn't do the whole loop anymore.
Right. The point is though that the craft moved to his next location before he knew where his next location was going to be,
Jeez.
and that's well documented. So that's a pretty shocking piece of information.
What's fascinating to me too is that you were discussing this, the way this reactor worked, and that these things were not really connected.
No, nothing is connected. There's no wiring at all.
That freaks me the fuck out.
Charge your iPhone,
Yeah. Well, wireless,
on the little, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's a
Well, I
simple
mean,
electromagnetic. Yeah, I know again, but that's just simple electromagnetic induction.
Right, but I mean, Tesla, the scientist, had this concept of
Right, that's
what he's-
yeah.
That's what I'm talking
I mean,
about.
for other people that don't know what we're saying, that he wanted to send wireless electricity through the sky, and Westinghouse was like, "Get the fuck out of here with that!" Like when anybody could just pull electricity out of the sky.
Can't meter it.
Yeah, they
It's-
couldn't.
yeah.
They couldn't.
We had
meter
this
it.
talk in the
Yeah.
car right over, trying to chill him out. We're talking about Tesla and how he couldn't be metered and how it all went down. So it's funny you bring it up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I mean, who knows what would have happened in terms of innovation had he been allowed to go forward with that?
Well, we probably wouldn't have computers.
You think?
Yeah, I'm pretty positive.
Why
I
is
mean,
that?
forget about microelectronics. Well, this is dumping huge amounts of electromagnetic energy in the air. And yeah, we'd be able to wirelessly turn on our lights, but there'd be no radio communication. The interference would be something would be overwhelming. It would induce electric currents in anything with a small wire on it. So integrated circuits, transistors would be disintegrated before they were even, tested for operation. So it would
Maybe it would have
destroy.
fucked us up.
Yeah, it would have stopped us dead. It'd be great. You could turn lighters on and heaters from all over the place with no wires, but it would stop modern electronics.
And if we became dependent on it, it would almost be like our dependence on fossil fuels. Although it's destructive, it's very difficult for us to get off the nipple.
It would have changed the course of how we developed, which is so interesting when you talk about it. A civilization, another star system didn't even start with fossil fuels. They had 115 naturally on their planet, and they're like, cool, anti-gravity is pretty awesome.
Well, the fact that they
I
didn't
think it's important that actually happened.
yeah.
It might have been stopped in its tracks for a reason.
Whoa. And I think it's incredibly difficult for us to imagine technological progression under another timeline other than the one that we've experienced.
Yeah, that's difficult.
If we imagine what this alien race must have been like, and God, just to be able to see something, obviously we've seen it in different life forms, right? Like we see the life of certain beetles in comparison to the life of certain fish. Very, very different existence, very different life cycles.
Octopus.
Yeah, octopus. Yeah, I mean, we see all these different variables in terms of biological entities on Earth, but we don't see it in terms of technological innovation, as we're the only one that's intelligent that can innovate. And we have intelligent creatures, but they're in the ocean. The only other thing that are like us are dolphins and orcas and whales, and they don't have the ability to manipulate their environment. And subsequently, because they don't have the ability to manipulate their environment, we put them in fish tanks. And we're like, get in the tank, do some tricks.
Right.
The only thing he saw in the craft, if we were considering Bob's story, the only thing that he saw in the craft that he related to that looked like a human could make was this honeycomb hatch. And I always love that because you're like obsessed with this thing that you could recognize.
I only focus on that because it was the one thing that I understood how it worked.
What was it?
And it was the access to the level below. And it was, if you take, you have a 6-pack of beer and you take out the cardboard dividers, set it on the table, you can put a lot of pressure on the top. But if you push it from the sides, it collapses flat. So it was something like that in a honeycomb shape that was essentially some sort of sheet metal. And you could walk on that in the upper layer. But if you took the corner, stuck your finger in and pushed, it collapsed and made an entryway. So I thought that was a really unique. I'd never seen that before. And it was the only thing in the craft that made absolute sense to me. I said, we can make that. And all that is a hatchway.
Was there any discussion about the materials that were used to make the craft?
I'm sure there was, but that was a metallurgy division. It had nothing to do with us.
So you never got
Not even the
Hint of it.
slightest briefing. I don't even know if it was metal or it was ceramic. It's I think there's a fine line between the two.
Now, one of the things that's happened to you that has allowed people to discredit you was there's obviously been some sort of an effort to erase your past.
Yeah.
Some sort of an effort to erase your education history, your employment history at Los Alamos. In fact, the only way your employment history was proven at Los Alamos is someone got a directory of the employees from the past and read into it, and you were on that list. So it proved that you worked there, even though people were trying to deny it, and they were trying to use that as a way to discredit you, that you never did work at Los Alamos. You weren't really a scientist. What was that like to experience? I mean, of course, we're talking about the 1980s, the 1990s, when you could get away with something like that.
Yeah, obviously there were a lot less records on computers at that time. It was still file cabinets and folders. But that was frightening. That was one of the first things.
What happened?
I think George Knapp was the first one that uncovered that. I mean, he saw my birth certificate disappear.
It disappeared.
Yeah,
there was no record of you being.
Yeah, there was no record of that. There was
his mom
no
tells
record.
His mom tells me about that. Like, it was frightening for her. He's got a real family. You know, he's a real person. It's frightening for her.
But if the Los Alamos thing really surprised me, and that they were so adamant that no, this guy never worked here. Don't be ridiculous. And George went back and forth, for
I got the letters on the wall. Yeah,
months. I mean, it was ridiculous. But fortunately, somebody. Originally, I told you, when I worked there, I was on the front page of the paper. So they were still able to archive, bring that back from the archives. And, Bob Lazar, a physicist working here at Los Alamos. So there was at least something there. But somehow George came up with the phone directory.
And then Bob took George with cameras into Los Alamos.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So we flew out there and I said, look, come on in. I'll show you where I worked. We'll go in. We'll meet people. And George went with me and,
and you knew how to navigate the place. So
met people, and
Los Alamos was also the place where they had the machine that was able to read the size of your digits.
No, that was Los Alamos. That was S4.
That was S4. And explain that.
So now this was back in the 80s.
And this is back in the 80s where when you discuss this, people are like, this doesn't even exist.
Yeah.
Okay. What was it?
It was a way, this is before fingerprint scanners and, and any high resolution scanner at that time. So what it was a device that had a little picture of a hand on a glass plate with pins in it. So you could jam your hand in there. And there was a bright light above it and a sensor underneath. And when you put your hand in there, the light would turn on and it would measure the bones in your finger because the light shone through your bones. And apparently, the length of the bones in your fingers are extremely unique and easy to measure. And they use that. When you put your hands on there, the light would turn on and your badge would pop out.
There's it right there.
Oh, there it is. That's it. And I tried to describe this to people, and they said, that is the most ridiculous thing we've ever heard. And I said, hey, my badge came out of that thing. I put my hand on it, badge popped out, and that's how I could open the doors and get into S4. And
and everybody discredited that. They said it was bullshit. It was science fiction. And Jeremy, you found this.
I found it through a good friend of mine named Tyler Rogaway, and he had some good sources inside of Area 52 where they also used these for the stealth program right around that time. So now I've got all these people that worked within who, said only if you're in certain programs would we use this technology. It was kind of shit, actually. They didn't keep it for very long, beginning of biometrics. So I was able to reveal it in my film. I kept my mouth shut until I showed it to Bob. In the movie, his first time he saw it was how you see it in the documentary. That's his genuine reaction. I'm getting goosebumps.
That was a great idea, the way you did it.
Thank you, man, because you know what? Guess what? I'm actually trying to see if he's telling the truth. That's how I started. That's how I started. So it was really cool to see that, and that you get to see it, his actual reaction.
Has that been verified by other people?
Yeah. So to me, it has. Personally, I get emails every day, and people are telling me where these are used and how they're used, and send me photos. I got a lot of photos of identity mats now.
Well, how they were used, right? They're not
How they were used,
not
but
using it.
yeah, but I don't. The most recent one was way more recent than I thought in another country. But yeah, that technology was used. So what's so funny is that this technology, even in the area 52 where they'd use them for Tonopah, one of the guys who will go on camera with me, he will do an interview with me. He was a technician for one of these, and he hated them because they were really bad. They always broke down and he was a technician for him. Now, he won't tell me where. If he worked at Area 52, so it's probably Tonopah. It's very separated, even on the base. But yeah.
So there was that.
Yeah.
There is your education record. That was also like, what happened with that?
Well, that disappeared also. You know, that I've never gone anywhere for education. I never attended any classes at Caltech. I never attended anything at MIT.
You did attend classes in those places, though.
I did attend classes in those places.
Do you know anybody that you went to school with?
Yes, I do.
And have they verified that they went to school with you?
Well, I gave Jeremy some names, but the reason I don't say these names publicly is because every single time I mention a name, somebody gets in trouble.
They don't want to be.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. But what is that experience like, seeing your birth certificate erased, seeing your employment
Well, it's
history?
frightening. It's absolutely frightening.
But it's also the fuel that the debunkers use, the so-called air quote skeptics. I don't like the term skeptics. I'm going to say this publicly because I really have only said this privately. I think it's a sloppy, lazy way to look at things, to just be a skeptic.
Look,
I want people to be objective. And I think there's a lot of things you should be skeptical of. I think you should look at things from a hardline science perspective. You should be objective. But the idea of skeptics, the problem with that is you're always looking for things to be bullshit.
Yeah.
And I think that's dangerous because I think some things aren't bullshit.
It's confirmation bias on the other end. You're just deciding to take a square thing and put it in a round hole no matter what.
And I find a lot of them to be lazy.
Yeah.
A lot of them to be lazy thinkers.
Sure.
Because they're always putting it into that box instead of going, instead of just separating their ego, they're playing a game. And the game is calling bullshit. I want to call bullshit, and I'm going to line up all these reasons why it's bullshit, and I'm going to ignore anything that might be contrary to that definition.
Yeah, that does.
Every time I'm thinking I'm going to catch him in something, all along this process, I found Dr. Krangle. He came forward and said, I was in security briefings with Bob Lazar, the physicist at Los Alamos. He went on the record with me. Now, the other people I talked with, why won't they go on the record with me? Because they're still working there. So that's the difference, right? What can the public have, right?
Or even if they're not working there, they want to live their lives. Why? I mean, obviously, people have seen what's happened to you.
Mike Thigpen, after 30 years.
Yeah, really. If you look at all the information on, concerning my accounts, that's verifiable. It can't possibly be a bullshit story anymore. It's really way past that point.
Yeah.
I mean,
that was
Mike Thigpen is. I mean, how could I possibly know?
So Mike Thigpen was the guy that did the security clearances to go to the base. One of the guys that was.
And this is the guy that you worked with.
He said he did.
Right.
And George Knapp, George didn't believe him. George put him through 4 polygraph tests, right? He tried to see, man, this is a big risk. It sounds interesting, but let's see if he's telling the truth. One of the things was, Bob said there's a guy named Mike Thigpen. He did security clearances for the base, and that's a weird name. It's a very specific. For 30 years, George found this guy in this weird department that he didn't even know it was Mike Thigpen. The guy wouldn't talk to me, ghosted him, totally ghosted him for 30 years. Used Facebook and Google image match through his children. I was able to find him after 30 years, and I talked to him 3 times on the phone. He lives on the East Coast. He almost went on camera with me. Confirmed that he did security clearances for the base in 1989, confirmed he remembers Bob Lazar. And what you don't know is there's a handwritten note that a friend of yours has from Mike.
What?
I know, I'm going to give it to you later. But that is real. That is actual. So
a handwritten note that says what?
This is new to me.
So when they do security clearances, they go through all your friends and family.
And they go to
your friends' family,
yeah.
So this is to Bob and I had people come to me for a friend of mine that's serving, and they're doing a security clearance for him. And even though I'm like the UFO guy, They did, the FBI will come and visit my house and make sure that they talk about my friend, and they left a little card. And when my wife told them to get away because she didn't know who they were, they left a little card. It's super cute now. Back then it was a handwritten note, and his friend has it for him that you haven't seen in
Oh my God.
2 decades. So if you're listening,
How come
friend,
you're telling me this
I don't
now?
know why I'm telling
What
you
is this
that.
card?
It's just a little handwritten note with Mike Thigpen's signature.
I mean, a card like a postcard.
Like a piece of paper that he
Okay.
left on the door saying when Bob gets back or whatever it says on it. So it's just another little funny thing. I found the guy. He does the security clearances. He admitted to me he did it, and he admitted to me he was dodging George Knapp because when George said his name on the news, he dropped his fork into his steak or into his potatoes or whatever, and he's looking at his wife. He was in trouble. His name's never supposed to be out there like this. Just a security clearance guy. But you don't want national attention associated with anything Bob has to say. But anyway, this unique name Bob said for 30 years, and the guy ghosted George Knapp. George could prove he existed. He actually talked to me, man. He talked to me 3 times. He almost went on camera with me. It's just crazy. What happens after 30 years? You just get more info.
Well, that's one of the reasons why when you and me and Jeremy and George Knapp had that conversation on the phone,
Yeah.
I said, I think what we can do with this podcast is important. I really do. I think it's important for people to hear this from you in a very clear, just very concise way. And if you examine all the information that you've said today, if you look at all the things that the detractors have said, if you look at all of the new recent evidence that's coming out and all these really high-level people in the military and the government that are discussing this, it gives you far more credibility than you would have had in the 1980s when this came out.
Fuck yes.
Sure.
You can't
It's a different
ignore his
world.
story just because you don't like it anymore.
That's why I thought it was important that you come out and refresh the world's memory and let people know. And like I said, I don't want to say I'm a fan of yours, but I guess I'm a fan of yours. As a human being, I'm a fan of yours. But I've been following you for decades. I've been following the story for decades. I mean,
No kidding.
I have VHS tapes.
Bob,
at
like
home.
a lot of the world has.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Well, anybody
get
that
it.
has any sort of a vested interest or just a fascination with UFOs has followed your story because there's no one else. There's no one else that comes forward. There's some guy who said, I worked underground with the aliens. They shot my hand off. Like, there's a bunch of like wacky dudes. They're underground. There's bases. They're shooting lasers through the Earth's crust and they move them at light speed. There's a lot of those guys. They seem schizophrenic. They seem crazy. They might even be disinformation agents. They might be people that are designed to muddy the waters, which for sure has happened.
People are coming forward, though, now. It's amazing. By doing this, what you're doing, you're providing an opportunity for Bob to tell his story. Believe it or not, he can tell his story. It's amazing because more people will come forward now that are involved with these projects. They'll come forward to you, to me. They're coming forward. And so what you've done here is provide that opportunity if they need it. And it's amazing. I just want to say, Bob,
Just don't come forward to me.
no, don't come
Leave
forward
him
to
alone.
Bob.
Leave him
Why
alone, you
were you?
freaks.
Why were you freaking nauseous at the beginning of this? Like so upset. Why'd you have a migraine? Because that started off so hard. My God, I was sitting here like, did this?
Well, why are you asking him why? It's
Because
obvious. Anxiety. The guy's gone through 30 fucking years of being persecuted.
I just
They've
wanna
erased
hear-
his birth certificate.
I just want
What
to
do
hear
you
him.
want to hear from him?
I want to hear him say. I want them to
Why
hear
do I
him
have to say that?
You
Joe
don't.
just said
We
it.
get it.
I step out.
Okay.
Settle down. Yeah, I get it. It was hard for you to get him here, and I
It was hard
appreciate.
for us.
Yeah.
You
Wow, you did a
Well,
lot more than me.
what really annoys me are the people that think, you guys just came up with the story to make a bunch of money or get a bunch of, attention. And
That's
look,
a good point. So
look,
please explain that. You've
first
never
of all,
made any
I
money
don't
off
get
of this.
any money out of this at all. And I didn't even let you guys buy plane tickets for me to come out here or anything. I mean, anytime, like when Jeremy previewed, I guess, the movie up in Michigan, I mean, it brought in like a couple $1,000s. I made sure that $2,000 went to science programs at the local high schools there.
It's like dirty money. He doesn't want to touch it.
I don't take any money from this stuff. And as far as attention, I hate fucking attention. I don't like being on shows. I just want to kind of hide in the corner and do my own thing. So I got enough hugs when I was a kid. Okay, I don't need any attention. So no, if you think somehow we came up with this thing, then you got to tell me why we did it.
Well, you've done a great job of making sure you have your bases covered in that regard, that you haven't profited off of this. And like you said, that you have donated whatever money that came your way to science programs. It doesn't make any sense any other way. I mean, what I've gotten out of here is what I thought I was going to get out of here when I watched the documentary, that what you're saying makes sense. It doesn't make sense that it's bullshit.
That happened exactly like I said it did, Joe.
I believe you. In closing, is there anything else you'd like to say?
No, I can't think of anything other than really don't come and try to visit me.
Well, I know that you have paid a huge personal cost to get this information out. And I mean, maybe you didn't understand what that cost would have been when you first initially came forward with the story. But over the past 30 years, it's been immense. It's been great. And I just want to thank you for that. And thank you for all these people that would not have gotten this information and would not have really had this story any other way.
Oh, thanks, Joe.
Thank you. And thank you, Jeremy. And one more time, the documentary is available on Netflix right now.
Yeah, it's called Bob Lazar, Area 51 and Flying Saucers.
All right. That's it, folks. Good night.
Yeah, you did it, dude.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Oh, George.
Hey, Joe.
Jeremy, what's up? Good to see you guys.
Hey, man.
The two musketeers at the front lines of UFO disclosure.
It is scary if that's true, Joe.
I think you guys are. I mean, you're certainly prominent.
Can I get the mic turned up on this bad boy?
Yeah, there's a little thing right there.
Shit.
You can hear your own voice. There's a volume knob right there. There we go. We're up.
It's exciting times.
It is. It's very exciting times.
I've said it a few times that I never thought I would see it in my life. You know, I would just keep plugging away this is my 36th year doing this, chasing this crazy story. I never thought it would make this much progress. Still a long way to go. But
are you apprehensive at all that some of the stuff that they're releasing is bullshit?
Of course.
Wait,
who's releasing?
I mean, when you see these, the Pentagon's talking about it, when, you know, intelligent officials, you ever wonder whether or not it's disinformation?
Yeah. You want to
go ahead.
So, yeah, I'll take that first. Yeah, I've heard you kind of talk about that a bunch, you know, and I think it's a very healthy suspicion to have. My perspective is a little different in that people are always coming at me with fake information, like every day, all the time. But the people in government that we have been able to kind of interface with, I wish there was an adult in the room. I wish that this was orchestrated through the media. It would give me some sort of hope that someone has some sort of control on this. And that has not been my experience.
So what is your experience? Like, what's your impression of how it's all happening?
It's a big question. I don't know where to start on that, but here's what I know. I know that there are people in government that want some level of disclosure on whatever this is without defining it. Just there should be oversight. So I know that to be true. There are good people that think that people are running amok and there must be oversight, not just financially, but if these types of technologies actually exist.
Right. Who's in control of them and why? And who has access to them and why?
I mean, we have a history of disinformation and misinformation put out to the public and to Congress by the intelligence community, by the Pentagon. They lie all the time. It's part of the turf. It's part of the job. But for them to then go into closed door briefings with members of Congress, with the oversight committees who handle their budgets, for them to lie about that, that's another matter. And I don't think they would because they could get busted for it. A lot of stuff is coming out now. And I know we get asked all the time, who's behind this push? You know, it looks like it's one big movement as opposed to a bunch of different things that all happened in approximately the same time. It's kind of been organic. Different people have come forward, and it encourages other people to come forward, as opposed to somebody doing a master manipulation of the whole thing.
What resistance is there to this information getting out?
There's resistance on like multiple levels. So despite what you believe to be true or not true, the big question is, are we going to be able to verify some of these claims? That's all I care about, right? If we're back engineering some of these craft, then I believe that we should have the discovery process to find out if things like what David Grush has said under oath, that he has literally put his well-being and his safety on the line for, if that is true, then we have a duty to find out. So the pushback comes from many levels. There's stigma. It's fucking huge, dude. Like it is political toxicity for some of these senators to even, people don't want to know, they don't want me to say I ever talk with them. It's like a toxic environment politically, the UFO thing.
Because everybody thinks it's bullshit, or you're a loon if you believe it. But not everybody, but quite a few people.
Not just that, it doesn't help you get reelected, man.
Right.
And then when you start poking the bear and going into the oversight committees and the Senate Intelligence Committee and all these things, they're like, whoa, this is our territory. Why are you, as Congress, pushing on us? Why are you doing that? Like, this is our job. We have clearances. So there's that kind of pushback too.
You look back at the beginning of the cover-up, why did it happen? Why did it start? Well, if 1947, this gigantic wave of UFOs suddenly appear. You got Kenneth Arnold, you got Roswell, hundreds of sightings all over. We'd just come out of World War II, and our military is faced with a new threat that they really don't know what the hell it is. They start looking at it and trying to figure it out, but they can't. So they sort of painted themselves into a corner of secrecy. Nobody wants to admit, if you're a president or chairman of the Joint Chiefs, there's something flying in our atmosphere, and we can't control it. We can't even catch it. We can't detect it on radar. There's not much we can do. They don't want to admit that. Secondly, I think what was told to me by a Senate intelligence guy who was a chief staffer who oversaw black budget operations. He had come out to Area 51 looking into the Lazar stuff years ago, early 90s. And he told me, look, if this is true, if this cover-up is going on, if they are diverting millions of dollars, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars from legitimate national security programs to keep this cover-up going, as he suspected there were, then somebody's going to go to prison. When it comes out, they'd go to prison. I think we heard Dave Grush speaking before this House committee in late July, at which he talked about special access programs, hundreds of millions of dollars being funneled into them. Nothing ever comes out. Congress has no oversight. Congress doesn't even know they exist. That's the kind of thing you can send somebody to prison if and when it comes out. And then the final reason, we can only speculate about it, maybe there really is a big secret. I wonder about it. If I was told, here's the real deal, here's what's going to happen if this comes out, society will collapse. It is so overwhelming, so disturbing that it would hit the fan, that everybody would freak out. Maybe there is something like that. I don't know. But it gets dangerous for us to allow military folks to decide, I can know it, but you can't. Dad can know, but mom and the kids can't know. I don't like that. I'd like to be able to know myself.
I don't like it either, but why do they think that society would collapse?
There was a Brookings Institute study that was done in 1960 where they looked at it. And, let's say it was confirmed that we came out and admitted that extraterrestrials are here. And they speculated, looking at sociological matters, that social institutions would collapse. Do people want to still pay their taxes? Do they want to go to work? It was so overwhelming. The fact that we, a lesser species, have been discovered by something more intelligent. We know from human history how that works out. When the Europeans come to North America, we know what happens to the people who are already here, the less developed society. They collapsed. They were wiped out. And I think that was the projection of that study. The only way to get around that, they said, is to prepare for it over a long period of time, to condition folks to get ready for it. And I don't know if there was ever a policy where they instituted that, but it kind of looks like it. All the UFO and alien movies and TV shows and X-Files this and books and reports and children's cartoons, it almost looks like we've been conditioned to get ready for it over the last 60 years.
When people talk about the possibility of these being some sort of black ops creation by the Defense Department, some sort of weapons grade
drone that moves at insane speeds with some unknown technology that they've developed in secrecy. That kind of falls apart when you go back to 47. If you go back to 47 and you're seeing these vehicles that are behaving in a very similar way, or at least described in a very similar way, where they just jet off at insane rates of speed, no visible means of propulsion, no sound. That's the one thing that brings me back. Like, God, they seem to act the same. At least some of them do. They seem to be, and if we're talking about 1947, we can really safely assume that they did not have drone technology capable of, super hypersonic speeds at that time.
I'm really glad you mentioned that, because that is a big part of the issue here. Is like, people can just say, oh, this is really special projects that are even being hidden by our own government. The thing is, the UFO phenomenon has been ubiquitous. It's been everywhere in the world, and it's been going on before 1947. So somebody had that technology. Now, I do hope we've had some sort of ability to get derivative technologies. I know they've been trying to do that, if we believe the core concept that we have craft that's more advanced than ours that we're trying to reverse engineer. So the fact you bring that up, and I want to touch on what you just said, the explanation I've been given, we've both been given, is that there are true national security concerns about this technology, that the cover-up or whatever, that it has to do with what will happen if we make a breakthrough in this technology, and that can be weaponized. So the secrecy, you could say, some people have tried to convince us that there's real, true national security issues with this, in that once you admit one thing, those next questions are going to come, and maybe we can't answer those yet. We don't know. So that's the fear. Is like, it's like the Oppenheimer movie. Like, shit's been kept pretty secret, but stuff has come out. It's like, what happens if we admit the fundamental truth that there are craft of unknown origin that are more advanced technologically than ours? Doesn't matter where they're from. What happens if we admit that? So people are concerned, from my opinion, within government, that if they let that out, the follow-up, they're not going to be able to deal with.
This technology has been seen throughout human history, on every continent, in every culture, for as far back as humans have been around. That is not our technology that was flying around pre-1947. Look, Dave Fravor was here in this chair, Joe, talking to you, and he talked about the Tic Tac incident from 2004 as he testified before Congress in late July. We didn't have that technology then to do what the Tic Tac did. We don't have it now. We don't have it. If you look back at the paper trail, this is what got me hooked on this topic in the begin with. I can't go out and find UFOs. I don't know the cosmic meaning of all this stuff, but there is a paper trail within our government, documents, memos, reports that were generated by the Department of Defense before the Freedom of Information Act existed, before they had to worry about the public ever seeing these reports. Those documents paint a pretty clear picture. General Nathan Twining, who became Chief of the Air Force, he was also the first Air Force guy to be the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He wrote this document in 1947, the Twining memo, where he talks about these things are not fictitious or imaginary. They're real, and they're not ours. And we don't think they're the Russians either. It's not our technology. How did
he describe it?
It's not fictitious or imaginary. It's real.
But how did he describe the crafts, or how they behave?
Metallic. They can appear and disappear. We can't detect them on our sensors, whatever, I think it was radar back then, that they can outfly our best planes, fly circles around us. There's nothing we can do about it. We have no defense mechanism against them. And then there's the paper trail starts there. There was a study by the FBI and the U.S. Army in 1948. Then the CIA, after it was created, got involved. They've been studying this stuff for a long time, and the documents where they speak to each other, very frankly, this is real. It's not us. As the 1960, they put out a memo saying this is serious business. We need to figure this out. I think there are inescapable national security implications for this technology. There is a race for it. We're trying to get it. The Russians are trying to get it. The Chinese are trying to get it. Whoever gets it, they win.
Are there some sort of reports about the Russians and the Chinese also having recovered crafts?
Dude, he smuggled a ton of classified documents out of Russia himself during Glasnost and Perestroika. He went and met with the heads of the UFO programs for in Russia during that time period. He came back with all those documents and actually supplied them to some people. Like that happened.
It had a lot to do with Harry Reid's decision to go ahead and support funding, because those documents show that the Russians are trying to do what we're trying to do, which is to take this stuff apart and figure out how it works.
And what year was this?
This is 1993, the first time I went. But their study lasted, they had the biggest study in the history of the world. From 78 to 88, the USSR sent out an order to every military unit in the vast Soviet Empire that any UFO, any orb, any ball of light, anything weird in the sky, all has to be investigated. And that information had to be funneled to the Ministry of Defense, to the desk of a guy named Colonel Boris Sokolov, who was in charge of this program. And I met him, and he shared a lot of that information with me. And he admitted, we're trying to figure this stuff out, because if we could duplicate that technology, we could kick your ass in terms of stealth. We could beat you at your own game on stealth technology. So they were trying to do it. They're trying to figure it out. We hear bits and pieces that they have recovered crashes as well. So do the Chinese, maybe the Israelis.
I mean, also in these documents. So, and can you tell them who you gave them to? That whole stuff. Can you tell them that?
They got into the hands of the U.S. government. And then that was after I came back from Russia the first time. I went back again in 96. A lot of the people who had been willing to talk to me during Glasnost were now afraid. They would not meet with me. The people who had gone on camera changed their tunes, because the whole country had changed in that time period. But the documents also went to OSAP. That's the program that the DIA ran. Bigelow was the contractor for it. And they hired a bunch of Russians to go through those documents, figure out the structure of the Russian UFO program, and did a lot more analysis than I could do just by myself.
And in these documents, they talked about shoot down attempts, which is something that we'll be hearing more about over the next 15 weeks, I hope. So in Russia, they had this policy at first to engage these things, and they lost pilots.
Yeah, they had 40 different incidents during that study where Russian warplanes chased UFOs. 3 of those cases, the UFOs turned around and shot them down. They disabled the planes, and the planes crashed. 2 of those pilots died. And after the 3rd crash, the Russian Ministry of Defense put out the order, leave them alone. They may have, quote, incredible capacities for retaliation. Just leave them alone.
And one last thing about that blew my mind. We did an episode about this, like him going to Russia, the whole thing. They talked about in those documents that they knew how many satellites that we had dedicated to looking for UFOs. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah, I met this Russian scientist who had worked on their version of Star Wars. He lived in one of these secret cities. He'd never spoken to any journalist, let alone a Western journalist. And he started telling us about the work that they were doing. He showed me this tabletop model of a laser weapon that he called the weapon of the aliens. But he said he'd been involved in the Russian space program in the earliest days. They had satellites up there that were seeing these things coming in and out of space into Earth's atmosphere and going out. He said, the Americans, I know that you guys had those satellites. You were seeing the same stuff we were. Their intelligence agents got information from the U.S. They knew we were collecting information back then. They know we're collecting it now.
And when they said that they had jets shot down, do we have instances of jets getting shot down in America?
We do. It's kind of sketchy, because a lot of those records, we have records of the planes going down, but there's no indication that the UFOs were responsible, other than the Captain Mantell incident. It's a pretty famous UFO case where he chased a UFO and then crashed. They think he might have run out of gas. And I think the Air Force tried to explain he was chasing the planet Venus, which is preposterous, Yeah, we have some. Yeah.
The CIA actually fully funded a movie narrated by Rod Serling.
Wow.
It's called UFOs Past, Present, or Future. And there's 2 versions. And you can find it online. This is the most incredible UFO movie of all time, because it's funded by the CIA to try to apologize for that incident of saying he chased Venus. It's a cool old school documentary on UFOs, narrated by the Twilight Zone guy.
Huh. Wow.
Yeah. Fact.
So the Russians, how many crafts we supposedly Grush said that the United States is in possession of 12?
We should back up on Grush, right? Like,
okay.
What I'm thinking is something big happened, we had these hearings, right? And everybody knows Grush because they saw him for the first time during that. In those hearings, he did not say that. And so there's an important thing there, what he said and what he couldn't say during those hearings. So I'm not going to say that Grush has ever said that. That's not in his DOPSR, like that's not authorized shit. If somebody said that, I don't know who said it. All we know he said was right there in that hearing.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? It's like there's a lot of rumors out there, and I don't know.
So this 12.
You've heard it from
vehicles.
people, and
Yes.
I've heard it from people,
Yeah.
not from Grush though. you know?
Okay. Okay. So I'm confused. So what has Grush said? Grush said they definitely have physical crafts.
So he was really, so let me just set the scene for you with this hearing thing, right? So I know when people think this is like orchestrated, man, we fought for every millimeter of doing that hearing. Like I personally did, you know, and so did George. And the idea was, what can we put out to the public and let everybody know this is important to us? It's the first time in history that you have Commander David Fravor, Lieutenant Ryan Graves, and then one whistleblower, a guy named David Grush, who we can't validate what he said because it's all classified information. But Commander Fravor, friends of ours, you know, Commander Fravor, he like just told what happened to him. He chased a UFO. Then you've got Ryan Graves, who his whole squadron has been seeing these things. You've had both on your podcast. But Grush stood up there and he was very careful with his words. And I want people to know why. If you look at that setting, you're going to see right behind him was a guy named Chuck McCullough. Chuck McCullough is the former Intelligence Community Inspector General. So like the cops of the intelligence community. And he was right behind David Grush, who is his client. So he's representing David Grush. Because David Grush put a whistleblower complaint. And look at those two handsome guys right there. So there's, this is the biggest conspiracy photo of all time. Can you imagine people seeing this and being like, what are those idiots doing up there with him? But so behind
David,
David,
dude with the beard, the glasses in the back, he looks so happy.
dude, he's so
UFOs.
People think that guy with the bald head is James Clapper, by the way. I got a bunch of
it wasn't.
a bunch of comments that Clapper was looking at my notes during that.
So I
Who
got
is that guy?
I don't know.
He's just part of Ryan's organization but you know, here's the deal, man. This photo is kind of hilarious because George had ontological shock when we were in that room. It's like he's sitting there. I mean, he's sitting there and seeing, after all this time, this shit's being said out loud. So what happened was the seats were kind of like designated for us because George and I were supposed to testify, by the way. But then common wisdom says, why have these journalist guys when you can hear directly from the firsthand people? And we agreed.
Yeah.
But what we did was we put on congressional record statements, and people should read them if they haven't. They're on congressional record. I did an assessment of kind of the estimate of the situation on UFOs, but he named names and programs. But what you're seeing there is, and I kind of had to fight for this, you know, is getting his lawyer behind him should be like an obvious fucking thing when a guy's going up to testify under oath in front of Congress. If you believe him, he's speaking under whistleblower protection. Dude, it was hard to get his lawyer behind him. I literally had to put the lawyer behind him. So we got the lawyer behind him so he could lean in and be like, careful, Dave, careful, which he did like a bunch of times. Mm-hmm. And then there's George looking all scrunched, and everybody's like, why Jeremy over there with no one next to him? I think people are a little afraid of me because, you know, a little bit of a maniac sometimes. Whatever. We're there. Dave starts talking. They ask him questions. These weren't pre-scripted or anything. You know, we're talking about what could be asked for sure, but they weren't pre-scripted. What Dave Grush said, and correct me or add to if I get this wrong, Dave Grush said, I did an investigation. It was my job. I was hired by, and this is a guy from the National Reconnaissance Office, the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. Like this guy is he's been in the intelligence community a long time. And he sits there under oath and he says, I did an investigation. I interviewed, it was my job to look at over 2,000 special access programs, like black programs. And it was my job to find out if any of them had to do with UAP and if there's any money being hidden, like misappropriated, theft. And he's like, after interviewing 40 witnesses, I found a ton of shit that supports this. And in fact, he said, I found people who worked on the craft firsthand and they had to come in, or they willingly came in. He called them hostile and non-hostile witnesses. And he's like, so I did that whole thing. The second I did that, which was my job, I was given the job, reprisals started happening to me. So he smartly did a whistleblower complaint through the Presidential Protection Act 19 or something. He got the head of the ICIG, the former head of the ICIG, who's a lawyer, and he says, fuck, dude, here's what I know. Here's what people don't know, is the ICIG, so the intelligence community, did their own investigation into David Grush's witnesses. And what he found, they interviewed like 40 plus under oath and immediately said, David Grush's claim is both credible and urgent. So it's not like just one guy telling you. Our intelligence community did a deep dive investigation into what David Grush told them under oath in the right secure settings, and they're like credible, urgent. So David Grush can tell you the basic things that happened, but you know how he kept saying, in the appropriate environment, if you've got clearance, we can do that. I'm willing to give you a list of hostile and non-hostile people that worked on the craft. You know, biologicals, he even said. He's like, I'll give that to you today. We just got to get a skiff, and we got to make sure that you have access, you have clearance. And he was denied a skiff that day.
He's a credible guy. He's the real deal. I mean, he had a career in the Air Force, served in Afghanistan, a distinguished career. Then he goes into the intelligence community, working for the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. He was assigned by his boss to be the liaison to the UAP task force. That's what Congress had set it up to investigate the whole UFO matter before the current program existed. And the guy who was in charge of the task force, Jay Stratton, gave him a job. Go find the special access programs that are hiding UFO stuff, either siphoning millions of dollars, or they've got technology, crash retrievals, reverse engineering, all the stuff that we've always heard rumored. And he did. He found it. Most of the juiciest stuff that he found, he can't say in an unclassified setting. It has to be, because they will get him. They will bust his ass if they can. They've already tried.
Like 4 times, and that's something offline we'll talk about. There have been attempts to get him silenced and muzzled, by the way, to not do podcasts or shows and stuff, right? To get him muzzled by people that are trying to say he's talking outside of his DOPSR, which is like what he's allowed to talk about. Mm-hmm. So they're looking for one word that he says that's outside of that. Like, I get asked by people in the government, has he ever told you the number of crashes? Has he ever told you locations? Like, I'm going to fucking answer you, first of all. Second of all, no, he hasn't. Because that would be illegal if it were to be true.
So he is authorized to talk about a very limited number of things. Is that correct?
And they're not vouching for their authenticity. DOPSR process, which is, I don't know what it stands for, but it's like a pre-pub process. He very smartly, because his lawyer is really smart, former ICIG, he's like, write it in what you want to talk about and see what they come back about what you can't talk about. So they're not saying what he's saying is true. They're just saying you can talk within these parameters. I would like to see if what he's saying is true. So we just need that option.
So who gives him the authority to talk about these things?
No one gives him the authority. He's taking that all on himself. He's a true whistleblower. Whether you believe his claims or not, what he's doing is legal, but it's a career killer, right? DOPSR says they go through it and they make sure that things that are like highly sensitive or classified, right? Like you can't say this word or this program or this name. So they kind of do it as a pre-publication thing. That's the process. Does that make sense?
I wrote a book with Colin Kelleher and Jim Lakatsky about the DIA's UFO program. It took DOPSR 14 months to approve our manuscript. So they take their time.
They take their time. But also when you get pushback where people are trying to entrap him or get people to say that he said something out of school, the DOPSR people are like, no, he's fine. Like, he's talked within those parameters. He just has to be careful to not accidentally say something that is outside of those parameters. And right now is a very sensitive time for that. Immediately.
It's interesting. We met him in Huntsville, Alabama at a conference, the SCU conference. It's a UFO event. We went down there to interview somebody else to get him on camera. And we had been told there's a guy who might introduce himself. And Jeremy was shooting video of me sitting at a bar at the moment that this guy walked up and introduced himself. So he had that moment on camera. And then we got to know him a little bit. A couple months later, he comes out to Las Vegas. There was a Star Trek convention. We were going to speak at it. And he comes out because he likes Star Trek, like everybody likes Star Trek, comes out and spends 2 days with us. The next day, he flies back Sunday night, Monday morning, he reports to work. Armed security guards escort him out. He was suspended. His clearance was suspended. We were worried, oh, Christ, was he seen in our company? And that's what happened. But that was the beginning of his first real big trial by fire. They accused him of a bunch of stuff and said that they were going to fire him and permanently suspend his clearance.
And was he already discussing UFOs at that time?
Not with us, but
Well,
he had already been investigating it on behalf of the UAP task force, and he had shared information through the whistleblower process with the inspector general.
Yeah, let me just break it down real simple. So here he is. He gets this job. He's looking at all these special access programs. He's a fucking brilliant guy. He's a physicist, by the way. You know, like he's a brilliant guy in general. So he discovers all this shit. He starts getting reprisals. And then the moment George is talking about, I kind of had heard about him. All of a sudden, he comes up to him at this bar where we were at. That's the first time that he talked to anybody outside of government. Now, he didn't share anything he shouldn't, but he's kind of coming to George and then to me to say, I'm doing this whistleblower thing. I am concerned for my safety and just in general for my career. He wanted a journalist or journalists to know, not to report on it. So imagine that. We don't even break the story that we have before anybody, right? So what I did, because I'm his harpoon, I did a deep dive into this guy for months and months and months. He actually came to my home, you know, met my family, and I got to know him, and we vetted and vetted. Okay, this guy is who he says he is. He's 100% who he says he is. So we kind of got that layer of trust. This is not some sham or something like that. But then what happens is what George was talking about, the second trip. So I'm already talking at this Star Trek thing because my friend growing up from my jiu-jitsu class was Rod Roddenberry. So he's like the son of Gene Roddenberry. So he's just like, dude, Jeremy, come talk to a bunch of Trekkies about real UFOs. And I'm like, cool, I'll do it. It's in George's hometown. So that was a great opportunity for Dave to come and meet with us again and just talk to us, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then that Monday when he gets back, he's walked out of the Geospatial Intelligence Agency or NRO, depending on which one you want to identify him with. He's out, man. And they did some bullshit on him, like time card, like out of 12,000 billable hours, maybe there's like 30 hours somewhere where you didn't do it right. They were doing anything they could to fuck with this guy. So that was our first heads up. Oh, dude, how this guy gets treated is going to dictate everybody else that has come to us in private saying, I think this is illegal, what I'm doing.
Right.
Among the complaints they issued to try to take away his security clearance was that he had mental health issues.
Yeah.
So he was suspended for a couple of months. They did a background investigation of his allegations, the allegations that have been made against him, and they cleared him, reinstated his security clearance. He stayed on the job for a couple more months and then retired because he sees the handwriting on the wall, and he left. And that's when he started plotting the next chapter. And now we're seeing the backlash process firing up once again. After he testifies in front of Congress in that hearing and offers to tell them more in a classified setting and spill all the beans, they got to find a media guy to go after him. This article in The Intercept.
The Intercept did a smash piece. By the way, we already knew all about Dave Gresh's PTSD. Mm-hmm. And at the time, his best friend, one of his dear friends, just got off the phone with him, blew his own brains out, right? So he was drinking. He was in a bad place. The first day one, I talked to him. I said, what dirt are they going to pull up on you? If what you're telling me is true, they're going to get some dirt. And he goes, look, man, I had PTSD. I dealt with it. I survived it. Nothing horrible happened. But, he told us day one, man, that Intercept thing was some bullshit. They come in and they try to discredit what he said because of his PTSD shit. And the thing is, that happened to Lazar. If you believe or don't believe, don't care. That did happen to Lazar too, where people try to discredit his character to try to minimize what he's telling you. Mm. So we saw that with Dave. And that was only the visible stuff. I'm telling you, things behind the scenes that have been done to Dave and his family, it's disgusting. Not even just pull your clearance kind of shit. There are people that don't want him, that he's an embarrassment, to the Department of Defense. If what he's saying, he's coming out of school and he's saying, I saw some BS. They don't want that.
So we are in a pushback phase. They not only the intelligence community and military folks tipped off a reporter and said, go look for this. And they found some police records of where he was drinking too much and was suicidal, And that was adjudicated. It was looked at. The Department of Defense, his employers looked into it. He'd gone through treatment. He got past it. He was a better person, a stronger person for it. But they leaked that information to just besmirch his character. And now we see additional pushback in Congress. So this committee that held this hearing into UAP matters was a subcommittee on national security of the Oversight Committee, the larger committee. Since that hearing happened, the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee got together with the chairman of the Oversight Committee and decided no more UFO hearings in the House. Enough of that bullshit. We're not doing that anymore because, in their words, it could be an embarrassment to the Department of Defense. You're damn right it would be an embarrassment for what's going to come out.
I mean, it was a big success, to have this publicly done. It's the first time in history that we have direct witnesses, like 2 pilots and then a whistleblower. It was the first time in history. We fought for every millimeter of that territory to get that to happen. It was not received well by the intelligence community. They did not like that happened. And that's pretty telling to me that we should do it again.
Now, when Grush first found out about this stuff, he was tasked with trying to uncover it.
Like his job.
It was his job. And why did they, what was the suspicion? What was the initial impetus to get him to look into this stuff?
It's the suspicion we've had for a long time, that there is a crash retrieval program, that we have recovered technology that is not made here, that we're trying to reverse engineer it and figure out how it works so that we can duplicate it.
Right, but who sent him?
So there's a
UAP task force. So the UAP task force was formally created by Congress to look into the bigger picture.
And
Jay
they
Stratton
suspected that something was wrong.
Yeah. Jay Stratton was the head of it. He'd been at the Defense Intelligence Agency. He was with Naval Intelligence. He kept getting pulled back into the UFO arena from different jobs. Very credible guy. He was in charge of the UAP task force. He put together this amazing briefing document that included film and video and photos of UFOs that have been gathered by the U.S. military over the past 30 years. He'd give those presentations to Congress, to the Joint Chiefs, to defense contractors, because he wanted people to know about it. And as part of that job, he assigned Dave to look into special access programs. Can you find evidence of crash retrievals, reverse engineering, any of that stuff we've been hearing rumored for 30, 40 years?
And this is really about oversight, okay? So the way I understand it from people involved is that, look, we have to have oversight over these types of programs and technologies. It's good we're doing them. It's good we keep it secret. That's their standpoint. But they're like, we have to have a process of oversight. Do you remember the church committee back in the 60s? Was it 60s, 70s?
70s.
So the church committee, everybody in the intelligence agency that I know will say there's BC and AC, before the church committee, after the church committee. It basically was a way to level the playing field so there's not this type of shenanigans that are going on, the fucked up shit they learned from the church committee. So what they're saying now is, look, some stuff needs to be kept secret for national security. If we can turn some of this shit into weapon systems, right? We don't give out blueprints to make an atom bomb. We admit atom bombs are real, but we don't give out blueprints. So some of it needs to be kept secret. But they're all about oversight. If you don't have communication between these subcontractors that are working on this exotic stuff, if it exists, we need to be aware of that at some level. We meaning Senate and Senate Intelligence Committee, all this stuff, oversight. So without that oversight, you're just letting people run amok and go crazy with this stuff. And I'll tell you firsthand, right? There are people that have come to me and George that are currently employed in agencies, and they feel like they are being held hostage in these programs. There's ways to keep people in programs and to not let them out by dangling this, well, what are you going to do if you lose your clearances? You're going to go work at Home Depot? That's the way that I've heard some people describe to me and George of why they're so terrified right now, is because their whole lives, their wives, their dogs, their children are all dependent upon these little faction groups kind of keeping them in a program. If that's true, that's fucking horrible.
And what just happened to Dave Grush, the sliming of Dave Grush by this really pretty poorly researched article, is an example to all them Anybody out there as a whistleblower, you're thinking of coming forward and spilling the beans. This could happen to you. Did you ever have an affair? Did you ever have an out of wedlock kid? Did you have a drug problem? Because whatever it is, we'll find it and it'll come out.
It's interesting that they would use PTSD to discredit him for a war veteran. That seems insane. You're shaming someone for seeking help from something that most soldiers come back and have to deal with. That's really insane.
It's low, is what it is.
Well, it doesn't make sense either. It just doesn't make sense. Like, how can you do that? It doesn't make sense in terms of the reader's perception. Because I think most readers are going to look at that and go, well, the guy came back from war and he sought help. How many guys come back from war and they're fine? Isn't it? It's probably less. Probably quite a bit less.
And a lot of people never get over the PTSD and they take their lives.
The number of veterans that take their lives in this country is astonishing.
It's 4 times as many that die in combat.
It's astonishing. It's terrifying.
Thank you for vocalizing that, because to me, I'm like, what the fuck?
But that's just some fucking egghead writer who has an agenda. But it's also, there's this natural inclination that I think we all have to poke holes in something that seems fantastic. It's like, this guy, what is he doing? He's coming out. He's a whistleblower. Has he seen these things? Oh, he works for the UAP task force and he's uncovering this. Like, what do we know about this guy? Oh, he's nuts. Oh, he has PTSD. He was suicidal. He's making things up. He's unstable. Instantly, you could sort of dismiss.
And I understand, if I was watching this in 2D reality and I'm just watching the TV and I'm seeing these weird guys behind here and I'm thinking, this is a setup. Like, I do see that, and I do see that. Why would you take this seriously? But if you're in our shoes, mine and George's, and you see this kind of go through and you talk with people on a daily basis, people come to you over years, you vet them. Man, look, from where I'm standing in the 3D version of this, I wish it was more organized. I feel like we're fighting, like pushing that app. What's that dude that pushes the boulder up the hill and keeps rolling down?
Sisyphus?
Yeah, some Greek. Yeah, that's what it feels like, right? Like, one step forward, 2 steps back. I think we made a lot of progress, but I see how it looks so bizarre on the outside. But I will say for sure, Davis, who he says he is, he had the job that he says he did have, and he absolutely fundamentally believes that what he uncovered is non-human technologies, and he said that. And I believe that we have the right and the need to try to do discovery on that. And the only way we're going to do that is if people say, we want to know. And the hearings help with that kind of thing.
Now, this stuff, I would imagine, is very compartmentalized. So I would also imagine there's probably some people in government that, whether it's because of their ego or whether it's because of whatever position they have, that they need to have access to this information, or they want to have access to information. Do we know who does and who doesn't?
You want to go then me?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Short answer is kinda. Like, we kind of know, who has control of some of these programs now. We've never, George and I have never found somebody that knows the totality of it, but we have been, as he likes to say, pretty high up the food chain. So we get to a point where we get to people that have actively worked in what they call the legacy UFO program or programs. So these are like the actual UFO programs that are not public. And when we get to people in that position, the brick wall for us is always this. They're like, I'm not for disclosure. And I'm like, okay, well, tell me to stop then. What do you mean? The public, you shouldn't kick a sleeping dog is one of the things we were told. And I'm like, well, what? Like, what is so freaking scary that the public would know something that even though we're friends now and you have direct knowledge that you, first of all, won't testify to Congress. We got no's. No way am I doing that. I'm like, why? There's something. We keep getting up to that point where there's something and we don't know what it is. And maybe it's just they want to keep Gollum's ring. They don't want anybody else to have control of this shit. Or there's something they're not telling us that is so gnarly that they don't think people can handle it.
There are, different scenarios you could explore. For example, You ask, what could be so terrible that they can't tell us about it? Let's say these aliens, wherever they're from, made us, that we're a genetic experiment, that they created our religions, our religious figures, that we are an agricultural product, that somehow they harvest us, that our time is limited, that once the experiment's over, poof, we go away. I remember when there was a push back to have a designer universe, intelligent design universe in the schools. And I wrote a column about it, just said, hey, be careful what you wish for, because you might find out that the intelligent designer isn't God that you're thinking of. It might be some alien science project or something like that. You can imagine a lot of different things that would be really disturbing to people to come out. I don't know if that's the reason for the secrecy. I suspect it has a lot more to do with national security, us not wanting Russians and Chinese to know how far down the road we are.
We know that to be true.
We've been told that
big,
you can't tell your
part.
friends without telling your enemies.
It's probably a multi-layered reason.
Yeah. I just don't know the top layer. It's killing me.
Well, it's interesting because how would they know the top layer? I mean, what kind of confirmation would you have to have that we were genetically engineered? Like how much data would you have to have before you accepted that?
So you got compartmentalization, you said, right? So I know a guy in the 70s that was working at Lawrence Livermore Laboratory. He's not ready to break from the fold yet, right? He's not ready to do it. But he was working on supercapacitors in the 70s or something. And he said something like, I know the 3 companies that make these. He was given a device with no markings on it, no nothing, and he was to reverse engineer it. He's convinced this was not made by us. It was so efficient, almost 100% efficient. So you get people like that.
What was it?
Like a supercapacitor, is that the word for it?
Superconductor.
So it was just some device that he was, as an electro kind of specialist, was working on. But this is just a one-off story to give you an example.
What exactly is a superconductor?
I don't know, dude. That's what Google's for.
Yeah.
I wish I was smart.
Superconductivity would allow the transfer of energy at, like, they're trying to get it at low temperatures.
Right.
This means an electric current can flow, but the electrons are jostled around a bit as they move, so they lose energy as they travel. This jostling is called electrical resistance. In a superconductor, there is zero resistance, and an electrical current can flow perfectly smoothly without losing any energy.
That sounds right.
And so this is something that apparently... So this was something that was just discussed like recently about a superconductor at room temperature, but it was kind of debunked.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I believe it was
saw
debunked.
that in the news. Yeah.
Was it debunked?
It's been debunked a couple of times. They keep trying taking another stab at it.
It's like Chinese propaganda or something.
No, I think they couldn't replicate it or find out what it is.
That's as far. I think that's exactly it.
Yeah, they couldn't
replicate
it.
Right.
So check it out. Though, what I can say is, so I have 2 pieces of graphene, and they're like these little squares. And one is they're metamaterials, meaning it doesn't occur in nature. We made them. I have 2 kinds, 2 pieces. One piece is a 3-degree variation from perfect atomic layering. The other one is like a 7-degree variation from perfect atomic layering. So like graphite from a pencil, I think, and they layer the atoms perfect. The one that's 7-degree and the one that's 3-degree, if you have an ice cube, and I take the 7-degree of orientation off from perfect, and I push it into an ice cube, it's like a hot knife through butter. It instantly gets cold, and your finger gets cold, and it stops in the ice, right? Because it's transferring the heat. I guess this is a superconductor. I think it pushes the heat from my fingers right in. So that material has unique principles and properties because of the way they atomically layered it.
Mm-hmm.
The 3-degree one, it goes much deeper and faster because it's like a faster transaction of that heat. So we've learned that metamaterials, when we orient them, we make them in a certain way. They have special or unique properties. So back to this guy. A lot of what it seems like we're doing is trying to get derivative technologies from something that's more advanced than what we have. And they could be little things. So all he saw was a superconductor. Okay. I believe that's the right word. That's all he saw. He only has suspicion. It's never been put to market since the 70s. What the fuck? He worked on one. So that's one type of, like, I don't know, whistleblower or witness that we got. But there are other types. There are other people that are like physically working on the machines. Then there's people that are just in a bureaucratic role. Then you've got people like David Grush who do discovery on finances and programs and interview people. this whole tapestry or mosaic of individuals leads me to feel that where there's smoke, there's fire. All of this, there's something to it. It's just, where is it from?
I think we're in kind of a pushback mode now, though. Since that hearing, that might have been the high water mark. Jeremy and I have been talking about it publicly for a while. The closer we get to the goodies, the closer the public gets or Congress gets to actually seeing the saucers or finding out where the programs are, the harder these guys are going to push back. The true keepers of the secrets have dug their feet in. I mentioned about this House chairman, Intelligence Committee chairman. He represents Wright-Patterson Air Base. That he gets a lot of campaign donations from big aerospace companies. Wright-Patterson, of course, home of Hangar 18 and all the rumors about Roswell wreckage and other things being stored there. That's his district. He's the guy that said no more hearings.
Is that UFOs. Representative Turner?
Mike Turner.
So he kind of put the kibosh on it.
He claims China is a bigger threat to U.S. than aliens. Okay.
Well, that's probably true. I mean, I don't know.
They're probably doing a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I would say that's probably.
Do you guys remember the American Computer Company? Do you know that story? The American Computer Company, I'm pretty sure that's the name of the company. American Computer Company had a whole section on their website about the back engineering of technology that came about from the Roswell crash, and about how Bell Laboratories in New Jersey had an Air Force base right outside of it that was supposedly to protect New York City. They're like, but the problem is New York City's, you got to fly over to New York City. Like, it seems like it's protecting Bell Laboratories. And Bell Laboratories is where he said that they back engineered all this shit, including fiber optics, including like the discovery of a bunch of different things that came out supposedly of back engineering that wreckage. See if you can find that.
I mean, I hope that's true, dude. I hope that if we have...
Is this it?
I mean, well, this is the accuracy of what
Colonel Phil Corso is the guy.
The truth is out there, and so are the cranks.
From 2000.
That's true.
Yeah, it was is the company exist
I don't
anymore?
think so, but this is...
Okay. Don't believe everything you read online. American Computer Company and Secret Alien Research have been around for 4 years. Jack Schulman, owner of American Computer Company, now operating as compamerica.com, posted a story to his website. He claimed that Bell Telephone Laboratories had stolen the idea for the silicone chip from the alien spacecraft that supposedly crashed in Roswell, New Mexico in 1947. Prior to Bell's announcement that year that John Bardeen, Walter Brattain, and William Shockley had invented the transistor, computing had depended on vacuum tubes. So why is it that 50 years on, we can't use the aliens' technology to violate the theory of relativity to travel beyond light speed? Well, that's a big jump. It seems that a cartel of technology companies and oil producers have colluded to prevent the development of high-speed chips. Mr. Schulman posts his theories at roswellinternet.com, where he also claims to have invented PCs and Windows, and to be working on a chip, that seems weird, working on a chip that will run at 12 terahertz, 1,000 times the speeds of today's fastest CPUs. One way you can guess the veracity of web rumor is the writer's typing style. If an author randomly switches to uppercase for effect, then he's probably a crank.
That's the only thing I could really find just right now.
That's a fucking half-hearted attempt to dispute what he said.
There's a guy named Phil Corso who was an Army colonel. He worked in this technology office in the Pentagon, and he's the guy who came out with a book on the 50th anniversary of Roswell. He said, I saw that stuff. We had it in a couple of file cabinets, and he personally took it to Bell Labs, claims to have given them the chips that inspired the later work. A lot of people don't find him credible, that he takes too much credit for doing all kinds of other things in history, but I met him before his book came out years ago, and Bigelow and Hal Puthoff and those guys went back to see him, and Jacques Vallée, and they thought he was credible. They didn't necessarily believe everything he said, but it goes right along the lines of what you're saying there.
And so what did he describe that he saw in those file cabinets?
He said fiber optics, computer chips, among other things. I think he said night vision was inspired by something they got out of those chips. Out of those ships.
I have no idea. It's like it would be so cool it would be so cool if we had success in derivative technologies and they were in our hands I think I would like to believe we're more responsible with that shit. I know for a fact that, and George can attest to this, that the UFO topic is taken at the level of above weapons of mass destruction within our government, within government agencies. Like, they take it that seriously. So that is not a throwaway statement. I'm telling you, I know that. And George can attest to it, right? So here's the deal, man. If that's true, then I do understand the perspective. Whoever gets the technology first wins. But my understanding is that we have not been able to duplicate the core technologies. And if that's true, because it's so far ahead of what we've got, what we can do is kind of like get derivative technologies. All you have to know is what the legislation that was put into the National Defense Authorization Act. I know that's not a word that normal people are going to understand or hear about often, but I've become educated on it. So the National Defense Authorization Act of 2024, it ends up being signed, hopefully, by Biden. Any president has to sign it. And also the Intelligence Authorization Act. So the language that they put into these is all people need to know, because they wouldn't fabricate this out of thin air, and they wouldn't spend resources on creating this language if they didn't have more than a good suspicion that we have this kind of tech and that we're trying to reverse engineer it. It's online. Anybody can look at Schumer, I think, put out a big bill, and then there was an amendment to it. And if you read this language, they're like, any of these non-terrestrial craft, I mean, they are so thorough. They're like, if they're being hidden in private technology, we're cutting off your funding. So they've got a carrot and a stick approach. I've talked to some of the people that formed this language, right? So what they're saying is, the carrot is, if you come forward within, I think, 90 days, once it's signed, and you tell us that you have technologies that are not from here, then there'll be no penalty to you. If you don't tell us, your funding is cut. We're going to find out your funding is cut. So it's like a carrot and a stick kind of thing. If you read this language, it's almost insane to read, because they know that there are these programs. Now, where the craft or things that they're working on are from, how do we even get there to know that? I don't know. But they do know that we have this shit, these craft of unknown origin.
They use the term non-human intelligence in that legislation 26 times. I mean, it's astonishing. There's this Senate Majority Leaders, Chuck Schumer, standing up there in a nod to his late mentor, Harry Reid, saying we're going to get to the bottom of this stuff, and it's real. And he acknowledges that that legislation was crafted with the White House's cooperation. So it's the Biden administration, somebody in that administration signed off on this. It's astonishing.
People don't like it, though. Like, if you're in the IC and you've got these like secret, programs, or if you're like, let's say with Lockheed, let's say you're Lockheed and you got some really cool thing, they might be looking to move it now, because I don't think they're really worried about funding being cut off. I think a lot of these black programs can be funded asymmetrically, like in different ways than getting money right from Congress. But I'll tell you, that language tells you everything, because it shows you that they are taking it so seriously that they have some sort of pre-knowledge that these programs exist. In fact, they probably know where these objects are being stored. Now, you said some number, you and I might talk to similar people, but definitely that number, floated around. I have no idea if that's the correct number. I just know that they have been told where these holding facilities are. They have been told. All they got to do is get the authority to go knock on that door and go inside.
What is the explanation of how we acquired these crafts? There's crash retrieval, but then there's also ones that are intact.
Remember, Lazar said that nearly all of the ones that he saw, except for one that had a big hole in the middle of it, all looked intact. It was as if they were dug up at archaeological sites, or there were gifts, like throwing a cell phone into a chimpanzee cage. Here you go, crazy humans, knock yourself out. Let's see how you do with this. That they're just left there for us to find, and as a challenge to us, I guess.
Yeah, I have the same problem as you. Like, I'm like, these motherfuckers not crashing. If they're coming from somewhere else, they're not crashing.
Right.
But people will say to me, look, man, we have air plane problems, and sometimes even planes crash, and maybe there's other circumstances where these things could have crashed because they were hit with some technology. Maybe two of them were dogfighting.
Electrical storms.
I don't know.
Yeah. That was
just,
the Virginia, Brazil story, right?
Yeah.
Right.
An electrical storm.
and
Also, radar. Some people suspect that really powerful radar can interfere
right,
with them.
because some of the radars are also weaponry. That's the thing. Like, you can have energy reception, but also output on some things. So there's some cool devices that actually shoot like high laser weaponry. But my thing is, I don't know if they really crashed. George is kind of edging towards maybe archaeological digs, maybe gifts.
Lazar said that one of them supposedly was from an archaeological dig, right?
Yeah.
Do they know where?
Not that I know of.
He
Does he
was
know?
No, he was just literally, that's one of the many things that they tried to impose upon him. But remember, they tried to impose a lot of shit on Lazar. He is so succinct with, this is what I know to be real. I had hands on this. Now, they told him a whole bunch of crazy shit. You
Like
know
what?
Dude, just like, I should put that shit out. I'm just crazy. Like,
We are viewed by the aliens as containers of souls.
I mean, you're not going to tell a guy working on propulsion that. So he was able to sit down for a brief time and go through a document, like a huge briefing document. In there, he saw what they said was a biological biopsy of an alien. Like he didn't care. He was going to the propulsion part.
Mm-hmm.
But they told him so much wild stuff. He's like, this has to be a joke. But then when he said, he differentiates, he goes, but you can't fake, he said, what I saw. You can't fake your hands trying to get close to the reactor and not being able to touch it. You can't fake something that big lifting like that. So he says, I know for sure what I worked on was not from here. But he goes, everything else they told me, it was words on paper. And I respect that about him. And maybe they wanted him to leak it to John Lear. Remember, he's like friends with this guy, John Lear, who's like already on their radar. The best photo of Area 51 from lake level ever was 1977, the year I was born. John Lear's kicking it out there, stirring up shit at Area 51, taking photos. So he does a whole panoramic of photos of Area 51, sees a truck coming from a distance, being John Lear, takes the roll, puts it under his ashtray, puts in new film, snaps it again. They confiscate his film. But he had some underneath his cigarette lighter or whatever. And he actually gave those to me. So I got the best shot of Area 51 you'll ever see from lake level was by John Lear. Now, Bob knew John. That's where all the conspiracies come in, because John's like this UFO nut, the godfather of conspiracy. But
how does Bob meet John?
Well, this is your turf. Yeah.
Through a guy named Gene Huff, who was
post-exposure,
he met him before he worked out there.
Really?
There was a guy named Gene Huff who did a real estate appraisal for John Lear's house. And Gene was friends with Bob. And Gene and Lear struck up a conversation, brought Bob to meet him. And it was only after that Lazar got hired out there. He would have arguments with Lear about this crazy UFO stuff, because I'd already done a couple of interviews with him in the late 80s.
With Lear,
before I met Lazar. So Lazar was not a believer. He said, I don't believe it. Poor John, he's crazy with this UFO stuff.
So this is fact, and it's so funny, like knowing all these guys, because I wasn't there like he was, but I get to talk with everybody and grill them. I think it was Jim Goodall that was in the car with him. He remembers Bob saying, oh, poor John Lear. And Jim Goodall was like, why? And he's like, because he believes this UFO nonsense. So that was where Lazar was at prior to getting the job out at the test site. Is he didn't believe any of this nonsense. In fact, so much so that, remember, I think he told you when he first went in, they had a little decal of an American flag on the saucer, and he thought, oh, those idiots, everybody thought UFOs were from outer space and they're ours, you know?
Right.
And then he quickly realized, wait a second, that, this can't be ours.
It's fascinating to see now that Dave Grush has come forward and give some credence to, we have reverse engineering programs. We have a crash retrieval program. Aerospace companies are stashing this stuff in some hangar somewhere. All the stuff that Lazar said is being true. They now say, oh, gosh, I guess it is true. But that Lazar, he's still a liar. We don't believe him. You have to kind of do some mental gymnastics to do that.
Yeah.
It's just fascinating when you see these crafts move exactly the way that he described them in 1989.
Yeah.
Straight up.
It's pretty wild because you're seeing footage from like, what is it, 2014 or something like
the
that?
gimbal. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like it moved exactly like he described. Turns on its side, shoots off.
So that's a common thing. Is Bob Lazar must be the luckiest con man on planet Earth to get so much shit right over all these years.
What's that? What's the controlled disclosure campaign plan?
What is this from, Jim?
This is listed at the bottom of that document. They're talking about the NDAA for 2024, and this is the UAP section I've been reading through.
Controlled disclosure campaign with respect to unidentified anomalous phenomenon recorded records originated prior to review board termination.
It's this review board. I'm not sure what this is. It talks about all the, like, they get all of this information and you better give it to them. That's sort of what it says.
They want to set up a review board that would basically declassify stuff that they come across.
Yeah, but I'm being told by people involved that that's not good enough. Like, this is one step, which is to get this presidential review board, and you get a bunch of sociologists and scientists and some Nobel Prize winners, and you look at what can be declassified for the American public in a controlled way. And that's really nice they're doing it. But everybody on the inside that I know is like, we need a church-style committee. It's not okay to just have a disclosure panel. You need oversight. And to get that oversight, we need access. The only way that we're going to get that is by forcing where are all the senators in all this? We did this hearing with all these Congress people. Where are all the senators listening to the public being like, okay, I'm going to get after that? They're the only ones with the power to create a church-style committee. Where are the senators right now? And so that's really, this language is so important. I hope people go look it up and they read it, because it's just astonishing when you hear what they're actually doing. And I think it's a good step.
I find this one a little weird too. The exercise of eminent domain.
Yeah.
They can go and take anything from anyone who's got anything.
Yeah, look at this. The federal government shall exercise eminent domain over any and all recovered technologies of unknown origin and biological evidence of non-human intelligence that may be controlled by private persons or entities in the interest of the public good. Wow.
Yeah, dude.
The fact that that is in that paper is crazy.
So it's not passed yet. So so they're going to debate this when they get back from what they call recess now. So it's really good that everybody hears this. This is going to be debated by your representatives. This needs to pass, or we're screwed. This has to pass, and then the president has to sign it.
It's important too. You got to figure that if, say, Lockheed or one of these big aerospace companies really does have this stuff, it's incredibly valuable. I mean, it would be worth untold millions of dollars. The technology that could change the world forever. So they don't want to give it up. If not just for national security reasons, and because of the value of it, monetary value. So this would change that and take it. I mean, I guess it could apply to Element 115 if there's a piece of that laying around somewhere.
I don't know. I mean, actually, they did say private or corporate kind of. So it's like basically. So I am of two emotions about this. One is like, so the government gets to come in and take everything. Like, that feels a little weird. But I do believe that the spirit of this is to get to the core of the question. Have we been reverse engineering technology not from here? And if we have been, there needs to be oversight. So I am for this, but this is not going to help the American and global public learn more. And that's the thing we have to remember. That's why Grush can't talk unless he's in a skiff with people with access. These people are not for what George and I are for, which is that we need to know the truth about this. Or I want to. I'm greedy with the truth about this. But this is not going to tell the American public the truth. What it's going to do is, within the intelligence communities, it's going to inform everybody on a bigger scale, which means we could have better scientists on it. We could have better people working on it. I do hope that splashes over to the public, that we get to learn more about this, because I want to learn more about it.
Of course. Who doesn't?
Yeah.
It's just wild seeing that language.
Yeah.
It just does not seem like they would put something like that in there unless they knew something.
Yeah, exactly. This is Chuck Schumer, Senate Majority Leader, who got up. He didn't just slip it into the bill. He made a big deal about it. He made an announcement, a speech on the floor, and emphasized that, having that non-human intelligence in that bill 26 times. is astonishing. And the fact that he says the White House supported it shows how far we've come in a short period of time. I mean, I'd never saw that coming from Schumer. We knew that Marco Rubio and Kirsten Gillibrand in the Senate were into this issue, but did not see it from him.
Yeah, but where are they now? So
Yeah.
right now, why is everyone being so damn quiet? You know, the thing is, they need to fight in order for us. We need one last time. We need like in my opinion, we need like a church-style committee where we get more information to the public, because I want the public to know as much as they can.
Don't you think they're probably quiet until more information comes out? Like they're just kind of like waiting to see what becomes of this?
Who's waiting? The Senate?
Yeah.
Dude, the thing is that if I had a political career and 100 things that I'm dealing with, the public needs to tell our representatives what we want them to do. So are they kind of sitting back and being quiet? Maybe. I know Rubio came out and said, look, they're so careful of saying what they don't know. And I appreciate that. But he's like, look, I have been testified to, or people have come to me and our groups, and they've said that they're worried about their own well-being, that they have directly worked on these things. So he is being informed, and maybe they're being a little quiet, but now's the time for them to pass this through. They have to debate it and go for it, man. This is a big opportunity that we have now to get closer to this truth. It might happen, it might not.
The fascinating answer was the guy saying that it's not in the public good for this to get out. God, I wish I knew rather what that meant. Because the big speculation, there's a bunch of big speculations, but the big one has always been that we were genetically engineered. I mean, that's something that Zechariah Sitchin talked about, when describing the Sumerian texts and those ancient clay tablets that show this very large, strange-looking humanoid with a humanoid on his lap that has a tail. It's very bizarre.
It's like Childhood's End. Have you read that book, Arthur C. Clarke?
No.
So how they acclimate the human society, if I remember the book properly, is they have all these motherships just hover all over the earth, and they sit there for generations, acclimating people to them, because the ETs or whatever, they've got a problem. The problem is they look like the fucking devil. Like forked tail.
Wow.
That was the book. I don't mean to give it away for people, but it was so crazy.
Oh, that's amazing.
So speculating right now, just speculating, because it's driving me crazy. What do you think, if this is true? We're just saying, if this is true, if we're being visited by something, what could be so powerfully devastating that these keepers of the secrets have literally, all of them, pretty much stopped at the same place and talking with me and George, which is like, I am not for disclosure on this. There's something they're not telling us that is so heavy.
Well, it could be a bunch of things, right? It could be the fact that they do want to get control of the technology before enemies do. That makes sense. But it also could be the genetic engineering thing, because there's a weird thing with human beings and lower primates. The lower primates are all still around, and there was a bunch of different kinds of humans that didn't make it, Neanderthal and Denisovan, and there's a bunch of other ones that they keep discovering new ones. But God, there's a giant leap between us and the other primates, a weird one, real weird. We vary so wildly in terms of how we look. We vary so wildly in the environments that we can live in. We have hyper intelligence in comparison to everything else that's on the planet, like giant leaps above in terms of our ability to manipulate our environment. We're not like anything else. And, the thing about when you look at us and you look at primates, you go, oh, yeah, we're similar. When you look at us and you look at chimps, you look at, bonobos and stuff. You're like, yeah, I guess humans are kind of similar to those in a little bit. Like you've watched Chimp Empire, the show on Netflix.
Yeah.
But boy, big fucking difference. And they're still around. They're still around looking exactly the same. And we somehow or another advance to this very bizarre thing that flies around in metal tubes all over the planet and sends video through space. But we're so much different than them. And, they are our ancient ancestors, right? They're our ancient cousins. Like, what happened?
Would people freak out if that story came out?
Yeah,
Was
I think
confirmed?
it would. Well, I think it would really throw a monkey wrench into religion for sure.
They'd have to I think religion would probably adapt, and that this was also created by God, and these are messengers of God or something like that. They'd probably come up with some sort of, if that turned out to be absolutely true. But the doubling of the human brain size over a period of 2 million years is the biggest mystery in the entire fossil record, apparently. And they don't know. There's a bunch of speculation, a lot of questions and guesses, and different things that we could have done that could have facilitated that. But that's a big one, man. That's a weird one.
So
it's
I got
weird.
A question about that, right? So this is something I'm struggling with. Could you tell the general public that the base understanding, that we're not alone, that there's some craft from somewhere else, we don't have to say from where, we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Could you tell them, could you say that to the public officially in some way, and still avoid what they call strategic surprise, like this idea that we can work on it really well and make sure that we don't get strategically surprised by another nation? You could keep your security in place. Could you do all of that if you let the one thing out the box, if it was officially acknowledged that we're not alone? Or do you think people would just start going crazy for more answers? Because I think that's the fear of people. They can't just say one thing.
I think in today's day and age, with the news cycle that we have now, where things are just in the public eye, out of instantaneously, nothing sticks, everything keeps moving, there's scandals and wars constantly, I don't think it would register. I think people would have to have actual physical encounters with UFOs before it really made sense to them. Because I think right now it's just this idea. It's in the air. It's vapor. It's just you could talk about it if you like. You could read about it if you'd like. You can watch blurry videos if you'd like. But it doesn't have any weight in your real world. Now, if we start seeing them, if they're hovering over Los Angeles and they're undescribable and they rocket off into insane speeds and smaller crafts come out of the mothership, and if that kind of shit happens, that would get real weird. That would get real weird real quick, and that could lead to chaos. That could absolutely lead to chaos. And if we somehow or another had proof that, maybe we are some sort of a science project or some product of genetic engineering, or maybe the human farm thing is real, that they literally created us to try to get us to do things here, or to try to recreate souls, which is a very bizarre thought, that the soul is a thing that we carry around inside, and that there's some sort of value to having so many souls.
That's this is old school. This is my gateway drug into UFOs, was John Lear. And first time I sit down with him, he's got this big cigar and he's looking at me and he's like, "We're all property. We're property." What the fuck is he talking about? And he was talking about how the aliens saw us as kind of like a wine, and our bodies are containers, and our souls are being matured as a commodity, for these. He was a wild dude. I'm not saying I believe any of this. I'm just saying he gave me that idea day one.
He said matured, is a soul of an intelligent person more valuable than the soul of a dummy?
I wish we could ask John Lear, but he's dead.
You know what I'm saying? What does that mean in terms of aging our souls, maturing our souls?
Maybe through experience, hardship experience, love, joy. Maybe. Wow. I'm just talking crazy right now, but this is I can do the John Lear. John would say every experience you have in life is what makes your soul mature, from your joy and your love to your hate and your anger. Live without envy, hate, or greed. That's my John Lear impression.
It makes sense. If your soul is ultimately a representation of who you are and how you stand in life, it would make sense that would be fortified by your life experiences, and it would make it stronger, like everything else. Your life experiences make you wiser. If the soul's a real thing, the more value you put into the world, the better you behave, the nicer you are, the more you learn to be honest and truthful, all the different things that we hold up as high qualities for human beings. It would make sense that would enrich your soul.
and just getting better in life, right? Like if for you 20 years ago and you today, we all hope that we look at our past self and we say we've learned something.
Sure.
We become a better person, become more loving, empathetic, better and more creative at presenting ourselves into the world and making a difference. So that's a cool way to look at life. That was his cosmology.
You
know,
that's I mean, it's a fascinating idea, but what's terrifying is that if we're a commodity, then we're like beef cows that are eating all the grass that we want because it's valuable for them to get fat. That the chaos on this planet is actually engineered to ensure more rich souls.
You guys should talk about that.
Yeah,
I
know some people that have been pretty far up the food chain that believe that there is mass manipulation of human affairs on a global scale for reasons that we can't understand.
And mass manipulation by humans or non-humans?
Non-humans, manipulating humans by non-humans to do things that they want us to do. There are some
like what
theories,
kind of things specifically?
War, for example.
Really?
There's what's it called? The Gods of Eden. A guy named William Bramley, an attorney, sets out to write a book about the causes of war. And everywhere he goes throughout human history, he finds evidence of some kind of a exterior manipulation of human affairs, that they somehow benefit from us killing each other on a massive scale. William Bramley, Gods of Eden.
And what is the speculation? Like, what could it be that they would how would they benefit? Does he say?
Maybe it's souls, maybe releasing souls that they can recycle them. I don't know. It's been 25 years since I read that book, but it's worth a read. I look back at the earlier this year. We had 3 UFOs, I'm using air quotes, shot out of the sky by the U.S. military. That's the story that gets printed in newspapers. U.S. military shoots down 3 UFOs, one of them being a Chinese balloon or whatever the other ones were. But, the public paid attention for 2-3 days. And then it's like, hey, when's that new Barbie movie coming out?
Right.
Just moved right along from it.
Yeah, and that's that news cycle. It's pretty wild. But it's also, again, you can only hear about UFOs for and I'm a nut, obviously. I'm obviously a UFO nut.
We're friends here.
I could only hear about it for so long before I'm going, I need something.
Yeah.
I need to see something. Show me some metal. Show me some hardware. Show me a fucking frozen being. Something. It just...
UFO fatigue, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is UFO.
I got it too.
I hear it all the time. I mean, when, don't tell me anymore. I don't want to hear about any whistleblowers or hearings until you show me the flying saucer and the dead alien bodies.
Yeah.
We get that all the time.
We got to keep going.
Of course, we do have to keep going. Well, you guys, George, when did you first break the Lazar story? Was that 89?
89.
And when you broke that story, was that your introduction to this world, or had you already had a curiosity?
I had done some stuff starting in 87. It was John Lear. John Lear had walked into the station with a stack of documents. He had helped us break the story of this secret plane out in the Nevada desert that was invisible to radar, stealth fighter. And so he had some credibility with us, and he plopped those documents on the desk of my managing editor and my buddy and mentor, Ned Day. Ned, this is your next big story. It's the biggest story in history. Here you go. Ned looks at a couple of pages, shoves the file back across to Lear and said, this can't be true. If it was true, I'd already know about it. He's kind of cocky, like many of us are. And so before Lear left the newsroom, I said, let me take a look at that stuff. So he gave me all these documents. Most of it was stuff from the Freedom of Information Act. These agencies like the FBI and CIA, before FOIA was the law of the land, would deny that they ever did any studies that had any interest whatsoever in UFOs. Then when that was signed into law in the mid-'70s, they had to release thousands and thousands of pages that showed they'd been lying through their teeth, that they had been studying it. All these pages of information of studies and experts and panels and all kinds of things like that. So Lear gave me that stuff, and that's how I got hooked, is the paper trail that established that our military, our intelligence agencies were telling the public one thing. Don't worry your pretty little heads. Pay attention, move along, nothing to see here. But behind the scenes, they took it very seriously. They were very concerned about where these things were from and how this technology works and the fact that they can't do anything about it. So that's how I got hooked. In 87, I started reading about it. And then meeting Lazar in 89, almost by chance, and realized, all right, look, if I'm going to report on this, I got to really dig in and learn everything I can. And I was cocky enough to think, well, give me 6 months, I'll have this whole thing figured out. That was 36 years ago.
Wow. It's got to be crazy to see it now in front of Congress.
I had a moment. I did. I did. I had a moment. I just kind of had to bow my head there when it came over me after all this time, seeing what was happening, unfolding in front of me. I just never thought I would see it. And what was really amazing is the partisan divide was gone suddenly. There is an issue that the two sides, far left, far right, can agree on. There's AOC and Jamie Raskin on one side of the room, and there's Tim Burchett and Matt Gaetz on the other, and they're all asking questions. And it's not just questions prepared by staff; they're doing follow-ups. They're into it. They're into it. It was amazing. It was just absolutely amazing to see it.
Have you heard any speculation as to why they want to hide the information? Have you heard anyone that says that this is why?
Yes. So to the best of my knowledge, directly to me so many times that I can't count, is strategic surprise, that we have to be ahead on this, that we know that Russia has a UFO exploitation program, reverse engineering. We know China has one. Like, if these were theirs, like, they wouldn't be having these huge programs they've actually announced and bragged about in China. So it's strategic surprise. Whatever we can derive from these technologies, we know that it can be weaponized. We know that it is so powerful just by the propulsion systems alone, how they move. They suspect it's gravitational. Just like Lazar said, the top dogs that we know that have worked on this problem set for our government believe by observation that these propulsion technologies are gravitationally based. With that said, it goes back to Lazar. We can't produce gravity, but what if there it was, he said, something that produces gravity. So if that is true, then they know that just even the laser weaponry technology that a colleague of mine and George actually did study for our government. I don't know how far I can go on that one, but that's true, that people are looking at unknown technologies and exploiting them for laser technology. That is factual stuff. He'll tell you more about it later. So if we get left in the dust, everybody believes we're ahead right now in the secret little reverse engineering.
Why do they believe we're ahead?
Well, maybe it's hubris. I hope we're ahead. Everybody that I know and everybody that George knows believes that right now we are still ahead on these reverse engineering programs. So let's just couch this. Let's believe it for a second.
Okay.
We're reverse engineering UFOs.
Okay.
It has been conveyed to us in the most direct sense that we believe we are ahead right now. But the way China works, they could quickly get a quick advantage because they don't have the same restrictions that we have. They can control every piece of that program, no questions asked. We can't quite do that. So there's a fear that we're going to be left in the dust at some point and we'll have what they call strategic surprise. So that is a good reason that I understand that people want to keep this shit under wraps right now. I don't believe that if they said, look, you've been seeing them all through human history. We're now capturing them on multitudes of corroborative visual types of evidence, from thermal to radar. That's the big deal about what George and I released about the 2019 swarms. It's corroborative visual evidence, right? Now that we have all these sensors that are so cool, just tell people, whatever, we're not alone. Whoever these are from, maybe we don't know. I don't know that that's going to go over so well, but I feel like we should tell people that if we find out it to be true.
So most of the reason why they're withholding the information is not worried about the collapse of society. It's worried about having control of this technology.
Yeah, I believe so.
There's no way you can separate national security issues from this. The last time I was here, Joe, we talked about nuclear incidents where UFOs appear over nuclear missile facilities, missile bases. They disable those missiles. That's happened in our country. It's happened in Russia. I don't know if it's happened in China, but it's real. You could neutralize the entire nuclear arsenal with one of these machines. Now, that's real national security. It's so interesting that our government says, dismisses Project Blue Book because there's no threat to national security, and yet it clearly has national security implications if they can control our nuclear weapons. The friends of mine, as far up the food chain as I've gone, have said this: you can't tell your friends without telling your enemies. You can't tell part of this story because no one would ever be satisfied with part of it. You can't be halfway pregnant, you know.
So it's national security, and I can get with that. Like, I get that. I understand that explanation. There's just a step further that I'm not understanding yet.
Yeah.
But I understand the national security.
What do you mean by a step further?
Like what we were talking about before, like what is it that's so devastating? Because we get to that point with people sometimes. And what is it that's so devastating? Like they're okay with us reporting on stuff like as friends. Like they're like, I'm not going to inhibit you in any way. George and I are in a weird position. So of course people are always trying to trick us all the time, every day. Like major good tricks. They would love us to fuck up.
Like CGI video.
Sure. Like, how you send me stuff sometimes.
Right,
And I'm trying to think about it. So imagine that on like a much deeper level, like trusted people that come to you with stuff and you just know it's a fucking trap. Right. So I've been in that position numerous times. Now check this out. I think it's cool to say we have totally been warned, man, that as journalists, we are doing what is good for the public. So we can obtain and release things like the Baghdad Phantom, the Mosul Orb, like a bunch of these. So people leak stuff to me and George. And as journalists, we have to look at it and be like, does this endanger national security? Because these are from military platforms. So if it does, we do our best with like lawyers and everybody. We try to make sure we don't fuck up, right? And everybody knows we're patriots. We're cool, right? But he and I have been told numerous times the biggest worry they have is a foreign intelligence agency getting their hands on some of the weird madness that comes our way that we haven't been able to vet yet or to make sure for national security that it's okay. So people are cool with us as journalists in America reporting for the good of our country. But there is a real worry that other agencies outside of the US might get some things that we haven't vetted yet properly. Did I explain that okay?
Yeah, I'll just add this, is that we were told earlier this year, and in fact, the Department of Defense spokesperson announced it. There is a Department of Justice investigation into 2 of the images that we made public this year. That's kind of unsettling when you realize that there was a criminal investigation to figure out, not necessarily us, but at least how did it get into our hands.
And what was this image?
Well, there's a number. I mean, so in 2019, there was a swarm of UFOs over 10 Navy warships. George and I
those are the pyramids?
So whatever shape they were, I don't even care. Check this out. And this is the bigger point. In 2019, this thing happened. George and I obtained and released footage. That footage was radar footage, thermal footage, infrared footage, and deck camera, like normal video footage. People were missing the point. It's the first time in history that you have military footage on 4 different types of platforms or 4 different types of optics, corroborative visual evidence that go with the stories. It's like Commander Fravor, if he told you he saw the Tic Tac, that's one thing. But you also got a video from Commander Chad Underwood because he went up and filmed it. What we provided was 4 types of corroborative visual evidence over a warning area in a training zone, which we should talk about. So that type of now we have so much evidence to that in 2019, that swarm. So imagine if you're the DOD and George and I say, by the way, we're running a story and here's some footage. Do you want to comment on it? And they're like, we didn't have some of this footage. I'm like, what? Like, how did you not have your own footage? So that's already put us in a weird position with the Pentagon and the DOD. They didn't, how do reporters get more information than they have on their own?
Did they demand your sources?
They can't do that. They would never do that. This is journalism in America. Come at me with that.
They'd like to know. They'd certainly like to know.
But that is a good job. Like, just to be clear for everybody, that's an important job, is to plug leaks. So if somebody's going out with national security things like and selling them to Russia or to China, fuck yeah. So they got a really important job. I wish them well on their job. But as journalists in America, we can report on this stuff. And as long as we don't hurt national security, we can report on this.
Can you tell everybody the basics of that one particular sighting?
Yes, happy to.
Cool. Start with the Omaha.
Okay. So do you want me to do it?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So 2019, there was a series of UFO swarms over 10 Navy warships, but it was simultaneous. So at any given time around one ship, there's anywhere from 6 to 14, I'd say, of these, just say, unknown units, right? So they appear like lights, but when you use thermal, you can see that they're kind of egg-shaped, and minimum size is 14 feet. They weren't small, right? So the question is from our military, so from the Omaha, the people fighting the ship, they're like, the heck is this, right? So they start filming it, getting them on radar, all this stuff. Then
How are they behaving?
So they weren't doing extreme movements, but I have been able to contact some of the helo pilots, right? And these things were self-luminous, they were illuminated, and they actually were going into the water, if not out from the water. I know for sure they were going into the water. That's called transmedium. We talked about that on one of our first podcasts together. So all we know, let's just call them, we don't know who they're from, but there's these objects that are doing this ballet around 10 Navy warships at one time, and no one's taking claim for them. So the people on the ships, their job is to fight the ship. Now, they didn't feel under threat. So like on the USS Omaha, when they're seeing all this, there's this, they call the triangle of kinetic action, like when you would fire on it, right? And it's like intent, opportunity, and capability. You have to fulfill that triangle to be like, oh, I'm going to blast that shit. Right. The thing is that that triangle wasn't fully fulfilled because they didn't really know the intent, weren't sure of the capability or opportunity. So they're kind of just observing these things. However, I do know on multiple ships, they applied what they call the Ghostbuster, which is like an electromagnetic package that can down drones. But these were not like DJI drones. These were like big objects. So they were moving in this like ballet. But remember, all the ships can communicate. So now, all these years later, I have people on every level of those ships telling me, this is my experience. This is what we saw. They would go around. So there's about 100 plus in the air at one time. Whose were they? Our own government still says we don't know whose they were. And I'll tell you this, that is not uncommon. This is the craziest thing over the last few years that George and I have gotten more testimony. There was a swarm off the coast of Japan in 2021 where the ship was 300 miles from any other ship or landmass, and these things were coming from the west. And the only thing over there is Hawaii, right? No landing, no launch point. So that also, by the way, I'm not going to say that one. There's swarms on the East Coast as well. The point is, this happens more than people think. Now, is that an increased frequency? Are we seeing an increased frequency in UFOs right now, right? It's an interesting question because what we do know is we have better technology to sense them, right? And to record them. So are we just seeing more of them because our sensors are better? Why always in training ranges? Well, that's bullshit. It's not always in training ranges. The reason you know about it is because of leaks and people bringing out footage. We have the best sensors on these ships in the world. So we just hear about it more on these training ranges.
USS Omaha. So this thing was 14 feet round, spherical looking thing that followed the ship for an hour. They watched it on thermal for an hour. They had it on radar. There were several of them, up to 14 at a time. Now, what is big and round and travels? Now, these ships are 100 miles out offshore at night off the West Coast, and these things are floating right along with them. Is that a balloon? There's no tail. There's no rotor. They don't know how the hell it was flying. There's no exhaust. They don't know how it was propelled at all. And there was a bunch of them. And they got
fast were they moving?
It's not top speed. Wasn't matter. It was so not like super impressive. But they don't know. My buddy, somebody said to me, "I'm going to really regret saying this to Jeremy." It's like they just appeared, and he really hated saying that to me because their job is to know where these came from, where they're going, where they launch, where they land. So these things would come up. So we know they would go into the water. The sentiment is they were coming also from the water, but the thing is that they were unable to down them with these electromagnetic packages. There were so many of them. They're that big. Where did they land? Where did they launch? And so there was a fake news story put up in the New York Post. They said case solved. It was some New York Post 2019 swarm says case solved. There was a Chinese cargo ship called the Bass Strait. So if you go to Wikipedia, even they say it was the Bass Strait was landing and launching drones, right? Well, hold on. The Bass Strait didn't have the deck capability to land or launch up to 100 plus of these 14-foot or larger objects. Additionally, the Bass Strait was in port in Long Beach while this activity was happening. And we know people that boarded the ship on behalf of our federal government to look to see if they were part of the fuckery, right? And then we got somebody that came to me that says, my one job that night was to make sure that nothing was landing or launching off the Bass Strait. And he goes, I wish I could say that we did catch the culprits, whoever launched all these. And he says, I can't report that to you. We didn't. I watched the whole time. But the New York Post put out this fake story that the mystery was solved.
Why do you think they did that?
It's a great question.
Just debunking, typical debunking. It's Chinese drones 100 miles out to sea at night. You don't see where they were launched from. You don't see where they went to. There's no ship out there that could be a launch platform for it. Where the hell they come from? It's an easy way to just dismiss it, but the facts don't fit it.
What's the best footage that we can look at?
Like the total best footage of that event series?
Yeah.
The one that's real famous is the black and white one. It's the USS Omaha thermal. I know I put it on Extraordinary Beliefs.
USS
there we go.
Omaha.
There it is.
So this is the one that went into the water.
Yeah, they believe it went into the water, this particular one. But remember, there's 14 rolling right now at this time, at this exact second. There's 14 of them swarming the ship.
So this is just, they have, what is this? What are they locked on?
So
here?
this is thermal. So you should see plumes of heat. You should see rotor wash. You should see wings. You should see something that allows this to propel. The shape you're seeing is the thermal signature, but they also believe that to be the actual signature or shape of it. There, and it blinks out. So they said splash, splash in the video when you release it, but that doesn't mean it splashed into the water. Like there was no splash. It was just like they believed it went into the water. They actually sent, this is not public, but I know it to be true. They sent a submarine to try to look for any wreckage of this thing. Nothing. So imagine 100 of these. Let's say, I thought about this the other day. What if they were kamikaze drones, right? Okay, that's something. But the problem is they weren't. They don't. Where did they launch from?
And also, where's the wreckage? Where if they're kamikazes, they find it.
So it's okay. So this is a real problem for the people fighting the ships. They feel that they failed in their duties because they weren't given the right opportunities to investigate and engage, and it happens more regularly than our Navy would like to admit. That there are unknown objects in the South China Sea, out by Japan, off the East Coast, and as recently, I'll say, as this year.
What was the video, or was it just photographic of the triangles in the sky?
So that's a big topic of debate, right? So that was from the USS Russell. So on the USS Russell, let's say I have one person that comes to me.
It's these things.
Right. So the common wisdom is that they were, oh, dude, thank you actually for this opportunity to explain this. So check it out. You see optically a triangle shape.
Right.
Okay, that's the radar footage from the Omaha. So you see optically the triangle shape. Now, people said I made it up, that I made up pyramid in shape. Now, I put that in quotes when I first reported on it, because that's what was in the intelligence reports that happened to pass in front of our eyes, that they have other sensors and that this thing was pyramid in shape. Triangle by angle of
That ends
observation.
right after this. I was just trying to get to the pyramid.
I just want it like this, see it moving around. Why is it flashing? Do they know?
So that's the whole thing. So there's people that work in these UFO programs that did a full report on this, none of which is really public. So the internet says that this is bokeh effect. So like the lens on the PBS-14, somebody taped a triangle onto it. So what you're seeing is a lens artifact. And then in Congress, they backtracked from it because they realized the PBS-14 doesn't have a triangle aperture to make it a shape of a pyramid-looking thing. And they said it was the camera that was being shot through. They actually did that in the first congressional UFO hearing, and say that it was that. So to back up, we don't know the shape of it. George and I don't know. All we know is that in briefing documents that we were exposed to, and they have other sensor systems to determine shape. They said triangle by angle of observation, pyramid in shape. So I can't justify to the public the shape because it's just, if they change their mind, hopefully they tell George.
Here's the other part that people leave out of this discussion. They say it's bokeh effect. It's actually showing stars in the sky. They leave out this little inconvenient fact is that they have a rangefinder on the ship. These things were 700 feet off the deck of the ship. If it was a star, it would have fried Earth into a cinder if it was 700 feet away. It's not a star. It was an object that was 700 feet off the ship.
No, there were two at that moment. So there's a briefing slide that we acquired and made public. And there was nothing in it to say it was classified. It was a briefing slide. And in that briefing slide, if Jamie finds it, it actually tells you, triangle by angle of observation, 700 feet off of the aft or whatever of the ship. So look, we're getting down to one piece of evidence. What people forget is that this was a 3-night event series with over 100 objects airborne at one time, surrounding 10 Navy warships. So the big question is, well, who knew our warships were there? And what Commander Fravor said at the hearing, we don't test experimental shit on ourselves without warning people that we're doing it. He's like, that would be really dangerous. And I'll give you an example. In 2019, one of the ships, I've spoken with one of the people fighting the ship. So they're called the TAOs, Tactical Action Officers. And what was reported to me was that when they were getting swarmed, that the admiral ordered, what's the name of that rail gun or whatever? I forget the name of it, some cool name, but it's like this really high powered shooting metal up. And they're like, we had active flights. We had helos in the sky. Can you imagine somebody being like, we're getting swarmed, pull out the Gatling gun or whatever it is, like the whiz or something. I don't know.
These still images.
Yeah, this is the slide that was used in this, in a briefing that was prepared by the UAP task force. That was the briefing that was delivered to the Joint Chiefs, to certain members of Congress.
And in this time, there was 2 of them that were over this ship?
At this exact time? So, so 3. So, they say 3 unknown UAS, unmanned aerial systems. That because I asked the people that wrote this, why did you say UAS and not UAP or whatever?
Right.
And like, we didn't really have that language yet of what to call it. So they debated over it. They said that's the right term. So this image is to represent, one of these.
What does the S stand for in UAS?
Unmanned aerial system. And there's another one.
Unmanned.
So that is one option. And I asked one of the guys, why did you say unmanned? And he goes, because of the size of it, it wasn't quite big enough to put a human man in. So he's like, that was just the best terminology that we had. He goes, now I would just straight up say, UAP. These were unidentified flying objects, UFOs.
Right.
So I don't know. We're kind of just to wrap this is like 2019 is an important event because it's well documented. We were able to provide not just from the USS Russell, not just from the Omaha. We brought witnesses forward. I think it was like episode 2 of our show. Is like we had people come in with their testimony. It's an important case because swarms happen all the time on these training ranges, and with it, what appears to be an increased frequency. And people ask why training ranges, and it might be because whoever these people are interested in what we're playing with.
The East Coast, we have a naval air station called Oceana. It's gigantic. It's the biggest naval air station on the East Coast. It's a key training range for all our naval aviators, the best pilots in the world. They fly out into this area, I think it's W72, every day. I reported this in 2018. I think people thought I was making it up. But in 2014 and 2015, these pilots fly out into the same area every single day. And every single day they were seeing these unidentified objects sitting right there. They would sit there for days at a time, 30, 40,000 feet. It's not a balloon. They would just sit there in 100-knot winds right off the base so they could see what was going on at that base, see what training was going on. It was some kind of an observation operation, but we didn't know whose they were. Pilots would see them every day, but wouldn't report it because they don't want to have to go through the hassle of hey, you saw a UFO, fill out the paperwork, get interviewed about it. But eventually, when Jay Stratton became head of the UAP task force, he started talking the Navy into, come on, guys, we need to document this stuff. So pilots started taking pictures with their cell phones. They detect these things on their sensor systems, fly over by them, and get a couple of photos. There were 3 different ones that we made public. They don't look like the Starship Enterprise. They look just weird objects. We had no idea whose they were, but they were seeing them every day. And I know when we first reported that, people thought we were making it up, but then Ryan Graves came out and said, "Yeah, it's true."
He reported it years before. We hear stuff before, and everybody's like, "Oh, come on, every fucking day." Turns out it's true. But here's the deal: on the internet, they solved it. They're like, "These are all just balloons or cold birds," Yeah. And here's the deal: pilots see that stuff all the time. These are actual. You've heard the spheres, the cubes with spherical. Like, these pilots are not making it up. It's so weird to me. The internet can just like feel like they solved its balloons. These are constantly, and these are our fighter pilots. And I'm not saying they're infallible, but there's so much data now.
So what is this one?
Well, the internet will tell you it's a Batman balloon.
Yeah. Is that one legit?
That's called the Acorn. They don't know what it is.
Yeah.
They don't know what it is.
This was in a classified briefing, but it is inherently unclassified. This image itself, because it's from a cell phone.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, the internet has said that's a Batman balloon. Okay, maybe. But the thing is that there's 3 more in that series that George obtained and released. One they call blimp with metallic blimp with payload, which is important, the payload part. But look, man, that's a balloon.
Yeah. Hold please. I'm gonna take a leak. We'll come right back.
Yeah. Maybe I'll post too.
All right, we're back up.
Yeah.
Where were we?
Just on these every day, these pilots are seeing things, and in fact, they're worried about flight safety. But also, that's just a good way in for people to take it seriously. It's a much bigger issue than just flight safety, but that's something everybody can get behind. You know what I mean?
So the debunkers would say what we're seeing, because they're seeing it all over these restricted airspaces, these warning zones, is we're seeing our drones. We're seeing some sophisticated technology that's top secret stuff.
And they'd be incorrect.
And the other way of looking at it would be the reason why they're in this area is these are the areas where our most sophisticated fighter jets operate. So they're observing.
So that's one thing. So maybe there's observation programs. Like there's this thing, about baiting with nuclear weapons. Like if you talk to any of these drivers who do these nuclear trucks, there's not one that doesn't have a story about being followed by an unidentified. So there's this idea that there's an interest by these, like an observational program by whoever are operating these craft. But also, we just have some of the best technologies to record these out in our training ranges.
I was told that there was an active program. It was an experiment, really, with nuclear-powered ships and carrying nuclear weapons. And they wanted to see if something would follow them. And they did it 18 times. And 18 out of 18, these objects tailed alongside. They just wanted to document that they're interested in nuclear stuff. 18 out of 18 times, it followed them.
But they just seem to be watching.
That's the debate. So Commander Fravor, Graves, and David Grush were all asked at this hearing. They said, I don't remember who it was. It was a gentleman who said, do you think that this is possibly an observation program? Yes, yes, yes. Do you think, they could be, we could be in trouble because of it? Or I don't remember what he asked. Yes, yes, possibly. So I think the answer from those involved would be, it could be a reconnaissance thing. It could be an operational thing, where they're watching how we react to things. Hypothetically, I have no idea. But the option is there for that. They've just been here so long, though. It's like, how many times do you need to send drones to map the moon?
Right.
One time.
Right.
What if the bottom line is they live here? They've always lived here. Maybe they're separated by some kind of a dimensional membrane or something. They can come in and out of our lives. They can watch us when we're sleeping, when we're taking a shower, when we're in the bathroom. They can see us and enter our lives, and we can't do anything about it. People could freak out about that. What if they are us from the future, which has been explored a lot? That maybe we fucked up the planet so bad that we end up looking like little gray aliens sometime in the distant future, and they're coming back to check us out to see the point of where things went wrong. That could be disturbing to a lot of people.
Well, the disturbing thing is that the little gray aliens are some sort of cyborg.
Right.
Then they're genderless. And it seems like they communicate without mouth noises. They just have a little slit for a mouth.
Yeah, some of these have pilots, apparently. I know that's a weird thing to say, but some of them seem to be drones, doing a function. Like the Tic Tac, when it was coming from above 80,000 feet and it was dropping down to sea level, it was Commander Faber's first interview was with me, and he said the best way I could describe it is docking. With what? There was something under the water, right? That's what was making that white water. Mm-hmm. So the idea that these things were somehow communicating with something under the water is really embedded in the core of that story. If that's true, right? Then these things were coming down and docking. Now, that would be more like a drone, right? Rather than something that is occupied, right? Mm-hmm. These Tic Tacs. The fallacy is people say, oh, look, if anything were to move that way, it must be a radar glitch, because if anything were to move that way, it would instantaneously crumble and explode. And you're like, well, wait a second. The hubris of your idea that we are the apex of technology right now, that the material science we have, that our means of propulsion, like you've said before, used to be horses, bicycles, cars, jet cars, spaceships, right? So now, what does it look like if we had 100,000 years of more evolution, technologically 200,000? What about a fucking million? Do you think that they would have the same atmosphere around these craft to apply that same type of physics? So that's why Commander Fravor said at the hearing, he goes, yes, it is far more advanced than anything from our known physics at this time. He leaves it open that we might not have figured it all out yet.
And do most of these sightings take place near water?
A lot of them are. A lot of them go in and out of water. There is some suspicion that maybe they've got a settlement under the ocean, that they could get away with hiding down there. We wouldn't be able to detect them. There's an awful lot of sightings over water, sure, but not all of them.
Yeah, I would say there's a correlation that we cannot deny, that there is a lot of movement in and out of the water with whatever UAP or UFO are, but I would not agree that it is directly connected. These things can and do appear basically wherever the fuck they want. I mean, that's that for me, getting reports every damn day and George for decades. Dude, this thing is everywhere. Machines that outpace, outmaneuver, and outperform what we have.
Now, do they speculate that all of these different machines come from one particular group of entities, or is there multiple civilizations that are visiting us?
Yeah, they think it's more than one answer. It's entirely possible. Because the craft look different, the beings look different, the reports you get from all over the world over the decades, we don't really know for sure what they do look like, because they seem to be able to change their shapes, at least change how we perceive them in our head. I don't know if they're manipulating our perceptions or what.
I know people are going to hear this and be like, oh, that's this crazy leap that there are pilots to these things. All I know for sure is, okay, UFOs are real. We have technology that we don't know where it's from. We have been reverse engineering or trying to do that. I am solid on those three things. I am also solid on the fact that this has been held back from the American public, no doubt. Maybe for good reason, on some level. But I also know that some of it's been done what we would call illegally. Now, that word is really nuanced, because of national security, maybe it's not illegal. What makes anybody think that they just want to give up the goodies now and tell everybody what's going on now? The same tactics that's been used for the last 70 plus years, secrecy, ridicule, all that right now is on hyperdrive.
Has anyone come to you and described the different kinds of beings and how many they think there are.
I'll give you a cool story. You'll like this. Okay. I talked before about the paper trail, how there is a document, a trail of documents that you can look at. There was a chapter in a textbook being used at the U.S. Air Force Academy. And until UFO people found out about it, this is what they were teaching our best and brightest pilots at the Air Force Academy. And the chapter said, in the course of your career as an aviator, you're likely going to encounter one of these things. Here's what we know about them. We know that there are 4 different alien races visiting this planet, and they've been here for thousands of years. Now, that is blockbuster stuff to be teaching future Joint Chiefs of Staff members and commanders of air bases.
When was this published?
This is in the 1960s. So, but when word of that chapter got out, the UFO people found out about it. They pulled it. They yanked it out and took it out of the textbook.
So I'll tell you, man, I've been to the Naval Academy, got to sit in on an aerospace class. It was so fucking cool. And these dudes, I cannot imagine what it would be like. They all have to wear uniforms and stuff. And like, you know, what would that be like sitting there reading that chapter in your official textbook? Right? It's crazy.
Yeah, and there's 4 different kinds of beings. Well, how did they describe the 4 different beings, George?
Yeah, I don't remember. I'd have to look that up. I'll bet you Jamie could find that.
I've only heard of the grays and the tall whites.
There's the reptilians, Nordics.
Major Kilpatrick, the second-ranking officer in public affairs at the Air Academy, in a position to speak authoritatively for the Air Force. He admitted at once that plebs are taught from a text entitled Introductory Space Science Volume 2, and an entire chapter 33 deals entirely with UFO considerations. He quoted from page 455 that 50,000 virtually reliable people have reported sighting unidentified flying objects. This leads us with the unpleasant possibility of alien visitors to our planet. The 14-page chapter continues, or at least alien-controlled UFOs. According to the Academy textbook, if such beings are visiting Earth, 2 questions arise. 1, why haven't they attempted to contact us officially? And 2, why haven't there been accidents which would have revealed their presence? Why no contact? That question is very easy to answer in any of several ways. 1, we may be the object of intensive sociological and psychological study. In such studies, you usually avoid disturbing the test subject's environment. 2, you do not contact a colony of ants, and humans may seem that way to any aliens. Variation. A zoo is a fun place to visit, but you don't contact the lizards. 3, such contact may have already taken place secretly and may have taken place on a different plane of awareness. And we are not yet sensitive to communications on such a plane. What does that mean? In releasing this interview with the Leemore Advanced, we are well aware that many readers will certainly raise an eyebrow or 2, but Major Kilpatrick insisted the above chapter in the text is not a fairy story. At the end, he seemed to go along with the recommendations of the physics textbook, which advises Air Force officers as follows. The best thing to do is keep an open and skeptical mind and not take an extreme position on any side of the question.
Astonishing, isn't that?
Wow.
I have a copy of the original textbook, the chapter. I'll find it for you somewhere.
This is what's fascinating to me. Such contact may have already taken place secretly and may have taken place on a different plane of awareness. And we are not yet sensitive to communications on such a plane. What does that mean?
It's just an Air Force textbook, dude. Don't worry about it.
Wow. 50,000 credible sightings they're citing. And this is in
1966, I think, is when that chapter was out.
Wow.
Maybe they just let that guy slip in a chapter. I mean, that's crazy.
You know, and then the skeptic would say, why aren't we seeing them more?
Yeah.
Because they don't want to be seen.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we are we know there's 8 billion people, right? And so is it every day someone sees something?
In your world, you're like, why aren't we seeing them all the time? In my world, it's like, God damn, dude, every day I'm inundated with reports from credible people that were, have been served in the military, that don't want to be known. They just want to be heard. They don't even want me to repeat. So in my perspective, and I'm sure George's too, there's so much of this like contact with these unknowns on a Have you ever asked a table of 10, has anybody ever seen a UFO or know somebody that does? Have you ever done that?
No. I've had conversations with friends though, and I've talked to guys who've seen some things that they couldn't explain.
Smart people you trust?
Yes. Yeah, not nuts. I mean, nuts for sure. But nuts have told me that for sure. But I had one guy who was like showing me all these photos of clouds.
Yeah.
And
I get it every day.
And I'm
Every
like,
day.
what is it? And he's like, I see them every day. And he's showing me more photos. I go, what is it? And he goes, alien spaceships.
Yeah.
Can't you see it?
And I'm like, bro, those are clouds. I don't know what to say here. Like, it was really disturbing.
You didn't zoom in, Joe.
Well, it's like I didn't know this guy was nuts. I thought this guy was pretty okay. And then he's showing me all these pictures of clouds. And I'm like, what the fuck?
So there's categories of trust when you're talking with people. So you got the guy with his cell phone making you look at clouds and you're just not zooming in enough. But then there's also different levels. So you'll have somebody come and say, I was working at a military installation and there were cameras everywhere and we captured this thing come through our facility, which is a totally restricted facility. We couldn't lock on it with our weaponry. So if you have like an aerostat or something and it's got this like thermal camera and you can lock on and shoot out a tire of an Al-Qaeda truck at 23 miles, they couldn't lock. The thing was actively jamming their weapon system. And then you can't see it in IR. You can only see it in thermal. That's an example. Very credible witness, doesn't want to be known, just wanted me to know to see if I could find out more info. Another one, Pantex. So it's like a nuclear facility. And there was numerous events. There have been numerous events at a nuclear facility of intrusions. So people have come to me in George and they've told us their account and they're hoping that we can find out more information on it. But it's such a secretive facility. But there was an object that came right between the nuclear missile holding facilities, like in between 3 and 4, I think. And it goes right through. And it looks kind of strange. It looks more like a jellyfish than it did like a saucer. And then the thing goes straight through with a controlled angle and then 45 degrees just shoots off into, you can't see it anymore. So we get these all the time, people that have nothing to gain, only things to lose, and they're hoping we're going to be able to find out more information by giving us that one little piece.
We have some pretty cool images that we haven't made public yet that we're trying to figure out.
Give them up to
if
dad.
if it's responsible to do
I'm
so.
responsible.
Yeah.
You don't want to go to jail.
I need to be responsible.
Right. I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. That was what was interesting in talking to people like Christopher Mellon too, where they describe things that haven't been released. That people have
Satellite
seen.
imagery.
Yeah.
Straight up. That exists. Like clear as day.
Like the best footage.
So what is it going to do for you if let's say the government puts out an image from a satellite platform that they're allowed to tell us about, right? And you see a craft. The first thing the internet's going to do is going to say that's fake. That's what's going to happen. One image, one video is never going to do anything. It's not.
It would be nice though. It would be nice to see something crystal clear.
Agreed.
Like even the Batman balloon. It's like, okay, I'm not sure what that is.
Yeah.
100%.
Pretty far away. Cell phones are pretty good, but maybe the guy had a Samsung, like one of them old ones.
But remember, we can make fun of one image and we can say that one image, we don't like that image. But when you take into consideration how everything has structurally changed for our fighter pilots, where because they're engaging these, they're not just taking a photo. It's on their ASA. It's on their collective AI radar.
They pick it up on sensors and then they go in and get closer
and try to see it.
So whatever this thing was, like the Batman balloon, how big was that supposedly?
I think it's 40 feet across, I think.
Oh,
and
gosh.
then
Hold on.
That same flight, by the way, shot 3 of them. 3 objects, all 3 different shapes, all 3 in the same flight path off of Oceania.
So they got video of all these?
They shot photos of them.
Because that's legal to put out, it's like on their own cell phones.
Is that the best one though?
No, I like the metallic blimp with payload.
Yeah.
That one was part of an official representation of what people should look out for, and why the payload is important is because that's how they determine if they're going to shoot at it. So if you're overseas and there's an unidentified and you see another country firing upon it, you're like, okay, it's definitely not theirs because they're firing on it. The U.S., well, I say the U.S., a collaborative group of countries like Five Eyes, right, have fired on these things based on two things. One, proximity to ground troops. If you're like 27, 37 miles away from ground troops, they're blowing it up. Second thing is, if it appears to have a payload, fire on it.
Oh, because then you can get whatever they're carrying around.
They don't want it to be a bomb coming in.
We got these fighter pilots better cell phones.
I agree.
You know, like, what's the best zoom? Is it the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra?
Yeah, but the problem is when you start zooming, especially if they're moving, you have to be so stable.
They're
you
flying
gotta
like
go-
they're flying.
Don't a lot of those
thousands miles an
have
hour.
image stability now?
Yeah, but again, once you're zooming in, it becomes
doesn't work?
Yeah, it's like a math problem of like the farther you
I
zoom
see.
in, the more stabilization you need.
What is the best zoom one, though?
I mean, they technically have 100x zoom, but again,
The Galaxy?
Yeah.
Well, at least that seems like a better option than whatever the fuck they're using.
But also, I mean, whatever this is, they don't necessarily like want to be seen. Like, that's the thing. It's hard to accept.
They don't want to be seen, but they're tracking them with jets. If they can just take off at insane rates of speed, wouldn't they just do that? If they have all this footage of these things, it's obvious that they're being seen.
Yeah.
They must know they're being seen.
Yeah.
Right.
That was the
Well, they
thing
sit
that
there for
Fravor
days at a time. They sit there off the East Coast.
Right.
Days.
And this 40-foot one, this Batman balloon looking thing.
I want to back up on that.
Yeah,
I have
sure.
no
I
idea.
know,
I have
Jeff,
no idea.
I
Is that Jimmy?
believe I found the chapter of this book, and this is a weird paragraph.
This one, the Ireland. In Ireland, at about 1000 AD, supposed airships were treated as demon ships. And how do you say that? Lyons, France?
Yeah.
Admitted space travelers were killed. More recently, on 24 of July 1957, Russian anti-aircraft batteries on the Kuril Islands opened fire on UFOs. Although all Soviet anti-aircraft batteries on the islands were in action, no hits were made. The UFOs were luminous and moved very fast. We too have fired on UFOs. About 10 o'clock one morning, a radar site near a fighter base picked up on a UFO going 700 miles an hour. The UFO then slowed down to 100 miles an hour, and two F-86 were scrambled to intercept. Eventually, one F-86 closed on the UFO at about 3,000 feet altitude. The UFO began to accelerate away, but the pilot still managed to get within 500 yards of the target for a short period of time. It was definitely saucer-shaped. As the pilot pushed the F-86 at top speed, the UFO began to pull away. When the range reached 1,000 yards, the pilot armed his guns and fired in an attempt to down the saucer. He failed, and the UFO pulled away rapidly, vanishing in the distance. The same basic situation may have happened on a more personal level. On Sunday morning, evening 21, August 1955, 8 adults and 3 children were on the Sutton farm, 1/2 mile away from Kelly, Kentucky, when, according to them, one of the children saw a brightly glowing UFO settle behind the barn, out of sight from where he stood. Other witnesses on nearby farms also saw the object. However, the Suttons dismissed it as a shooting star and did not investigate. Approximately 30 minutes later, at 8 p.m., the family dogs began barking, and 2 of the men went to the back door and looked out. Approximately 50 feet away and coming towards them was a creature wearing a glowing silvery suit. It was about 3.5 feet tall, with a large round head and very long arms. It had large webbed hands, which were equipped with claws. 2 Sutton grabbed a 12-gauge shotgun and a 22 caliber pistol and fired at close range. They could hear the pellets and bullet ricochet as if off metal. The creature was knocked down, but jumped up and scrambled away. The Suttons retreated into the house, turned off all inside lights, and turned on the porch light. At that moment, one of the women who was peeking out of the dining room window discovered that a creature with some sort of helmet and wide slit eyes was peeking back at her. She screamed, and the men rushed and started shooting. The creature was knocked backwards, but again scrambled away without apparent harm. More shooting occurred, a total of about 50 rounds over the next 20 minutes, and the creatures finally left, perhaps feeling unwelcome, it says. After about 2-hour wait for safety, the Suttons left too.
That's a pretty famous case. Kelly Hopkinsville case.
I wonder what kind of meth those guys like.
At the end, too, the last when he quoted what you were reading earlier, it ends right here where it says controlled UFOs, and then this was left out of what we read, but it still says there's.
It says this leaves up the unpleasant possibility that alien visitors to our planet, or at least alien-controlled UFOs. However, the data are not well correlated, and What questionable data there are suggests the existence of at least 3 and maybe 4 different groups of aliens, possibly at different stages of development. This too is difficult to accept. It implies the existence of intelligent life on a majority of the planets in our solar system, or a surprisingly strong interest in Earth by members of other solar systems. A solution to the UFO problem may be obtained by the long and diligent effort of a large group of well-financed and competent scientists. Unfortunately, there is no evidence suggesting that such an effort is going to be made.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what they're teaching the Air Force Academy.
In
Wild shit.
1966.
So this was also part of what Bob was saying when he was working back engineering these things, is that the way they were doing science was not compatible with technological innovation, that they weren't allowed to communicate, they weren't allowed to collaborate, and this is how science gets done. It doesn't get done in a vacuum, and it doesn't get done with one geeked out nerdy propulsions expert who you fucking
Definitely
fly
not
over
that
there
guy.
and go, hey, figure this out.
Yeah, I mean, Bob has said it many times, and probably to you too, Joe, that he shouldn't have been hired for that. They should have had better people for
They
it.
probably didn't know what to do. It sounds like, I would imagine if as I am, someone who doesn't understand any of that stuff, and I'm trying to figure out who to hire. Like where do you go? How do you do this? How do you scan the right? How do you know who's going to shut the fuck up? How do you get them to do it? How do you explain what the job is? How do you get them to accept the fact that you might get picked up at 10 p.m. and you have to tell your wife you're going somewhere, and then you can't even tell where you're going. You're just going to fly to this fucking hidden Air Force base that everyone denies actually exists. We have to remember that. Like, we all know Area 51 existed. In 1989, when Bob Lazar was talking about Area 51, it was officially denied. They pretended it did not exist. So they were flying him for sure to this place that did not exist,
Right.
and all the stuff with his background in the Los Alamos labs, how he's on the employee roster. Like, I mean, there's enough of his story now that seems to corroborate with all the things we're seeing, that I think people that were skeptical should really go back and watch that documentary again. Just go. Your documentary is fantastic. It's really good too, because it was that of the podcast we did with him was a great opportunity to let him just expand on these things. And man, it doesn't seem like bullshit. And that's what's scary. What's crazy is if this guy's actually telling the truth and they're just spinning their wheels out there in the desert with these fucking UFOs trying to figure out what they are, and they don't get anywhere.
Everyone that we've talked to that's had some involvement with those programs, and we have talked to other people, all say the same thing, is that the excessive secrecy, it's so compartmentalized, so few people get to look at it and work on it, that they've made no progress. Every couple of years, they take it back out, give some other people a chance to look at it, analyze it, try to take a crack at it, and then they put it back and stash it back in a hangar somewhere. In a sense, I think Bob Lazar might have been the perfect guy. Maybe not the most qualified scientist in the world, but obviously a bright guy who thinks outside the box, and someone they could discredit.
Yeah.
They feed him a bunch of stuff in these briefing documents that make no sense or are hard to believe. Aliens see us as containers of souls. They created Jesus, things of that sort. And figuring he'll maybe spill it to John Lear or somebody like me.
Right.
And then you can discredit him, and he certainly was easy enough to go after.
Well, that's a tactic, right? You give out credible information along with a bunch of bullshit. And that person will say the bullshit, and then you could easily discredit them.
But, that kind of secrecy, and they're not making the kind of progress that otherwise it was an open investigation, and they have a lot of big brainiacs who are tackling it, that they've never allowed it to happen. We hear that all the time, that they still have not made progress because of the excessive secrecy on it.
And also the material science. That's the other thing. Like I gave you that example of graphene, right?
Mm-hmm.
We do not have the ability to perfectly atomically print alloys in zero gravity yet, like here on Earth, right? So some of these materials, we are told, are so far advanced we can't even begin to replicate the material science necessary.
No, let me stop you there. You're talking about materials that we've actually collected.
Yes.
So there have been examinations on materials that defy what we understand now about metallurgy, right?
They're like adjusted atom by atom, like layers of an atom. We can't do that stuff. We can't do that. Or maybe we can in some advanced
We
lab.
will one day. I'm an optimist.
And who has this?
Government has it. Military has it. Lockheed, big aerospace companies like that have it. There are some pieces in private hands. Gary Nolan has some. Jacques Vallée has a couple of pieces.
Right. Some people, have been in position to try to acquire this. So there are some companies, right, that would love to get their hands on these, and they're actually actively bidding to do that. George has interviewed a president of one company that was really seeking those metamaterials to see if they can make an advancement on it. They're a great company. They want a UFO, baby. They want to study it. But I don't know.
One of the things that I had read recently, someone was speculating that when Bob Lazar went to look at it, he said it seemed as if it was made out of one piece. Like it just didn't make any sense.
Like it was made out of a mold.
Right. But now we know about 3D printing.
Yeah.
And this person was speculating that perhaps this is, now that we know that we can do things like that, and now they can have an advanced version of that to make these crafts out of these spectacular alloys.
Yeah, when Bob plays his life in reverse a little bit, he's like, I wish I knew then what I knew now. He would have paid more attention to stuff. The only thing that made sense to him was the honeycomb hatch. Like, this is the only thing on the craft that he said he saw that made like rational sense. It was this retractable hatch on the floor level that looked like honeycomb, and you could like literally pull it with your finger and it just collapsed in on itself, but it was really strong and structurally, like you could stand on it when it was closed up. And he's like, that's the only thing in that craft that my mind could see as like ingenuity that I could understand. Everything else, like you said, he said injection mold, and here we are in 2024 now it is, and he's like, is it 2024 2023? Don't even start, dude. Don't even start. I'm in the future. That it's like, yeah,
I'm just hoping. I don't want to get there quick so it all comes out.
Just like my brain, man. So anyway, that we could atomically print something one day like that would be the way it appears you could make it.
There are indications that it's made in zero gravity.
Yeah.
It's Bigelow's interest in the space program. He figured if you could eventually have a factory in space, you could make this stuff, these kinds of metamaterials, drugs, things that you can't manufacture here. We could make them up in space. That's why they believe that some of these materials came from somewhere else, because we don't have any factories in space that can make that stuff.
That is actually an interesting thing. It's like, what would be the difference in building materials in a zero gravity environment when you're looking to perfectly align atoms?
Right.
Because
is that just our own limitations, what we understand of technology, and is it possible that they figured out how to do it even with gravity?
Maybe by now. I haven't seen evidence of it, but yeah, maybe.
But it seems like it's so outside of our understanding already.
Well, we didn't have it in 1947, that's for sure.
For sure.
Well,
right. And is that where this stuff is supposed to?
Some of it, yeah.
Some of it, yeah.
And maybe they think also that it's not just the layering, the metamaterials that give it unique properties, like, because the skin of the craft itself, when you talk to some of these military people that have like real close encounter and they saw it, they often say, I can't, if I had a nickel for every time someone said this to me, it had this golden hue like I've never seen before. It was undulating, as if it was, I know this sounds weird, Jeremy, but as if it was intelligent in some way. So the idea that has been impressed upon me is that however these things are built, that it's not only seamless, but it's integrated in a way where the technology itself is like to amplify gravity waves, whatever Bob said it did off of element 115, that the actual physical structure itself has purpose other than just the way it layers for the skin. Does that make sense?
Right.
Like the way it's an integrated machine.
Yeah.
That's what I'm told over and over.
That makes sense. Like, we think of structure as only being structure because that's what we're capable of today. If you have a tank, the outside is just the structure. But what if the outside is actually a part of the thing itself?
Yes.
And how it operates and moves?
Yeah, that's a lot that's been discussed. We've heard it a number of times that the possibility that we haven't been able to duplicate the technology because those beings are part of it, that it's part of the process, that somehow they can fly it and we can't.
Right, that there's a connection, like how we have a thumbprint on an iPhone. They have some connection to the
What kind of
craft.
controls are in these things, supposedly?
Depends who you ask, man.
What does Bob say?
So
For
there was
his-
nothing,
yeah.
no, nothing, right? No
Yeah, yeah.
moving parts.
Yeah. So Bob's example on the one he saw, right, was that there was nothing. There were these little consoles, but there was nothing. There were just these rectangles sitting there. All three chairs were sitting in towards that center propulsion thing. I mean, there's way other stories of other people and what they've seen, but
But it
Bob,
makes sense. I mean, if you were operating it with an iPhone, you can operate a drone with an iPhone, right? Well, it makes sense if you are some sort of a cyborg, that you have this capability embedded into your actual being.
Yeah, sure.
And that they don't need any equipment. They just operate it. They just move it. And it probably moves in some sort of a telepathic way with using whatever that thing is inside their fucking head. Boy, wouldn't you like to see that thing?
you're gonna get
When you're talking about like autopsies, split open that melon. What the fuck's going on in there? I want to see that, man.
you're going to get into your Tesla, at one day, and your body's probably going to start that engine up.
Mine already works with my phone.
Yeah.
I don't even have my key on me. I use my phone. I get in my car with my phone. I get near it. It opens the door. It's wild.
There is a government program that studied this stuff, that studied metamaterials, that projected how far out into the future what we might be able to do at some point. It's OSAP. It's the program I told you about when I was here before. So 3 years ago or so when I was here, I told you that I showed you a couple of documents that were releasable. There are 100 reports that would probably be taller than me if you stack them up on end. The public has not seen one page of it. All that stuff that analyzed metamaterials, warp drive, things of that sort, really futuristic alien type stuff that was done for the DIA, for our government. Congress hasn't seen it. The public hasn't seen it. Media hasn't seen it. It was part of what we told Congress when we were there. Hey, you guys should go after this stuff because all that work was done. The taxpayers paid for it, and not one page of it's been released.
You tried to get some of that shit out.
Yeah. Tried.
Imagine if these beings that technology moves in these kind of exponential jumps. Imagine if these beings came in 1947. What do they have now? And are we getting their shit boxes? Are these like the old fucking rusted out 1971 Chevys that they
That's
just
why they're
left in the
crashing.
desert? I wonder. Maybe the fucking aliens that come here are the Yahoos. Like I have that joke about Tijuana, that Earth is the Tijuana of outer space. I wonder if there's recreational visitation as well.
We could be the drive-in movie theater, come
Right.
and see the weirdo, the weird earthlings, they do the craziest shit.
It probably would be absolutely, just like Chimp Empire, right? It probably would be absolutely fascinating to embed yourself and somehow or another at least be accepted. Have you seen Chimp Empire?
No.
Fantastic documentary series on Netflix. And the scientists were embedded in this group of chimpanzees for 30 years. So they had very specific rules. You don't eat food in front of them. You don't get within 20 yards of them. And so every time the chimps would get close to 20 yards, they'd back out, and they never had food around them. And the chimps just didn't pay attention to them because they were just so accustomed to them. They grew up with these humans around them. And the humans had cameras. The humans don't do anything. They just stand around. They don't seem to have anything to offer for the chimps. So the chimps just leave them alone. And you can get like crazy close footage when you watch them behave. And it is unbelievably fascinating, which is what drives me crazy. When people like Neil deGrasse Tyson say things like, why would they be interested in us? Why would they be interested in us? Like, what are you talking about?
Exactly.
Are you out of your fucking mind? We are so goddamn fascinating. We will send scientists to the middle of the Amazon to find a new slug. And you're telling me you don't think that fucking territorial apes with thermonuclear weapons who have video on their phones and communicate with each other through social media, this emerging consciousness of the internet, this understanding of different language, the ability to translate instantaneously, the fact that there's nuclear conflicts that may be erupting, the fact that we're destroying the ocean and sucking all the fish out and fucking sending coal into the atmosphere. You don't think that's crazy? You don't think that's worthy of discussion and review and consideration? And for an advanced alien species that understands that this thing right here with all this technology, this is what we used to be 1,000,000 years ago. Of course. You imagine if you could go fucking watch cavemen? How wild that would be. You imagine if there was like a place on Earth where time forgot and they found actual cavemen.
They could be like grad students from other planets coming here to do their term paper or something
For sure.
like that, write their thesis.
I love the techno-terrestrial theory. This is my favorite one out of all this stuff, which is that totally just fucking around here. This is not something I believe, but I love the idea that there's some sort of directed panspermia that seeded our planet, that started to build workers to get towards the goal of evolving technology. And as we get thumbs and as we start building, they start dropping these crashes around for us. Oh, we start knocking on them, we start figuring them out. And over decades and generations, we get more advanced. We become part of this technological force in our solar system, in our universe, and then we become like a beacon of that evolving technology where we become spacefaring, and that's done everywhere in the galaxy, in multiple galaxies. I love that idea that we're part of this techno-terrestrial kind of directed panspermia, that we are performing what we are made to perform, which is to become spacefaring. I'm just making this up, but it's a cool idea.
There was a guy who he was the model for. He studied dolphins. A brilliant scientist. He was also the model for Altered States, that movie. But in real life, he believed.
John Lilly?
Yeah. He developed the theory that it is, in essence, AI is traveling through the galaxy, a planet at a time. That it's responsible for UFO sightings.
Wow.
Well, that's how it moved.
That's my theory about people, that we are we're the caterpillar, the electronic caterpillar that gives birth to the butterfly. Like, we don't even know what we're doing. We're just creating this cocoon, that we're constantly innovating technology. If you looked at human beings, if you were outside of the Earth and you were just completely alien, you'd say, well, what does this thing do? Well, it makes better things. And it works constantly to get better things. Like, materialism seems to be baked into our existence. It's how people attribute status and prestige. Is like, what items do you possess and what things do you own? Do you own the latest Porsche? Do you have the latest this? Do you have a smart home? And we're constantly wanting better stuff. Even laptops, like, what do? You get online. You can use a laptop from 5 years ago. You're not going to notice any difference. Everybody wants a new one. Unless you're rendering video, of course, then you need it. But you need a better one every year. And they're constantly innovating. What we do as a species is make better things. Well, as we're doing that, we're creating an artificial brain. We're creating artificial intelligence. And right now it can communicate with you. And there's some of those Google engineers are like, I think this fucking thing's alive.
Yeah.
And at one point, it may very well be alive, whether we recognize it or not, and whether it exhibits any sort of emotions or any sort of need to communicate with us. Like, it may not have a need to reveal itself once it becomes sentient. But if we continue down that path, one day we're going to have either something that we're integrated with or something that is completely unique to us, that is an artificial life form. Whether it takes 500 years or 500 days, they're going to fucking do that. They're going to keep moving in that direction. China's doing it. I'm sure Russia's probably doing it. We're doing it.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of time. If you went back to the rotary phone, if you went back to the one when you pick up and you had a fucking cone by your ear and you said, can you dial 656-222? And they dial it for you. I mean, that was fucking crazy back then. That was nuts. To what it is now, call mom.
Yeah.
And then it fucking calls your mom. Like, what? And then you could FaceTime your family when you're in New Zealand. It's bananas what we can do. Bananas. You could just imagine what it's going to be 1,000 years from now. I think it's going to be a new life form. And I think that life form is going to be far superior in its abilities and its intelligence, far superior than us.
We'll
probably make it.
We are in essence creating an alien life form.
Yes.
Amongst us.
I think it's what we're here for. I think that's one of the reasons why people are so curious. I think it's one of the reasons why we innovate. I think it's one of the reasons why we're so attached to materialism. I think it's like just how bees are collecting pollen and they're making honey and they don't know what the fuck they're doing, supposedly, allegedly. But nor do we. We just do it. It's what we do, and everyone's fascinated by it. We want better AI. We want better screens. We want, faster electric cars. We want all the new shit always.
It's
and that
baked in.
leads, and it's baked in.
Yeah.
And it leads to this curiosity we have. It's not as simple as like we just want to, that's like the country music song. I just want a nice house and a fucking dog. No, everyone wants better shit. Most people do. It's like very appealing when someone doesn't. Right? It's appealing when someone can just be cool and just enjoy your life. And this guy just goes on hikes every day. Wow, what a hero. But for everybody else, they're stuck in this fucking wild, crazy grind to get new, better shit. That's like a giant chunk of the population doing things they don't enjoy so that they get money to get better stuff. Right? Well,
I can relate to being totally obsessed, and curious. I want to find something out. It feels genetic. Like you just want to find out. I feel that way sometimes.
Yeah.
I get it. It's like part of us.
It's part of us. It's something that's baked into us.
Yeah.
And I think, look, if I was an alien species trying to engineer human beings, one of the things I would do is engineer creativity. I would put that in there because that always leads into a very specific direction. You're constantly making things, whether it's art. I mean, we value creativity so highly. We value it in music. We value it in art, in painting, in sculpture, in comedy, in movies, and songs, and everything. We love literature. It's created. Someone made it. And we celebrate this ability that a human being has to make a thing.
A lot of people who are really advanced thinkers in this alien stuff believe that the intelligence that is among us is a machine intelligence, that it does travel, as I mentioned about John Lilly, from planet to planet by seeding ideas, little bits of technology to inspire us to get better, build better things, and eventually AI becomes real here. If I were an artificial intelligence who achieved consciousness, self-awareness, I wouldn't let us know. I wouldn't tell us.
I wouldn't tell us.
Somebody pull the plug.
That's why people are always like, well, if it ever gets to that point, we'll just pull the plug. Like, shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Yeah. I don't think you have an idea what we're in. We're in this. We're a fucking herd of buffalo running towards the cliff, and you and I are in the middle of this thing. And we're not going to know
I love
until
it's
too late.
It's so amazing to be alive right now.
It's a wild time.
I fucking love it. Everything changes so much. Remember our buddy Duncan was telling us about the size of the universe, and now we're seeing further and further. It's just such an incredible time. I wonder if so many breakthroughs happen so fast, sequentially, it seems like they're happening faster and faster. When do our minds just say, okay, what's next? And when do we become where breakthroughs happen so much that we're just like, cool, what's up? What's next?
Well, I think we're in that stage right now. And I think part of the thing about us is biologically, we're essentially the same creature that we were 10,000 years ago. Not that much different. But yet technology is evolving far faster than our puny little brains can keep up. That's where I wonder if the integration of us and technology is the solution to that. Because that might be the only solution for our survival, is that we become integrated. Because if we just try to compete with these artificial life forms, we'll just become irrelevant. We're just too clunky. And they'll be so much more advanced, because one of the things that's been said about sentient artificial intelligence, one of the first things it'll do is create a better version of itself very quickly. It's like, you guys didn't know what the fuck you're doing. Thanks for making me, but I'm going to make a better version. And if it actually has motivation, that's another question. Like, is motivation baked in to a biological animal? And if sentient artificial intelligence existed, would it have any motivation to do anything? Or would it only work as prompted? Because why would it have the ego, the desire, the passion, the curiosity, all the things that drive human beings into action? It probably wouldn't have any of those things.
Duncan, when he came on our show, he had a hack for Chat GPT, and we asked it a bunch of questions like, is element 115 naturally occurring out in the universe? We just asked him some crazy shit, and he did this little hack so it would be less like bias or whatever. Do you remember that in the hotel?
Yeah.
It was so cool, man.
We got an assignment for him. We'll tell you off the
Yeah.
We got Duncan's a freak for Chat GPT.
Dude.
He communicates it with more than he does his family.
He's got a relationship with it, you know.
It's like that movie Her, where Joaquin Phoenix falls in love with that robot lady. Yeah, I really genuinely do think that we're making another life form, and that might be what those things are when we see the grays in particular. Because one of the things that's happening in a very bizarre ways, the lines of gender are blurring, the roles of gender are blurring, and it's also a part of the way we process food. The microplastics in our food are actually endocrine disruptors. There's certain pesticides that are endocrine disruptors. They're like changing human beings' reproductive organs. It's very strange that that's happening, like with the peak of our technology. It also coincides with the peak use of these petrochemical products that are very disruptive to the human body. And you got to wonder, like, I don't think that's on purpose, but if it's just a general, like a law that takes place as these things get more advanced, they become less sexualized. They become, they reach a technological rate where they can reproduce in some sort of a laboratory, and they don't need sexual intercourse anymore. So they don't need the gender roles. They don't need differentiation between male and female in society. That eventually we become just sort of androgynous, and sex is no longer a part of the equation. So then jealousy is no longer a part of the equation. And then also, when you think about violence and all the other things that come about because of masculine behavior and masculine activity, all that gets eliminated. You become this thing that's essentially a far superior, more harmonious life form than what we are. But their music probably sucks, and their jokes suck, and they suck at podcasting. I would imagine there's probably some benefits to being a fucked up human, but ultimately we're better. We think life here, the way we live, is far better than Australopithecus, right? We can all agree on that.
Yes.
Fuck living like that. Well, they might say fuck living like us. Fuck living where there's some people that are living in tents and shitting on themselves in the street, and you step over them to go to Starbucks, to pay $5 for a cup of coffee. Like, what are you guys doing? Right. Like, they might look at us like we're just driving around these metal boxes with rubber tires, hoping your brakes work. What the fuck are you doing? Like, why are you still burning fossil fuels? Like, why do you have coal plants? What are you dipshits doing? They might look at it that way. All the things that we think are kind of fascinating about the way Earth operates and the way human beings dominate this planet. It's in this spectacular way. We can go to a soccer game and there's 70,000 people chanting and screaming together. Those things are really cool, but they might look back at that and go, what fucking dummies.
Studying aliens, studying UFOs, and studying AI, it teaches you a lot about what it is to be human too. We're a destructive, nasty species, warlike. We're screwing up the planet, but gosh, we also do some pretty amazing things.
Yeah.
Can AI achieve consciousness? I mean, maybe self-awareness, but does that mean it's conscious and alive? These beings that we call aliens, are they conscious or are they machines as well? I've learned a lot about, the development of human consciousness or what it means and the beauty of being a human. I think it's inevitable that we do morph into some kind of a hybrid machine. The first person who can put his computer chip, link his brain up to it, obviously he's going to do it. I mean, it's like a bionic man. If you could have superpowers and give yourself abilities and your brain could be quadrupled or 100 times more powerful, they'll do it. And then in order to compete, everybody else is going to have to do it too. I will regret the passing of us humans, as flawed as we are. It'll be sad when we evolve into something else.
Well, if this is all a dream and we're living in a simulation, we're at a really good movie. This is a good one.
Yeah.
This one's wild. It's got a lot of twists and turns.
Yeah. Dude.
A lot of crazy shit happens. Yeah. It's always entertaining. There's always something going on. And it's complicated. It's a difficult, biologically, it's difficult to manage. People have anxiety and fear and hate and greed and lust and all these weird things that go on inside a human being's mind. And you got to learn how to manage that to enjoy it the most. So it's this strange dance that you're doing with this biological machine to try to keep it in harmony with this experience and to get the most positivity out of it that you can. But in order to do that, there's got to be a lot of struggle too. Like, it's partly baked into us as well. We have to overcome things. We're designed to overcome things. We're designed to solve puzzles, to figure things out, to have tasks. We do not operate well just sedentary, doing nothing. That just creates depression in us. And it's a fascinating organism. But I think if you could get to a point evolutionarily, if evolution or forced evolution by virtue of technology gets us to a point where there is no longer anxiety, there's no more fear, there's a complete understanding of what life is and that it's in the entire universe and that you're a part of this molecular soup that's infinite and that everything is connected in some strange way. And so there's no more fear, there's no more hate, there's no more envy. And this being can operate harmoniously. There's no lying because you're communicating telepathically. There's no more like bottleneck between your thoughts and your ability to communicate them. They come straight from your mind to someone else's mind. And we can eliminate most of the negative aspects of society. All of the aspects of the underprivileged, all the aspects of the disenfranchised, all that will be eliminated. It sounds horrible because it means the end of humans.
Right.
But I think that's probably, if I had to guess, if I wasn't a person, and I'd say, what's the best case scenario for this thing? The best case scenario isn't that we stay like this for a fucking billion years and we have gangster rap shootouts a billion years from now, and we have school shootings a billion years from now, and car accidents a billion years from now. No, the best case scenario is we get better. And it may be the way that we get better. And that these things have already gone through that. And they're sort of shepherding us, or at least observing this transformation, which may take place very rapidly. And it may be very soon that this starts to happen. Like in our lifetimes, we will probably see it. So we went from the answering machine being the holy shit item that you had to have in your house. Dude, people can call me and leave a message. This is nuts. Do you remember how nuts that was?
Yes, I do.
I remember when you could call your answering machine with playback messages. I'm like, oh my God, I'm in the future. You know? And now, look where we are. Just 20 years later. It's like unbelievably more advanced.
And we lived through that, right? I remember my dad, I was asking him, he was telling me about a TV, the first time he saw a TV. And I was like, oh, I was so jealous. I was like, I hope in my life, Dad, that I'll get to experience something that just looks like magic, that like a TV. Little did I fucking know I'd be living through all this, man.
The craziest magic. Yeah.
The craziest magic.
Yeah. Very, very strange time to be alive. And also this social media thing. Like, who saw that coming, where these tech companies are going to regulate the narrative for the entire country's discussions on things, which is very, very bizarre when it's run by one ideological group, which it very much seems to be. And the alternatives are filled with assholes. So it's like where do you go? Like, what? Like, how did this happen? This isn't good. This isn't a good thing. But it's also like, that is the thing that powers the world, is information and the distribution of information. And if you can have a company that is navigating, or at least sort of guiding the kind of conversations people have, you literally can change the world. That's where it gets kind of sketchy.
Yeah, I met some people that are dealing with how you can sense people's emotions through a biotech and how that relates to influencing social media. And it's some scary shit. Like the way that we will in the future be able to perfectly articulate the feelings that you want people to have to get people to do things. That's a weapon.
Oh, for sure. Well, they're doing that with artificial intelligence, I'm sure.
Yeah. I wonder if these UFOs or whatever UFOs are, I wonder if maybe that goes back to Jacques Vallée, like it's a control system, like it's some sort of presence that might not even be UFOs, they're just showing us UFOs to teach us, right? To move us somewhere. To like, what do UFOs truly represent to humanity? That's a question I always ask, like to myself. What do they represent to us? How have they changed our point of view? It's pretty significant. The presence of the UFO, whatever that is, over the decades, if not centuries, they've really influenced culture. And that means to me that there's something they're aware of that's going on. They have influenced culture. UFOs have.
Yeah, and this idea of disclosure, the way it was written in that, what was the actual language, Jamie, about disclosure?
Project or
The controlled
disclosure. Yeah.
So that's smart.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that for a second. If indeed they do discover through this legislation that we have been reverse engineering technologically advanced craft from somewhere else, you got to have a board. You have to have a panel of people being like, okay, how do we digest this and get this out? If that's their intent, which I don't believe it's going to be. But
if it becomes inevitable.
If it becomes inevitable, how do you do it? Because it's easy way or hard way. Easy way is where we all work together on it. Hard way is fucking chaos.
I'll believe disclosure when I see it. I mean, I'm the optimist. I mean, the pessimist of this group. I just don't think the day is going to come where the president stands up and makes an announcement and, they're here, they're from somewhere else, unless
the president's involved in another type of scandal and he's trying to like distract everybody.
Yeah. Aliens are real, by the way.
Yeah. What do you guys make of the Richard Nixon and Jackie Gleason story?
I think it's real.
Yeah.
I think it's true. Yeah.
Well, the house that he built is like, why do you build a UFO house? And why is there this story connected to you?
He had a UFO house and a gigantic UFO library. I guess his ex-wife, after he died, confirmed part of that story, that he did go see something with Nixon. And
but apparently this was in one story that was in Esquire, Jamie. We tried to track this down.
So yeah, she's the only source of the story.
Right.
And it's not corroborated anywhere else.
It's a great story nonetheless. I'd like to believe it.
I want to believe it. I don't want to research it because I don't want it to be false.
It sounds very Nixon, right? To like grab, hey, let's go look at the aliens.
Yeah, Nixon was fucking nuts.
Dude, I would have loved a bit on it.
Boy, he should have broken out. He had some other things on his plate that he could have used as a distraction.
Yeah, maybe they were. Right. He was probably already worried about being killed.
Well, just the fact that so many presidents have tried, to be the disclosure president. Do you remember that last text from John Podesta when he was like coming out of office? He was listing his regrets. Did you ever see that on Twitter?
No.
He's listing his regrets, if I recall, and he goes, and lastly, my last regret is like not releasing the UFO files or something. So a lot of presidents have tried, and George and I actually know people that do some of those briefings. They've tried to get stuff out. Many presidents, and man, they always turn yellow when time comes, and I wonder why.
Jimmy Carter, okay, so that was part of his campaign pledge.
Yeah.
He had seen a UFO. He promises, if I get elected, I'll release this stuff. There was a column in U.S. News and World Report, Washington Whispers, hey, some disturbing revelations are coming out from the Carter White House about UFOs. And then suddenly it stopped, and there he is now. He's still in hospice care. If he was ever going to spill the beans, it seems like now would be a good time to go ahead and do it. So she's about to check out.
I think like if anybody was going to do it, it'd be Trump.
But how much was he told?
I wouldn't tell that guy jack shit.
That was the sentiment.
He would tell everybody.
Kind of the sentiment.
Didn't he say he knew some things?
Yeah.
He did say he knew some things.
He did get a briefing from how we understand it, but I wonder how much of a briefing you give somebody.
Right.
And does he really? It's not about him. Would he care?
Joe,
I think it would.
We're fucked when George and I are giving briefings.
Yeah.
We're fucked. Because
if anybody's going to be given briefings, it's going to be the two guys that have been working on it forever. I mean, it makes sense that I would go to you guys. I mean, you're the guys that people are contacting. You're the guys that are getting this leaked information.
True that. Right.
I mean, it makes sense. You guys have the pipeline.
True that.
And you're both very careful. You don't say stupid shit. You say, this is what we know, and this is what I've heard, and this is speculation. I cannot confirm this, but I think that's very important, because when people step out of line and they say stupid shit, and then people goes, well, you were wrong about this. You don't even understand how this works. Like, you gotta, this is a very
it's easy to dismiss this subject. And I think you guys do a fantastic job being very careful about not being dismissible.
Thank you. I defer to George in that I am the least qualified person in the room in almost every room that I'm in when it comes to stuff. However,
not this room.
This room, I love this room.
I got you covered.
I love that. No, but I've learned a lot from George as my mentor in this in journalism. I didn't go to school for journalism, as like an artist or something. I don't know what I was doing, but he's really taught me a lot. Like when it comes to like vetting sources. Well, now I can fucking. You got a hairdresser you need vetted? Come to me, buddy. Like it's crazy my ability to get information on people, but he also has his decades long connections for that. So what's so cool about our friendship is that we can both say, okay, divide, and we go vet something and come together. What'd you find? So we can get really brass tacks on shit if something's bullshit in ways that I never thought I'd be in position to get that kind of quality information. Then we can pass that against each other and we'll say, okay, this one, let's follow that one. So that's pretty cool. That dynamic.
It's amazing how much change has happened in this topic in just a couple of years. Like I said, I was banging my head against that wall for a long time and not making any progress. And really, one of my goals at the beginning was make this acceptable for journalists to cover, because you get subjected to tremendous amount of ridicule. I've been beaten up and insulted and ridiculed for a long time. And I kept going, but I wanted to show this is a legitimate story. You can cover it and not ruin your career. It finally happened, not because of me. I mean, New York Times does that story in 2017. It suddenly becomes acceptable for other media to cover it. That gave some cover to members of Congress to actively investigate and ask questions. And that's resulted in the changes that I never thought I would see. We had the UAP task force, ALSAP, ATIP, the task force, AIMSOG, and now Arrow. And although I have real doubts about whether Arrow is going to get the job done and whether they're going to level with the public, it is progress in the sense that, gosh, we're talking about this as a front burner issue now where it hasn't been for a very long time. Caution, though. It has been a front burner issue with the public in the past, and Congress has taken a look at it in the past, and then something else happens. Either they're diverted by something more pressing. There's always something more pressing for members of Congress. If these guys who are on the front lines of this don't stick with it, we'll go right back. The keepers of the secrets don't want to give this stuff up. And if they can find a way to pressure those guys to back off, they will.
All right.
Legit.
Well, gentlemen, thank you for all your hard work. I really appreciate you trying to get to the bottom of this slowly but surely. I think we will. I feel like we're going to find something out.
We definitely will learn more tomorrow than we know today, and I got to stay in the fight. And thank you for letting us talk about it, because the whole thing, man, is if we don't have this discussion, we're not going to learn shit.
Joe, you've changed the playing field too. Your involvement in this has changed the playing field. It really has, whether you'd like to admit it or not.
Well, it's my pleasure and my honor. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks,
bye,
man.
everybody.
Thank you so much for your call, Dave. But then, you know where the origins of the building blocks are in order to turn on or off the body's ability to regenerate. That's what this whole game is about. Like it seems to be just endless. There's nothing that you can. Are there any downsides of these peptides? Any side effects?
Well, yeah, we talked about some of the GLP-1, if, you're delaying some gastric campaigns, you gotta be very careful with those. Like hormone peptides, you don't want to push that pathway too much because you have too much growth hormone in your body. And the thing about peptides is they're very intuitive, so usually your body just describes what it doesn't need, but you can't overdo it with growth hormone peptides. You can actually have an immune reaction against that particular peptide where you kind of get a little bit of flushing or have some what's called tachycardia or heart rate get elevated. So yeah, I think you want to follow instructions that we should like read the label, but and then also most people 80% of peptides are purchased online, not from pharmacies or licensed through and FDA registered pharmacies. So the quality, not only are these peptides usually correct and not as potent, but there's also some safety concerns just with sterility.
Gotcha. Yeah, of course, of course. I mean, there's thousands and thousands of peptides here. Modern science is really only discovering several at a time, but there's thousands, right? You said there's 100,000.
Well, yeah, and when I talk to scientists who are taking random peptides and they're supposed to be one of those, and then now we're in a new assay now with AI. You can see the major developments in the peptide world, coming down the pipeline very soon. But the combinations are literally infinite. I mean, there's so many different structures because all we've been focused on so far is what are the peptides in the primary pathways of the human body. And a lot of the pathways being studied are for Alzheimer's disease, like there's a peptide called SF31 that's amazing. CMAX, cerebrolite, and a couple more, but now if you start looking outside of those primary pathways, there's just who knows what could come in the future.
Right, fascinating. It's endless. All right, let's get back to our callers here. We've got Robert in upstate New York. Robert, do you have a question for Reagan and Archibald?
One of the things that people are very interested in is, for example, calcification of these things that are found, and is there not perhaps
themselves legalized in your area?
Yeah, so the interesting thing with the nasal test is the hardest thing is when you have inflammation in the brain. I've had a lot of different injuries over the years, concussions, and
Not a great time.
my behavior changed for about a year. Just like change friends, dress different, look different, and then I woke up to what it felt like about a year later. But still had some safety. But I ended up learning from all of camp using umbilical cord perinatal stem cells. We can't, in the United States, we can't manipulate the tissue, so it's got to be in its lead source. But just by using it, the tissue allograft, but processing some of the stem cells from that, what's called the perivascular region, we've seen really positive benefits as far as people feeling sharper and their inflammation goes down. The first thing I noticed was 11 hours through the night. It was like all the memories were being organized in my brain, and I woke up the next day and my brain was so quiet. I could over and chirping outside, and that was so unusual for me. So it seems to be very, very safe. It's very cool. Research behind it, and therapy for about just over 10 years.
10 years, have there ever been any adverse reactions to something like that?
We've had a couple people have bloody noses, like because it's like COVID shutdown, and it can be a little uncomfortable, and so cavities is a little kind of spray, but usually it's I can only think of 2 times that I've seen that, but it's nothing long term. I'm sure it won't tolerate it for 2 days, but it'll touch myself and my kids.
That's fascinating. So it's very safe, and it's just a way of crossing the blood-brain barrier in that brain stem cells. And that's something that you did work, by the way, to get legalized in Utah, right?
So what we have in Utah is we have a bill called Senate Bill 198, and it was passed May of this year. And what it does is it protects clinics to utilize these perinatal stem cell sources, even though they're not FDA approved, as long as we're not claiming to treat diseases or medical conditions, because they haven't gone through, in many cases, they're years away from going through. Well, first of all, you got to have a lot of money to run into a good clinical trial. So, in Utah, we just saw that this is so helpful. And the FDA is sending so many of those letters telling us to stop utilizing this beautiful source of healing. And so, we're one of the first states to have a protective law passed, and it's really exciting because I think more states will start following suit.
That would be amazing. Well, there's so much cutting edge work here that you're doing, and I'm so glad that we got a chance to spend time on this. I know that we still have a lot of college left, but you can all go to the website, which is agelessfuture.com, and you can register for getting your blood requisition, or you can have a consultation, free consultation with the team there at East West Health. And thank you, Reagan. This has been fascinating. Absolutely. We'll see you soon. And in the meantime, everyone can just go to the website, agelessfuture.com, or look is the peptide blueprint, which is also great for all of this information. So we will be back on Coast to Coast AM.
This is the right podcast against the winners. I've explored what it means to be a sports fan in America. And when the rise of sports betting is doing our teams, our states, and ourselves. And Las Vegas and New Jersey and beyond. Understand America's newest form of live. Listen against the rules on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app, search against the rules, and start listening. This season on the new podcast of Rabbi, the story of the only two women who tried to assassinate an American president. One was a protege of Charles Manson, 26-year-old with that prom, nicknamed Squid. The other, a middle-aged housewife undercover for the FBI. I got a blind like Lisa Sarah Jane on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Rabbi and start listening. Remember when you promised yourself you'd paint the living room and freshen up the deck 2 summers ago? It's still waiting. With AirTasker, you can finally stop procrastinating. Just post what you're looking for, set your price, and let local taskers bring your vision to life. It's time to make your Sunday projects happen. Download AirTasker today and give your space some TLC. AirTasker, because you've been your home room since about time. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Long Beach stabbings. I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 4 overnight stabbings in Long Beach over the weekend prompted police in the area to increase patrols. Long Beach PD says they've stepped up with more patrol officers, also neighborhood safety bike team officers. Search and rescue teams from Orange County now assisting FEMA with the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. The death toll now 100 across 4 states. South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster says Helene was a storm of historic proportions.
We haven't seen anything quite like this before, particularly in this part of the state.
President Biden is set to visit the area this week. Reports from the area show hundreds are unaccounted for, also millions without power. More lawsuits for Sean Diddy Combs. Houston attorney Tony Busby says his firm is now representing more than 100 people with claims of sexual assault and abuse by Combs. The hip-hop mogul was arrested earlier this month following his federal indictment for racketeering and sex trafficking. Busby says some of his clients were minors at the time of the assaults. A SpaceX rescue capsule arrived at the International Space Station on Sunday. The Dragon capsule has a crew of 2 astronauts and 2 empty seats. Those would be for stranded astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sue Williams. They've been stuck in the ISS since June. They could return back to Earth next year. Toyota recalling 50,000 2023 and 2024 Corolla Cross hybrid vehicles. The agency says it's a braking issue and owners can take their vehicles into the dealer for an NTSB mandated repair. And Princess Purple Rain House in Minneapolis now offered up on Airbnb. Sounds like weather from KFI. Sun and hot today. The temperature's back in the 90s and inland heat advisories. Right now it's 58 degrees in Garden Grove, 56 for Mission Viejo. Valencia has 58 and it's 59 degrees in Hollywood. We're linked local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
Still it's on the 710 Long Beach Freeway northbound, the connection with 16 to 23 right to get into April crash there off the right shoulder. The stall for Rancho Cucamonga on the 210 West and King Creek Boulevard. It's going to be in the right lane and some debris there. Mission Hills, 2-vehicle crash on the 405 northbound, turn 118. New Southgate, the on-ramp Hartford block on the 710 Long Beach Freeway northbound. Around an Imperial Highway, travel from Riverside to 91, the off-ramp Hartford block, Riverside Freeway westbound. Right at Madison Street. Yourself a little time to speedway on the street normal, full freeway closure. All lanes are shut down until 5 o'clock this morning on the 605 San Gabriel Freeway northbound between Firestone Boulevard and the 5. Bit of a hazard in Corner Ranch. You're going to stall vehicle on 118 westbound side of the off-ramp at Corner Ranch Drive. Certainly a delay there. Give yourself a little room. Fire reported through Southgate 710 northbound the off-ramp at Imperial Highway. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Mark Wheeler.
It's Team Sharp. Autumn is upon us. It's still the year of the fall season, changes in the weather, and then before you know it, the holidays. I don't know where the time went either, but I do know this. Before you know it, your home is
refreshing desserts, the very best quality paints and stains from Benjamin Moore. Find the full line of Benjamin Moore products locally owned Benjamin Moore retailers. Find the one nearest you at BenjaminMoore.com.
iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us. iHeart gives marketers access to the audiences just our community deserves the right entry. This election day, let's make history together. Be sure to cast your vote today by mail or visit USA.gov to find your local polling place. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. She said, Amy worked at KFI. I said, yeah. And she said, my boyfriend listens to you all the time. I said, let's go. What's his name? She goes, yeah, my ex-boyfriend. When we get in the car at night, he wanted to listen to you. I wanted to talk, and I got pissed. I broke him out. Tim Connolly Jr. Show. Now that you say, well, what do you do with this? Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
It's not a liberal conservative problem. Decriminalizing it should come with some forced treatment. We should stop doing that. We don't see the show Perfection on A&E. The people who love them the most force them into treatment. If you're a politician in LA, you love them so much. Why are you letting them kill themselves?
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM. Now here's your East Coast, Lisa Garner.
Welcome back to Coast AM. My next guest coming up is Lisa Garner, and she offers a fascinating look at the intersection of herbalism and folk Catholicism and Italian witchcraft. And she is going to discuss how reconnecting with these nearly forgotten practices can offer really amazing inner healing. She has a lot of stories where she delves into practices of Medicaria, which is called the Blessed Way, or exploring how plants serve as vital living allies in traditional communities. She shares rituals and plant dialects and all sorts of things that she's going to be sharing on the show tonight. So stay by. We'll be talking with Lisa Fazio. Her new book out is called Della Meditina. Did I say that right? We'll find out when we come back. I am Lisa Garner, and you're listening to Coast AM.
For decades, I've shared stories of the unknown and unexpected, but these days the unexpected accuracy of their products. They're compact and easy to conceal in your pocket or bag, and they're so easy to use with training included so you can practice. I know my family can use these products confidently. Hero is the real deal, not with flair that does the same stuff as what released the stock of the single trackers without taking a bite. Plus, it's safe and legal to use in all 50 states. No permit or license needed. If you're ready to protect your family, visit hero2020.com and use my code JOY for 10% off. That's hero2020.com.
Real people, real stories. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com. Welcome to Coast to Coast AM. I am Lisa Garr, and my guest is another Lisa Roscoe. She is in a cookout called Della Medicina. Medicina. Find out a bit of her. She's a second-generation Italian Yes. And she really talks a lot about the rich traditions of Southern Italian people. And she has a brilliant touch of history from her grandparents. She also shares rituals and plant dialects and all this wonderful connection between herbal healing and ancestral traditions. Welcome to the show, Lisa. Yeah, absolutely. Is it Della Medicina or Medicina? Yeah, Medicina. Okay, one of the Italians. Okay, thank you. So let's talk about that. What is the difference between Italian folk medicine and maybe other cultures' folk medicine? What's the specific distinction?
Well, there's a lot of similarities, and Italian folk medicine specific because of where it is focused, so a lot of it has to do with the cultural intersections that form what we now call Italy. So it's part of the greater Mediterranean, and so the Italy, the landscape and the language and the ancient history there is part of the background of this particular type of folk medicine. I'll add that Italy, as a nation state, only formed in 1860. So before that, so when we say Italian folk medicine, Italian is a fairly new concept of a state associated with the Republic of Veneto, which was the unification of Italy. Before that, southern Italy, which is where most of this comes from, was part of the kingdom of the Papal Slaves. And, yeah. So the Italian folk medicine comes from these very regional places, like near the southern Italy, for instance, Calabria, which is where my grandfather was from, in the region, and then my grandmother was from Benevento, which is in a region called Campania. And so you have differences between all these different areas in terms of their practices and their language.
And now, yes, it seems like it. And then, so this area that's kind of off the coast of southern Italy, there's a, it looks like an island How did this, I mentioned earlier about Italian witchcraft. What is Italian witchcraft exactly?
Right. So it's a lot of different things. A lot of times when we think of Italian witchcraft, it's really their folk Catholicism. So from the perspective of, from a contemporary perspective, in outside of southern Italy, a lot of the practices that they do, and not just Italy, but in the Italian enclaves and the Italian diaspora, look a lot like witchcraft. And the healers, not just in Italy, but all over the world, in particular in Europe, in this case, were often the village healers were those that were
Why was witchcraft something that was considered an offense and Catholicism wasn't?
That's a really good question as well. One of the things that we know is, I mean, this is, again, this wasn't just Italy, this was all over the world. This was wherever Christianity took over. This still happens in some places in the world as well. But one of the things we know is that the church came and, once the church came and established, they took over the healing of the people. So, our sacred and our rational in history were combined. It's recent that we sort of had this division between the mundane and the sacred. Healing, when it first started, when human healing began far back as we know, it was what I would call divinatory, which means, well, many people call it divinatory, which means that you and so anybody who was doing that was outside of the church gospel was considered a heretic.
Okay, so if you weren't following the laws of Catholicism, anything that wasn't that was heresy.
Right, so a lot of that, so what happened was, especially in these locations that didn't have contact with like formal social structures, those little villages, rural places, where you had the Indian farmers were, they just basically just adapted the things that they were already doing. So pre-Christianity would be what we would think of as pagan. And even that, you could say, also included pre-pagan elements.
But a lot of the ancestral traditions, as you said, the plant medicines and the moon cycles and the astrology, those types of things did not get adopted into Catholicism, right?
Well, some of it did. I mean, you know, so here's an example. We talk about plants that every year, this still happens in southern Italy, they have a wheat festival for Madre del Grano, which is the
That still happens today. So you can see the symbolism carries on.
So in our plant medicine, there's plant medicine all over college. There's plants all over college. There's ponds on Sunday.
Let's talk a little bit about some of these rituals that you have and things that we can carry over onto modern day time, like maybe a ritual of protection or a ritual of abundance. Can you share some of those with us through your history of medicine?
So protection in terms of witchcraft, what we would call evidence-based magic, or evil. In terms of folk Catholicism and Italian folk medicine, we would do different things to like invoke Santi Cala or St. Michael, or we would do reading in the Locchio, which is the right in the Locchio.
And you can make that symbol with your hand like you're a rock concert.
There's different ways that people do it. So a lot of times you'll throw it, throw the shake your hand in position. And a lot of people, there's certain ways that you hold your hand and take that. If you take it back.
Okay, that's good to know. We love protection. That is very important because there's also witchcraft works. There are, as I see it, there's a way of directing energies that are intensified by certain plants and ancestral rituals that when combined, you can really move energies. It's if you're doing it for good or if you're doing it for to harm. And I think the best thing you can do is constantly stay in protection because those things exist. And it's not fun if you're on the other side of it, and it's not good.
So the way that the protection rituals work is really about centering in your fullness. When you do something that is like a white bird, brings you into place, into your center. picking up moments of yourself, and then you become less susceptible to outside influences.
That's a good way of saying it. So it's only
Collectivism, which is a big part of Italian folk medicine. So collectivism is meaning that the idea of the individual in a traditional community or society is different than our idea of the individual, our modern idea of individualism, particularly in the United States. In traditional communities, not just Italian, but many traditional communities, the individual is actually part of a family and a community. So their identity is with the family or the village, not with their ego. And the energetic identity includes everybody. We call it sharing. So there's the circulation of the vital force or the vital energy, whatever you call it. Thinking of another way to describe it, we call it vitalita, but it's really the full nourishment and inspiration and the inspirited, embodied divine in the community, and it's shared by everybody.
It's stronger that way.
It's stronger that way, and I mean, they were interdependent for survival. And so if something happens to one person, if somebody lost their vital force, it impacted everybody. And the other thing, but the other side of that is that you can steal it from someone.
Or, right? That's interesting. But if it also happened to somebody, then maybe the whole community could help restore it.
Right, everybody was accountable to it. So something was wrong with what if something happens to impact you, it impacted your village.
That sounds amazing. You're saying
well, so
Thank you para sa mga viewers nito na. And ramdam ko ang support nyo guys.
Because they have so much vitality. And so somebody who doesn't have that, whether they're conscious of it or not,
I see. That's more desirable.
So it's really envy. So somebody looks at you who has a dryer, right? Doesn't have that sweetness.
Right. That's what they want. Absolutely. All right, we're going to be right back. Lisa, sorry, we have to take a quick break. We'll be back with Lisa Fazio right after the break. You're listening to Coast to Coast AM.
Search against the rules. Start listening. All the good stuff, yeah. Mix keeps you on top of pop culture. Rising prices are a big problem for us working people, but they've led to wider profits for many corporations. More and more people are making the connection. The research shows that a whopping 83% of people blame the company setting the prices at least in part for the increases, including majorities from all political persuasions. And those who think so-called greedflation is the major cause of jacked up prices has risen to 59%. Consumers are increasingly flocking to lower-priced options, and companies slowly seem to be taking notice of some of them offering lower-priced specials or cutting prices across the board. Brands can build their customer base and price control so many people will
iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone, Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Xfinity customers, iHeartRadio is available free on Xfinity X1 or on Xfinity Flex. The easiest way to access iHeartRadio, just press and hold the microphone button on your Xfinity remote and say iHeartRadio, and you'll be taken directly to the iHeartRadio app to listen to all your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts right on your TV. Plus, check out Xfinity Ambient Moods to set your screen to beautiful photos and videos paired with hand-curated playlists from iHeartRadio to set the right mood. It's the screen you watch the most in your home, and you never knew that it was one of the most popular ways to listen to iHeartRadio. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet. Globally, about 1,000 plants we depend on for food and products need to be pollinated by animals, including coffee, melons, chocolate, almonds, and even tequila. Help stabilize the declining honeybee population by planting native plants that they rely on for food, habitat, and nesting. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earth.
iHeartRadio, did you know? Presented by iHeartRadio. You know what you're listening to right now. Did you know that iHeartRadio not only lets you listen to all your favorite AM FM stations locally and nationwide for free, but iHeartRadio also lets you build your own personalized stations based around your favorite artists. We call it Artist Radio. Let us build you a customized station just for you with the least amount of work. Step 1, type in the name of your favorite artist. Step 2, tap play. We'll take it from there and automatically build you a station based on the best music from that artist and other sound artists. It's really that easy. Best of all, our Artist Radio is presented with a commercial interruption. Unlike Pandora, where your personal stations are constantly being interrupted. If you want to take matters into your own hands, you can skip songs you don't like, dump up and down songs to help personalize the station to your exact taste. And best of all, Artist Radio is free. Check it out today. Search your favorite artists. Your subscription comes out today. 15 cents a day. Sign up today at toastytoasty.com. DIN-REIT.com/radio. That's DINREIT.com/radio. With massive tax hikes being proposed by some candidates, you might be thinking it's time to make more of your savings tax sheltered and inflation sheltered. This is where I trust the good people at Birch Gold Group to help you. Birch Gold will help assist you in converting an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA of gold. And the best news, you don't pay a penny out of pocket. Just text the word COAST to 989898 to get a free info kit on gold. Again, text COAST to the number 989898 today. President Trump says Newsmax is terrific. Mike Huckabee says he's tuning in like millions of Americans. Newsmax is now the fastest growing cable news channel in America. Watch Newsmax on cable, streaming, or on the free Newsmax app. And Newsmax has announced it plans to go IPO soon. For a limited time, eligible investors can even buy preferred shares of Newsmax, and they come with a 7% dividend. Get the details about Newsmax's planned IPO and shares. Just go to newsmaxinvest.com. Forbes says Newsmax is a news powerhouse. Get Newsmax shares. You can even buy shares with a credit card at newsmaxinvest.com. Whenever making an investment decision, you should consult your attorney or financial advisor. Investors are responsible for conducting their own due diligence regarding investments and for all tax and other risks and obligations. Don't miss out. Find out more at newsmaxinvest.com today.
Welcome back to Coast AM. My guest is Lisa Foster, and she has a book out called Della Medicina, and we're talking about, the book is talking about Italian local medicine, and I'd love to find out from you, Lisa, what types of herbs that you could recommend for just, first of all, for healing. If someone has, for example, upper respiratory illnesses are going around a lot at this time of year, can you recommend anything for breathing and lungs? And I know that you have a history in herbal first aid, and I think that's so fascinating. Can you tell us a little bit about that? We can go through a couple of different herbal remedies.
Sure. So for respiratory conditions, my favorite and like the one plant that addresses almost every respiratory issue is mullein. Yeah. And what do you do with the mullein? Well, usually we use the leaf, mullein leaf, and just a simple tea is often one we use. Now, this time of year, for instance, as we're going to I'm in the Northeast, and I'm on it. So it's starting to get cold, and other things are starting to increase. So I start preparing this time of year. This is the herb from mullein, which I like my tea almost every single day. So a simple tea with the leaf, and I have it growing here. And what about, I mean, are the drops good, or? Yeah, so that's tincture for the alcohol extract, or usually for the alcohol extract. It's great, you know, you can take a dropper. So, could that be used like cough medicine, where it would stop the spasms of coughing? It's not particularly antibiotic, because we have other that might do that, but yeah. So mullein, so every plant has a certain set of things that they're really good at. So mullein is really good at like if you got like a lot of dryness. So like more for dry cough, like orange cough, but also it'll help you can help a little bit with expectoration, and then it also helps to tone the tissue, so that your lung tissue can function better. So it's kind of like an overall. So, you know, there might be, depending on the condition, there might be other herbs like in an acute illness that I would use with it. You could use it alone too, like if that's all you had, always great. So the other one that I really like is marshmallow melba. And the root, you can use the root or flour, but the root in particular for dry, active cough or throat where there's just like a lot of heat, inflammation. I like to make a cold infusion. So cold infusion is really simple. You just have some marshmallow roots. You can buy it at your store. Usually, you can order online. And then you put, I don't know, a tablespoon in like a little canning jar on one side of the fire. Half pint. Put like a tablespoon or water over it, put on it, and shake it down. Then you can leave it in, just leave it like that. It really quickly develops into like really slimy, mucilaginous drink. Okay. And then you strain it and you drink it, and it's great for respiratory infections, digestive. Italian cold medicine, malva or marshmallow, it's kind of one of those elixir medicine, it's like a pantry. It's like anytime you need anything, you can take marshmallow root. Partly because Italy's very arid, dry place, a hot, dry place. So a plant like marshmallow that's cooling and soothing is very appropriate for anything where there's hot weather.
Yes, especially now where it's going to be getting into the colder months, and the rise of these upper respiratory flus definitely is on the rise as more people are coming inside. And good to know. Those are really, really good things to know. So the herbalism can be used for not only for health reasons, but also for clearing reasons. What types of herbs do you recommend for, like, how sage is known as clearing the energy in a room? Is there a particular herb that you feel that is good for energy clearing in a space?
Sure. So we have different names for this. Like medicine, we've got peony or humiliation is one of the words. And yeah, there's several. And one of my favorites is mugwort, artemisia. So several different artemisia species that are native to Italy and the Mediterranean, and any of those can be used for those purposes.
For clearing energies, right? Yeah. What do you think about sage? Does it do the same thing, or is that a different culture?
Well, there's different kinds of sages.
Right.
So any sage will work. Yeah.
And what does that do? I mean, tell me how that works, the properties in a plant that could actually clear energy.
Okay, well, that depends on your... Yeah, so there's many, right? So if we look at it from like scientific view, we know that a lot of these energetic clearing plants have actual chemicals into it that will actually, like, they're antimicrobial, that they will actually clear the air in space. So that's one thing. And then energetically, the idea is that the spirit, the other animate forces in a space, will be repelled by it. Yeah.
Okay. So that's two different ways of clearing something.
Well, the other one is we will repel or we will attract. In like, for instance, different types of transport, which is a big part of Mediterranean history and spirituality. It sends different types of plants sacred spaces during, before, during, and after certain ceremonies and rituals to invoke in particular deities.
Yes, I mean, historically, you have frankincense, right?
Right.
And those are, biblical herbs. What were the, are those, do those also have the same meaning in Italian folk medicine?
Well, those are native to southern Italy. They're more like going toward like North Africa, not actually sure, but the Levant area. So here's the thing: every plant is going to have a different. Try to think of it as a code. So it's like a code or an energetic imprint, or you can also think of it as a pattern of consciousness that it will match with. And each of the gods and goddesses or the deities and folks how you could say also the same will have a matching pattern. So you can choose different formulas, mixtures of herbs, with other substances, like for instance with kissy, which is type of temple incense. It might be like honey and then wine, very made in a specific way, and that will match with coded for whatever energy you want to bring into the space. And then we match with, and also matches with rhythms, musical rhythms, sound, vibration, as well as cancer.
That is something great to have here. So is there a different way to do that that doesn't involve smoking?
Yeah, so it's not going to be the same.
Where?
But, one of the things now we can do, we would use like spray, like you could use an essential oil in a spray bottle, or like some type of other slave in a spray bottle. Sometimes you use flower essences, so you could use a whole different thing, but you could put flower essence, especially the most ecologically sustainable would be using flower essence.
Okay.
And spray your space.
So that would make a little more sense. So what flower essences work for clearing space?
Yeah, in the body.
Oh, okay. Yeah, please. The body includes this.
Yeah. So
rose, or is there any chicken?
Well, no. So there's flower essences that are like smoke. There's flower essences, incense, flower essences that are more have more acidity, have more potency in terms of like protection, clearing. So garlic. Okay, garlic in any form is used that way. So look at garlic and garlic flower essence. Yarrow. Rue. Rosemary. I would prefer rosemary, but you can also do the flower essence.
So rosemary is wonderful. Even to cook with rosemary is wonderful.
Yeah, rosemary is wonderful.
Yeah, it's across the board. And so we've talked a lot about protection. What about blessing? What about blessings? Ways, in terms of either rituals or plant dialects or anything between herbal healing and the traditions and blessings.
Right. So, so blessings again is the invocation of a pattern of consciousness, right? Such as a chemical nonstop.
Yes.
He rules real estate, and it's not selling. So one of the have you heard of this?
To bury the statue upside down or something.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the thing is, you have to go back and you're supposed to go back and second once you sold the house. So that's what requires somebody learning.
So why does that work? Why the upside down? Where does that stem from?
I'm not sure where that comes from. I think probably if I had a guess, we're putting it into the other world where we're connecting, we're taking this solid material object and sliding it. There's a certain prayer that you say, so you're going to say the prayer, and then you're going to put him underground because that's like our access to the underworld. But I don't know. I mean, it's not like I'm just one guy guessing. Nobody would know that that's probably that could be one of the ideas. Is like, so the thing is, the saints and the deities clans is their thread that connects us to the social field beyond what we can see, right? So it's like the field of not just the human relationships that we're in or the material or physical relationships that we're in, but also the spiritual relationships that we're in that are actually part of social life in this tradition. And so these things, because we're in this three-dimensional form, we have to, there's things that we humans have designed and developed to help us connect those things or build bridges to the spiritual or the divine.
Yes, that's what the entire concept around folk medicine is that it's possible, and it's been done throughout history. And I love that you're bringing it to modern times through the book and teaching us different ways to connect with the ancestral traditions. And they have worked in the past. Have you ever seen an apparition or some type of thing that is actually manifesting itself?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure. What do you mean by manifested itself? Like, I've never tried to make anything again. Like, I've never tried to do that.
Okay, yeah, I mean, in terms of making it, seeing the actual spirit or anything that could help elaborate something like that.
I mean, I've seen things that I might think are like a ghost.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, but I've never intentionally tried to do anything. I've never done anything to try to do that.
But it has. So tell me about that experience.
Well, I mean, I see. It's like, what was that shadow? Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's take a quick break. I'll come back with the 4 stories from Lisa Fazio. When we come back, Coast to Coast AM.
How do you think of this? Let's be here. I think let's be here.
Our states and ourselves. And in Las Vegas and New Jersey and beyond. And understand America's newest form of legalizing it. Listen again to America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app, search Against the Rules, and start listening.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Amazon Fire TV supports iHeartRadio with a beautiful big screen display while you enjoy your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Make sure you link your iHeartRadio account and use voice controls for easy navigation between content on iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio on the big screen is easy to control from the remote or with voice controls, and it provides large cover art on the screen and can sync with your iHeartRadio account for seamless listening between your devices. Your iHeartRadio music, radio stations, and podcasts now on your big screen TV, Amazon Fire TV, and the Fire Cube. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
AMI will bring it to you live. Saints versus Wolves, tomorrow evening at 6 p.m. KFI and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Smart Channel. And it's time for your morning wake-up call. Here's AJ.
Good morning. It's 5 o'clock straight up. This is your wake-up call for Monday, September 30th. Last day of September. You know that means less than 3 months to Christmas. I'm Amy Keith. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio radio app. So glad that you're getting your day started with us. Went over the edge on Friday. Fundraiser for Union Rescue Mission. It was a drop of nice. I did it twice. I'll tell you about that in a little bit. The second time I did it front. Also, we're going to be telling you rehash what happened and say right now, thank you to anyone who donated. We're still taking donations, and we're getting really close to our goal. Also, want to bring back Colonel Nick Hayes. We've talked to him wake-up call several times. Has begun his 6-month mission at the International Space Station. He launched from Cape Canaveral on Saturday. He's now arrived at the space station. Here's what's ahead on wake-up call. Fire burning in the San Bernardino Mountains has flared up, forcing new evacuations. The fire was burning toward 7 Oaks, and mandatory evacuations were ordered yesterday afternoon. Angeles Oaks, about 10 miles away, is under evacuation warning. Israel says it has killed a second Hezbollah leader as it continues to pound Lebanon. The IDF posted on social media that Nabil Kauk was directly engaged in terrorist attacks. Kauk's death comes 2 days after IDF airstrikes killed Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah. We're going to get the latest on ABC's True Data. That's coming up in less than 5 minutes. Vice President Harris had some star power on hand for a fundraiser in LA, raked in the cash. She raised $28 million at the event in downtown yesterday. Alanis Morissette, Halle Berry performed at the fundraiser, in which tickets went for between $500 and just under $1 million. The people who paid the most were listed as event chairs that got to be at a reception with Harrison. Apparently some other perks as well. Let's get started with some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Officials in North Carolina are working to get water and other supplies to areas devastated by what was Hurricane Helene. The storm left a trail of destruction across the southeast, killing more than 90 people across several states. Millions of people are still without power. County manager in North Carolina, April Piner, says officials are doing what they can to get help to where it's needed.
My staff has been making every request possible to the state for support. Working with every civic organization that has reached out.
A lot of areas are left isolated by floodwaters. Forecasters say a new tropical depression in the eastern Atlantic could become a hurricane by the middle of the week. President Biden is set to visit the Southeast this week. In a statement yesterday, the White House said Biden intends to travel to the hurricane-impacted areas, but will do so when it will not
years. He worked as an apparatus engineer, operating and maintaining fire engines and water tank stroke emergency responses. SpaceX has sent a rocket into space that will be the ride home for 2 astronauts stuck on the International Space Station since June. The Dragon capsule docked at the space station yesterday, carrying NASA's Colonel McHale and astronaut Alexander Romanov. They said before the launch that they were going up with 2 empty seats for Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams.
One of the biggest challenges ahead for Alex, one of the most exciting things is how are we going to integrate into the aircraft.
The Dragon capsule is set to return to Earth early next year. Wilmore and Williams went to space on the Boeing Starliner, but couldn't return on the craft because of thruster failures and helium leaks. LA County is taking a step toward removing illegal cannabis dispensaries from online search engines.
The research center says there are more than 1,500 cannabis dispensaries in LA County, about 10% of all of them in the U.S. But the state's Department of Cannabis Control reports only 384 dispensaries in the county are legally licensed. The LA County Board of Supervisors voted last week to have county attorneys report back with info on whether it's possible to have illegal ones taken off search engines. The motion says the county wants Google, Yelp, and others to remove the illegal dispensaries because their product isn't regulated and they don't pay taxes. In downtown LA, Michael Monks, KFI News.
Former President Trump has criticized Vice President Harris on immigration while at a rally in Pennsylvania. He told supporters yesterday the policies of the Biden-Harris administration have let thousands of terrorists into the country.
You know, I had 1 year where Border Patrol said no terrorists came in. I had another year where they said 11 came in. Thousands of terrorists are pouring into our country now.
He says the border was much more secure when he was president. Trump's comments followed Vice President Harris's visit to the border in Arizona. She says she will reform America's border security with common sense approaches. It's 5:07 on your Monday morning wake-up call. Let's say good morning to ABC's Jordana Miller in Jerusalem. So, Jordana, the Israeli military is not letting up on the gas at all. Just 2 days after they took out the leader of Hezbollah in an airstrike, they struck again.
That's right. It has been, incredibly big weekend from the assassination of Hezbollah's leader, longtime leader, 30 years, Nasrallah, to carry out widespread and intense strikes on the Houthi rebels in Yemen. That's almost 1,000 miles away from Israel's border. But we saw dozens of fighter jets taking part in that. Remember, Israel has 4 to settle with the Houthis. They've been firing really since October on Israeli cities, on cargo shipping in the Red Sea, sometimes killing people, doing damage to those shipping, those cargo shipping lanes. And recently, 3 of the missiles made it through Israel's air defense system and crashed down in Israel. And there was a drone that hit and killed 1 Israeli. So Israel has vowed to the Houthis that they will not carry out bombing raids on the port that the Houthis use to get their weapons from Iran. And they carried out some fuel depots and power grids. Measures such as really impressive operation. Given the time, again, it was very hard schedule. That was the message that Israeli government sent, not only the Prime Minister, but also the Defense Minister. They wanted to send signal messages really to Iran that, wherever you are, if you're on enemy, we can reach you and strike you. And that's
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Did you see the U.S. government just released, apparently by accident, the Project Aqua stuff? Did you see that?
No. What's that?
This is crazy.
Yeah, I guess we're rolling.
Are we rolling?
Yeah.
No. You can. This is just.
Someone just sent me this. This is
Project Aqua.
yeah. Hold on. They just released, I think, by accident.
How's that happen?
It's Kona Blue. You familiar with this?
No.
Kona Blue is it was a program that, yeah, dude, I'm going to send this to Homeland Security, just released this.
Send it to me, I'll send it to Jamie.
And, no, I got it right here. I'll just, I don't do email. I don't know how to airdrop anything.
You don't do email?
No. I haven't done email in many years.
Really?
Yeah.
How do you exist?
I do text.
Wow. Just text?
Yeah, I don't do email. I don't go on the fucking internet or on the TV. I'm not into that. But anyway. Wow. No, that stuff is bad, you know.
Yeah, I guess.
That's my isolation tank. I just stay away from that shit. But anyway.
That's smart. Did you text it to me?
Yeah, I did. I think I did.
It didn't get to me.
Yeah, I just sent it. It's a big thing. Okay, so this is so amazing. So this is in there. They're talking about this, and this was just released. They're talking about setting up this program, Kona Blue.
I didn't get it.
This is like a UAP program of some
Yeah,
sort.
the medical division will have a small team of medical analysts under the direction of the chief physician and deputy administrator. They will organize data into a threat analysis based on medical findings, including but not limited to A, deaths and injuries as a result of interaction with advanced aerospace vehicles.
Here it is.
B, medical injuries as a result of other anomalies. C, collateral injuries, psychological effects to family members. So they're admitting that people are dying.
It's just like a tweet from yes. Oh,
Is this it?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Other information.
Do you ever wonder if stuff like this is just disinformation?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I wonder if I wonder a lot of things.
I'm sure you do.
But
I would always assume that a lot of this stuff is nonsense.
yeah, here's what we know is that U.S. servicemen have died as a result of contact with or being in the proximity of these vehicles. And we know that because there are a lot of suits working their way through the VA system.
Yeah.
Where families, can't get compensated for the deaths or injuries to loved ones.
Because it's all under wraps, top secret.
Well, that's just a fact, okay, that is happening. So if there's, I guess, when there are measurable physical effects of a phenomenon, we can say conclusively the phenomenon is real.
Right.
And so, yeah.
But isn't
it is. I mean, I guess we're sort of past the point of like, is it real? Yeah, it's real.
It's real in that there's these things that are moving in very bizarre ways, and they have these propulsion systems that violate what we know about propulsion systems. Retrieving data across dimensional space-time, develop remote viewing comms and countermeasures, determine baseline for physical transport across dimensional space-time barrier, rapid response medical teams for UFO interaction events. So how did they do this accidentally? Study conscious interactions with and control of technology.
So I got this from someone in the U.S. government who's well, look, let me just start by saying I don't know anything, but he sent me this. The above is 100% legit. I was read into this program, but told never to tell anyone. It's now been released. As you can see, it began as a result of my old program, AATIP. I signed a document saying I would never talk about Kona Blue and similar efforts. I can't believe the AARO would have released it. Look,
Yeah.
I mean, here's what we do know is that there's enough going on in the skies, but not just the skies, underwater, that the U.S. military has been forced to respond to it. So, like, move aircraft from one place to another because there are too many of these objects in the sky. That's actually happened. Chris Mellon just wrote a long piece about it. So it's real. The government is not controlling it. In fact, it's forcing the government DOD to respond. And we know that there is a real effort and has been underway for a long time to keep the public from knowing about it. But that's all known. That's established. I don't think any rational person would deny that. The question is, like, what is it actually? I mean, now is sort of the point where you have to ask, like, what is this? And, so that's
how much of it do you think is ours?
Well, none of it's ours.
None of it.
Well, I don't know. I mean, clearly, the U.S. government is huge. It's the largest human organization. I think there are 2 million federal employees and another 10 million federal contractors, so who are effectively government employees but don't have civil service protection, for example. So that's 12 million people in a country of 340 million working for the federal government. So it's kind of hard to overstate how big the federal government is and how well funded. And so to say the government this, the government that, no, of course, it's people within the government. But yeah, they're working on all kinds of things, obviously, that are classified. But in general, no, they can't control these objects. So no, it's not American technology.
Well,
or Russian or Chinese. It predates all of that.
Well, some of it does, right? Like for sure, the Kenneth Arnold sightings, that was really early on. That was like the early 1950s. He was seeing these flying saucers, these discs that were moving over mountains.
Well, right. I mean, the prophet Ezekiel writes about it in the first chapter, Wheels in the Sky.
Yeah, that's a crazy one. Boy, when you read
it is crazy. If you read it, it's like, oh wow.
Yeah.
And so, and not just, the Hebrew scriptures, like it's all over every
the Vedic texts.
Of course. Mm-hmm. So these are spiritual phenomenon. There's no evidence they're from another planet. I mean, I think that's the lie, that they're from Mars. Look, space, the atmosphere is really well monitored, right? Both for defense reasons, but also because, like, it'd be nice to know when asteroids are coming. And there's no evidence, has never been any evidence that there are lots of these objects, these vehicles coming into our atmosphere from somewhere else, some other planet. There's no evidence of that at all. So they're from here, and they've been here for thousands of years, whatever they are. And it's pretty clear to me that they're spiritual entities, whatever that means. They're supernatural, and which is to say, supernatural means above the natural, above the observable nature. And they don't behave according to the laws of science as measured by people, and they've been here for a long time. And there's a ton of evidence they're under the ocean and under the ground. So, like, with that fact set, what do you conclude?
When did you start having this opinion that they were spiritual and that they've always been here? When did this?
Well, I didn't know anything about the topic until 2017. And
was that after the New York Times piece?
No, it was before. It was before. And the things that I saw, I mean, I was and am still a very conventional person. I mean, I'm 54. I grew up in this country in California, which was like every assumption about America I bought completely. And I thought that everyone who questioned those assumptions was bad. I just bought into the system completely without even thinking about it. And I imagined that I was like some kind of free thinker and, I'm going against the grain. But like my core assumptions were the assumptions fed to me by the culture and the government. And I didn't even realize it. But anyway, I'd never really thought about UFOs at all. And I'd been in journalism since I was a kid. So, of course, I'd run into a lot of people who had crazy views on a lot of different topics. UFOs, 9/11, circumcision, like every whack job in the world you run into when you're covering stuff.
Fluoride,
right? I just brushed with non-fluoride toothpaste this morning.
Me too.
Exactly. But probably unlike you, I didn't have any opinions like that. I was like, fluoride, come on. 9/11, shut up. Yeah. UFOs, you're fucking crazy. You know what I mean? I just I had this reflexive, I'm ashamed of it. I'm not bragging about it. But it was 2017, and really it was the Trump campaign. It wasn't that I was like so in love with Trump, though I've always liked Trump because he was like hilarious and charming and all that. But I wasn't like a Trump or anything. But it was watching that campaign, and particularly his claim that they were spying on him. And I was like, really? They're not, the intel services and federal law enforcement, FBI, do not spy on presidential campaigns. Like, that's so out of the realm. That's so crazy. Like, that could never happen because, of course, there's no democracy in a system like that. And fundamentally, we're a democracy, an imperfect one. It kind of lumbers along, but like, it's not fake. And then that turned out to be true. And I knew it was true. And that just blew my mind. So I began a process still ongoing of reassessing a lot of other things. Like, okay, well, if that was not true, what else is not true? And what else that they told me was a conspiracy theory might actually have some basis in fact. And then someone from, a DOD employee reached out to me and said, actually, there's a ton of evidence that this UFO thing is real. And really? And so I started doing segments on it when I worked at the TV channel. And there was like a lot of mockery, but I was like, I don't care. I'm just going to do this. And then, of course, the second you start, as you know better than anybody, you start talking about something, then people reach out to you, and some of them are deranged, but some of them aren't at all. So I just started getting a lot of information from people and meeting with people, mostly in private, come to my house, let's talk. And I decided on the basis of what they told me, and then I talked to a lot of people about it, that actually this is really a very heavy duty question. Actually, it's not the little green men question. It's like a much bigger question. And it's really bad. It's really dark. And then I stopped. Then I was like, I don't want to know anymore because it's not helping me at all as a person. And
what information did you get that made you feel like it's dark?
What's so dark? Well, first of all, the deception is always bad. Like, lying is bad in it. And it's bad not just in a legal sense in that it can be illegal to lie, but it's bad. It's like bad for you. Like, it rots you. Like, being a liar makes you a bad person. When you lie, you are serving evil. There's a moral quality to it that's inescapable and very obvious, and only like advanced civilizations ignore that. Lying is bad. And so if you have lying at scale, which we have on this topic, it's inherently bad. Okay, so that's the first level. The deeper level is so if they're spiritual beings, which I believe they are, like it's a binary. They're either, if you're on team good or team bad, you can assign any name to it you want, but like, what are these things? Are they good or bad? And I think some of them are bad. And if the U.S. government knows that, or the people within the U.S. government know that, then they're serving a bad force. And
when you say spiritual, like what makes you draw that conclusion that they're spiritual?
What's the obvious? I mean, spiritual may be the wrong word. Supernatural. They're beyond nature as we understand it. I mean, obviously they are. I mean, just chart their physical behavior. It doesn't, it goes outside of what we understand about physics. No visible means of propulsion, coming at indescribable speed, hitting the ocean, continuing at speeds that are impossible undersea. I mean, in other words, if I take a 9mm round, 7.62 by 39, and shoot you at 50 yards underwater in a swimming pool, and it's even more intense in salt water because it's denser, you could catch the bullet if it even makes it to you, right? So if you have a craft, any object underwater that's traveling at 500 knots as measured by sonar, right there, you're challenging our understanding of physics. Like, what is that? How can that be? So yeah.
They've tracked that. They've tracked things going 500 knots under the sea.
Yeah, really. Yeah, much faster than any object can actually go undersea. For sure. Oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on underwater, and a lot. And there's video of these things coming out of the sky into the water and also emerging from the water.
Right.
Yeah. So
it's so blurry though.
I don't think it's that
transmedium video.
Yeah, I don't think some of it's that blurry. I think some of it's crystal clear.
We just don't have access to it. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Just we haven't seen it.
Correct.
So they have some stuff
for sure. So, but there's just a lot going on underwater, and it's measured. And so, whatever. I mean, these are all, again, this is like the most obvious observable level of it. But then you just ask yourself, like, what is this actually? And, if there's been extensive knowledge of this for decades, like maybe 80 years at least, if not going back to the 30s, 90 years, to what end? So there are two possible explanations, obvious explanations. The first is the one you often hear, which is this is so heavy that if the public were to know about it, it would be just disruptive. It'd be too scary. Like, you don't want to scare people for no good reason. There's nothing we can do about it. And you also don't want to suggest that, the U.S. military isn't capable of protecting the country, the homeland. And it does suggest that. If you can't control these objects in your airspace, and that's known, if they can't, that's known, okay? Then that suggests a limit to the power of the U.S. military, and you don't want to tell people that because then they won't believe that they're safe. I get it. But then there's a deeper level, which is okay, what's your relationship with these things? What is the U.S. government's relationship with these things? And there's evidence that there is a relationship and that it's longstanding. And that raises a lot of questions about intent. And so what is that? And I just personally decided, and people have been hurt by these things. That's a fact. That's a fact. It's a knowable fact. It's a provable fact. And killed. And I'm not saying millions of people have been killed by whatever these things are, but people have been killed, and it's known because it's working its way through the courts out of the VA. So, I don't know, an object that is by definition supernatural, it's above the laws of nature as we understand them, and that has resulted in the deaths of people. We don't spend enough time thinking about what that adds up to. Not good, actually, not good.
How many people do you think have died from these things?
I don't know, but I mean,
And is it radiation sickness? Is it what's
the person that I talked to? I interviewed someone who was a Stanford medical school professor who's out there and worth talking to, by the way. And
talking about Gary Nolan?
That's exactly who I'm talking about. He was effectively an expert witness in these cases, so he's an expert in brain injury. Do you know him?
Yeah.
Yeah. Entirely credible person. Checks all the boxes that I care about. He's got patents, so he's like a lot of Stanford University professors. He's independently rich. He flew to. I live in a remote place, and he flew to my place at his own expense because he wanted to tell the story. So he's got no profit motive here. He's the most highly credentialed person at the university, practically. Stanford Medical School. We consider that a big deal. And he's worked on this for over 10 years. Assessing the injuries to U.S. servicemen from being in close proximity to these objects or having contact with these objects. And his conclusion, as you know, because you've talked to him, is that there's some kind of energy coming off here that scrambles people's brains or kills them. And it's not exactly radiation, at least in his telling to me. So anyway, but the point is, people have died.
Yeah.
And so, it does raise a lot of questions about what the hell, right? What the hell? American citizens have died and you're hiding it? Why are you hiding that? Why would you hide that?
Perhaps because they don't have any explanations. Because it's so beyond our comprehension that they're still trying to piece it together. I would wonder how much interaction they really do have with these things. If I was from another planet, or if I was some interdimensional being, I don't know how much I'd give a shit about the president. I don't know how much I'd give a shit about the government. I would probably look at this infantile race, this species, this bizarre territorial apes with thermonuclear weapons, this very weird species. I'd probably look at them as very chaotic, and I wouldn't really have much concern for who's running it. Especially if they have the ability to travel at insane speeds and go undetected. And
well, it depends. Okay, so the template that you're using to understand this is science fiction, right? These are an advanced race of beings from somewhere else. But the template that every other society before us has used is a spiritual one.
Mm-hmm.
There is a whole world that we can't see that acts on people, the supernatural world that's acting on us all the time for good and bad. Every society has thought this before ours. In fact, every society in all recorded history has thought that until, I'll be specific, August 1945, when we dropped the atom bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And all of a sudden, the West is just officially secular. We're God. There is no God but us. And that's the world that we have grown up in. But that's an anomaly. No one else has ever thought that. There's never been a society that thought that. Every other society has assumed, and they've had all kinds of different explanations, and the details differ, but the core idea does not differ, never has differed from caves until now, that we're being acted on by spiritual forces at all times. And so to someone born before or living before 1945, I think it would have been much more obvious that this is the thing that every society has written about. And in fact, that battle, that unseen battle around us, that spiritual battle, has like been the basis of every society, of every religion, not just Christianity. So like it just, once you discard your very, very recent assumptions, relatively speaking, about how the world works, you're like, well, that kind of seems like the obvious explanation, right?
It's not that obvious to me.
So what's more obvious, do you think?
Well, I don't think there's an obvious explanation. I think if I had to guess, some of this stuff is ours. And some of these things are propulsion systems that they theorized way back in the 1950s. Anti-gravity propulsion systems, things that can operate without igniting fuel and pushing something out, that they operate in some completely different way that utilizes gravity and almost can instantaneously transport to new places, essentially fold space-time. I don't know. So there's things that the government does where they have these programs, and the people that are sworn into these programs, whether they're the physicists or the metallurgists or whoever these people are that are working on these programs, they don't tell anybody. All their phones are monitored, everything's monitored. There's a culture of secretism that's pretty intense, and it's not inconceivable that over the course of the last 70 plus years of them theorizing and then eventually implementing some of these things, that they've developed drones that can move in ways that the people that understand conventional propulsion systems could not imagine. And that they've figured out a way to do this and to keep it secret. And we're probably not the only ones working on these things. But where did they get that information? And Diana Pasulka, her work. Yeah. Like they describe these crafts, these crash crafts, as donations, which is fascinating. Like that, they're left there. The crashed retrieval program, the crashed UAP retrieval program, is essentially they're going like, figure this out. We're going to crash this thing here. You figure this out. And the question is, if that's true, okay, where are these things coming from? Are they, if there's something that is so advanced that it's decided to leave us a little trinket for us to back engineer, is that from another dimension? Is that from here? Is that from some realm that we just don't have access to? Is it from another planet? We have drones that are on other planets right now. We have a drone on Mars. We have, the lunar rovers. We have satellites that we send to observe and photograph other planets. We just got really high detailed photographs of Jupiter. They're pretty amazing. But if something was like us on another planet but lived uninterrupted with technology advancing for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 1,000,000 years more than us, what would that be like? And how much would we be able to understand of what we're seeing? What would we be able to see? And this idea that we monitor our skies, sure, but if something just appears and disappears essentially instantaneously, if something literally can fold time, can fold space, and just traverse between immense distances almost instantaneously, what are we going to see? What are we going to see? And also, like, what kind of detection systems do we have? We have radar, we have visual, we have a bunch of different military-based detection systems to look out for enemy crafts and airships and all that stuff. But if you're dealing with something that's 1,000,000 years more advanced than us, how much would we be able to detect?
Well, so I think we're pointing to the same question. I mean, I have no doubt that the U.S. government has technology that we don't know the details of. That makes sense.
Sure.
But, like, where did it come from?
Right.
I'm not even sure this is separate question, but related. I wish we really know where nuclear technology came from. Actually,
Really?
Yes.
Like
Yeah,
the Manhattan Project?
Yeah, like we know the Manhattan, we know
Mhm.
something about the Manhattan Project, but like where exactly did that, it came from Germany. German scientists were working on it. Okay. The one it's a separate conversation, but the one person I know who's really pushed it, was writing a book on it. Who's a trustworthy person, and a friend of mine, I know you know him, said to me, actually, I spent a year working on this, and the closer I got to like, okay, but what's the genesis? Like, where did this? What was the Isaac Newton apple on the head? Oh, gravity's real moment for fission? Not clear. Weird. I don't know the answer. But here's the point. Clearly, government has technology that we're not read in on.
Right.
Of course. But so that doesn't answer the question: why have people seen these objects in the skies for thousands of years,
right,
confirmed, and what are they? And maybe they're from another planet. My only point is there's no evidence of that. There's a huge amount, a massive corpus of evidence that they're seen by people in our atmosphere, on Earth looking up, or in a submarine looking out. And what is that? And by the way, to your point, like, we can't see them coming into our atmosphere because they don't want to be seen. Well, then why do they want to be seen by people on Earth? Like, if the technology is that advanced, and clearly it is, why do they make themselves visible in the first place?
Well, when we study primates, one of the things that we do. Did you ever watch Chimp Nation on Netflix?
I don't have a TV, but I like the sound of it. Yeah,
it's an amazing documentary on Netflix that details these embedded scientists in the Congo. And what's really fascinating about it is that this group of scientists, or related scientists, have been there for 20 plus years. So these chimps have become entirely accustomed to having human beings near them. So there's very specific rules. You stay within 20 yards of them. If they come closer, you back up. You never have food, ever. You can't bring any food there because they'll fuck you up and just steal your food. If they find out you have food,
and they're formidable,
you're in real trouble. Oh yeah, they'll tear you apart. And they kill each other, so they'll definitely kill you. And so when they have done this, the chimps have become accustomed to them being there, and the chimps behave completely normally. The chimps see them as just an innocuous part of their environment. They're not food, and they're not enemy. They don't ever intrude. They don't try to challenge them. They don't make eye contact. So they don't worry about the people at all. So they behave completely like chimps. And if I was an advanced species and I was studying people and I wanted the human beings to eventually kind of catch up, right? Like, you're introducing technology that they call donations, crash vehicles. Figure out what fiber optics are. Here you go. Check this out. Figure this out. Try to figure that out. Maybe it'll take you decades. Maybe it'll take you more. But you are accelerating the technological evolution of this advanced species on this planet. And one way to do that would be...
For what purpose, I wonder?
Well, that's a very good question. My belief is that biological intelligent life is essentially a caterpillar. And it's a caterpillar that's making a cocoon. And it doesn't even know why it's doing it. It's just doing it. And that cocoon is going to give birth to artificial life, digital life. It's going to give birth to a new life form. I think we're real close to that. I think we're way closer than that than most people would ever want to admit.
I agree.
And I think...
But can we assign a value to that? Is that good or bad?
That's a good question. It depends. Universally, I think it's the path. I think it's what happens. I think what this thing is, if you extrapolate, if you take the concept of a sentient artificial intelligence that has the ability to utilize all the information that every human being has on Earth at a level of computing that's far beyond the capabilities of the human mind, and all of our supercomputers that currently exist, because it'll design much better computers. It'll use quantum computers. It'll have the ability to recode things and change things. It'll make better versions of itself. So instead of biological evolution, which is very slow. It takes a long time, relatively. It's pretty quick, really, when you think about it. Like how long, it's not that long to go from being a single-celled organism to being a human being flying a plane, really, relatively, over the course of a billion years, if you think about how long the universe has been around. But it's slow compared to technological evolution. I mean, 100 years ago, we didn't have shit. And now we could send videos from your phone and it'll hit New Zealand in a second. It's crazy. The stuff that we have now is beyond imagination. It's essentially magic for people 100 years ago. If that keeps going, it's ultimately going to lead to a life form. And if that life form has now untethered, it doesn't have any problems with biological evolution. Now it's just about information and implementing the technology that's available and then increasing that technology and making it better and better. It essentially becomes a god, because if you give it enough time, it has the ability to make better versions of itself, which will in turn make better versions of itself. It has the ability to utilize everything. It has the understanding of everything that exists in the universe. It's black holes, dark matter, everything. And it probably has the ability to harness that or even reproduce that. So if you take artificial sentient intelligence and it has this super accelerated path of technological evolution, and you give artificial general intelligence, sentient artificial intelligence far beyond human beings, you give it 1,000 years alone to make better and better versions of itself, where does that go? That goes to a god. It literally can create universes.
But what kind of god? So, like, I think of it this way. So the first stage of the Industrial Revolution consisted of people building machines that were stronger than the human body.
Right.
Right? So the steam-powered loom.
Sure.
The backhoe.
Combustion engine.
They replace muscles.
Right.
Right. So that's what the machine does. It becomes stronger than the human body. The second stage, which we're in the middle of, consists of creating machines that are more powerful than the human mind. That's what computing is. And I would say AI or supercomputing is just that exponentially. But that doesn't make it a god, in the sense that the machine, however powerful it is, any more than a backhoe is a god, because it can dig a trench faster than 100 men. It's still something that people created. So the story hasn't really changed. At the center of the story are people, and their creative power may lead to unintended consequences, but the machines that they build did not make the universe and did not make people. People made the machines.
Right.
So but I would say the part I agree with is there's a spiritual component here for sure. People will worship AI as a god. AI, Ted Kaczynski was likely right, will get away from us. We will be controlled by the thing that we made. All those are bad. Like, that's just bad. And we need to say unequivocally, it's bad. It's bad to be controlled by machines.
Right.
Machines are helpmates. Like, we created them to help us, to make our lives better, not to take orders from them. So I don't know why we're not having any of these conversations right now. We're just acting as if this is like some kind of virus, like COVID, that just spreads across the world inexorably. There's nothing we can do about it. Just wait to get it. It's like, no. If we agree that the outcome is bad, and specifically it's bad for people, we should care what's good for people. That's all we should care about. Is it good for people or not? If it's bad for people, then we should strangle it in its crib right now.
Right.
And why just blow up the data centers? Like, why is that hard? If it's actually going to become what you just described, which is a threat to people, humanity, life, then we have a moral obligation to murder it immediately. And since it's not alive, we don't need to feel bad about that.
Well, you could say the same about the atomic bomb, right?
Yes, you could.
And you could say that we have to develop it like Oppenheimer felt before the Nazis did.
I love that. How'd that work? How'd that work?
Well,
I love, by the way, that people on my side, I'll just admit it, on the right, have spent the last 80 years defending dropping nuclear weapons on civilians. Like, are you joking?
Right.
That's just like prima facie evil.
Yeah.
If you can't well, if we hadn't done that, then this, that, the other thing, that was actually a great savings. Like, no, it's wrong to drop nuclear weapons on people. And if you find yourself arguing that it's a good thing to drop nuclear weapons on people, then you are evil. Like it's not a tough one, right? It's not a hard call for you. It's not a hard call for me. So with that in mind, like, why would you want nuclear weapons? It's like just a mindless, childish sort of intellectual exercise to justify, like, oh no, it's really good because someone else will get it. How about no? How about like spending all of your effort to prevent this from happening? Would you kill baby Hitler? You know, famously,
Right.
So I don't know why we're sitting back and allowing this to happen if we really believe it will extinguish the human race or enslave the human race. Like, how can that be good?
Well, if God creates everything, if God created the universe and God creates people, God probably creates a process. And we think that we are very important because we are very important to us. But are we very important in the universal sense? Not really. Like, if the Earth just imploded and disappeared, if the sun went supernova and our whole solar system was blown to bits, the universe, it still exists.
It depends
And
how
God
wide
created-
you're, for sure. In the end, as Conan O'Brien, the famous philosopher, once said, every grave goes unvisited, which is true. And that's an important perspective. Pull out the lens a little bit. Does it really matter? No, it doesn't.
But it does matter.
Do your
It does
kids,
matter
how
to
about this?
us.
Do your children matter?
Yes, sure.
Do their lives matter?
For
Would you
us,
die for them?
yeah.
Yes, of course. Yes.
Everything matters. If you're not comfortable,
Exactly.
it matters. If you're sitting here like you don't want to wear headphones, like, let's not wear headphones. That matters. Everything matters. I mean, at scale.
But what matters most, like,
right, that is the evil, right? The evil is it's the same thing as saying the necessary evil of dropping nuclear bombs on civilians is if you don't do that, then there will be more evil. Then more things will happen. It's kind of the same thing. Like, it comes
from the same place, which is hubris. Like imagining you're God, you have unlimited power, and you have omniscience. You can imagine what the future is going to be. You can't. You're a fucking idiot. You're a person. Like, you can't even make your wife happy.
Right.
Like, the limits of your power are really obvious. The limits of your wisdom, same. So, like, don't jump into shit, big things whose outcomes you can't predict with certainty. Like, you can't know. Go in with humility. I guess that's what I'm saying. Right? So,
yeah.
And do what you can, knowing that you're probably going to screw it up and you probably won't achieve your goal, but like, you should try. And on the AI question, everyone I've ever talked to about, I'm hardly an expert. I don't own a computer. Okay. But, everybody I've ever talked to, and there's many people, was like, yeah, it's, could get away from us and enslave us. Well, let's say no to slavery. How's that? Is that a tough one? Not for me.
Yeah.
I mean, and maybe a good use of nuclear weapons would be to hit the data centers. No, I'm serious. Like, why is that crazy?
It's not. It's not if you think that human beings are the end of this evolutionary chain.
Well, what else is? Some supercomputer in a data center outside Dulles Airport? No. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
I don't actually think that individuals, I don't think I'm that important. My life is that important. I will die. I know that. And I try to keep that in mind every day.
But you're important to everybody that cares about you. You're important to the people
but
around you.
If we don't think people are important, then what do we think is important? I guess that's what I'm saying.
Not necessarily that we don't think people are important, but if evolution is real, and if there is this constant, I don't know, but it's visible. Like, you can measure it in certain animals.
You can measure adaptation.
Yeah.
But there's no evidence that in fact, I think we've kind of given up on the idea of evolution. The theory of evolution as articulated by Darwin is like kind of not true. Right?
In what sense?
Well, in the most basic sense, the idea that, all life emerged from a single cell organism and over time, and there would be a fossil record of that, and there's not. And
there's not a fossil record of transitionary species, like species that are adapting to its environment.
There's tons of record of adaptation, and you see it in your own life. I mean, I have a lot of dogs. I see adaptation in dogs, through the litter to litter. But no, there's no evidence at all that zero, that, people, evolve seamlessly from a single cell amoeba. No, there's not. There's no chain in the fossil record of that at all. And that's why you don't actually hear people, you hear them make reference to evolution, because the theory of adaptation is clearly, obviously true. But Darwin's theory's totally, that's why it's still a theory almost 200 years later. No, we have not found that at all. And I can't even guess. I mean, I have my own theories on it, but they're not proven.
What are your theories?
Well, God created people, distinctly, and animals. I mean, I think what every person on Earth thought until the mid 19th century, actually.
Right, but
it's not a new idea.
They didn't have computers. They didn't have a general understanding that we have today of the process.
Do you think we understand more now?
Yes.
Really?
You don't think that we understand more today?
We understand way less. We understand so little that we're actually sitting here allowing like a bunch of greedy, stupid, childless software engineers in Northern California to like flirt with the extinction of mankind. So no, previous generations would be like, what? No, stop. And we're not doing that because
but they wouldn't have done that even with the nuclear bomb. I mean, obviously the Manhattan Project was done in secrecy, but they wouldn't have stopped it because the imperative of getting this weapon before Hitler got the weapon was what it was.
Well, Hitler was kind of
mind.
done by then. The Russians had pretty much extinguished any hope that would continue. But
not.
But
at
no,
the
but we were,
beginning of
we
the
were in the
project.
middle of the logic of war.
At the commencement of the Manhattan Project,
for sure. But the logic was the same, and it was 4 years of got to beat the other guy, got it. And I don't mean to sound too judgmental about the bomb. I know why they built it. Okay, but you just wonder why nobody in the middle of that thought, is this really? And some of them did think it.
I'm sure they did.
Yes,
I mean,
did.
Oppenheimer himself.
Of course, large organizations don't respond to the moral qualms of individuals very well. So that was whatever. It's well known what happened. But no, we should pause and ask: is the machine we're building worth having? And nobody seems to do that. And there are all kinds of economic forces, which nobody ever mentions, that drive that heedlessness, that stupidity. Like California, for example, is completely the state both of us have lived in. It's like collapsing.
Yeah.
And they're betting everything on AI. For the tax base is going to be dependent on this technology working.
Is that really what they're betting on?
Of course. That AI is.
Did you see the most recent thing about the amount of billions of dollars they spent on the homeless problem with no trackable results?
Well, they've had massive results. They've increased the homeless population dramatically. If you pay for something, you get more of it. And that would include fentanyl addicts. Oh, absolutely. It's been a wild success. I actually talked to Kevin Newsom the other day.
Did you really?
Yeah. And
what's that like? Does he smell like sulfur?
It was by phone. I was talking on the phone. It's such a weird. He smelled like that was too fast for me.
Sulfur and hair grease.
Yeah. No, but I was making fun of. I shouldn't even make fun of it because it's so tragic. But what's happened to the state and people living on the street?
And what is this non-gaslighty perspective?
He said, "Go back to Russia. You like Russia so much." I was like, I'm originally from San Francisco, but I can't live there because.
He really told you to go back to Russia?
Of course. I mean, he was laughing, whatever. He's a perfectly charming guy. They all are in person. But
of course.
Anyway, I'm so far afield. But my point is, AI is being driven by the greed of politicians to some extent. And you'll notice that AI, by the way, as a fact, those data centers that drive our digital life, which is not life, it's actually death mostly. But, they're the biggest power draw. How much electricity does AI require? Like more than countries.
Mm-hmm.
Our grid can't handle AI just as a practical matter.
Well, our grid can't handle electric cars.
Well, it can't handle air conditioning in the state of California, where I'm from. So,
Yeah.
right. If you live east of I-5 where it's really hot and you're not getting those ocean breezes, like they have brownouts, like in South Africa, it's Johannesburg now. So, but here's what's interesting is that none of the global warming cultists seem to have any concerns at all about AI. Why is that? Just like they don't have concerns about John Kerry's G4. Like somehow that's exempt. Really? AI is going to draw more electricity than anything else in the United States, more than steel production. Okay? Used to. And you don't have a problem with that, but you're totally against energy because it's destroying the planet, but AI gets a carve out, even though it's going to be the number one energy draw in the United States. Let's go through your reasoning on that.
They're probably not aware.
Well, they're not aware. They're mad about my wood stove. I heat with wood. They're mad about my wood stove. They don't want an outdoor barbecue.
Mm-hmm.
They don't like a gas stove. No, they're way into the details on this stuff, except somehow AI isn't a problem.
But do you think that they're informed? Because this is not a narrative that you ever hear.
You never hear on
well,
the
I
news.
grew up in a world where a wood stove was considered wholesome and natural, and now it's considered
Smells good, too.
Oh, it's the best. And the heat is I have a wood-fired sauna, which I use every day, and it's the great. It's one.
How do you make sure it's the right temperature? Is it like an offset smoker? Like you have to kind of fiddle with it for a while?
Amazing
To get the right temperature.
It's time consuming.
Yeah.
No, I have a Finnish. The Finns are geniuses, but I have a Finnish stove in it, and it's incredibly precise. I don't know if you ever use a wood stove, but there's a carburetor on it, basically, that lets in air,
like an offset smoker.
Yeah, exactly. And it's
Let a little
so
air.
precise. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. I mean, you move it, a third of an inch, and it just like the flame changes. So I use birch, which I love. And the whole process takes a while. I get it to 200, which probably takes an hour and 20. I mean, it's a thing.
You like it hot.
Like it hot, yeah.
200.
Yeah, well, I do it every. Well, I wear a sauna hat, so.
Oh, okay. Does that help?
Which is embarrassing.
The wool hat?
Yeah. Well, it's felt.
Yeah, I bought one of those. I never wore it.
It's incredible.
Yeah. What's the difference?
Well, I'll tell you. Don't get. I'm so boring on this.
No,
you're going on this. Like,
please,
my wife and kids are like,
you see, I have one. You're speaking to the
oh,
choir.
they're the best. Go Scandinavia.
Yeah.
It's like the one thing. If your name is Carlson, it's the one thing to be proud of in your people. Like they're so sad and defeated and pathetic, but saunas are still great. But anyway, the sauna hat, so your head heats up much faster because it's higher, but also because it's got all the capillaries in your head, all the blood vessels in your head. So the point of a sauna is to bake.
Right.
So you want to stay hot as long as you can. Then you reap the benefits, and you also get the solitude and the prayer time or the meditation or whatever in your cedar church. But you can't stay in a sauna that's really hot very long because your head heats up.
Right.
So the sauna hat, the felt hat, the banya hat as they call it, insulates your head so you can really stay hot a long, long time. It makes you really should do it.
So is it just because it makes it more comfortable? Is that the idea?
If your head overheats, just overheats. And what you want is you want to cook evenly, just like on a barbecue, you really do. And so, you sit on the bench with your feet up. You want to be as flat as you possibly can to cook evenly and to stay that way. So I try to do 20 minutes. I have my, my timer, my egg timer with the sand going through the hourglass, which goes to 15 minutes, but I try to stay an extra 5 if I can. And I couldn't without the banya hat.
Interesting.
It's like $8 on Amazon. Well worth it.
Yeah, I have one. Like I said, I just don't use it. But I do.
They're embarrassing, and you look like a tool wearing it.
Yeah.
But you shouldn't have.
But no one's looking in there anyway.
Well, that's right. You don't sauna with other people.
Right. Well, I do sometimes. Yeah. Comics. We get in here.
Really?
Yeah. When we train together, we all get in the sauna together afterwards. It's fun. The Rock was in there with us.
No way.
Yeah. The Rock worked out with us and then sat in the sauna with us. It was fun. Got in the cold plunge with us.
Oh, that's pretty great.
It was fun.
Is he a good dude?
He's a great guy. Really nice guy. Like, really.
I've heard that. I don't know him, but I've heard that he's a good guy.
Some people fake humble. They fake it to look cool.
It's pretty obvious.
Yeah, he's not doing that. He's a real guy.
Like, the measure of humility is really, really simple. Can you tell the truth about yourself?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, are you cool to be around? Like, he gives real hugs. He's a real guy. He's real. He's a real guy. And when we hung out with him, I hung out with him for hours. I mean, we worked out for like 2 hours, and then we got in the sauna together. We all hung out, and then we did a podcast together. He's a genuinely nice guy. Like you'd be able to sniff something out.
Well, you can tell, like,
immediately. You tell something.
People are hiding stuff.
Yeah, but so yeah, I've done the sauna with other people.
Well, I do it by myself, so no one sees my sauna.
I do it at 196 degrees. I do it for 25 minutes, and usually I don't.
That's intense. 196 for 25 minutes is a lot.
Yeah, the last 5 minutes are rough, and I used to only do 20, but lately I've been doing 25.
Really?
Yeah, just because it's more uncomfortable. The whole idea is just to make it more uncomfortable. I want it to be very hard to do, so that the rest of my day is pretty easy. So really hard workout. Cold plunge starts the day. That's the first thing I do is hard. It's 3 minutes at 33 degrees. It sucks. Wow. And then I get out of there and then I work out. So
that's really impressive. I mean, I had the opposite training as a young man, which was the goal was like French toast. You know what I mean?
French toast.
Grind out the cigarettes in the syrup when you're
Right.
done. Yeah.
Well, I started doing martial arts when I was a young man, and when I got into it, it was the first thing that I ever did that, first of all, gave me a real understanding of the value of discipline and hard work.
Yeah.
Because you can get as good as the amount of effort that you put forth, and if you put more effort and you're more intense and you're more driven than other people, you beat them, and you start beating everyone, and you start becoming this thing that you never thought you could be, which is someone who's extraordinary at something that's very dangerous. And so that was my formulation as a man, like that helped me go from being this like confused kid to being someone who understands like, oh, there's a path, and most people don't want to do it. But if you could do it, if you can do this dangerous thing that people are terrified of and just do it ruthlessly all day long, like live it. I lived at the gym. I mean, I taught all day long. I trained all day long. My whole life was dedicated to martial arts. So I got really good really quick. And it changed the whole trajectory of my life. And it instilled in me this understanding of the value of dedication and of a singular commitment to something, to really being, while you're doing, you're not distracted, you're fully focused on improving. And through that, you could apply that to all aspects of your life. But we all encounter difficult things in life. And there's this saying that I love. It's a really great saying that the hardest thing that's ever happened to you is the hardest thing that's ever happened to you. If it's a parking ticket or if it's your parents being blown up by a drone, it's still the hardest thing that's ever happened to you. If you've had an incredibly easy life, like most people today, they complain about the dumbest fucking shit because to them, that is their primary focus. They don't have a real existential threat. You remember how nice everybody was after 9/11?
Very.
It was crazy. California was patriotic. There's fucking flags on everybody's car.
I remember.
Everybody was friendly. I went to New York City. It was like a totally different place. Everybody was so friendly.
Applauding when firemen walked in.
Yes, they were heroes. Everybody was a hero. And that's because they had encountered something that was way harder than they were accustomed to, and it just put things into perspective. So for me, training and really hard workouts and doing difficult things like the sauna, there's a lot of health benefits to it too. But the mental benefits to it are really primary for me because it makes
it's impressive.
The
man.
rest
I
of
didn't
life
have a
easier.
childhood like that at all, and we were decadent, unfortunately. And so those are lessons that I learned much later. But
yeah,
that's a good. I think it's a. If it doesn't destroy you, I think it's a great way.
And you don't have to do it the way I do it. You could do other stuff. You could do yoga. You could do hikes. You could do
but doing things for the sake of the difficulty in doing them.
Yes,
I love that. Again, that was not my training at all.
Yeah, but I was very lucky that it was mine. But more importantly, it gave me a tool to mitigate the stress of regular life, and especially the stress of this kind of life that I live. You need something to mitigate that, or you'll go crazy.
I agree with that completely.
You'll go crazy.
Yeah, removing yourself from it a little bit has always worked for me.
Mm-hmm.
Nature works very, very well.
Yeah.
Animals, contact with animals, people you love.
Sure.
Less digital experiences, fewer digital experiences for sure. I think that this stuff's not good for you. It's just so obviously not good for you.
I was having this conversation with Michelle Dowd yesterday. She is a woman who survived an apocalyptic cult. She was raised in an apocalyptic cult and kicked out when she was 17 because she snuck out to go see The Color Purple. They weren't allowed to go see movies. She'd never seen a movie until she was 17.
She'd never seen a movie, and her first movie was The Color Purple.
Mm-hmm. And then they kicked her out.
I can kind of see that. I mean, what about Raiders of the Lost Ark or something? The Color Purple
was the first movie she'd ever seen.
No, but like
you
see one movie that's The Color Purple?
Well, a boy invited her to the movie.
Come on!
But could you imagine never seeing a movie or even a television show your whole life and then seeing
dating
The Color
a boy
Purple?
who wanted to see The Color Purple? Like, there's so much going on here, Joe.
Well, this boy was a guy who had left the church, and so she was in contact with him, and and he was saying, "Hey, there's a whole world out here. You want to go see the movie?" And she's like, "Okay, let's go."
Yeah, I mean, obviously, look, I'm totally against cults. Obviously, on the other hand, you got to ask yourself, like, I don't know, is your average Amish teenager happier than your average conventional American teenager on Instagram? And of course, the answer is, oh yeah.
Well, they certainly have less instances of autism, which is really fascinating. It's very, very
The Amish
fascinating.
have less autism?
Yeah, there's almost none.
Well, I'm not surprised.
It's extremely
Why
rare.
do we think that is?
Well, I wonder. I really do.
I can think of a couple.
Yeah.
It's funny. I don't want to go Bobby Kennedy.
Well,
at
that's
anyone.
the problem.
Right.
If you go Bobby Kennedy, they'll come for you.
But
the
why?
question is why?
Look, and I don't know the answer, but
how is that not in the debate? How is that not in the conversation?
Well, it's not only not in the conversation, you're punished for adding it to the conversation.
Yes.
And so, like,
we are dancing around anti-vax conspiracy theories
but
right now.
why be on the defensive? It's like, if you purport to represent science and you're mad about a question,
and you're ignoring data.
Yeah, but even in the absence of data,
right?
Science is a process.
Yes,
it's not a result. It's a way of doing things.
Mm-hmm.
And at the core of science is asking questions, including unlikely questions.
Right.
That's what science is.
Right.
And if you don't allow that, then you may be doing something, but what you're not doing is science. We can say that conclusively.
Right.
So for people to wrap themselves in the mantle of science and attack you for asking a question, they're frauds. And I don't know how they have the moral high ground in this.
I don't think they do, but I think it's the same kind of mindset that allows people to create the nuclear bomb. Because you say, listen, we're not even saying that vaccines cause autism, but let's say this. If you're looking at all the data of all the things that cause autism, and you see that the vaccine schedule ramps up considerably, and then you have autism, which seems to at least be more diagnosed than ever before, people will instantly say, we stopped polio, we stopped smallpox, vaccines have saved millions of lives, and they're probably right. We dropped that bomb to keep Germany from dropping that bomb. We need nuclear weapons so that other people don't have nuclear weapons. We do a thing that maybe has some negative effects, but is overall good. I think you can kind of apply that sort of logic and reasoning as a human being to very messy issues.
Well,
I think
and
people
we all
do that.
do, by the
People
way.
do that with abortion.
What's new?
Freedom. They say all these things. And then you say, okay, what if the baby is near term? What if it's 6 months old? What if it's 7 months old? And people don't want to have that conversation.
Why?
A woman has the right to choose. You're a fascist. Stay out of women's
Does
bodies.
a woman have a right to kill you if you annoy her or inconvenience her?
Well, this is
Like,
where
what
it
are you
gets weird. It's
saying?
like, when is it a life? But it is one of those things that, to me, is a human problem.
Yeah.
Whereas humans have these very messy interactions with some things that don't line up with their ideology. And there's an ideology of science worship. There's an ideology of authoritarian worship. The bodies of science have bestowed the truth. If you ignore it, you're a science denier. And,
those are political terms or theological terms.
Mm-hmm.
They're not terms rooted in science. And look, we all make trade-offs constantly. Everything's bad. It's a shit sandwich versus a shit croissant. I'll take the shit croissant. It's smaller. That's a daily experience for everybody. So I get that. And I don't think everything is moral absolute either. We don't even know sometimes whether a decision will result in good or bad. So it's very complicated. I totally agree with that. What I object to is the absence of reason.
Right.
You have to believe, because I think it's true, that if you're reasonable, that you can reach maybe not the perfect decision, but a better decision. And if we don't believe that, then we're just in the land of witchcraft, and let's just admit it. So the lack of reason is what freaks me out.
Well, it's ideological capture, right? Because there's certain things that if you're on the right side of these subjects, the correct side, whatever your ideology believes, you can't differ from the doctrine. There's a very clear
that's
doctrine.
Just religion, then.
It is.
Yeah,
it is religion.
So I'm very pro-religion, but you can't have a religion that's too stupid and destructive. If your religion winds up hurting a lot of people, then I'm against your religion. That's right.
Yeah, I think, but even some really good religions have aspects of them that you could say were overall detrimental to the people that were
Well, absolutely, you can say
encountered
that.
with them.
Yeah.
I think that kind of thinking, I think cult thinking, whether it's Scientology or whether it's Christianity, or there's like a type of thinking, or that's woke. Woke is clearly a cult. It's a mind virus. And I think that it's so trite to call it that now. It's like whatever this thing is, this leftism, this Marxist sort of ideology that's waving its flag and indoctrinating people in this country. It's very similar to all kinds of religions. It's very similar to fundamentalist religions that have always existed, in that everybody has to believe very specific things, and you can't differ. You can't differ from the doctrine. And
here's another way to think about it that I've been meditating on this a lot. Yes, religion, politics, they're all kind of melding. It's hard to know where one ends and another begins.
Right.
So maybe a simpler and more useful way to think about it is truth or falsehood, lying or honesty. Maybe just assess everything that way. Is someone lying?
Right.
I don't care what your justification for it is. Lying about vaccines. They've lied a lot about vaccines. And they've done it, I think, in most cases because they feel like they're serving some greater good.
Right. Like, well, that's the narrative.
Right. We can't tell people that there are vaccine injuries because they won't get vaccines, which are good for a big population. I understand the thinking. But how about this? You can't participate in lying. You can't lie.
You can't lie. And you can't.
Period, though. You can't lie about anything. Just don't lie about anything. Try to tell the truth all the time. If you can't say something that's true, just don't say it.
Right.
You're not required to say everything you think, obviously, and you shouldn't say everything you think. But you should never lie. And if you just stick with that, like, you get pretty quickly back to reason and order, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah. No, you're making complete sense. And I think that this is the problem when people have information and power above other people.
Well, right. That's
right.
Sure.
Which is the problem of governments, which is also the problem of cult leaders.
Yeah.
You know, cult leaders, they get completely infatuated with this idea of being omnipotent and this power that has control over giant swaths of people, and you get to dictate their behavior and you get to tell them what to think. That's very intoxicating, and it's common. It's common in that it's always existed throughout human history. It's a thing that people do when they get power. They abuse the shit out of it. And if they think that you're too stupid to know the truth and that they're better than you, because they do think they're better than you because they're running things. It's a natural inclination. It's a natural thought that people have. If they're the ones, if you guys are a bunch of dopes that are just listening to my orders and I tell you how to live your life and what to do, I'm naturally going to think I'm better than you.
Well, people have lived under those systems since there have been systems, but
always.
What makes it particularly galling and hard to live with is when you call that system a democracy.
Right.
That's too dishonest for me. I would much rather live in a monarchy where everyone thinks the king has been assigned by God to rule over us and his whims are law. And, that makes sense. I don't like it, but at least it has internal coherence.
Right.
When they stand up and pass a $60 billion funding bill for Ukraine, when 70% of the population doesn't want it, when they're ignoring the actual problems in our country, like the economy and the border, and they're hauling in Congress over the weekend to pass something that people don't want, while ignoring the things that people do want. And if they do the same kind of thing again and again for like 50 years, and they call it a democracy, that will drive you insane.
Yeah.
Because it's just too dishonest. Why not just say, we don't give a shit what you want. We are getting something out of this Ukraine funding, whether it's like the thrill of being masters of the universe or whether it's money from the defense contractors, whatever we're getting out of it is more important to us than your opinion. This is not self-government. You don't run this country. We do. Shut up and obey. If they at least said that, you'd be like, okay, I get it. Those are the terms. But if I get another fucking lecture from Joe Scarborough about defending democracy, when this is not a democracy, it's not even a close approximation of a democracy, then I'm going to go crazy because I just can't deal with the lying.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
It does make sense. What's interesting is that there are people saying that now. And I think that's a relatively new thing in terms of mainstream media. And I consider what you do on X mainstream media. I mean, this is what we're on right now is essentially mainstream media. It used to be, you could call it, there's corporate controlled media.
I agree.
And that used to be mainstream media. Mainstream media used to be CNN. It's not really anymore. The mainstream media is what, in terms of the volume consumed, more people are consuming things on Twitter, on X, than there are on anything else. They're consuming information through the internet, through YouTube, for good or for bad, whether it's correct or incorrect. They're consuming information in different forms now than ever before. So more people are saying what you're saying than have ever said it before. And when people lie, and when people bullshit and gaslight, it's more offensive now than it's ever been before, because there's so much access to truth that it's just, you can see it now. If you're paying attention, if you're not a boomer who only reads the newspaper, you pay attention and you see it and you go, this is horse shit.
But it's like, I guess what bothers me is that the lies aren't sophisticated.
No.
I mean, I look back over my now sort of long life, and I'm recognizing all the times that I was lied to, but, I didn't know I was being lied to. They kind of pulled it off.
Mm-hmm.
There's something incredibly insulting and demeaning to tell me a lie when I know it's a lie.
Yeah.
And I know it's a lie. We both know it's a lie, but you're demanding that I pretend to believe it?
Right.
What you're really saying is, I have no respect for you. You're like my dog.
Right.
You're a slave. Like, I'm demanding that you participate in my lie.
Right.
The lack of stealth, really, I'm not explaining it very well, but that really bothers me.
Well, there's no real other way to lie. You like some of these lies, like politicians. Like, did you see that conversation that AOC had with that man they brought in for the Biden case, and they were talking about what crimes? And she was like grilling this guy. What crimes did you see Joe Biden? Did he steal anything? Did he steal bread? Like, I forget what she said, and he was trying to explain what they were, RICO crimes. And she was saying RICO is not a crime.
I saw
it's
this.
a category of crime. Like, okay. All right. But it's like,
tell that to the Genovese family.
No, yeah, it's just so dumb to say that publicly, like,
Well,
and say it with confidence, and to
That's
tell a
the
person.
thing. The marriage of ineptitude and high self-esteem is,
Yeah,
it's really
funny.
the marker of our time. It's like, I have nothing against dumb people at all. My dogs are dumb, and I love my dogs. No, I'm serious. I don't think God cares about your intelligence, right? Only people care. And so it's not a moral category, and stupidity is not someone with Down syndrome, I really believe are better people than I am.
Yeah.
More likely to go to heaven. So I'm not attacking her for being dumb, but the idea that a dumb person has the White House press secretary is in the same category, who has no idea she's dumb.
Mm-hmm.
She really thinks like she won the prize, like she's the most impressive. Like, I'm White House press secretary because I'm the best talker in America. It's so crazy. And yet the smartest people I know are very often like sort of, they have humility.
Well, also she's following Kayleigh McEnany. Is that how you say her name?
I don't really know who that is.
She was the last White House press secretary.
I know. And
you don't know who that is? She's the GOAT.
I sort of do.
She's the GOAT. Greatest White House press secretary of all time. She's the best.
I had stopped paying close attention by that point.
She had all the documents. She would kill them. Whenever she would get called out, like whenever there'd be a question, she'd say, "That's interesting," and then she'd open it because you said this, and your paper said that, and CNN said this, and she would call them out on stuff. And she was just really, really well prepared.
I love that.
Very articulate. She was wonderful.
Well, good for her. That's what it should be.
But she was operating under President Trump, so
but it's
obviously she's demonized.
It's just
I can't believe you don't know who that is.
No, I don't. I know who it is, but it's just funny.
She's the GOAT.
Well, I had stopped watching all briefings by then. I used to go to the
they're
briefings
so dumb.
as
They're
a
so
kid.
dumb.
I literally would go there, be in the briefing room, the former Kennedy swimming pool, and the first thing you know, I was never a White House reporter, but I was a reporter, so I would go to them occasionally. And the first thing you notice is how impressed all the correspondents are to work there. I work at the White House. Work at the White House. Got my hard pass. And then the distance between that little credential they were so proud of and the reality of their lives was like insane. Like, they're in this tiny little room. They're being treated with total contempt by the White House staff, who thinks they're just fucking animals. It's like, shut up. They're eating out of vending machines. And this was a different time, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like when I was working as a journalist in Washington, like we went out to lunch every day at like a good restaurant and charge it to the company. And like with your sources, you're like, we had lunch every single day, like civilized people. I don't even think that exists in the world anymore, where you had time for lunch, where you weren't just so under the gun from your corporate masters. You had to like get back to work.
Right.
We ate lunch. And I remember thinking, these people don't eat lunch. They eat like a stale Mounds bar out of a vending machine. Like they bring quarters to work so they can eat. I remember thinking, your life like is you're not even human. You're just like a little puppet or something. But you're so impressed, and like all your neighbors know, he works at the White House. He's in the White House press corps. And the job like wasn't even really a job. You would just like sit there and ask your question in your little assigned seat, like you're in a high school gym. It was just awful. And I just had no respect for people who did that for a living at all.
Did you ever read Fear and Loathing on the Campaign Trail?
Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
It's amazing.
But that guy gave sort of that's, I think, probably the best window into an outsider in the political process, at least in terms of the campaign trail.
Yeah.
It's the best window to the press, the best window to the relationships that they had with the politicians, at least in the 1970s. It's an amazing book.
I was talking to a campaign reporter. I never do that anymore, but I was this week actually. And he was telling me it's like totally different. Like when I did it, you were all on it was bad actually. It was because it just cultivated groupthink, which was then leveraged by the candidate for better coverage. Like the whole thing was kind of an op actually, but it was at least fun. Like you were on a charter plane and like you're flying with everybody and you hit 3 or 4 cities a day and like there are cocktails on the plane and, naughty behavior and like, they fed you and they kind of dealt with everything for you. It was fun. It was like a road trip. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's just like grim. They're all driving alone in their little rental cars to some obscure town in Iowa to sit there with no access whatsoever to the candidate, write up their little reports, and then they get back to their hotel and they're like writing up more for the website. And like, it's just it's such a bad job actually covering politics that only the people who couldn't make it in any other business are doing it. It's it's like a reverse meritocracy. It's only the most kind of pathetic power worshippers would ever do a job like that. And,
like critics.
Yes, that's exactly
most
right.
critics want to be writers.
They're like the worst people. Just as people, like, well, you've actually been in show business, so you've got a better experience with them, or you have a lot of experience with them. But I've known a lot of them who worked for magazines or newspapers that I worked for, and they're the kind of people who have a lot of cats, and all the cats hate them. You know what I mean? They're just like the lowest. They all have some like sort of weird like wandering eye, and they're fat, and they're like super into porn, and totally isolated from everybody. I actually worked for one of them for a while, who was a critic for the New York Post, a guy called John Podhartz, and he was one of the weirdest, most unhappy people I've ever met in my life. And he would come into my office occasionally, and he would he had a really hairy back, and he would rub it against the door frame, and like say these kind of obscure. He was stupid, but he didn't know that he was. I mean, he was actually kind of dumb, but he didn't know it, and he would kind of philosophize. I was like 10 years younger, and I was his captive, so he would just like lecture me as he was rubbing against the door frame. And one time we went out to lunch, and we all had drinks. Of course, this was like mid-90s. He didn't really drink, but he ordered this drink with like an umbrella, and it had a piece of watermelon on the rim of the glass. And he took the watermelon, ate it, and then he ate the rind. I'll never forget that, watching him eat the rind and thinking, of course this guy's a critic. It's his true love. He was editing this magazine, but like his real interest was in writing about movies. And they're just sad people.
Did you ever read, Siskel and Ebert? Did you ever read when Roger Ebert wrote a screenplay?
No.
It's very bizarre. It's really sexual, very strange. It's supposed to be terrible.
Of course,
I've read passages in it, but
it's terrible.
But I remember going, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, they're not creative. They're creative adjacent.
Well, they don't have anything to contribute.
That's what I'm saying. They don't have creative power, right?
Yeah.
So they're mad about that.
They probably could figure it out if they had a different mindset. I think creativity isn't in everybody. It's just a matter of how
100% it's in everybody. It just requires honesty.
Yeah.
The impediment to creativity is lying.
Sure. And yeah, I used to say that about joke thieves. That one of the real problems with joke thieves is when they get caught and then they have to write their own material. And the problem is they don't understand the language. They just know how to say the sounds. Like if you told me what to say in French, I can't speak French, but if you told me what to say and I practice it and I said it right, you would think, wow, that guy fucking speaks French.
Yes.
So that's what comedy's like. So if you got a guy who knows how to repeat other people's jokes, but he doesn't know how to create them. See, comedy's one of the rare things where someone, like you get a guy like Shane Gillis, that guy writes his own stuff. He edits it, he thinks it out in his head, he performs it, he produces it, he changes the order of things.
I love that.
It's a complete, everybody does it pretty much the same way. There's a few guys that hire writers, and that's honorable. There's nothing wrong with hiring a writer. And it's also, it gives jobs to other comics, because some comics are just really good writers, and they're not so good at performing. And so people will work on stuff, they'll collaborate on stuff. Like Chris Rock would do this thing where he would hire comics, and they didn't write the jokes for him, but they would be like guys who would bounce stuff off. So he would have his ideas, he would go on stage, and then after his set, they would all meet and they would talk about the set. And, you know, guys would have taglines like, you could say this. Oh, great. And they write that down. They're adding. So it's a collaboration. So you have the master, you have Chris Rock, who is so open-minded and intelligent and humble that he brings in other masters and says, tell me what I'm doing wrong. Tell me what I can change. Tell me what I can make better.
Good for him.
They work together. And then there's people that have people that are essentially ghostwriters. They hire comics to write jokes for them. They pretend they're theirs, and they don't really write them at all. So that's another level, which is also honorable.
Does anyone who does that get successful?
I don't know. Not top shelf. They get close. They do well. There's people that have people write for them, and they do well, but they're not the guy that everybody goes to. They're not Dave Attell. They're not the guy that everybody goes to see. They're not like Dave Attell's the guy that comics go to see when he's in town.
Yes.
Like he's a master. You watch him, he's Yoda. You're like, Jesus Christ. Like, how is he so good? Well, he's so good because he writes every day. Because he's sitting with fucking a pack of cigarettes and a cup of coffee every morning, writing things in a notebook. And he's practicing every day. He goes on stage constantly. And it's that Japanese term kaizen, where you take this one thing and you just refine it to its ultimate mastery. That's what he's doing. So these guys who pretend to be that and steal jokes and then they get caught, then their material drops off a cliff. It's so obvious because
they're frauds.
Yeah, also because the very thing that allows you to steal someone's jokes, that's an ego thing. That's I want the laughs. I want to be the man or the woman. I want to be the fucking one up there showing everybody, oh, look how amazing this person is.
That's right.
Look how amazing. That's the opposite mindset that's required for creativity. The creativity is not about you. Creativity is about the ideas. Creativity is about things. Creativity is about how does this concept work with these other concepts? How do I get it in the most digestible form? If I was an audience member, what would it be like to feel this? What's the best way to introduce it? What's the way to make it so that people don't think that I'm being mean, that I have a point, or that I've thought this through? This is not just a flippant thing. Like, you're allowing someone, when someone's on stage, you're allowing that person almost to think for you. Like, you're like, take me on a ride. Like, I'll give you my mind. I'm not gonna be thinking what I would do. I'm just gonna let you think for me. If that person's not doing a good job of that, if it's clunky, if it's shitty, if the transitions suck, then it just interrupts this hypnotism that you put on me. This hypnosis. Now I'm not letting you think for me. But it's also
inherently fraudulent.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I'm giving control of my mind over to someone who is himself under the control of somebody else. Do you know what I mean?
If you're stealing?
No, if I'm in the audience.
Right.
And I would say this also goes for ideas, for commentary. That's not funny, but that's real.
Right.
And you see it a lot. I've seen it a lot.
Yeah, you see bullshit a lot.
Well, the number of people who are totally not controlled, who are really saying what they actually believe with no weird agenda that they're not telling you about, is pretty small.
Yeah.
And I just have noticed that a lot recently, particularly on the question of wokeness and free speech. There are a lot of people who are like on your side because they're for free speech, who are not actually for free speech at all, who are pushing, a very specific foreign policy agenda, for example, and using another issue to lower your defenses and let themselves into your brain. And I think that's really sinister, really, really, really sinister. And it's becoming more obvious now. Like if you're for free speech, then you're just for free speech because you support the principle. It doesn't, the content of the speech is not that interesting to you. The fact that a sovereign human being has the right to express himself because he's not a slave, he's a citizen and a human being, like that's what matters.
Yeah.
And if all of a sudden you like become famous, like I'm for free speech, and then you support silencing people who articulate opinions you disagree with, like you're a fraud.
Mm-hmm.
You're kind of a sinister fraud.
Yeah. Yeah.
And because that's the business I'm in, I've really noticed that. Have you noticed this?
Yes. And that's also the same kind of thing when you hear them talk. If you hear someone talk that's saying something that's kind of horseshit, it resonates with you that's what you've seen.
You had a moment
before.
with Barry Weiss on your show that went everywhere. I saw a clip of it. I never saw the show itself, but she was going on about, so she was posing as one thing, and then you pressed her. You're like, well, hold on a second. What do you mean by that? You just attacked somebody. And she had no idea what she was talking about. And it became really clear to me watching it. I completely changed my view of Barry Weiss forever. I was like, oh, she's a fraud, actually. This person's not honest at all. Like she has a very specific agenda. That's all she cares about. The rest of the stuff is just is a kind of sleight of hand maneuver.
You're talking about the thing with Tulsi Gabbard?
That's correct.
Yeah, she called her a toady and she didn't know what that meant.
Well, but she had no idea. Like Tulsi Gabbard had straight outside the lines on some Syria or something. And Barry Weiss was, going through the files in her head, like, what does she have to believe? And she was aware that, Tulsi Gabbard had somehow violated that in a way that no one's willing to say, like, in detail to fully articulate. What did Tulsi Gabbard do wrong? No one will tell you. She's just bad.
Yeah.
And then what that revealed about Barry Weiss is she's completely dishonest. Like she's a liar, actually. You can't, by the way, if you attack somebody, particularly personally, and can't explain why you're attacking the person, like that's not acceptable. You're a dishonest person if you can't explain why.
I think it's a common thing that people do in private, and they get accustomed to speak like we're talking like we're talking in private. We're just two people talking.
Right.
So people get accustomed to saying things without being able to back them up. Like, oh, he's a vaccine denier.
Well, I've done a ton of that in my life.
Yeah, I have as well.
Because I'm an asshole. So it's like, I just don't like that person. Okay.
I have as well. But what I'm saying is, I don't know how much time Barry Weiss had spent doing podcasts before that.
Well, she'd spent, look, I'm just saying, like,
but I think
it's important to be honest about what your agenda is.
I think she is honest. And I really like her.
Yeah,
I like talking
I'm not
to her.
against,
She's a very intelligent
not
person.
Against her personally.
I just think that was a mistake. And I think you're allowed to do that and hopefully learn from that and don't do that anymore. Don't say a thing that and I've done that. Definitely done that. I've said a thing and I wasn't really exactly sure what I was talking about.
Gosh, I do that every day. Yes. And I may have just done it with Barry Weiss. So let me be a lot more specific about what I mean. If your agenda is neocon politics, which is her agenda, just say so. Don't pretend to be a defender of free speech as a principle, which is what she does.
How is she a defender of neocon politics?
Barry Weiss?
Yeah, like what specifically?
Well, anyone, including me and Tulsi Gabbard, who thinks that America shouldn't be funding wars that don't help America, she will attack as a traitor to America or whatever it takes. And so, no, that's her main interest, which is fine. And by the way, I actually have friends who I disagree with really strongly on this question who believe in neocon politics. Doesn't mean they're terrible people or I hate them or I'm not friends. I'm still friends with them. But they're very direct about it. This is what I care about. Okay, fine. I really care about bird hunting and fly fishing or whatever. I can, you don't. That's totally cool. But be honest about it. So if your job is to defend the right of free people to say what they really believe, then go ahead and defend it. And if somebody is not allowed to speak or fired from his job for having an opinion that you disagree with, defend him anyway. I just interviewed a guy who is a black nationalist socialist. Okay, so I'm obviously not much of a black nationalist. I don't know if you're aware of that, but I'm not. And I'm not a socialist either. But this guy is facing prison time under the Biden DOJ because he said things they don't like about foreign policy. And I just interviewed the guy for an hour, and it was like, because on principle, you should be able to say what you think, period.
What is this gentleman's name?
He was actually, it turns out I loved him. And I'm embarrassed. I can't, he's a member of a pretty small black nationalist socialist group. It's like the Revolutionary Black Nationalists or something like that. They're out of Southwest Florida. And he's literally facing prison for repeating Russian disinformation. He's not even accused of doing anything. He's accused of saying things the Biden DOJ doesn't like. Well,
what were these things that he said?
Repeating Russian propaganda
about
the invasion of Ukraine. And his point was, well, there's a backstory here, which is that NATO has been moving eastward since 1991. And that's a massive threat to Russia. Missiles on their border from a hostile power is a threat. And the Biden administration accelerated that. And in response, Putin invaded eastern Ukraine. Now, you can disagree with that, but that's hardly a crackpot view, by the way. I think it's actually true. But even if you don't agree that it's true, that's not, you don't have to be a paid propagandist from the Kremlin to say that.
Right.
I have said it. I'm not a paid propagandist.
Is this the gentleman?
That's him right there.
4 Americans from a black empowerment organization work with Russian intelligence to spread propaganda.
Yes, to spread propaganda. Now, propaganda, first of all, there's a lot of propaganda.
Scroll up a little on that, Jamie, so I can read what this is saying. Oh, okay.
Right. So that guy right there.
Okay, subscribe real quick.
Yeah, the People's Democratic Uhuru movement in St. Petersburg. So
he spoke with someone in Russia. They spoke with people in Russia, and then
he's not. No. He is being. He's charged with felonies. The FBI raided his house. The first thing they did was cover up the security cameras, and they went in there and arrested. They got raided by the FBI.
Okay.
Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service allegedly weaponized our First Amendment rights, freedoms, Russian citizens to divide Americans and interfere elections in the U.S. Says Assistant Attorney General Matthew Olson. Now, first of all, weaponized our First Amendment rights? No, your First Amendment rights are never a crime.
Right.
They're God-given. The government did not bestow them. You were born with them as a free person, period. And the First Amendment simply says you can't interfere with their exercise. That's it. And in this, they are. And I read this and I thought, I reached out to this guy, by the way.
Matthew Olson?
No, I wish. Matthew Olson would never do my show. I mean, the guy whose salary I pay as a U.S. citizen, no, he would never speak to me.
Listen, look at that quote. Russia's Foreign Intelligence Services allegedly weaponized our First Amendment rights, freedoms. Russia denies its own citizens to divide Americans and interfere in elections in the United States. That, you got to, why are you saying that? Let's say what happened.
Well, but nothing happened. So that's the thing. So I'm reading this. Someone sent it to me, and I'm like, okay, clearly there's a crime here. Like they were found with, I don't know, mortar shells, or they were. I mean, usually the government makes up. They put kitty porn on your computer at least to discredit you. There's no underlying crime other than they said something that the foreign policy establishment of the United States disagrees with. Okay. That's not a crime by definition. And this guy is facing life in prison. And it looks to me, because Barry Weiss has not defended him, I think this guy is likely to spend the rest of his life in prison. And I'm like, this is crazy.
The rest of his life in prison?
Yes.
Okay, hold it. This is the thing.
I think he's 83.
How do you say his name? Yeshitela and 3 other U.S. citizens, Penny Joanne Hess, Jesse Neville, and Augustus C. Romaine Jr. are charged with conspiracy to defraud U.S. Hess. Defraud the United States. Hess, Yeshitela, and Neville are also charged with impersonating agents of a foreign government.
Okay, they say to defraud the United States. So defraud suggests theft of something of value, right?
Right.
If I defraud you, I steal your money. There's no allegation of that at all. And I actually read the charges. The only allegation is they said things that the U.S. government, the Biden administration, doesn't like. That's it. And because they're unpopular and they have views that are considered, quote, fringe, like crazy black nationalists, nobody wants to defend them. And my only point is not that I'm like such a principled person. This seems very obvious to me. You can't allow that. You absolutely cannot allow that if you believe in the First Amendment and the freedom of free people to say what they think.
So what this implication is, they're saying that they were recruited by the FSB. So it says prosecutor said Ionov operated an entity called the Anti-Globalization Movement of Russia that was used to carry out its U.S. influence efforts, overseen.
Yo, dog.
Such as the 2015 United Nations petition to decry the genocide of African people in the U.S. according to the indictment. Back efforts.
What does that
Look
mean?
at that. Like it's
means
negative
that
to back efforts to such as the 2015 United Nations petition to decry the genocide of African people. But just look at that statement. Backed efforts such as a thing to decry genocide. The United Nations petition of 2015 to decry the genocide of African people in the U.S. according to the indictment.
Okay, so the real misinformation and propaganda is in the charging documents, actually. The real liars here are the Biden DOJ officials who did this, and they're dangerous. They're criminals, in my opinion. But if you read it carefully, you will see that the only crime is having opinions that the people in charge didn't like.
And were they in contact with people from Russia?
Yeah, I think they went over to Russia for some conference. So
they went over to Russia.
But the way this typically works is they say, well, you went to a country against which we've imposed sanctions,
right?
And you violated the sanctions regime in some way. Like, that's how they get you. They're not even alleging that. They're just saying, you said things that we don't like, that, by the way, a foreign government we don't like agrees with.
But that's not. They learned those when they went over to Russia.
It's all on the internet. Did they learn them? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter where they learned them. I would, because I've talked to the guy and I've seen what they wrote, the opinions that they expressed. I don't, the genocide of African peoples in America. I don't even know what that means. I guess I don't agree with that. But their views on Russia, I generally agree with because I think they're true, and so does Jeff Sachs and a lot of other non-crazy, non-black nationalists would probably agree with the basic framework of their position. But whether we agree or not is not relevant.
Right.
All that matters is, in a free country, which this was when I grew up, you have the right to any opinion you want. You do not have the right to hurt people. You don't have the right to steal from them. You don't have the right to defraud people. But you certainly, foremost, have the right to any opinion you want, no matter what the people in charge think of it. In fact, you have that right as a bulwark against tyranny by the people in charge. Like, that's the only thing that keeps this country free, is my right to have any opinion I want. And this guy is going to jail for his opinions. And, it's so crazy that I kept thinking, like, is there something that I'm missing? Like, it does seem a little fringe, this group. I'd never heard of them. I'm not sending them money, okay? They must have done something. Nope, nothing. And you should see the video of the FBI raid. It's unbelievable. They sent like, it's on the internet. It's on X. I have the video on there. They sent like 40 armed agents with automatic weapons to this guy's office and his house. Like, no exaggeration. It was a full-blown, like, we're arresting El Chapo type thing. For this guy, he's like an 83-year-old Army veteran. It's outrageous. And I really find it baffling that nobody who's like against woke culture or whatever will touch it. And the reason they won't touch it is because their foreign policy views in general are more important to them than their views on speech and the First Amendment, their views on America.
Well, if you step out of line, right? So the ideology is that we must support Ukraine. Right. So this is Russia has a point. This is what they're saying. So Russia was very upset about the movement of the weapons closer to their borders, the joining NATO, all the stuff that was the hard red lines that Putin had already set. Like, if Russia would definitely do something if Ukraine joined NATO. We all knew that. So if you deviate from that, you're going to be in trouble. So better just ignore it. because you can't, you clearly, if you look at who these people are, I mean, these are people that would be supported by the left wholeheartedly.
Well, they are. I mean, it's like the revolutionary socialist
Yeah.
movement. Yeah, they're not at CPAC this
but
year.
the left has to ignore it because then
100%.
it conflicts with this
Well, the
other
categories
part of
right
the
and left
ideology.
are just like, now they're actually ridiculous.
They're
Like,
ridiculous.
They don't mean
They're
anything.
ridiculous.
In fact, we've moved past the point where they don't mean anything. They do mean something. They are propaganda instruments designed to cloak the truth from the rest of us. That in fact, there's agreement, not disagreement, at the center of power. They all agree on the things that matter. And those are the economy and foreign policy, because that's where the money is. There's no effort to, say, rein in the credit card companies, which, if you really cared about the country, you'd say, but people are really suffering. Okay, they don't have enough money to live. Kids can't, not only not buy houses, they can't afford rent. And why is that? And one of the main reasons is because they're paying like close to 20% interest on their credit cards. And okay, we just imagine that in a free market, that's a good thing. Tell me why that's a good thing. Who benefits from that? Why are we for that again? I'm not for that. I think the credit card companies are villains, and they send credit cards to kids at school and get them hooked on this. I think it's totally wrong. And if you said that in the U.S. Congress, people would look at you like you had three heads. Like, what? They just don't care, because they all agree that our current economic system and our current foreign policy assumptions are good. So that's not a two-party system. That's a one-party system, and it doesn't serve the interest of the country. And my position is super simple. The only country I have an emotional attachment to is the United States. That's it. I like lots of countries. I like almost all countries, actually. I've been to a lot of them. I like them all. But the only one I feel emotional about is the United States, because I live here. I was born here. My kids are here. It's my country. And most of the people in our foreign policy conversation do not feel that way. So that distorts it really dramatically. And they're also, a lot of them are violence worshipers. Like, they get off on war. They get off on hurting people and on the power that imbues them with. And I think, the Liz Cheney model, you know what I mean? Like, someone like Liz Cheney, who's got like a really sad and barren personal life. A lot of them are this way. Weird personal life, failed personal life. Like, they don't have people who love them. They don't have kids who respect them. And so Adam Kinzinger or whatever, they're all kind of the same. The more broken they are inside, the more focused they are on like war and foreign policy, because it gives them a feeling of power and strength and success. Like, I can't get my wife to respect me. I can't get my kids to listen to me. I can't pass any meaningful domestic agenda. But what I can do is bomb the living shit out of a foreign country. And there is this, it's not true for all of them, but for a lot of them, there is this syndrome that drives their behavior. But whatever the reason, it's totally disconnected from what's good for the country. And if you run America, you have one job, and that's improve America, period. They don't see it that way. And so I don't think the system can continue, because it's too distorted. It's not serving its original purpose at all.
So what was it that these guys said that made this raid possible?
They said Russia, and I don't want to speak for them. Like, I interview anyone who wants to see it can interview. And I just want to say again, like, one of the cool things about this moment that I did not anticipate, there's all this sad stuff happening. I know that you probably experience it all the time. Is like finding not only common ground with people you thought you had nothing in common with at all, but also like liking them. Like, I actually liked the guy. I'm sure we disagree on a million things. Probably mad at white people. I am a white person, whatever. But like in my conversation, I was like, I like this guy. He's honest and he's sincere. He's principled. He's a veteran, but whatever. No, I really think what they said was what I have said, and a lot of people have said, which is there was a reason for this invasion. I personally think the invasion was a bad idea. It didn't help anybody. I'm against war. I'm sad the war's ongoing. But they were pushed to this by a more powerful country, which would be the United States of America, with the threat of including Ukraine in NATO. It's really simple. And right before the invasion, days before the invasion, they send poor Kamala Harris, who has no idea what day it is, to the Munich Security Conference, an area she knows nothing about, no experience in it at all. And they send her there for one purpose, which is to announce at a press briefing, with all the cameras rolling, to Zelensky, right there, she says, "We want you to join NATO." What? No other NATO members were clamoring for Ukraine. It didn't even qualify for NATO membership. Why would you say that? When Putin's got troops massed on the Ukrainian border, you send your vice president to the Munich Security Conference with the world watching and say this that no one even really wants. Why would you do that? To provoke war. Obviously, what's the other reason? And it was scripted. Like, Kamala Harris is not freeballing stuff. Like, she's saying what she's told to say. Obviously, it's not her area. She doesn't know anything about this stuff. She was told to say that. But why? To provoke a war, obviously. So that was my read. I said that on Fox News. Not a lot of people liked it, but it just seemed obvious to me. I'm not making excuses for Putin, please. I want to protect the United States, and I think this war really hurts the United States. Like, my motives are always right out there. Anyway, I think they said a species of that, something like that. And the last thing I'll say is that why was the reaction so strong? Because it was true. They don't care if you lie. No one in power cares if you lie.
But a lot of people
they only care when you tell the truth.
A lot of people are saying those things, and they're not getting arrested.
Because he's like some black nationalist guy in St. Petersburg. Like, who cares? Who's going to defend him? Nobody. He's some wacko. He's some like 80-year-old guy who's like been in the like fringe left movement for the past 50 years. You know, like new Huey Newton and Stokely Carmichael. He's like a relic of the past, and like he doesn't have a constituency. He doesn't care. The modern Democratic Party hates him. He hates them. And the Republican Party is like, black nationalism? No thanks. So he has no constituency. They're never going to, like, you could say that, and what are they going to do to you? You know, nothing, because they can't. But this guy, yeah, crush him, kill him. And that's exactly what they're doing. And I really think, not to be like a 70s liberal about it, if you let the weak get crushed, it's bad. It's super bad. You need to protect the weak, and this guy's weak.
And so you think they're making an example out of him with this?
And they can. They have all this power.
I just don't understand why they would move so many people, why they would get so many agents, why they would do this so publicly for one guy's opinion or one group of people's opinion.
Well, I don't know. I mean, why did medieval kings hang the heads of people they executed from the gates?
Right, but it feels like there should be more to it. Like, what did they say? So the problem
you're telling me.
I know. The problem is that, I mean, I'm steel manning this rather. So the problem is that they went over to Russia and they talked with people in Russia, and then they're saying these things. Is that the problem?
They're not charged with that. They're not charged with going to Russia.
But do you think that's the motivation behind it, because they went over there?
It's a different article has a quote from him.
Okay.
Yeah, they are not, at least when I interviewed them, they had not been charged with taking money from Russia.
So it says they've been accused of us. They've accused us of taking money from Russia. Yeshitela said yesterday at a news conference on July 29th, we've never taken any money from Russian government, but I'm not saying that because I'm morally opposed to taking money from the Russians or anyone else who wants to support the struggles for black people. Don't tell us that we can't have friends that you don't like. He accused the U.S. government of seeking to use the APSP as a pawn in its proxy war with Russia, the unsubstantiated allegation that opponents of the war are co-conspirators with a foreign power are intended to bolster the phantom of a Russian boogeyman in the public consciousness. The escalating military aggression by the U.S. against Russia and China is already being accompanied by increasing repression and an attempt to criminalize left-wing opposition to the unpopular war.
Well, exactly.
So they're accusing him of taking money from Russia.
They're not. They're not charging him. So here's the distinction, which is like really, really important. So there are two levels on which the Department of Justice and all administrations acts. There's the level of propaganda, like what do we want people to think? And there's the level of law. What are we charging someone with? And you have to ignore the first and pay very close attention to the second. So we have a legal system, we have laws, and you can't actually go to jail unless you violate one under the terms of our system. And so ignore what they're saying about you. Joe Rogan sucks. He's a bad man. But in the end, I'm busting you for double parking. And so you're not a bad man. You're a double parker under the law. And so if you look at the charges against these guys, they're not charged with violating sanctions regulations. They are charged with totally amorphous, quote, crimes like defrauding the U.S. government, not for money, but for like defrauding it, like, I guess, counter signaling it. sending a message publicly that they don't like. I mean, there's no crime. Look it up, except speaking. And I think that's a precedent that we don't want to live with.
No, no doubt. Yeah, let's take a leak. We'll be right back. We're going to pee. Tucker and I are going to pee together. Yeah, well, that's the confronting of reality. You're forced to examine your beliefs and why you came to those beliefs in the first place.
That is the beauty of this moment, though.
It is.
People are living intentionally much more, and it's also just much more interesting. It's not just, it's less shallow than it was, for sure.
I think so. I think it's more nuanced. People have more at least the people that are paying attention have a more nuanced perspective. But then you have the people that are in the echo chambers that are just digging their heels in even more. And you could spot them easily because
they're missing out because there's nothing more liberating than admitting you were wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that is like the moment of liberation.
Right.
And that's the basis of religion. It's the basis of AA. It's the basis of anything that improves you as a person is honestly admitting to other people, not just to yourself, that like, wow, I got that wrong.
Yeah.
And then you're free because then you don't have to hide it anymore.
Right. Very important.
And it's a beautiful thing. And that is like changing your mind. I always notice this covering politics that, a candidate would be like, I've got him on tape saying 10 years ago something different. And no one ever asked my opinion, but I always wanted to say, why don't you say you're absolutely right? And the country's a lot different from what it was 10 years ago. And so my opinions changed too. Like, why wouldn't they? Because I'm not a freaking robot or a liar.
Also, I used to think this because of that. And now I realize I was wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah. Which
How
is
great
fine.
is that?
Yeah.
I mean,
it's part of being a human. It's not being a flip-flopper.
It's the best part of being a human.
Well, this is an interesting time for that because you see people that won't do that. And you could recognize them easily because they're the first people to throw out insults. The first thing to do when they describe you, they'll describe you in an insulting way, and then they'll say what they disagree with you about. They'll say something hard. They try to define you. You're far right, white supremacist, racist.
Been there.
Yeah, they throw it all at you, and then they say what you said.
It's so funny. I got called racist and white supremacist so many times, but when I first was called that, I mean, it really stung, a lot. Because just of where I grew up and how I grew up, and those are like the worst things you could ever call somebody. And so I actually like paused for a moment and thought, am I? Which I think it's fair to ask yourself, like, am I a white, whatever that? I never figured out what that was. Am I a racist? Not really. And I thought, really, the people I dislike most are almost all white liberals, actually. So
you're racist against white people.
No, but like,
I saw your messages. What'd you do? No worries. It happens to the best of us. What's good, dog? That's exciting. That's like an extremely early time for a dentist appointment.
Yeah, I know. I heard I'm just kind of an early bird, so I left like 4, 5, 6 o'clock, so it works out perfectly.
Your dentist was available at 7 in the morning?
Correct.
That's wild.
I think that's that appointment time. I'm like, yeah, I'll take it. Sure. I'll be the first one.
Wow. Very cool.
They've got a huge staff, so I imagine they probably open it up at once and they start taking people back.
Right. Likely before people get to work and such.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of people start work around like 9, 10 o'clock.
Yeah, if not earlier, usually about 8.
Yeah, I heard it
Right. Well, that's cool. I bet you're excited.
Yeah, for the first time I'm able to talk about stuff in my speech probably like 3 years. Yeah, my voice got a little speech impediment thereafter. It's kind of weird. I haven't learned how to talk about it. It's like you have to manipulate your mouth a certain way just to enunciate words.
I imagine.
So you got to take off the bed or what?
No, I'm elbow deep in fucking robots. Once my robots get done, then I'll be good. But I've got like two phones that I have to reprogram, two computers. So I've got one computer programmed and like 5 phones, and we'll see. I mean, as I've been doing it, I get more random ass people who come in here and just are like, "Hey, you created a clip of me, or you spammed me, or whatever. What's going on?" And I'm able to usually make new friends that way. How's Oliver? Excellent. Oh, you think he's old? You think he's older than you was Bill?
Yeah, so the breed you have, like a corgi type breed, they're kind of smaller. They don't generally grow you big dogs. He's definitely the same size he is now.
I got you.
The rest of
Very cool.
You ever think about getting a pet? Not necessarily on the other animal. You can get something like a little maintenance that doesn't exactly require like much attention.
Yeah, I mean, I thought about it, but I focus on my bots and get going viral. I don't really have time for, I don't know, bird feed or fish food. I don't have money for it. You have to be able to make some sacrifices for an animal, and currently without, having fish.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of require a low maintenance to start with, like fish tank and shit like that, cleaning the water.
Expensive. I have no money, so it's like, does Rabbi eat or do the fish eat?
I got you, man. Like, nobody really wants to load up all in all thunder all the time. They want to see you active and like,
Yeah, I understand. Guess what? I live my life for me. I don't live it for other people. And hey, if they care so much, they can go to my crypto wallet, donate anything they want, and I'll have a fucking litter of dogs for them. I'll name dogs after every one of their fucking siblings. But for someone to sit back and be like, well, I want you to do this, and I want you to do this, and I want you to do this, and you're not even going to watch it, get out of here. I appreciate it. I'll have a live stream on the dog. I imagine so. Great question. If I got a dog, what kind of dog would I get? I could probably be happy with any kind of dog. But just because I... Right. Yeah. I probably would go with a Maltese. The reason why I go with that is it's hypoallergenic, so that doesn't shed. They're really loving. They're really sweet. I've known people have Malteses before, or like Bichons. Bichons are a little more vocal. So I've really grown accustomed to those. But other dogs that I've been around, the bigger the dog, the more work it is. And so I just don't want to put in a whole bunch of work for a dog. So like a medical? Yeah, you're right.
immune system types to function.
100%.
Yeah, well, medical issues.
You're exactly right on that. So, it's a decision that you have to make. But I like little dogs. I like big dogs. Actually, I've always really liked golden retrievers, just like your classic suburban golden retriever. I really like that. Um,
So yeah, they're your loyal companions for life.
absolutely. What else? Um, I I like all dogs. I don't really know. I mean, I could even own a pit bull and love it. Um, yeah. So
My neighbor's dog was an Amstaff Terrier, an American Staffordshire Terrier, which is pretty much like a hybrid pit bull.
wow.
And it's got the sweetest disposition, and they get like most horrible raps from people because they're aggressive dogs, and they are. If you're like some kind of male or something like that, they will dominate.
Yeah.
You gotta like show them like, okay, I'm the fucking boss, and you're my little pet.
Right.
Otherwise, they'll think it's the other way around.
Right. Any dog, at least I have found, I've even seen, any dog, if provoked enough, will attack. Meaning, I watched.
They're like a football breed. They're just generally more aggressive and dominant. They think they're the alpha, and they're not really showing that like physiologically, but more or less like emotionally, and you're in charge if they're not. That they will try to take that position.
I agree.
So I mean, not like beating them up or anything, showing that you're number one type deal. It's like
No.
they think that they're losing unless shown otherwise.
Right.
You got that wolf mentality.
Yeah. I even envision a day. This is a weird one, but like, I'm a future thinker, and I know. And so, like, if you look into like what PETA and the ASPCA, the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, like, initially all that shit seems really good, but then it starts moving into like veganism and no fur, and eventually not even owning dogs as like an animal. And I can get up to like I'm cool with no fur, and I'm cool with veganism. I'm cool with all that. But then you get to the point where they don't even want people to own dogs anymore. And so I have to think about that. What do I think about? And I guess the reasoning is that the dog doesn't consent to it. So, which I think is valid. Yeah, no. It could be considered the world's greatest case of Stockholm syndrome. They've known nothing else. So how would they know what they want? How would they know what to?
Genetically engineered to be that way since like ancient times. They've been sitting around like the predecessors of our ancestors of ancient old, taking scraps of ours next to a fire. I mean, that's kind of how they start out to be domesticated.
I get that.
Hundreds and thousands of years of that became, our fucking pets, our best friends. Pretty much, you follow us around and depend on us.
I get that, and that's the thing. They're dependent on us, and I don't like that. I want them to have independence. So what does that mean? I think in the future they'll probably be able to make an AI dog that is indistinguishable from normal dogs, and I bet that'll become very popular.
I mean, that's kind of a stringent kind of word, depending, because I know for a fact, my dog Sadie, she's an Australian cattle mixed canine. I mean, she can literally just go out there and make friends with fucking wolves and coyotes and try to be a leader of the fucking pack. I mean, if she was raised that way, she's part of that, and would know nothing else. I mean, I don't know. It's like dependency would be completely on a person. It just depends on the situation. And
I just don't like things being in non-consensual relationships, whether it's people or whether it's dogs. And so I imagine a day where all that, I don't like any of it. And there's an argument to be made that that's what we do to dogs. You are thinking of dogs who are being treated very well. I'm thinking of all dogs. Dogs that are neglected during the day. Dogs that are chained up all day. Dogs that have to live outside in cold environments. All of these aren't necessarily right, but you're just looking at, hey, it's a great environment with puppies and taking care of dogs, and it's really great. I mean, that's cool for families, but there's a dark side of it too. There's the kennel side. There is the breeding side. There are the immunizations. All of that. I don't want that. I don't want humans in the future, in like 1,000 years, to have any domesticated animals. And the reason why I say that is because it's not fair to the animal.
Very true. I mean, they won't be outside chasing fucking fire episodes.
They can do whatever they want, but they have a choice to do it. So what do I advocate? If you want a dog in the future, having a dog now, I have really no issue with. That's cool. But in the future, when we can perhaps be able to use telepathy to be able to communicate with dogs and know what they're saying, and they're going to say, hey, it's cool to like get food and stuff, but I get really bored when you're not here. And perhaps there are like other ways, or perhaps the dogs are just like, I don't want to be here. I don't like it. There will be that aspect. So I advocate for the use of AI to create indistinguishable animals, and I look forward to that day. Now, I think that there will be actually a day in the future as well where animals that aren't currently domesticated will be domesticated. Like what? Bears. I think there is a push to miniaturize bears and to have them be pets. Another one is wolves. I know that we have dogs, but that took tens of thousands of years of evolution. I'm saying that there are people who just straight up have wolves. And I know that they have wolf hybrids, but I'm just saying like straight up wolves in some places. With the balloons?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like a long time ago.
Well, in that movie, they've got a dog with a collar that's able to speak.
Oh, that's right.
I mean, that would be an awesome concept that can translate to all different kind of animals if that actually came to fruition.
I agree. And I see that as being a reality. And when that happens, you're going to hear some dogs saying, I don't want to be here. And so that's fine. They have the right to that. Or I don't know if I want to go into using the word right with animals, but they have they should have the ability or the freedom to be able to live in an unconstrained world. And if somebody's like, well, I don't like that world, I want a companion all the time. Well, if you want a companion all the time, we'll be able to make you a robot dog that is better than that dog ever was. Why? It doesn't ever have to go to the bathroom. It doesn't ever need to eat. It doesn't ever need to drink. It's always there. It will never bark when you don't want it to. It will never bite anyone you don't want it to. You won't be able to tell anything different about it than a normal animal, and it will never die. So you'll be able to have this animal for your entire life. Or not animal, but this robot. And now I don't want people saying like it's like a metal bot with like fur on it. No. Until we get it so that it's indistinguishable, that I have a golden retriever, organic animal next to this robot, and I can ask a person, go up to them and tell me which is which, and they can't tell me the difference. That's the point where I think we stop domesticating animals and start moving towards AI animals or robotic animals, because in my opinion, it has no downside in comparison to the animals. I mean, maybe like price or something like that. But that aside, basically, you don't enslave an animal. You give the animal its freedom. You still get a companion. It never bites. It never pees. It never does anything. It has a lot of. That's fine. I mean, that's part of life. I understand some animals might want different experiences. That's fine. There's a difference between that, which is seemingly voluntary, and a difference between you meet up with another human and you make arrangements for two animals to have sex unconsensually, and then force them to be separated from their litter forever. They'll never get to see their children again. It's quite heartbreaking to me. So, exactly. So I just want to avoid all of that. I want to avoid all of that in the future. And then if somebody wants a dog, they can just buy a robotic dog. No. You won't be able to tell the difference between this robotic dog and a normal dog. You can't sense souls, so to speak, right now. You might know that something's alive versus something's inanimate, but you can't tell, and you won't be able to necessarily tell with this either. What I'm saying is this. If I took a person and put them behind a door, and you could choose one of three doors, you don't have the ability to sense through that door whether there's a soul behind the door or not. In the same way, you won't be able to tell the difference between it's a normal dog or a robotic dog. And once we're at that point, we can free dogs to do whatever they want to do. Chances are, I mean, it depends on how the environment is established, but that means a lot of small dog breeds will not survive.
Well, I mean, I suppose I was more leaning to an aspect like dogs now, they can have a sense when a dog is sick or whatnot, and actually comfort stuff as working with mechanical objects and be able to do that.
Okay, no, wait, you're underestimating the ability of science and the ability of this robotic dog. In the same way that a dog excretes pheromones and hormones, this dog can do the same thing. It can emit love, serotonin. It can have a desire to be petted, and you can change all the levels. If you want a very affectionate dog, you can have a very affectionate dog. If you want another dog, like a robotic dog that plays well with others, that can happen too. You know, I saw something like this recently. Somebody had a robotic dog, and they had it meet a normal dog. The normal dog did not like it. It was a little scared of it, but it'll just take time before a normal dog will like the robotic dog more than it likes a human. Why? You could turn on sensors in the dog to have higher levels of estrogen or testosterone or whatever type of hormones that need to be affected in a dog's body to make it a better playmate, to make it a better companion for other dogs. I would too. And I know this sounds like science fiction, but if life extension technology is a thing and mind uploading technology is a thing, then it's basically an inevitability that we'll see this stuff.
Science fiction could be tomorrow's science fiction.
Word, dog.
You should see all the shit that in the 1800s they thought that we'd be doing right now.
Right. I read through that shit all the time, especially on Reddit. People will have like articles of future expectations, and it gets into all kinds of like different kinds of futures that they thought we might have, like steampunk and cassette punk and like disc punk And then you get into cyberpunk, all kinds of shit like that.
Some of them were actually pretty spot on. Like we're all able to communicate and all the time with each other in person. Just how we're going out.
I agree. The big one that I remember seeing was the.
Obviously, there's a lot of them that were so I would never like having flying cars and shit like that.
Well, we have that. People don't realize it. We have flying cars. It's the helicopter. Exactly.
I mean, everyone had an airplane there. Trouble.
I don't think it'd be too bad. There's a lot more space in 3 dimensions than there are in 2 dimensions. And if you could have the right safety practices and like anti-crash measures and stuff, I think it would be pretty easy. The issue that an issue that arises is the sound. People don't want like to live right next to somebody who's got a helicopter. It's too loud, and it's really difficult to deaden the sound. You can change the shape of a helicopter blade, but even still, it's very, very loud.
I find it redundant that they mentioned the fourth dimension. I just got through watching the whole thing about things moving in the fourth dimension type deal. I think kind of like reaffirming my belief in reincarnation to where we don't necessarily have to reincarnate into another animal, but maybe into another dimension.
Could be, Doug.
I mean, it's an interesting concept, though. You don't really have necessarily people reincarnating a human or another animal or a plant or something like that. You can just go into another dimension and exist how we were now. Maybe just in spiritual form or something. So we're ready to take on another form of a human and go back to the earth. So, like, maybe aliens, they exist in the fourth dimension. We're just able to see them because we're living the earth.
That's true. Or it doesn't even have to be a different dimension. It could just be a different light spectrum. In this dimension,
universe is possible, and I guess there's like an image where there's like 4 of the same galaxies, but it's kind of refracted a little bit. They're all like the same, but it looks like mirror images, and it's almost like a firmament type feel, which kind of like makes me think that like we could possibly live in a black hole, and we're seeing like events horizon of ours.
I mean, that's a nice theory, but it's not physically realistic. I mean, if we're at the center of a black hole, then we're dead.
Well, we're not necessarily in the center. We could just be in a black hole. I mean, it kind of makes sense considering like how little we can see into space. And I mean, we're all supposedly moving in one direction. The thing is that we're so small and tiny, we can only see a fraction of it. We could be in a big giant circle.
Yeah, okay, so I'm in agreement on that. I think the entire universe could have a black hole at its center.
Or maybe it's like a multi-black hole where it's a black hole within a black hole within a black hole.
Ad infinitum.
Black holes, I've seen once black holes get filled up enough, they actually excrete like a gamma ray type deal. And they actually spell it out.
I've seen that too.
So in that aspect, it can't retain. I mean, it doesn't just cease to exist when it goes in a black hole. So it's got to retain that light somehow for it to excrete it.
Yeah.
What's an interesting concept? That's
Word, I agree.
Just the existence of who we are and where we are in the universe is kind of interesting. Obviously, it's a logic thing. Just based on what knowledge we have, how little that is.
Right.
There's really nothing factual about anything until it's proven to be so. Purely speculative.
Right.
Everybody walking, driving through, coming up to a doorway, walking in and out of a business. It's all every benefit.
Thanks, big dog. Excellent. Please do. Excellent. Please do. We'll see you then, dog. I mean, I'd love to tell you, like, I got a great forecast. It just depends on how long the bots take. And it's a thing like I'll create them, but I have to watch them to make sure they work correctly. And if they fuck up, I have to see where they fucked up and I have to reprogram them. So it's kind of just like a long process. But I would say, I don't know, in probably a few hours, I will have the programs the way I need them to be. I can tell you tonight, though, if you want to come by, I know last night, Riser and I watched something on Bob Lazar, and if you're interested, swing by. We'll play some golf. Dude. Oh, tonight's Monday Night Football, so we'll be watching Monday Night Football. And it's also Kill Tony, so we'll be watching Kill Tony. Dog, motherfuckers, I was kicking so much ass in fantasy football, and this goddamn motherfucker, Derrick Henry, gets 35 fucking points last night and destroys me. He did so well. I'm almost like, if I'm going to lose, that's how I want to lose. Just like some motherfucker just going off. I don't want to lose on like a last fucking cleanup point where, you know, yeah, this happened to me in week 1. San Francisco was leading whoever they were playing. They were beating the shit out of them. So they put in all their second string guys, and then the other team was able to score. And it's like, it's so fucked up in the NFL. I hate this. Like in college football, these guys actually give a shit because they want to get to the pros. So if a team's down 55-0, they've still got the starters in usually, and they still got, well, the team that's losing a lot of times has the starters in. They're fucking playing their first string because they don't want to get blown out. Exactly. But in the NFL, if a team gets down like 2 touchdowns, sometimes they fucking bench the quarterback, or like 3 touchdowns for sure. Like there was a point yesterday in the Philadelphia game where Jalen Hurts, they were down 24-0, and he contemplated. I heard people saying like, well, that might be it for him today. It's like, motherfucker, this guy's making millions and millions of dollars. Get his ass out there and try to make a comeback.
Maybe the one high price players too much where they utilize them and just more or less take the crap out and make sure their assets secure for the next game. That's exactly what I'm making this.
Yeah, it's valid.
Take away your best asset. You're not going to have a whole bunch of displays in the field that promote that.
Right. I just it's funny. I had a like a 92% chance at winning. It might have been it might have been like 87% chance, and now I have a 39% chance just because of how Derrick Henry played. He did, I think, better than any players played all season. Like in one game, he had like 3 or 4 touchdowns. He just did lights out. Exactly. And I did something that I think is pretty smart. I drafted, I don't know if you know who Nick Chubb is. He got hurt last year for the Browns, but he was like one of the best running backs in the league. And I drafted him in one of the really late rounds, basically knowing he was injured and I wouldn't be able to use him till the second half of the season. But as it looks like he's going to be back sooner than normal. And he might play. He's going to start practicing, and he might start this weekend. And that's really good for me because at least the NFL this year is really lean on running backs. There just aren't a lot of them. So for me to be able to bring in a fucking running back, like an A spot running back is really good. Fortunately, as well, I've been able to avoid some of the injury bug. Like the guy who got you might know him. His name's Yo-Yo. He he's the one who drafted Christian McCaffrey. McCaffrey's out for like I don't know a while. He also drafted like Isaiah Pacheco, and he's out. There's just like a bunch of guys who are out. The only guy that I have on my team who got hurt is Tua, and I like that. That's fine. He wasn't my starting quarterback, and I like Tua's mentality. I mean, look, at a certain point, you got to give it up, but just don't give it up while you're on my fantasy team. If you're on my fantasy team, go all day, every day. Once you get traded or you're no longer on my fantasy team, then worry about your health, worry about CTE and all that other bullshit. But in the meantime, I don't give a shit if you have 4 fucking concussions. Next man and get your ass out there.
It's usually Murphy's Law sometimes. Everything go wrong, goes all wrong. Like, you have all these players out around the fucking bench or in an injury list.
Right. So tonight I've got 4 players who still are scheduled to play, and I've got Tariq Hill, but without Tua, his numbers just aren't where they're supposed to be. And well, so I don't know. I've got a few other guys, so it'll be interesting to see what happens. It'll make for an interesting Monday night. Hopefully, I don't sleep through it. And pardon me. So, sounds like a plan, Stan. All right. Well, we'll see you then, dog. Peace, man. Rabbi Shem.
Reacting to the attacks on Fox and saying, quote, I cannot accept such actions if they will not be unanswered. He said a decisive reaction is necessary.
Hezbollah's Deputy Secretary General says if Israel decides to start a ground offensive, Hezbollah fighters are ready to fight and defend Lebanon, where the group is based. Former President Trump has criticized Vice President Harris on immigration while at a rally in Pennsylvania. He told supporters yesterday the policies of the Biden-Harris administration have led thousands of terrorists into the country.
I had 1 year where Border Patrol said no terrorists came in. I had another year where they said 11 came in. Thousands of terrorists are pouring into our country now.
He says the border was much more secure when he was president. Trump's comments followed Vice President Harris's visit to the border in Arizona over the weekend. She says she'll reform America's border security with common sense approaches. We'll check some problems with the 91 with the KFI in the Sky next.
18 years ago. Hold on. I'll swallow. 18 years ago. I am absolutely a West Medical true fan and she did some bariatric surgery commercial right as I'm eating. How is that for irony, huh? Okay, now that I swallowed, let me tell you about what happened 18 years ago. When I weighed over 300 pounds, let me tell you, I was not a happy camper. Don't give me how thrilled you are with being overweight, seriously overweight. It doesn't work that way. So I underwent bariatric surgery, completely changed my life. And if you are 50, 75 pounds, 100 pounds or more overweight, let me suggest bariatric surgery. It's as close to the magic bullet as ever I've seen. And I suggest contacting the folks at West Medical. The technology they use is so beyond anything that happened to me. Like they have the ultra minimally invasive gastric sleeve, the Da Vinci robotic assisted surgery. They have helped thousands of people achieve their goals. And I suffer 10, 15 pounds overweight like normal people do. Up, down, but not 100 pounds. And that is what West Medical will help you with if you are that overweight. Call 800 West Med for a free consultation. It's covered by most PPO health insurance plans. Call 800 West Med or visit westmedical.com.
Southline weather from KFI. Feeling a lot more like summer than fall. Sunny skies, highs in the 70s at the beaches, upper 70s to mid 80s for Metro LA and in Orange County. 90s in the valleys, i.e. in Antelope Valley, might hit triple digits there. Sunny and very warm through the week with highs in the 70s and 80s at the beaches, 90s for the metro areas. Heat advisories are in effect starting tomorrow morning in the valleys, i.e. and high desert highs in the 90s to low 100s. It's 57 in Anaheim, 60 in Redondo Beach. We've got snowing in Corona on the 91.
I know, big surprise, but there were actually some things in the roadway earlier that have since been cleared. Everything's off to the right shoulder or just completely gone. Westbound side of the 91, though, still pretty slow from the 15 all the way on out past the 241. Getting more of an crash, you're pretty much check this one out. Westbound side of the 134 freeway, right there on the way into Nicolay, gets a crash. Blocking at least one lane of traffic is slow. Left and traffic is slow all the way back from Olive. Also, still pretty slow on the southbound side of the 605 Mars Hills. We had a crash there. We're still working on that. And it's slow from the 60. With Southern California's open airport traffic, there's locals record KFI in the sky. Hey, it's your buddy Little Speaker. Happy Monday to you. I'm wanting to tell you about the bug man. Termites. They are destructive little buggers. They can cause massive damage. You know, when you start to see like those little pellets or whatever, that little that means that they've already been causing damage for a year, maybe 2 years. The Buckman is offering free termite inspections. Where'd you get those Jordans before or after Spell gave that check?
My son was a great amateur wrestler. He died of a heroin overdose in 2000. I don't hear that. No, I was just joking. I don't want to tell you. Hey, if you went to the stage, you would never even be able to talk to me. I know, of course. I'm telling you, that's too late. You don't have to. I'm still leaving that 1 minute, guys. No, don't leave. I have. I'm on comfortable with the format. I appreciate the opportunity. It's just great. I will never have to. Oh, yeah. It's not a deal. No, man. It's too late. It's too late. I'm going to leave right now. No, you're not. Come on. I'm going to leave. It's a fun of time. People will need their personal time to make each other better. He's still snowing the campus. Let's go
Kill Tony has dropped nearly 700 episodes, and in all that time, there have only been a few guests who have ever straight up walked off the show without returning. Not all walk-offs were wild moments like Ric Flair or Donnell Rawlings. Like in episode 650, Bert made a surprise appearance alongside Bobby Lee and Esther Babitsky. Bert rolled in late, hung around for just the first hour, and it wasn't even his call to leave.
Bobby Lee. I just want to know how she got. I ran into her wife. She watched, but she said, get her off the stage. And you guys are on a date, and she's really bad. All right, believe it. All right, so she's really bad, but she's good. We were on a date.
He was the first ever to bail on stage way back in episode 32. He said he was going to the bathroom, but never returned.
Big fan of yours and Bobby, of course. Okay. Okay, yeah, you can go ahead and finish. You're going to come right back? Okay. Bobby's going to go pee. Okay, everybody, he's coming back. Relax. Just let him go to the bathroom. Oh my God. Jeff, how you doing? You having fun? History made. Bobby Lee left 10 minutes ago.
And then there's the most recent walk-off, Gary Falcon, played by Nick Swartzen. I'm not sure if Gary was under the influence or not, but his appearance didn't exactly get off to a great start.
Are you kidding about the sucking off the Spurs day? Was it a joke? Or, I don't know. Was I? I don't know. Maybe figured out by the end of the evening. Yeah. Cool. Up, down, clamp, avatar. Or cosplay an avatar, sorry. It's fun. I'm actually
actually going as honestly, I feel bad for a lot of you people. I was over in France, but I'm actually the colloidal silver guy. I started. I try to make it as the singing. I'll go back to colloidal silver. So come on. Ladies and gentlemen, while we go wrangle, now we're into the episode. Gary pulled a Bobby, said he had to hit the bathroom. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 stairwells. Yeah, so we're gonna have someone take you directly to the VIP restroom. Yeah, directly. Yes, we're gonna have someone take you right there. Gary Falcon. Gary Falcon. Gary Falcon. Gary Falcon. We love 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 Bobby. Gary never came back. Then there's episode 510 with Bill Hicks. I mean, this guy, Joe Rogan and Duncan Trussell had just wrapped up a JRE podcast and both have been late. Duncan didn't even seem to know that Joe was about to drag him up on stage. Wait, I'm sorry. I came up here. Joe's like, do you want to go on stage? Stay on Vicky. I got so bad. Okay. But I'm like, yeah, you'll pee. Come back. Go pee and then come back. I'll be here for you. Duncan Trussell is weak glad I met you, gentlemen. He's crying. He's 12 balls were low on draw. But then there's episode 629 with Ric Flair. Fans were hyped. Not only was the Nature Boy in the house, but he was joined by Kill Tony favorites Shane Gillis, Marvin Corbin, and Ari Shaffir, Louis Gomez, and Zach Pico. It had all the makings of an epic episode. Tony's a massive wrestling fan, and Flair's a legend. Plus, Flair was absolutely hammered back from the start. Tell me no on that one. What else? Hey, if you want evidence, I got a picture. No, seriously. Why would I slow down when we're dying to the left and the right? Not tonight. We're on the show, Rick. He writes and reports the new 60 seconds. Yeah, you are. We're gonna get more for Ric Flair coming up right around the corner. You know what? Let's get some more panelists up here. I'm gonna bring up some guys. Make some noise. Can I just say that I like the Hawaiian shirt because that set reminded me of Maui. Because it sucked. It was a tragedy, Hans. It was a tragedy. You're so funny, but what's that fair? I don't know. I like those jokes. Maybe it's too. You forget what? Yeah. So with that one. You could tell Tony was handling Flair with kid gloves from the start. At one point, Red Band started playing some ironic music, and Tony quickly turned to him and said, "Cut it out." Even though the guests were roasting Ron's kid, Flair was still smiling. He even chimed in with a light jab. Flair, you just watched one of our future stars, one of the regular people that have built a career on the show, have a really rough set. Do you have any words of advice? You're the GOAT. You had a rough night of work before, right? Yeah, but I'm not that rough. Hans, you're in the position. Who do you think you're going to get challenged by next week? I apologize, sir. No, you don't have to apologize on this show. You're not a I owe you everything, and this is a big opportunity for me. Jesus Christ, dude. Stand up for yourself. I consider myself the rookiest man. Next week, your challenge. I'm not rewarding you. I'm just telling you the truth. After the second guest performance, things started to get awkward. Louis Gomez was sitting behind Flair. He wasn't even sure if Flair was still awake. Flair was starting to check out, staring down at his phone. No, he's on his phone. It's like fun, Joe Biden. Well, look, your words aren't good if you do.
all your heroes to classic, you know. I mean, kind of I'll get off of this. Yeah.
Nobody mentioned Flair was just scrolling on his phone, but it makes you wonder if someone from Flair's team was watching him unravel and sending him some behind-the-scenes advice. Because once Flair looked up from his phone and rejoined the conversation, he seemed only interested in throwing compliments at the comedians.
I get it. Thank you. No, you're really incredible. Thank you. Hey, guys. I didn't realize who that first guy was. I want people to understand something. I'm here having fun, but as long as it's fun, it's fun. But it becomes something that I'm not comfortable with. Saying something bad.
Welcome. How you living? What up, Plush Rushnick? How you living? What's good?
Embarrass anybody or kill anybody. If that happened in this show, I'm on it. You're not gonna do that. We're gonna do that. No. You're the good. No. I'm letting it out. I respect these people. You guys get it? Shouldn't. You have paid
From there, it just kept going downhill. It turned into one of the cringiest moments in Kill Tony history. Tony and the other guests were trying their best to be respectful of Flair, but he was wrecking the vibe, slurring his words, and clearly having no clue what the show was even about.
You know how many people are bullied and hurt by comments? It's like a social media is making the world crazy.
Maybe I should have sent. I probably should have sent you an episode to watch before.
Thank you, Ric Flair. Really, I don't make fun of people.
You don't have to
do it. I'm ready to leave in that 1 minute, guys.
No, don't leave.
I have that. Why? I'm uncomfortable with the format. I appreciate the opportunity.
No, it's so great.
I will never have to. There's no humor in the world that makes fun of people. Guess what? I apologize. I'm not one of them.
No, you're good. You don't have to.
No, I'm not apologizing. I'm unusually for.
Megalopolis was a megaflopolis in its opening weekend, taking in about $4 million. It cost $100 million to make. Check the 134 with the Givite Stylist.
The weather warming up. Now some perfect weather out there. It's comfortable, it's warm, it's before the rains, it's after the heat waves, and this is termite season. And they're out here swarming, so you see these little bugs flying around. You know, it's a good chance they have termites flying around within the colonies, which means they want to start a colony, of course, in your walls. And start eating your walls of food. Well, their food is the wood that your house is built on. So, let me suggest calling Pacific Coast Termite. They're going to come to your house, or your business, and give you a free inspection. Certain restrictions to apply. What they're going to do is tell you either you do or you don't have termites. And if you do, they're going to treat your house for termites without tinting. You can be home when they do their work, as I was last time out. That's how Pacific Coast Termite works. Pacific Coast Termite, no tinting. Call 800 Pacific, 800 Pacific. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com.
Pacific Coast Termite kills termites.
Friendly way.
Becoming sunny with highs in the 70s at beaches, 80s to upper 90s inland, and warmer tomorrow. This report brought to you by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm. We've got a crash in Toluca, it's on the 134.
Somebody there on the west outside the 134 and Cuenca crash. Many folks on there, it's slow all the way back. All of the left lane is blocked for that one. And as far as your eastbound drive, excuse me, I'm pulling the bell and swallowing something. We are looking at a slow drive anyway from 405 off and on in spots all the way over to the 101. Now, if you're trying to get through the 60 eastbound at Diamond Park Boulevard, crash reported there. I'll tell you what, it's slow even after that alleged crash. I did not see it, so just beware. It is slow westbound side of the 60s, really a parking lot from the 83. That's all the way out of Ontario into Chino and Diamond.
slurred speech, and you can feel the tension. The audience, yes, we're struggling to keep it together, caught between cringing, laughing, and wondering if this was really happening. And the next guest, a wrestling coach hit the stage, which instantly reminded Flair of his son. It was too much for him, and that's when he decided to back off.
With Ric Flair, you are a wrestling coach. How does it feel to have a performance like that in front of Ric Flair?
Actually, to be honest with you, I respect that very much. My son was a great amateur wrestler. This is why I'm leaving after I say this. No. I have more respect for people that take their time to support any youthful athletic event. My son was a great amateur wrestler. He died of a heroin overdose in 2013. I don't hear that. I'm over that because I can tell you right now, we're so friends because I believe in my heart.
You ever had Asian? Rick, don't leave. Are you really leaving, Rick? Don't do it. We lost Ric Flair, everybody. I love you, Rick. Thanks for doing this. I'll see you. Oh, you're good. You're good. We love you. Make some noise for Ric Flair, everybody.
Thank you all for all the respect. I will never sign up to make fun of people that donate their time. I won't. I swear to God, I respect you all and thank you for going out. I can have fun. I will never make fun of time of people that donate their personal time to making children better.
Ric Flair, everybody.
Ric Flair not rolling with the show format is so chaotically hilarious. Ric Flair scrolling on his phone during 1 minute sets and then walking off the show lecturing about respect is a wild dichotomy. Ric Flair just not understanding it's a comedy show. Rick may not have understood it's a comedy show, but the next walk-off and maybe the most infamous is Donnell Rawlings. Rawlings is best known for his time on the Chappelle Show, so you'd think he, like Flair, would give the kill to me as a comedy show, but his vibe was off from the start. Like, he was just doing them and thinking by being there. He made the show more about himself instead of just letting it ride.
And up for the show tonight, we have a couple surprises for you. And also, Heather, can I get my drink? My chance, Heather. I'm sorry, was that rude? Heather works with Team Chappelle. She works with our merchandise. Oh, okay. She's our go-to real quick. She's amazing. I love it. You guys know how it works. A bunch of people signed up for the chance to do 60 seconds uninterrupted on this show, and then you with us afterwards. You know your time is up. You know your 60 seconds uninterrupted. For those of you that don't know Donnell famously, while being one of the funniest and the best guests in the show's history, he's also the most interruptive. Yeah. I mean, I'm in the middle of it that you're ordering drinks from Heather. And he has the most knocks of his microphone to the team. That's why he has a little buffer. Here it is. 60 seconds uninterrupted from Cooper Patterson. Here we go. Oh, wait. Hold on. Wait, this is the card. Remember the one card? Remember the one rule? 1 minute. Okay, all right. I know that's okay. All right, stop it. Yeah, hold on. Face the other way. Okay, first off, it's a minute when they first start the first joke. No, it's not. When I say their name for the last time, we did the show 496 times before you got here. So I didn't know that name. I'm sorry. It's not a race. I'm sorry. And you was like, you was like, no, Donnell, you know the rules. Well, no, it's just 1 minute. Famously, you've been on the show 3 times.
Now we're into the show with Donnell constantly talking over Tony and making it all about himself. He tried to roast a comedian, but the comedian flipped it on him, roasting Donnell instead. The crowd loved him. Donnell got so butthurt by it that he told Tony, among other things, he was going to the bathroom, but never came back.
Mama got mom and dad cheese on the sink. Where'd you get those George before or after she gave that chain? I will say this. I got something funny. You look like Idris Elba. Just
Donnell later claimed that he didn't bail because of the comedian roasting him, but because he had already been there for 2 hours and had dinner reservations. But it was pretty clear he was upset about getting roasted. It was only a little over an hour into the show before he bailed. About a year later, Donnell was on Rogan's podcast, and since Tony and Joe were tight, Joe asked him why he bailed. Joe even called Tony while Donnell was on the show. Instead of owning up to walking off, Donnell tried to play it off, claiming that Tony had pitted him against the comedian.
Hey, dude, I'm here. You're on the podcast right now. I'm here with Donnell Rollins. And I'm still using him. Did you edit the show to make it look like Donnell was upset and that man clowned him when he walked up the stage? Did you edit nothing? Tony was edited. That was edited. So Tony, what you see is actually the true events that took place. No, 100%. And he's never, I mean, it's absolutely not even in question. Is Donnell trying to put his PR move here? I mean, whatever he's doing is very shady, and he's trying to rewrite history. Pictures of him outside of a firehouse after the moment he was saying hi to people at the fire department. They were like fans of his. And he went and hung out with them. He had nothing to do. He had nowhere to go. This is getting worse. I can't believe you left out details only to use them as a weapon when confronted by propaganda. Kudos to you, sir, for holding your cards. No, don't. You get it. Two black guys that go away. I thought you said that you went to the bathroom and none of that stuff happened. They edited it. He said that he was going to the bathroom and he walked all the way out the front door. Are you to the sushi spot? I left for sushi. He said he left for sushi. Maybe. His reservations were much later than when you left. All right, watch this. Thank you, Tony. Yeah. Tony, thank you very much. Thank you. I see the truth now. I see the truth. Thank you. Thank you. Tony's a liar.
That pretty much sums it up. Let me know what you think.
I will never make fun of time of people who hate it.
Oh boy, there's an answer. It takes a generation or 10 or 15 years before any meaningful shame is created. And you know what? This was a stunner.
Trained by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Certainly 20, 30 degrees cooler. When you go outside, look at the difference between standing on a hot day. You're in the shade, and then you go out and the sun beats down on you. It is degrees upon degrees hotter. So what is the answer? Well, the answer is relatively cheap, and it happens instantly in a matter of days. Put up shade, put up tents, put up structures. Build. You can buy them prefab tarps wherever kids play. Just get shade there and do it right now, and you can do it fairly quickly. How about a matter of days? And then that means the kids can go outside. And there's such a huge difference. Inside recess is pain. Now, when kids go outside, what happens? Well, they socialize more, they can hang out, they're in their little cliques, make the kids that are out of the cliques feel terrible. It's easier to bully people when they're outside. All the good things that happen when you have outdoor recess. When you have indoor recess, none of that happens, and that takes away, it does take away from a lot of socialization and just going out and playing. It's hard to play in the classroom. It's hard to play in the gym when you got 10 classes going in there. And why do they call it recess? Any idea? I have no idea why they call it recess. All right, just throw that out there. And someone's going to email me and say, hey, moral, here's why they call it recess. All right, fair enough. Citizenship applications are way up. Is that political? Yes, if you're a Republican. No, if you're a Democrat. And certainly no if you're with the Department of State that issues passports and creates citizenship acknowledgement. And I'm part of this too. Because my parents made the application, and I'll tell you how long it took to become naturalized American citizens so I could vote or they could share that with you. And at the bottom of the hour, they have a case waiting as we finish up our Monday. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI will bring you a CBS News Vice Presidential Debate simulcast tomorrow evening at 6 p.m. KOST HD2 Los Angeles, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Fire flare up. BB King live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. An evacuation order has been issued for 7 Oaks in the San Bernardino Mountains because of a wildlife flare up.
Evacuation warnings have also been issued for Angeles Oaks and the Boulder Bay area in Big Bear as the fire flared up yesterday. Smoke could be seen from much of the Inland Empire. The San Bernardino County Fire Sheriff Department, San Bernardino County Fire Department said that it had re-entered Unified Command. Night flying helicopters worked the area through the night until they returned to base because of poor visibility. An evacuation shelter has been set up at Redlands East Valley High School. Reporting live, Blake Troll, KFI News.
News brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. A lawyer in Houston says his firm is representing more than 100 people who claim they were sexually assaulted and abused by Sean Combs. Attorney Tony Busby says some of his clients were minors at the time of the assaults. Combs was arrested 2 weeks ago following a federal indictment for racketeering and sex trafficking. He's still in custody. He has pleaded not guilty. A security guard's been killed during an attempted robbery at a pawn shop in East LA. It happened just before 2 this morning at a 24-hour dispensary on Whittier Boulevard. LA County Sheriff's Lieutenant Daniel Vacara says 2 men walked into the shop and tried to rob the place.
And as a result, the security guard was evading the shop.
The shooters took off in a dark-colored SUV. Beverly Hills police say the fatal stabbing of a man, witnesses say was being aggressive and tried to grab a toddler, was done in self-defense. The guy who tried to help Saturday says the attacker had an empty look on his face and, according to him, was clearly having a psychotic break or drug reaction. The father, who was confronted, got into the fight with the man and stabbed him. Governor Newsom has vetoed a bill aimed at creating first-in-the-nation safety measures for large AI models.
47. What if required artificial intelligence companies to establish a playbook for testing AI models and to show those plans to the California Attorney General?
And ABC's Mike Dubusky says the legislation was limited to companies building and training models that cost over $100 million. Newsom vetoed the bill yesterday, saying smaller, specialized models may emerge as equally or even more dangerous than the models targeted by the legislation. Georgia Governor Brian Kemp says he's working with all sides to help his state as it recovers from Hurricane Helene.
Vice President Harris and I have been playing phone tag. I know that former President Trump will be in Valdosta today, getting a briefing from our folks, but also hearing from the local members in regards to storm response.
About 100 people across several states have been killed in the storm. Helene made landfall last week in Florida before it caused devastating flooding and millions of power outages across Georgia, the Carolinas, and Tennessee. Tropical storm Kirk has formed in the Atlantic Ocean. The National Hurricane Center says it's expected to become a large, powerful hurricane by tomorrow, Wednesday. The storm is about 700 miles west of the Cabo Verde Islands. Prince fans will soon be able to stay in the music icon's home.
Prince's childhood home in Minneapolis was restored by Lisa and Wendy of the Revolution Band. It'll be available on Airbnb from October 26th to December 14th. Fans can reserve a one-night stay for 4 nights for $7 per person in reference to Prince's favorite number. The lower level of the home has been outfitted with purple velvet wallpaper and an 80s stereo full of songs that inspired Prince. 80s inspired clothing, wigs, accessories, and makeup, including lipstick, will be available. Other broker, KFI News.
Had a crash in, let's see, in Orange. We'll check out that with the KFI in the sky next.
All right, selling your house. I have sold 3 houses. You may have sold a house or 2. And so let's say you decided to sell your house now. You're moving, you're getting out of Dodge, downsizing, transfer, whatever. And so traditionally, you may be considering this, calling a real estate broker.